Jonathan was the last warrior general of the Star Soul. There were words in his memories that spoke of greatness, of a will to win that would crush his enemies. But he wondered if he would be able to cope with so many enemies, as their number seemed endless. These enemies, similar to fallen electric angels or ancient monsters, filled the skies. They waited for the decisive battle, and the people trembled, shouting words of encouragement, for Jonathan had become their hope for protection and salvation. For decades, life had been difficult for people, but Jonathan always tried to save as many people as possible. However, the attacks continued, and 1390 marked the beginning of the final battle that would determine the survival of the human race. However, Jonathan lost this battle. Too many portals opened in the sky, and hordes of monsters poured through them, striking terror into the hearts of everyone. The streets were filled with these creatures. In the midst of this chaos, Jonathan made a strong-willed decision. He would die, taking with him as many monsters as he could. Suddenly, a bright light suddenly broke through the pitch darkness. Someone was calling for a hero, but Jonathan had a hard time seeing anything. His eyes had just come out of total darkness. Confused, he realized that he was still alive. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he looked at the mirror and couldn't understand why he was so young again. He was wearing the student uniform of the Academy of Military Technology in Unding City, Nanzhou Kingdom. He doubted whether this was really his past, and wondered if it was possible to go back 60 years. The academy was full of life, especially around the stadiums and arenas, which were filled with people. The stands roared with delight as the battles of the majestic titans unfolded before them. The threatening cries of the warriors and the tense atmosphere filled Jonathan's mind with memories. He remembered that the academy would soon be destroyed by a wave of monsters. The memory of the monsters attacking the academy shocked him. All these people would die. His classmates and instructors fought to the death, embodying the will to win and the thirst for freedom. Many warriors died in battle, leaving heavy losses and scars. However, their courage became a testament to their indomitable spirit in confronting monsters. Jonathan reflected on how difficult those years had been for him. Lacking the necessary experience or strength, he had witnessed the deaths of those who deserved long, happy lives. Back then, he was a loser. He could do nothing but watch everything fall apart around him. But now everything could be different. Fate gave him a chance to change the course of history. With the knowledge and experience he had gained, he vowed that monsters would not have a chance to harm humans. Jonathan, the Star Soul General, has returned, confident of defeating his enemies and changing the course of history. In the city of Swanu, the last stronghold of humanity, monsters have launched another attack. Cries for help echoed throughout the city as the monsters grabbed, tormented, and devoured people, sowing fear and chaos in the streets. One of the most vile creatures, known as the Glutton, swallowed people whole in an attempt to satisfy its insatiable hunger. People fled the city in terror, trying to save themselves. However, new monsters kept arriving in the city. When the monster was rampaging through the city, a little boy ran in terror, but tripped and fell. Nearby, the boy's mother turned to look at him in horror. Realizing that this was most likely the end, she rushed to protect her child, knowing full well that this meant certain death. The Glutton, not caring who he devoured, stretched out his giant claws to grab his next victims. The mother, paralyzed with fear, could only hug her child tightly, with tears streaming down her face. The monster stretched out its paws towards the frightened people to grab them and devour them. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced the darkness, so fast it was hard to follow. A huge glowing sword struck the monster, causing it to writhe in pain and roar. Hearing the Glutton's cries, the other monsters sensed a common threat and rushed to help. However, Jonathan's sword seemed to split into several more swords, striking other monsters, his movements barely discernible among the creature's cries of pain. Finally, a powerful blow from his bright sword fell upon the ground, filling the surrounding area with light, a symbol of victory and protection. The sword soared into the sky, leaving behind a trail of glittering sparks that slowly dissolved into the dark skies. These were the swords of Jonathan, who had summoned Star Soul General Duan, and their light defeated the darkness. The mother and son, filled with gratitude and happiness for their salvation, began to thank the warrior, tears streaming down their faces. People gathered around them, their eyes full of awe as they whispered about their savior. Jonathan soared into the sky, leaving the battlefield, his sword slowly dissolving into the sky, the warrior becoming an ordinary man again. Jonathan's shining armor slowly evaporated, taking with it the burden of the battle, and soon a noble, strong man appeared before the inhabitants, saving the city. Feeling his strength waning, the warrior took out a Star Soul pill from his pocket. Exhausted from the battle, he wasted no time in swallowing the pill. The star energy quickly filled his body, restoring his vitality, determination, and will to win. For decades, Jonathan has single-handedly protected people from terrifying monsters, and this time was no different. The monsters returned, and Jonathan once again stood guard over the city, destroying hordes of enemies. Although the people were scared, they felt reassured, confident that their steadfast star warrior Jonathan would always come to their aid. Jonathan rushed to the center of the city where a large crowd of monsters had gathered to attack the townspeople. To protect the civilians, the warrior set up a protective barrier. The monsters, realizing the power of Jonathan's barrier, began to attack him in groups, using beams to destroy it and tire the hero. Houses were damaged during the monster attack, but fortunately no one was hurt. Amidst the chaos, the air filled with dust, and people asked each other if the attack was over, if all threats had been blocked, and if they had survived. However, maintaining the barrier drained Jonathan's strength and left him tired. Realizing that his power now had limits, he returned to his human form. Despite his exhaustion, he decided to lead the monsters out of the city to protect the people. Having regained his mighty form, Jonathan once again transformed into Star Soul General Duan, his armor and shining sword heralding the return of the Great Protector. The people watched as the Star Soul General's transformation took place in the sky, leaving them in amazement. Focusing on his task, the hero gathered strength for the final battle. He cast a powerful spell, filling the space around him with unimaginable energy. His words, imbued with magic, were called to protect the city and repel the impending threat. The star-shaped iron capsule began to close around Jonathan as a magical barrier formed, ready to protect him. As the capsule closed, its glow intensified, and the general's magical protection increased, tension spreading throughout the space as the light grew brighter. Suddenly, an explosion of light occurred, spreading an aura around the warrior. This explosion embodied power and determination, turning into a protective shield for Jonathan. He began his great transformation, becoming stronger as new powers and insane energy rushed through his body. The armor formed around him, as if the light itself had taken on a solid, beautiful form. The general's transformation was gaining momentum, making him the embodiment of star power. He became the greatest warrior and servant of the people, gaining strength and wisdom to fight for a brighter future. Jonathan decided to change the color of his soul, strengthening his armor and becoming a new type of defender. The little boy watching the transformation was full of delight. Jonathan was almost ready to fight. His majestic figure was bathed in light. His armor was flickering. His powerful legs stood on the surface of the sky as if on solid ground. He changed the color of his star and became the Soul Star General Kaujin. The transformation process of his armor began and it continued to evolve. Powerful claws, wings, and a sharp gaze appeared. A phoenix with flaming wings soared in the air above the city, a creature of incomparable beauty, the flames on its wings inspiring both awe and terror. General Phoenix rushed towards the enemies, incinerating them with his fiery form. The fire fell on the enemies with such force that they had no chance to survive. Their strength evaporated under the mighty flames, leaving behind only ashes. Phoenix Sen's entire body was engulfed in fire, and the magic accelerated it to such a degree that the enemies could barely discern his attacks. From the shadows, the monster attempted to strike the warrior, its mouth wide open, spewing darkness. But thanks to his supernatural connection with the star, Phoenix noticed the sudden attack in time and dodged it. Dark, sinister claws reached out to grab him, but the phoenix spun in a fiery vortex, rising into the air and escaping their clutches. His skillful maneuvers kept him out of reach, allowing him to gracefully dodge each blow. Still, there were too many monsters, and the death claws managed to grab the general. But this only made him angry. With a fire spell from the chain, Phoenix burned the dark paws, freeing himself from their grip. He then decided to use teleportation, escaping from the clutches of death and leaving burns on the monster's vile hands. The monsters, confused, could not understand where the general had gone. Meanwhile, Jonathan reappeared on the other side of the city, returning to his more familiar form as Star Soul General Baichi. Changing the color of his star, he became a new embodiment of power. His magic shone brighter and stronger, and a spark of fury burned in his eyes, now shrouded in blue light. Soaring on blue wings in the bottomless sky, Baichi attracted the attention of the monsters. Realizing the danger, the monsters prepared for a long-range attack. Magic balls began to form from their mouths, ready to be launched at Baichi. But the general deftly dodged every blow. His movements were graceful and precise, emphasizing his incredible skill and superiority over his enemies. His spear, glowing with stellar energy, sparkled in his hands, the tip filled with unimaginable power. The powerful wave from the spear strike swept through the enemies like an asteroid, sweeping away everything in its path. The enemies had no chance to react. The hero's form began to change again, the glowing lines altering his figure. However, the enemies acted quickly. At the vulnerable moment of his transformation, the monsters took advantage of the opportunity and grabbed the general, holding him in their paws. A powerful blow filled with terrifying energy was prepared against the hero. The blow created a cloud of smoke that rose into the air, dark and powerful, spreading tension and threat. The monsters did not retreat, continuing to strike the same area, raising more clouds of smoke. Unexpectedly, the general responded to the merciless attacks. He pierced the monsters with his spear, and when the smoke cleared, his figure became visible. He stood confidently, holding a spear and surveying the battlefield. The general then changed the color of his star again, using Ao Bing's inexplicable magic. His armor had rebuilt itself, now taking on a new form imbued with ancient dragon magic. The power of the dragon was in the air as the warrior's appearance became terrifying. The dragon's head and powerful limbs emerged from his back, locking onto targets and preparing to deliver a crushing blow. What followed was a deafening attack that burst into a bright light and dispersed into a whirlwind of green magic and natural energy, the magical light spreading to every corner, leaving the enemies no chance. The green strike completely destroyed the darkness that was trying to engulf the city. However, this show of power took too much energy from the general. The flickering starlights around him became unstable as he flew down like a shooting star, gracefully and quickly approaching the ground. As he descended, the general began to chant an ancient spell, and while in free fall, he raised his hand and spoke words filled with magic, calling upon the forces around him. An explosion occurred as the general, enveloped in star magic, reached the surface, and a mysterious figure appeared in clouds of dust and smoke. As the dust settled, the hero's silhouette became clearer, his spear pointed downwards, ready for action. He stood up straight, ready for the next battle. This new form was that of Star General Lu Bu, with armor that shimmered majestically in different colors. The general then took out another pill and swallowed it, knowing that he would need much more strength and magic for the upcoming battle. As he changed the color of his soul, his eyes began to glow with stunning energy. In his new form, Lu Bu, the general rushed back into battle with great speed. The monsters already waiting for him believed that they could withstand his attack. However, when they gathered into a crowd, the warrior's unprecedented strength caused their bodies to rise up, scattering in flight. The general continued to rush through the city, cutting down his enemies without stopping for a moment, his eyes filled with relentless energy as the monsters continued to swarm the city, filling the alleys and drawing closer together, ready to meet him face to face. Gathering their forces, the monsters prepared a massive attack, forming a ball of cosmic energy. When the warrior saw the spell being prepared, he realized that it had to be interrupted at any cost. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the center of the death energy ball. The power of the enemy's spell was so great that it destroyed his armor, scattering energy everywhere. It seemed that no one could survive such an explosion. The outline of the hero was barely visible in the light of the explosion. Considering him defeated, the enemies turned away, ready to continue devastating the city. But behind them, the warrior appeared again, taking on a new form. In his emerald gold armor, Star Soul General Guan Yu stood ready to strike. This time he needed a different form, one that would perfectly combine magic and skill. With one powerful swing of his spear, he sent out a wave of air that exploded, knocking down many of the opponents at once. Suddenly he heard powerful sounds from behind, signaling the appearance of another dangerous enemy. A terrible black figure rushed towards the ground at great speed, crashing with such force that it swept away everything in its path, leaving no trace of the surrounding buildings. The general knew he had to prepare and change uniform again, but the effort was taking its toll. Sweat was pouring down his helmeted face, and he knew he would have to take another pill. But it turned out he had run out of star-restoring pills. The battle had lasted so long that the general hadn't noticed he had run out of his supply. Another powerful spell from the enemies was already heading towards him. The general spun his spear so fast it became a blur, and threw it towards the approaching spell. When the spear collided with the spell, a powerful explosion reverberated across the area. But it turned out that it was just a distraction. Too late, the general noticed the dark shackles flying towards him. The shackles pierced his armor, causing damage, and he swayed in confusion, clutching his shoulder. Pain and exhaustion overcame him, and his vision began to darken. The 5 monsters held the weakened general like a puppet bound by their bonds, calling upon the last of his reserves of strength. The general dispelled his current form, everything around him filling with crimson light as he transformed into Star Soul King Dunyuan. The general's new form released countless scarlet blades that flew towards the enemies, tearing them apart with precise strikes. The blades destroyed the enemies and freed the general from their tenacious embrace. Landing on the ground, he fell to his knees, leaning on his sword. His breathing was heavy and almost exhausted. He no longer had enough energy to maintain his armor, and soon it would disappear. The general realized that his remaining energy would only last for a few seconds. The general was in a panic when he saw that the sky on the horizon was covered with new faults. The city braced itself for a new wave of attacks when the monsters burst into the world, their razor-sharp claws already widening the cracks, their terrifying bodies and powerful jaws visible in the sky. It seemed like there would be no end to the monsters. The ugly creatures flying through the sky inspired fear with their very appearance. They were once again preparing spells to bring destruction upon the city, its innocent inhabitants, and the now tired and wounded general. The army of darkness began its advance. There were so many figures in the sky that they blocked the view. People were panicking, trying to escape the city and rushing to the evacuation ships. Among them, a worried child looked up at the sky, worried about the general. He wondered if one warrior could defeat such a crowd of monsters. The situation seemed dire, but the warrior did not retreat. The star armor system offered escape routes, and the general thought feverishly about what to do. The evacuation ships came into view through the armor systems, which were supposed to direct enemies towards these slow, powerful ships, making them easy targets for the monsters. The system showed a close-up of a mother and son, recently rescued from the glutton, who were aboard one of the ships. The hero was shocked by what he was shown and the offer made by his armor. Disgusted by the idea of hiding behind the weak to save his own life, the general immediately refused. He declared his refusal to the system, stating that as a man and a hero he could not do such a thing. There would be no salvation, only a battle for the future of humanity, and for the people who still believed in the rebuilding of the world. The general remembered all those who trusted him with their lives and the future of humanity. Instead of using the tablet to recharge his armor, he decided to use his own soul. Once again, his body was covered in armor that glowed with a powerful light. The general felt his soul being absorbed into the armor, and the system tried to override his decision in an attempt to save his life. However, with just an effort of will, the general created a powerful explosion around himself, scattering bright rays across the battlefield. When one of the beams touched the monster, it immediately exploded, leaving no trace. The whole sky was filled with explosions, roars, and bright light. From the place where the rays flew, smoke poured out, so strong that nothing could be seen clearly. When the dim light and clouds of smoke hid everything, the general heard a voice calling his name. He opened his eyes to find himself in a room with a table, a bed, cabinets and shelves, patterned windows casting a soft light. His eyes, still clouded, stared blankly at the ceiling as he wondered what had happened. Scratching the back of his head, he sat on the edge of the bed, and suddenly his gaze froze on the reflection in the mirror. He realized something incredible. His eyes widened as he tried to understand what magic could have turned him from an old man into a young one. He recognized this body, this uniform of the Military Technical Academy. It reminded him of his past, of events long ago, and yet it was still him. This is what the general looked like when he was 18 years old. Jumping out of bed, he looked around the room, trying to figure out where he was and what had happened. His gaze fell on the calendar. It seemed like a joke, but the calendar showed the year 1330. The news struck the general like a lightning strike. Rushing to the window, he saw the country of Tandu on the eastern continent. Comparing the facts, the hero came to a stunning conclusion. He returned to the world 60 years ago. Before his eyes lay a majestic city, combining ancient architecture with towering skyscrapers. In the very center of the city was the Stadium of the Academy of Military Technologies, where the battle of two titans took place. The clashes of swords echoed across the arena as the opponents clashed confidently, their movements accompanied by roars and cheers from the crowd. The spectators were rooting for their favorites, and cries of support filled the air. Among the spectators, there was a boy named Lewis who came close to the edge of the arena. For the first time he could cheer on the Academy students live. The Titans, absorbed in the battle, hardly heard his voice, but Lewis continued to cheer them on. The dual-sword warrior went on the offensive while the red and green shield-wielding paladin struggled to defend himself despite his imposing form. The Titans easily swung their swords and dodged the attacks. One of the warriors decided to use a ranged attack, much to the dismay of the crowd. They were expecting a fair sword fight. As the warrior in blue rushed towards his opponent, swinging two swords in turn, a wave of enthusiastic responses erupted from the crowd. Many viewers recognized this technique, the Great Destructive Whirlwind. They knew that it would leave the enemy no chance. Lewis, realizing the strategy, shouted that the opponent had deliberately forced his opponent to use Whirlwind. The stands did not appreciate such an active demonstration from the unknown young man, but the events in the arena unfolded quickly, making it difficult to see what happened. In the blink of an eye, a piece of armor fell on the battlefield. People were confused, unable to grasp the key point they had missed. When the dust settled, the proud figure of the red and green warrior stood up in victory. No one expected him to win. Luis, foreseeing the outcome, left the stands without delay, knowing that staying could provoke aggression from the crowd. He rushed down the stairs and turned into an alley, but soon realized that he did not know the city well enough. Frustrated, he wandered through the maze of streets, angry at how easy it was to get lost in such a place. Soon he found himself back at a dead end, muttering under his breath about the city's poor design. Having no clear idea of how to find his way, an idea came to him. He decided that he could use the force to jump over the obstacle in front of him and go straight to his goal. Gathering his strength, he filled his legs with stellar energy and flew over the wall, landing on the other side. Louis looked pleased with himself, but an unexpected sight awaited him behind the wall. Beautiful young women were visible through the open window of the women's locker room. Hearing the noise, one of the girls turned to the window. Helena, the class monitor of the 10th grade, noticed the young man. Faced with such a sight, Louis was stunned, and his nose began to bleed. Helena, shocked and indignant, turned purple with anger and embarrassment. The other girls, noticing Louis, also screamed in horror. In a fit of rage, they grabbed their swords and rushed at him. Louis ran away as fast as he could, knowing that no one would hear his excuses. Desperate to escape from the angry girls, he found himself cornered. The girls, furious that he had unwittingly spied on them, were determined to punish him. Despite his attempts to explain, the girls decided to drag Louis to the top floor of the administrative building, where the director's office was located. Headmistress Jade had expected to see Louis, but of course not in the state he showed up in. Bruised and tied up, barely recognizable. Louis tried to explain that he had come to enroll in the academy, not to spy on girls. The principal and her secretary, Olivia, reviewed his file, noting that Louis had developed his skills well, improved his grades, and came from a respected family. After the discussion, the principal announced the verdict. Louis would be placed in the 10th grade, a class designed for problem students. Louis silently noticed that the women were giving him strange looks, and realized that his first impression had not been the most favorable. The director ordered him to be untied. Helena, however, objected, considering that Louis deserved punishment. She was clearly unhappy that the criminal was released, and her whole behavior showed her indignation and disgust towards him. As the head girl, she was tasked with giving Louis a tour and supervising his studies. Despite her irritation, Helena showed respect for her elders and obeyed the director's order. On the instructions of the director, Helena received Louis's personal file, which she was to hand over to the senior teacher. Olivia used magic to transfer the data from the file onto a small card, which now contained all of Louis's information, and then she handed it to Helena. Helena, her eyes burning with anger, ordered Louis to follow her. Sensing her displeasure, Louis realized that the excursion would be awkward and difficult. As she said goodbye, Helena gave a signature bow, showing respect to those present. Louis copied her, bowing as well, puffing with anger. Helena quickly headed for the exit, and Louis had to run to keep up. As soon as the couple left the office, the director and Olivia fell into a brief, awkward silence. Olivia then broke the silence by reporting that a student had gone missing. She took out a folder with a letter from the teacher. The letter explained that one of the students had not attended classes for 3 days and had not been in touch. She was asked whether to report the incident to the Department of Public Safety, as she feared that something might have happened to the student. As she lit her pipe, Jade noticed that he remembered the student mentioned in the letter. She described him as a worthless man with a damaged soul, a man who got into the academy through connections. The report stated that after learning the current date, the student stated that there were 3 days left, and then disappeared without a trace. As Olivia continued reading the report, clouds of smoke from Jade's pipe reached her nose, causing her to cough in irritation. Jade continued smoking, smiling sweetly as if nothing had happened. Olivia, irritated, indicated that the student's family should be contacted regarding his disappearance. Meanwhile, Helena and Louis continued their tour of the academy. Now they were heading towards the arena where the practical training for the Star Soul battles was being held. Helena informed Louis that he would need to change into the academy uniform, but Louis was distracted, looking into the distance. Helena, noticing his inattention, stopped and angrily asked why he was lagging behind and not listening to her. She wanted to know what had attracted his attention. Louis stood rooted to the spot, his gaze looking upward in awe and joy. Before them stood a majestic statue, so huge that everything around seemed like dust in comparison. Although everyone at the academy had become accustomed to it, the statue still inspired awe with its detailed beauty and commanding presence. Erected in honor of a legendary hero who lived 400 years ago, the statue was both a tribute and a reminder of the academy's legacy. According to legend, thousands of years ago, terrible monsters attacked the Earth, killing and destroying everything in their path. Humanity was defenseless, but then the immortals descended from the heavens, endowed with unique abilities and dressed in armor woven from stars and souls. These immortals, now known as Star Soul Generals, possessed incredible strength. They crushed the monsters, saving the planet and its people. The immortals also gave people jades that could grant power to worthy Star Soul Generals. Since then, a battle has raged between the Masters, the Chosen Protectors, and the monsters for the right to live on Earth. The founder and first director of the Academy was one of these Star Soul Generals. A monument to him, standing in the center of the Academy, depicted him in armor, clutching the hilt of a sword. Helena explained that the statue contained a jade sealed within it, waiting to select a new general when someone worthy emerged. Louis' eyes lit up as he listened to this story. Inspired, he silently vowed to become as strong and worthy as the Academy's founder. At that moment, noticeable vibrations ran through the statue that were impossible to ignore. Helena stared at the statue in shock, not understanding what had just happened. Louis looked at her questioningly, hoping she could explain what had just happened. Helena could hardly believe her own suspicions that Louis might be destined to become the general's successor. The young man touched the statue and stared at it, while Helena tried to convince herself that what she saw was just an optical illusion. An illusion, she believed that a man like him was unworthy of great power. Meanwhile, Louis, in a futile attempt to awaken the statue again, thought of smearing some of it with his saliva as an experiment. For this stupid idea he received a slap from Helena, who indignantly scolded him. A large bump appeared on his head as she forcefully dragged him to the teacher. A man stood nearby, watching everything that was happening. He overheard their conversation about the legend and the statue's reaction, and he thought with a chuckle that people still believed in such tales. Leaning against a column, he looked around the academy, and it became clear that this man, Jonathan, summoned from the future, had come here with the intention of avoiding the mistakes of the past. Meanwhile, a battle of titans was unfolding in the academy arena, swords cutting through the air with incredible speed, each fighter trying to hit the other. One of the participants fell and his sword sank into the ground in front of him, and victory was declared for the fighter in blue. The assistant teacher, Theo, who was recording the results of the battle, praised the winning student. Amelia, the 10th grade class teacher, thought about his words. At this point, Helena and Louis interrupted her, bowing respectfully and introducing themselves. The teacher, interested, said that she was interested in meeting a student who had passed a special entrance test. Louis, filled with excitement, began to chatter further, sharing everything that came to his mind about himself. The teacher, however, interrupted him, noting that she did not need his report. She wanted him to demonstrate his skills in the arena. Amelia announced that his next opponent would be Helena. Louis was taken aback and tried to refuse, pointing out that it was his first day of school. Helena, however, was ready to fight, eager for the chance to punish him once more. Several students warned Louis that Helena was an excellent warrior. Meanwhile, Theo expressed concern, knowing that Louis did not yet have the amulet to summon the armor. Then they decided to give him one amulet so that he would have a chance to fight on equal terms. However, Louis beamed with happiness when he received a student charm borrowed from someone who didn't show up for class. Although it was a simple student's amulet, it seemed like a masterpiece to him. The secretary, confused by Louis's reaction, couldn't help but grin. Meanwhile, Helena was already preparing for battle, calling on the power of her amulet. Sparks of magical energy surrounded her. Louis, coming to his senses, activated his own power, bright blue sparks flying around him as magic filled the air. In the arena, two ordinary people turned into titans ready to fight. Helena was determined to avenge the incident in the locker room. The stands roared in support of Helena. Everyone wished her victory over the newcomer. She stomped her foot on the ground, causing cracks to form in it as lightning bolts erupted from her armor, and at lightning speed, she closed the distance between herself and Louis by swinging one of her swords. Louis reacted just in time, jumping to the side. The ground he stood on shattered into pieces from Helena's powerful blow. She pressed relentlessly, forcing Louis to defend himself as her blows came one after another in a seemingly endless barrage. The scene in the arena was strange. One titan was constantly running away from the other. Even Olivia noted that the fight looked strange. Louis did not try to attack. He only defended himself and dodged Helena's blows. Amelia noted that Louis's dodging skills were quite impressive, while Olivia looked at her in confusion. Louis's shield absorbed the blow from Helena's swords, sparks flying into the air. Despite his efforts, he found it difficult to maintain his defense as the difference in their skill levels became apparent. Some students in the stands shouted that Louis needed to increase his distance if he hoped to have a chance. He ran across the arena, trying to find an opening, while Helena began to attack from a distance. It became clear that Helena was stronger in close combat. Louis, however, managed to reflect the energy beams with his shield. This made Elena furious. She was now ready to kill Louis out of despair. Determined to end the battle, she ignited her swords with a bright blue flame. The students in the stands were shocked to learn the move Helena was about to use. Even Theo began to worry about Louis. Amelia, however, remained impassive, simply watching as Helena, with her flaming swords, attacked Louis with great force. Her blue blade struck out, and a roar echoed throughout the arena. Some of the students turned away, unable to watch what seemed like an overly brutal attack on a newcomer. To everyone's surprise, Amelia declared Louis the winner. The confused crowd looked more closely at the battlefield and realized that Louis had his sword pointed at Helena's throat. According to the rules, Louis had won by hitting his opponent's weak spot. Exhausted but smiling, Louis celebrated his victory. Helena, on the other hand, was in shock, unable to comprehend her defeat. The students in the stands were stunned. No one expected such an outcome. When the battle was over, Amelia asked Louis to share his impressions of the battle and his thoughts on its progress. A crowd gathered around, eager to hear his answer. Louis enthusiastically began to praise Helena for her powerful attacks and well-developed armor. However, he also noted that she rarely used long-range attacks, leading him to believe that she was primarily a defensive fighter. The teacher listened to him attentively, noting that Louis was an interesting and observant student. Helena, meanwhile, lowered her face in indignation. Growing increasingly irritated, she finally exploded, shouting that Louis had only won due to luck. Louis, panicking, suddenly became worried that he had broken the amulet during the battle. However, Helena reassured him by explaining that items created from soul energy were impossible to break. Theo mentioned that the amulet he borrowed belonged to a student named Jonathan, nicknamed 3 Minutes. Louis, intrigued by the nickname, asked what it meant, causing everyone around him to laugh. The students whispered and laughed at the fact that the student could not maintain his armor for more than 3 minutes. Trying to stop the teasing, Amelia shouted and sent everyone to the dining room. Suddenly, a bloody stone appeared in the sky, plunging everything into darkness. In an instant, the sky turned pitch black, and goosebumps ran across the headman's skin. It got dark too quickly and the street took on an ominous atmosphere. Suddenly, the sky began to crack like glass, and monsters began to appear in the cracks. A siren blared over the stadium and people looked around in confusion, not understanding what had happened. Some of the students began to come to their senses. Looking up at the sky, they shouted about rifts and monsters appearing. The students panicked in horror, not knowing what to do. One of them fell backwards, and they realized that they urgently needed to find shelter. The monsters floated in the air, releasing magical lightning attacks that flew in all directions. The situation looked dire. Some of the creatures fired powerful energy beams from their mouths, terrifying the students as they tried to escape. These rays killed with the speed of lightning, decomposing their victims on the spot, leaving no trace. One such beam flew towards the arena. However, the teachers were already ready to intercept him. They used Star Soul formation to block the beam with a shield. The gust of wind from the collision of the beam and the shield knocked the students off their feet. The students could only watch, shielding their eyes from the clouds of dust. Assistant teacher Theo, who bore the brunt of the attack, was shocked by the monster's strength. Armor strength dropped to 22.6% in just one hit. Meanwhile, the ever-hungry monsters, the gluttons, were approaching the arena. A whole crowd of them appeared, and Amelia began to assess their chances. The 10 gluttons were too strong even for them, and the students didn't stand a chance. Helena and Louis were determined to stay and help, despite their lack of experience in real combat. However, the teacher ordered the students to retreat. Without slowing down, the teacher donned her armor, revealing the majestic platinum titanium. Helena was amazed by the teacher's appearance. Realizing that it was the teacher's special armor, the students watched the attack with wide eyes, but more and more monsters were approaching, already stretching out their sharp claws towards the teacher and assistant. The teacher and assistant stood together against the growing number of enemies. More and more monsters appeared from all sides. Theo, not knowing what to do, said that fighting such a huge number of enemies was nothing short of suicide. However, Amelia was not ready to obey the order to retreat, knowing that every minute counted, and they needed to hold off the monsters until reinforcements arrived. However, Louis did not understand what they needed to do. Then Helena said that they needed to run, because they would only get in the way here. Louis's gaze moved to the source of the strange buzzing sound. He saw flashes of light, like shooting stars, approaching the arena from the main building. Meanwhile, they were trying to establish contact with Amelia from the center. Principal Secretary Olivia contacted Teacher Amelia to inform her that reinforcements had been sent from the Academy Command Center. It was the director's order to hold the arena territory and stop the spread of monsters. Amelia followed the order, holding back the other monster, Theo's assistant covering her. All the teachers who could protect the academy gathered in the arena, unleashing their power against the monsters. Amelia was glad that they managed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. She then ordered the warriors to form 12 squads to hold back the monsters and protect the students in the city. Led by Amelia, the warriors formed a wedge, ready to defend the academy at any cost, as a wave of monsters descended upon them. At the command center, the director and secretary noted that the formation had been well chosen, knowing that this was to be expected from the famous White Fox Amelia. All teams have received reinforcements awaiting further instructions. The director's orders were clear: hold your positions and don't let the enemy inside the perimeter. Amelia stated that none of the academy's warriors would retreat, and they would carry out the order at any cost. They would not move from their place until the influx of monsters ended. Everyone was in solidarity, ready to do their duty, fighting for as long as it took. The sounds of explosions, the clanging of weapons, and the screeching of monsters echoed across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Helena and Louis tried to escape, but were chased by a huge glutton. They ran as fast as they could, but the monster was too fast, quickly closing the distance, debris from destroyed buildings falling as the glutton passed by. The headman decided to act as bait, convincing Louis to run to the statue, where the 9th underground passage could provide shelter. Helena turned to face the monster, allowing Louis to escape. She used Star Soul formation and transformed into a huge mecha in an instant. Louis ran as fast as he could, but looking back, he saw that Helena had received a powerful blow to the head. He was worried, but he knew there was nothing he could do. However, the headman again ordered him to get to the shelter. Louis clenched his fists in despair, feeling powerless. All he could do was run. With a cry of despair, he continued to run, thoughts of self-doubt and regret flashing through his mind, complaining that he didn't have the strength to protect everyone. Then it dawned on him. He remembered the statue and the events that had happened a few hours ago. The young man hoped that at this critical moment, he would be able to obtain the power of a Star Soul General. He wanted to gain the power of the Star Soul General to save his comrades. Gathering his last strength, he ran again. Louis stumbled, got up again, and ran towards the statue of the great warrior. In his stone form, he still leaned on his sword, waiting for his successor. As Louis approached, he appealed to strength and a sense of duty, but suddenly fell silent. Above the statue, in the shadows, Louis noticed the outline of a man and glowing energy. On the statue itself, someone was standing on the warrior's shoulder. The stone warrior's head was damaged, and the stranger was holding jade in his hands. Louis shouted at him, demanding to know who he was. The young man grinned and introduced himself as Jonathan. Jonathan thought to himself that he had gone back 60 years, but he had not been able to save anyone. He did not save the teacher Amelia and the students. In his helplessness, all he could do was run away. He also did not save his beloved. Although they were not allowed to be together, he felt deep sorrow for all those who died. Jonathan's family fought during the attack on the city, but he was weak and was forbidden to fight. Jonathan remembered how his fellow academy students bravely covered the retreat of their fellow students. He deeply regretted the loss of them all. Their bodies were broken and their lives were cut short. They had all fought bravely, but everyone who was important to him was gone. Those who loved Jonathan and tried to protect him also died despite their efforts. He tried to stop blaming himself for their deaths, but the memories of even his enemies, the ones who mocked and humiliated him every day, came flooding back. Jonathan wasn't entirely sure when or how he first activated the Star-Lord system. Inner demons and shadows of the dead haunted him for decades, lurking in the depths of his mind, reminding him of his weaknesses. The weight of this burden was like a pair of hands on his shoulders. But it was this very burden that helped him awaken a strength within himself, a strength that would save many lives in the future. This same burden also caused his awakening after returning to the past. Now he lived in a young and unprepared body with damaged soul veins. Raising his rank and advancing through the classes would take a long time. However, in just 3 days, he managed to rise 4 levels, which was a significant achievement considering his sickly state. But this was still not enough, since there was little time left. Memories of his death in battle 60 years later flashed through his mind. He remembered being surrounded by countless enemies and blowing himself up to take them with him to the grave. Grasping his jacket with a hand covered in sacred symbols of magical energy, Jonathan still struggled with the shock of waking up young after his death, given a chance to right his wrongs and save those he cared about. He threw the jacket over his magically glowing body, thinking about how he was once an outcast in his family. His father sent him to the academy to protect him. In the mirror, Jonathan saw the reflection of an elderly man, driven by memories. But in his youth, he did not understand the fate that awaited him and led a shameful lifestyle. After everything was destroyed in the ruins of the ancient civilization, he discovered the Star-Lord system. It traveled with him into the past, like a magical computer that appeared at the request of its owner. Jonathan was glad to see the system there, remembering that it contained the power of Jade and could copy the Star Soul Generals of others. Jonathan requested data from the system. The results were bleak, the system was rebooted, his rank was low and there were no generals. What's worse, his soul veins were damaged. The task ahead was difficult. Although the system was reborn with him, now it was like a clean slate. He would have to start all over again. And yet Jonathan did not despair. He decided to do everything to save humanity. April 11th was circled on the calendar. 3 days had passed since he woke up. And today was the decisive night. The monsters would attack soon. Jonathan began to prepare. Through alchemy, he had made some progress, but his soul veins were still in poor condition. Although he had partially restored them, it was not enough. He needed to create another pill to completely heal himself. Only then would he be able to use the system to its full potential. After that, Jonathan headed to a drugstore in the shopping district of the southern region. He ordered a heavenly dragon stem, but the seller informed him that the item had not yet arrived and would not be available until later in the day. Jonathan was upset, knowing that time was running out, but there was nothing he could do. He had to wait. Wandering around the shopping district waiting for the message, Jonathan was lost in thought. The heavenly dragon stem was the final ingredient for the pill that would heal the veins of his soul. Since the delivery would take a couple of hours, he decided to return to the academy. The guy decided to prepare traps for monsters in the hopes of keeping losses to a minimum. After some time, Jonathan finished setting up traps that used advanced technology that was more effective than the current era. Unfortunately, due to its low level, it could only place slow arrays. Touching the talisman to the wall, he heard a conversation from the street. The voices were discussing the Star Titans who gave people the power of star generals. Jonathan turned toward the noise, listening carefully. Helena spoke of the first headmaster of the academy, pointing to the statue of the great warrior next to the arena. Jonathan smirked as he looked at the statue. In the past, the statue had not responded to his prayers. Leaning casually against the column, Jonathan looked at the stone warrior, knowing that it was not Zoe who had given him the strength to fight. With a satisfied grin, he activated the star system and ordered it to scan the statue. The system showed that the statue did indeed contain jade, but in the absence of its owner, the system could not use it. The vibrations from the scan were felt by Louis and Helena, who looked at the stone figure in confusion. A slightly frightened Louis asked the girl what was going on, but Helena herself did not know the answer to this question. Jonathan, who was watching from above, learned that jade was useless to him without its owner. So he hid the system and decided to return for jade at night. Just then, a message came in informing the pharmacy that the Heavenly Dragon's stem had been received, and it was time for Jonathan to leave the roof. Having prepared well, he vowed that he would not let anyone die. Walking through the crowded shopping area towards the drugstore, Jonathan suddenly noticed a familiar figure in the crowd. A man wearing a mask and a hood walked past. Jonathan wasn't sure, but his instincts rarely let him down. He watched the figure out of the corner of his eye, then stopped and ordered the system to scan the man. A tense figure appeared in front of Jonathan. The man's mental power was concentrated in his chest. They were like small galaxies connected by electrical discharges. Jonathan watched thoughtfully, recognizing the unique method of concentration widely used in the north. His eyes gleamed from the scan. The man must be a native of Myrene. Although this state was not close, Myrene would eventually adopt the culture of the eastern continent. 3 years later, Myrene will upset the balance of the world by gathering a huge army, which will lead to a full-scale war with neighboring countries. Many people suffered, and one by one other nations were drawn into the conflict. People killed each other, and the eastern continent was destroyed. Jonathan stood thoughtfully in the middle of the street, realizing that this stranger from Myrene was not here by chance. At this historic moment, Jonathan finally reached the pharmacy, which was called the Great Medicine. A pretty girl with a poster in her hands met him on the stairs, smiling and advertising various pills, elixirs, and powders. Upon learning that Jonathan had come for a special order, she greeted him warmly and directed him to a special waiting area. In the luxurious empty hall, Jonathan sat down on one of the sofas. The girl approached him to discuss the payment. She explained that due to the urgency, the price would be higher, since the academy student usually cannot afford such rare materials. Jonathan put his hand in his pocket and admitted that he didn't have enough money. He then pulled out a card and offered to sell several alchemical potions he had brought with him, laying them out on the table. The employee was initially confused, since the pharmacy usually only sold goods, but did not buy them. However, upon closer inspection of the jars, she was surprised to find that they contained premium quality pills. Small balls of energy glittered through the glass. The girl was fascinated and asked if she could take the pills to the store owner for a consultation. Jonathan agreed and, taking the dragon's stalk, asked to show where the alchemy room was. The girl was amazed again. Their alchemy room had not been used for a long time, but Jonathan did not mind. She took him to a room that was in a state of disrepair. Jonathan was both delighted by the antique stove and disappointed that it was broken. With a heavy sigh, he realized that there was nothing usable in the room. Luckily, he had a backup plan. Jonathan pulled a fire amulet from his inside pocket, preparing to create the necessary tablet using alchemical matrices. Soon the room turned into an unusual summoning location, in the center of which were strange rings decorated with writing and patterns. Jonathan concentrated, pulling ingredients one by one from his storage card and making them float above him. He slowly filled them with energy, passing all the herbs and roots through the alchemical rings. The room was flooded with light, visible even through the small holes in the locked door. Meanwhile, the owner of the pharmacy was in his office, examining the goods received in exchange for the dragon stalk. The gray-haired man examined the pills, amazed at their high quality. Among them were very rare specimens. He was shocked, and could hardly believe that someone wanted to sell him such valuable products. Excited, he jumped up from his chair, eager to meet the young man behind such remarkable objects. When the employee mentioned that Jonathan was in the alchemy room, she suddenly felt uneasy, remembering that the equipment there was broken and hoping that he wouldn't need it. Meanwhile, Jonathan, having completed his preparations, was now in the final stages of creating the much-needed pill. He picked up the long-awaited first-class revival pill. It looked like a star with thin threads of energy extending from it. Jonathan closed his eyes and placed the pill in his mouth as the energy dissipated around him like smoke. He sat down on the floor, blue magic circles forming around his figure, signaling the beginning of the recovery process. His body seemed to be burning with magical flames, and with a tense expression, he waited for the treatment to complete. magical threads spreading throughout his entire body. Outside, the owner and the pharmacy worker waited anxiously, staring at the door in awkward silence. They stood like that for an hour, unable to enter the alchemy room due to the blocking bars Jonathan had installed. Soon a noise from the door announced that it was opening, interrupting their quiet wait. Jonathan appeared in the doorway with a smile on his face when he saw the owner of the drugstore. The girl introduced the owner, Austin, who greeted Jonathan with a gesture and a slight bow, casting an appraising glance. Austin concluded that Jonathan was just a student and was curious as to where he had obtained such valuable items. Jonathan bowed back, knowing the owner was pleased with the goods. Both looked happy. Austin then took out a blood-igniting tablet and wanted to check if he had correctly identified the beautiful fireball inside the glass container. Jonathan praised the pill highly, while Austin was surprised that someone would want to sell such a valuable item in his store. Jonathan scratched his head awkwardly, muttering that due to his lack of money, he had no choice but to accept the store's price. Then Austin, like an honest merchant, remarked that the item could be put up for auction, but Jonathan raised his hand, stopping him. Time was short, but he needed money, and he would be satisfied with the price the man offered. Austin began to count out loud, estimating the price of the pill and the other included goods. Pretending to be shrewd, he quoted a price well below market value, but added a small amount to maintain good relations with Jonathan. Jonathan admitted that the price was too low and smiled slightly at Austin's brilliant trading skills. He looked thoughtful, resting his chin on his hand, considering the price the man had named. Austin began to get nervous when he saw that Jonathan was taking so long to make a decision, and in desperation, he explained that he had nothing more to offer except perhaps a few herbs as a gift. Jonathan smiled wickedly, as that was not what he had intended. He pulled out 2 more blood ignition pills from his storage cards and showed them, hoping that this would help round the amount up to $1 million. The owner and the girl were shocked, and Austin frantically wondered which rich family this guy came from. Jonathan was pleased as his plan had worked perfectly, and he waited, watching Austin's delight. The fact is that Jonathan developed a plan to form an alliance with the Austin family, who were engaged in trade over a large territory. His face radiated the understanding that to defeat the monsters, the strength of one person would not be enough. He needed an army, and for that he needed money and connections. Austin then invited Jonathan to continue their conversation in his office over a cup of tea, gesturing towards his office. In the cozy atmosphere of the office, they settled down on soft sofas, ready to discuss their plans for the future. Soon, Austin transferred the payment for the pills. Now it was Jonathan's turn to pay for the dragon stock. Since the owner of the pharmacy was in a very good mood, he smiled and offered Jonathan a discount on the product. The atmosphere was pleasant, and the young man was pleased with the way the conversation was going. The tea was also wonderful. Austin turned to the employee and asked her to bring him the gold card from his desk drawer. Soon the girl brought a box with a card inside and opened it in front of Jonathan. He looked at the box with puzzlement. Austin then informed Jonathan that this was a special jade talisman of the Austin family's trading alliance. He gave it to Jonathan as a token of gratitude, explaining that it would give him trading privileges. Jonathan accepted the card with a good-natured smile. When it began to get dark outside, he left the pharmacy and headed towards the academy. Austin, while talking to a female employee, mentioned that Jonathan might come from a very influential family. He believed that this alliance would be beneficial to both parties, as one person like Jonathan was more important than several saint-ranked masters. However, the girl doubted that there really was a 5th-rank alchemist behind him, since there were very few of them in the entire eastern continent. Austin told her that he had checked the pills, and they were of the highest quality, and had been made recently, and then asked the girl to go and inform the 4th miss about it. Meanwhile, walking along a busy street and studying the map that Jonathan received from the owner of the pharmacy, he suddenly saw someone familiar pass by him. It was only when he turned around that he realized it was someone dear to him. A girl with red hair. She didn't notice him and walked past. However, memories of their tender nights together, filled with love and passion, flashed through his mind. Jonathan shouted her name and without thinking, turned around and grabbed the girl by the hand. The girl, Sarah, turned around, confused and unsure of what was happening or who had grabbed her, her emerald eyes looking at Jonathan in bewilderment. Then Jonathan realized it was really her. The system also informed him about the end of the analysis, confirming the guy's guess. He remembered her strength, the way she fought, and quickly rose in rank, her beautiful, majestic armor, and her attempts to avoid battle. Jonathan met Sarah on the battlefield, and they shared a bed on more than one occasion. One morning, while lighting a cigarette, he woke her up and wanted to know if his beloved had a real name. With a slight smile, sitting on the bed, Sarah told him that she was nicknamed Umbrella because she was destined to be a protector from the gathering clouds. Then he realized that this was her real name. After this, the young people merged into a tender kiss. As Jonathan held Sarah's hand and the crowd rushed past them, the system copied her Star Soul General. Sarah, noticing this, began to look angrily at Jonathan. At that time they had not yet met, so the meeting seemed strange. She pulled her hand back, jumping to the side a little, and a spiritual sword began to form between the clothes in her other hand. She lunged towards Jonathan, the blade flying forward at incredible speed. However, Jonathan dodged, and with a sharp movement intercepted her hand with the blade, pulling her hand back and depriving her of the ability to move. He told her not to worry, but noticed that they were being followed. At that moment, several hooded men approached them. While Jonathan was distracted, Sarah hit him between the legs. He screamed in pain and looked like he was about to pass out. Falling to his knees, he buried his face in the ground. Sarah ran, trying to escape from him and his pursuers. Jonathan writhed in pain, but the hooded men came closer. He then tripped one of them, causing the man to fall flat on the ground with blood flowing from his nose. However, the hooded men had no time to be distracted by civilians. Then Jonathan stood up, and without showing his face, accused the man of pushing him instead of simply leaving. The pursuers looked at him menacingly. A man with a mustache, apparently their boss, approached Jonathan and calmly showed him his badge, revealing that the man from the investigation department was stalking his lover Sarah. Jonathan then pulled the edge of a card from his inside pocket, convincing the men that he was connected to them. The strangers looked at each other, realizing that this guy was using a secret code. Then the man in the center continued his sentence and made a welcoming gesture, but it was just a trick. Jonathan introduced himself as an employee of the investigation department. The man in the center, standing in front of Jonathan, signaled to his companions that they would hold Jonathan back and should move on. At the same time, he continued the conversation. They were both bluffing. Jonathan made a disappointed face, lamenting the fact that he had not managed to catch the criminal he had been hunting for so long. The stranger realized that since this guy knew so much about Sarah, he really was from the investigation department. The stalker, with a serious expression on his face, told them about the secret operation and the trap, and offered to catch the girl together. Jonathan said he needed to contact his superiors first, but the man asked him not to do so that it would not affect their encirclement operation. Then the hero realized that they had decided to ambush the girl. However, he decided to play along, and they both ran down the street in the direction Sarah had run. They needed to catch up with the others to take part in catching the so-called criminal. Staying behind the man, Jonathan took the opportunity to examine him. The man from Myrene seemed very suspicious. Jonathan suddenly realized that the presence of such spies from a hostile country could be connected to the disappearance of the jade from the statue in the near future. As he ran between the people and the sweet stalls, he heard tempting offers. One stall was selling strawberry popsicles, and Jonathan remembered that Sarah loved them. He paused for a moment, buying all the strawberry sticks and putting them in a special box to keep them fresh for Sarah. As he continued to run, he chewed on the strawberry stick to make sure it wasn't sour and that Sarah would like it. Soon the men left the city and entered the grove. Then Jonathan thought about the name of the person he was on the same team with. They introduced themselves with fictitious names. Meanwhile, a loud sneeze echoed throughout the academy, coming from the assistant teacher Theo. The thing is, Jonathan introduced himself as Theo. The sneeze was so strong that Theo's eyes began to water and snot began to flow, and he wiped his face with his finger. In the grove outside the city, the sounds of the chase echoed from tree to tree. Sarah tried to hide from her pursuers among the trees, but they approached and tried to surround her. With a powerful leap, she landed in the center of a forest clearing, and her pursuers followed her. As Sarah landed, she saw a figure standing among the trees. The figure slowly stepped into the light. The girl looked at him angrily, while the man smiled contentedly. Sarah looked around and realized it was a trap. More hooded figures appeared between the trees, and enemy titans could be seen above the trees. The man, Captain Black, read out the fugitive's dossier, a high-ranking assassin with a golden badge from the Silent Abyss, the bearer of the Star Soul Order, General Lu Bu. With a grin on his face, he expressed satisfaction that such a valuable catch had fallen into his trap. His men slowly approached the girl, their faces showing anger and the intent to not only seize her, but also subdue her. At that moment, an energy blade flew towards one of them, piercing his skull. Sarah was not one to give up easily, and her presence demonstrated that she was no match for the villains. The men rushed to the attack in horror and anger. At that moment, Jonathan and his temporary companion broke through the barrier. Jonathan was still chewing the candy. There was still a piece left on the stick. He quickly assessed the situation, noting that the spatial system was suspended above the trees, creating a barrier. Its fine mesh was visible in the sky, and he could see the titans fighting in the center of the clearing. The dust so thick that only the patterns of blades cutting through the air were visible. They soon arrived at Captain Black's place and greeted him. Meanwhile, Jonathan continued to watch and chew his candy, despite the large number of opponents. Sarah noticed the new arrivals and recognized the young man. Jonathan waved hello to her and smiled, happy to finally see her again. Suddenly he saw a blade flying towards him at high speed. The hero realized that the weapon was literally a couple of millimeters away from him. He grabbed one of the robbers by the jacket and used it to defend himself. The blade entered the chest of the man, who was confused by what had happened. Sarah glared at Jonathan, Not trusting the young man she had seen for the first time, as she fought off the robbers, she wondered who he could be. The leader of the evil gang turned around at the noise behind him and saw Jonathan holding one of his subordinates who was bleeding. The pursuer who was accompanying Jonathan whispered to the leader about everything that had happened. The men then came to the conclusion that they needed to get rid of the young man after they dealt with Sarah. Black gave orders to the 4 titans that surrounded the clearing. One of them went on the offensive, his blade cutting through the air and aiming straight at Sarah. She noticed him in time, effortlessly jumping to the side. The warrior was too slow to keep up with her quick movements. She quickly rose into the air. The energy from her armor began to flow around Sarah, and she activated her Star Soul General. Her stern gaze pierced through her as her body was enveloped in a capsule of pure energy, rising into the sky like a column with blue glowing rings around it. Armor began to appear around Sarah's body. Her helmet was adorned with spikes resembling a crown on her head. Once her armor's formation was complete, she took a stance, the scales of her armor shimmering and shining with spiritual energy. Sarah quickly lunged at one of the titans, piercing its armor with one blow of her sword, causing it to fall. The titans were initially confused by the strength of the seemingly fragile girl. One of them made a desperate dash towards Sarah, but she cut him in half with one powerful blow, leaving a bright trace of her sword in the air. The enemy's armor began to crumble, and the 2 remaining warriors decided to attack together, drawing their swords. Sarah prepared to strike, jumping into the air. With a powerful blow, she sent the enemies flying, and they quickly retreated. The men who fought Sarah before she donned the armor grouped together, realizing that they could only defeat the Star Soul General by taking on the General's form. New titans appeared between the trees, surrounding Sarah, despite being surrounded. Sarah remained unfazed. Her attention was drawn to the situation below between Jonathan and the leader of the bandits. Jonathan, with a confident demeanor, tried to extract information from the bandits. He asked about the barrier, finding that everything happening inside the magical dome was completely sealed off, even sounds. Continuing the conversation, the bandit prepared to attack. A weapon materialized in his hand and he lunged at Jonathan. However, Jonathan easily dodged and counterattacked with a lollipop stick, hitting his opponent in the back at high speed. The man fell, his eyes rolled back, and he was no longer a threat. Jonathan stood there with a satisfied expression on his face. Holding the bloody wand, he had learned everything he needed to know about the bandits. The gang leader, seeing what was happening, panicked, cursed, and began calling for reinforcements. 3 fighters were already rushing towards them. However, Jonathan was ready to attack and took out a weapon card, summoning a sword into his hand. With barely noticeable movements, he rushed between the enemies, delivering fatal blows. With a satisfied expression on his face, he stopped for a moment when the bandits fell dead. Soon more enemies were approaching to help the leader. Jonathan took off running, pursued by the bandits. At this time, he called the system to hack the array. The system began to work, and soon the analysis was completed, and the countdown to the capture of the territory began. At this time, Sarah fought off the attacks of the Titans, surrounded by enemies on all sides. She remained strong, but very tired. The endless waves of enemies were taking their toll, and it was clear from the expression on her face that she would not last long. Leader Black watched the battle closely, noting that the Titans' movements were becoming less and less agile. He decided that it was time to use the Star Soul Shackle set and gave the order. Complex magical portals appeared around Sarah's armor, forcing the enemies to retreat, and now the girl was trapped in the array's area of effect. Huge chains emerged from the energy circles and flew towards their target. With a roar, they wrapped around the girl's wrists and neck, restricting her movements. Sarah's entire body was shackled. The chains tightened around her head, shoulders, and waist. Despite her attempts to move, the chains were too tight and seemed to suck the energy out of her armor. Exhausted, Sarah saw no other option but to command her armor to be dispelled in the hopes of changing its form and summoning it elsewhere. However, she was horrified to realize that the Star Soul General was blocked and did not respond to her commands. The armor remained in place. The bandit leader smirked as he anticipated Sarah's actions. He knew that it would not be easy for her to break free from the chains. This device was specially designed to capture generals, and the leader's malicious smile did not leave his face as he enjoyed the moment. He ordered preparations to extract Liu Bu's soul stone. At that moment, the enemy titans closed in on the shackled Sarah, using magic to drag an elongated device towards the back of her armor. As they got closer, the device activated, causing Sarah to panic. The device, resembling a predatory mechanical flower, began to charge with a poisonous green light. The energy was collected and concentrated in the center of the flower. The enemy titans watched with glee, eager to see Sarah's armor come off, leaving her completely defenseless. Suddenly, from where the battle was taking place, a bright light like a pillar shot up. A bright blue light flashed through the titans, knocking them off their feet and destroying their armor in the blink of an eye. The chains holding Sarah fell apart, but she never had a chance to see who saved her. The girl only saw the spear that pierced the mechanism aimed at her. She turned around and was shocked to see before her the star armor of her own General Lu Bu, decorated with emerald elements. Inside the armor, Jonathan's voice greeted Sarah again. He suggested ending the fight quickly since time was limited. Sarah, however, was shocked and could not understand how a second Lu Bu appeared on the battlefield. Jonathan assumed an attack stance, holding his spear out and making a sharp lunge towards her. Tired and confused, Sarah was unable to dodge in time and screamed in surprise and fear. The spear flew under her hand, hitting the Titan behind her who was about to deliver the killing blow. The spear glowed with energy as Jonathan struck the center of the enemy's armor, shattering it. The tip of the halberd pierced the man controlling the Titan, who could only marvel as blood began to drip from the sharp blade. Jonathan realized that he had miscalculated the blow, trying to kill the enemy quickly and painlessly. Sarah, having come to her senses, pointed her weapon at the self-proclaimed Lu Bu, demanding to know the name of the general similar to her own. Jonathan noticed that the enemies were still alive and that the battle continued, so he decided it was better to put off the questions until later. Sarah sighed in displeasure, but realized that now was not the time for small talk. They needed to deal with their enemies. The generals, back to back, simultaneously lunged and struck their enemies with spears. Sarah couldn't take her eyes off Jonathan. Even during the battle, his attacks and techniques amazed her. The red emerald halberd turned and flew straight into the center of the Titan's armor, piercing it and causing the armor to instantly crumble, leaving the enemy's body hanging on the tip of the weapon. Jonathan looked pleased, knowing that the force of the blow was just what was needed. The bandits fell to the ground, impaled and without armor. Suddenly, one of the enemies snuck up behind him and decided to attack him from the air. Turning sharply, Jonathan pierced the Titan's armor with his halberd, bringing instant death to his enemy. At this moment, the hero realized that he was continuing to be attacked from different angles. With enemies attacking from several sides, Jonathan decided to perform another professional fighter's trick. He made a sharp circular lunge, cutting his opponent in half. Sarah was growing increasingly tired from the long battle and the effects of the mechanical flower, breathing heavily after each blow. Soon, another enemy was attacked by the emerald red weapon. As usual, the blow was accurate and killed the enemy in a flash. While trying to catch her breath, Sarah watched Lu Bu's movements. This general's cultivation was clearly at the yellow rank level. The two generals towered over the trees, and the remnants of energy from the crumbling armor of their fallen enemies flew around, reflecting beautifully in Jonathan's armor. The immobilized bodies of the enemies fell among the trees. Sarah watched as Jonathan remained motionless throughout the battle, looking at the last enemy with a cold, indifferent gaze, waiting for the Titan to attack. The warrior with two swords stood in front of Jonathan, confused, and realizing that he had no chance. Inside the armor of the last enemy was the bandit leader, who was in a panic, trying to understand how there could be two Lu Bu. The criminal could not understand how someone who was trapped could kill all his men. Jonathan offered the bandit leader to surrender in order to save his life. However, the man denied everything, going crazy from what was happening. He did not believe that there were two Lu Bu in front of him now. The bandit leader's face twisted into a smile as laughter burst out from him. Raising his swords, he charged at the generals, driven by a mad idea. Suddenly, his arms and swords flew apart. The attack was difficult to notice. Only the glow in the air and the reflection on the leaves of the trees indicated it. The leader fell and hit the ground with his helmet. Raising his head, he cursed Jonathan, the armor around the edges where his hands had been slowly crumbling. As the generals towered over him like divine statues, the bandit leader felt like a nobody. Jonathan, however, did not want to kill him and decided to interrogate him. He was curious about what the scum from the Sea Kingdom were doing there. Sarah was surprised by this turn of events and could not believe that her pursuers were from the north. She looked at the bandit chief in surprise. Jonathan glanced at her sideways with disappointment, thinking that his lover from her past life should have been smarter and not so naive as to assume that the Tiandu investigation department was hunting her. The girl grumbled discontentedly, feeling embarrassed and ashamed of her mistake. Black stared at Jonathan, wondering how they could have figured out his plans. He laughed maniacally, his face showing complete madness. He screamed and cursed Jonathan, spitting. Lightning began to run across the criminal's armor, covering it with a special yellow shell. The generals realized that he was preparing to self-destruct by means of an explosion. At that very moment, Lu Bu raised his hand, covered in blue light, spreading waves of energy around him, like ripples on the surface of water. Sarah watched in surprise as the second Lu Bu suppressed the self-destruction using the same soul resonance frequency. Jonathan was determined. He extended his general's powerful hand towards the enemy, intending to remove the criminal's dangerous armor. With his hand spreading waves of energy, he struck with all his might, sending the enemy flying. The enemy's armor was enveloped in the general's energy, and the Titan exploded, scattering soul energy around. The man's body fell like a twinkling star from the sky, losing consciousness as he slowly fell into the forest, energy and drops of blood scattering around him. Jonathan took off his armor with a stern face and watched as the man approached the ground. The impact caused the ground beneath him to cave in, and his face was covered in cuts and bruises, with a trickle of blood running from his nose. Jonathan walked up to him, grabbed him by the jaw and pried his mouth open, drops of blood dripping from the battered face as Jonathan lifted the man's head. He examined the bandit's teeth and found a highly toxic poison hidden on his left cheek, near the second tooth. Jonathan knew from experience that Kai's subordinates used this method. Black's eyes were full of horror as he looked at Jonathan, unable to understand how he knew about the commander. Sarah, having removed her armor, approached the men. She could not understand how Kai was involved in the attack. There were many stories about him, but the fact was that his armor was terrifying and he was incredibly strong, towering over his opponents like a demon, turning part of his armor into wings. He was a handsome, stately man with long, flowing silver hair and wearing a black kimono. According to history, after his homeland sank, he led his surviving compatriots and became a mercenary leader. Myrine hardened him, and he actively participated in battles, destroying many people at the behest of Myrine. Jonathan's paths often crossed with his on the battlefield, their swords clashing fiercely many times. At that time, Jonathan had to bow down and retreat. Before this enemy, due to his damaged veins, he was unable to defeat Kai. Jonathan touched the scar on his forehead and eyelids, a reminder of his weakness after Kai's last attack. He sank to his knees, head down, lost in dark memories. Sarah began to worry. Pulling himself together, Jonathan stood up, and as if nothing had happened, began to command. He left the leader of the bandits unconscious to Sarah. Frowning angrily, Sarah was not pleased with this turn of events. After the battle was over, she pulled out her blade and pointed it at Jonathan, demanding answers. Jonathan took her hand and smiled slightly, assuring her that he was not an enemy of either her or the Silent Abyss, the secret organization Sarah worked for to prevent wars. Sarah struggled to understand him, finding his explanations vague and difficult, especially considering they had only known each other for a few hours. However, she didn't put up much of a fight, as Jonathan held her hand with an encouraging smile. He convinced her that there was an enemy against which all states must unite. Sarah had nothing to say. She just listened and looked at Jonathan. She was faced with a choice: trust the man who saved her, or kill him for knowing too much. While she was deep in thought, Jonathan suddenly snatched the dagger from her hands with a quick movement. He put away the dagger and took out a storage card, then handed Sarah a stick of strawberry candies. The girl looked at the candies in confusion, but took them. Then Jonathan stepped aside, leaving the candy in Sarah's hands. Sarah was shocked at how Jonathan found out about her love for strawberry candies. As a blush of embarrassment appeared on her cheeks, she turned to look at Jonathan, who was approaching the bodies of his fallen enemies. Sarah then quickly hid the candies in a storage card to enjoy later. Jonathan later studied the data storage cards of the dead mercenaries and expressed his outrage at their poverty. Sarah was outraged by his behavior, expecting him to bury his enemies, but instead he seemed intent on profiting from them. This revelation shook her perception of him, and she hung her head in disappointment at his actions. Jonathan turned to her suspiciously, worried about what Sarah thought of him. Sarah, clearly displeased, demonstrated her disapproval with her entire behavior, demonstratively turning away while Jonathan searched for money among the corpses. Jonathan sighed heavily, covering his eyes with his left hand, and put the cards in his inside pocket. Living was expensive, and plans for the future involved significant expenses. Then he decided to ask the girl a question about what is the most important thing in governing the world. Sarah looked at him in surprise, not having answers to such questions, but wanting to understand. Jonathan turned to her with a radiant smile and explained that having money makes everything easier. Sarah, however, did not understand anything. Then Jonathan, his eyes shining, began to explain in detail how useful it was to have money. He had never looked so animated before, emphasizing that money could resolve any dispute. It was just a question of price. With a significant amount of money, you can remove any piece from the chessboard, even an important one. Sarah stroked her chin thoughtfully. She didn't quite understand, but she acknowledged that in certain situations money mattered. Their conversation was interrupted by a clap of thunder, and the sky turned black from the ominous lightning that flashed over the city. Despite the evening, it was still too early for such darkness. Jonathan realized what was happening and was shocked to see that time had shifted and the monster invasion had begun. Suddenly, Sarah noticed cracks in the sky and looked towards the leader of the bandits, who was already sitting under a tree. She seemed to know whose hands had caused the cracks to appear over the peaceful city. Jonathan, hearing Sarah's suggestion that Myrine was involved, turned and glared at the leader. A mad laugh came from the bandit leader, who, despite having his head bowed in pain, was still grinning at his victors. It turned out that several teams were involved, and one of them managed to fix the malfunction. Jonathan approached Sarah, trying to find out what she might know, as it was important information. The girl remained silent with an upset look. Jonathan excitedly begged her to tell him what she knew. Although Sarah was full of doubts, she decided to reveal the secret information under the guise of gratitude. Jonathan then learned that the Miranese government was indeed behind the monster invasion, using them for military purposes. Sarah found out what the Miranese were doing and how they were carrying out their plans. She was clearly upset that she had fallen into their trap. Jonathan was clearly furious when he realized that the Miranese were behind all of this. The bandit leader, spitting saliva, showered Jonathan with curses and laughed wildly, rejoicing at the death that awaited everyone. Then Jonathan flew up to him and extended his hand with the intention of grabbing the man by the jaw again. His face was dark and angry as he lifted Bandit off the ground, bolts of spiritual energy shooting around Jonathan's body and arms. The enemy, frightened and confused, did not understand what Jonathan intended to do. As the discharge rolled through the enemy's body, Sarah asked Jonathan to stop. His voice was full of fear. The veins of the bandit's soul and body were damaged, and they needed him for interrogation. Jonathan threw Bandit at Sarah's feet. He put a recovery pill in Bandit's mouth to save his life. Turning to Sarah, Jonathan pulled the storage cards from his inside pocket and handed them to her as a token of gratitude and apology. He said that it was time for him to defend the city, and Sarah could not accompany him. However, the girl said her mission was crucial, and many lives depended on its quick completion. Jonathan smiled gently, waving his hand as a sign that no further explanation was required. He understood everything perfectly. Jonathan then logged in to use the Star Soul General Liu Bu's beast. He realized that he would need a lot of energy, and took out a pill to replenish his soul's strength. Knowing that he would need 3 times more, Jonathan swallowed 3 pills at once to restore. Sarah looked at this extravagance with surprise, noting that the pills were expensive. Jonathan then began to summon his armor, which emitted waves of energy, raising dust under his feet. A pillar of light broke through the storm clouds. Sarah guessed what Jonathan was up to as the light began to take shape. Clad in Liu Bu's armor, Jonathan appeared on a massive black mechanical stallion of red flames, composed entirely of soul energy and burning like the flames of a bonfire. Admiration filled Sarah's eyes as she watched the Star General's beast in awe. Few could summon such a creature, which led her to speculate that Jonathan might be the host of Xochi, the giant from the Military Technical Academy. Jonathan pulled on the reins, causing the horse to rear up and slash at the air with its front legs. Compared to Liu Bu, Sarah seemed tiny. She screamed warnings at Jonathan with all her might, knowing that the kingdom of Mirine's goal was tied to Xochi. The girl screamed, begging the guy to be careful. The main character thanked her for the warnings, and disappeared in an unknown direction. Left alone, Sarah wondered where such a powerful man could come from. She sighed and hid her face in her cloak. It was time for her to leave. Soon Jonathan spurred his horse and galloped towards the military academy, quickly covering the distance to the city. He was focused and upset, fearing that the earlier appearance of the malfunctions could be a result of his return to the past. Then he decided to speed up in order to arrive in the city as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the city was engulfed in flames, sparks and smoke were flying around, and cries for help were heard everywhere. The Xichen area resembled hell on earth with destroyed, burning buildings everywhere. In the middle of the street, a teacher in golden armor was kneeling, holding a sword. He appeared wounded and tired after the sudden battle, and was protected by 3 members of the city's army squad who tried to shield him from the crowd of approaching monsters. Several titans lifted the teacher from his knees. Now their task was to take him to a safe place. Teacher Adrian, a young man with golden hair to match his armor and light brown eyes, could barely stand on his feet and thanked his saviors and commander. A stately warrior in almost classical armor thanked Jonathan for bringing the students to help. The warrior looked sadly at the dead bodies, noting that not all of the students had survived the battle. Many died, and it was the fault of the alien creatures that invaded their planet. He looked at the monsters with hatred, screaming in despair. The huge gluttons approached, and the warriors spread out to hold the line. But despite their efforts, the enemy continued to advance. One of the students noticed that 2 more monsters had appeared on the left and were approaching. Another warrior, from the senior ranks, looked to the right side in horror. He saw the approaching figures of monsters. Sweat was pouring down his face as he assessed the situation. A crowd of about 40 monsters was approaching from the right. His voice trembled with panic, and the commander tried to call the troops to their military duties. They were ordered to maintain a perimeter to protect civilians. Ordinary people, old people and children who were unable to summon armor, would not have survived in such a situation without military assistance. They could only hide and watch in horror, awaiting the outcome. The Titans could not retreat. They rushed forward to meet the enemy, preparing their blades for battle in the name of the safety of the city. The lives of many people depended on them. Meanwhile, civilians tried to move to safety, hiding behind the rubble of buildings. The monsters opened their terrifying mouths and rushed forward, ready for the greatest battle. The commander struck the first blow with his sword. After this, the rest of the Titans rushed after their teacher. Meanwhile, the monsters continued to attack the commander. One monster caught him with its powerful claws, and the energy light from the weapon blinded and burned him. Full of determination, the commander used a trick. He pushed the monster away, releasing his sword, and turning, pulled out another blade and cut the vile creature in half. A student supporting teacher Adrian asked if a retreat was possible. He clung weakly to the student's hand, but had no intention of leaving, saying that reinforcements would arrive soon. Meanwhile, the battle with the monsters continued. As more and more monsters appeared, they pushed the students back at high speed, who were unable to withstand such powerful opponents. The monsters attacked swiftly. One of the students was grabbed in a tight grip, his helmet cracking under the pressure of the claws. The monster effortlessly opened its mouth and tore off the young man's arm. The student felt excruciating pain, since the armor was part of his being. The monster prepared to swallow him whole. Its sharp teeth could easily tear through the armor. The young man had no chance to save himself. But help arrived, a friend supported him by the head, and from the place where the hand was, the energy of the soul oozed. Another student called for help from the commander, who was being dragged through the rubble by several monsters. The commander responded to the call, but was also busy holding back the enemy, pushing the monster's huge mouth away with his sword. The monster swung its paw and threw the man aside. There were too many monsters for the squad to handle. The cries of the wounded could be heard, and the students could not understand where reinforcements were. None of the fighters wanted to die in this battle. The rest of the squad gathered together, even the wounded. Teacher Adrian held his sword and fought off the attacks, but his strength was running out. Suddenly, the monster hit him in the chest, causing him to fall. After this, the glutton prepared to hit him with all his might. The students who witnessed this screamed in horror. Teacher Adrian kept their morale up even in such a dire situation. Only a miracle could save him and the entire squad. His eyes filled with tears as he silently prayed for salvation. The civilians hiding in shelters trembled, and the city's defenders and the academy students could not resist the onslaught of the monster. The squad leader was pinned to the ground, unable to help, and he too was screaming and praying for help. As the monster's hands clenched into a fist, aiming at teacher Adrian, he closed his eyes and tried to protect his head with his hand, feeling hopeless. At that moment, a light like a spear fell from the sky and pierced the monster's heart. Silence fell as both warriors and monsters were stunned by the sudden intervention. Civilians peering out from their hiding places to see who had protected Master Adrian. Soon the smoke and dust from the battle began to clear. The familiar red emerald halberd was stuck into the ground among sparks, smoke, and the rubble of destroyed buildings. Soon a figure appeared, sitting on a horse. After this, the warrior rode up to his halberd and took it back into his hands. The warrior spun the halberd in his palm, scattering dust and attracting the attention of the enemies. Dressed in red emerald armor, the warrior looked majestic and menacing. His horse, glowing with the energy of the soul, intensified the feeling of awe. The monsters, sensing the strength of the new enemy, growled and rushed to attack. Their mouths were open and ready to tear their victim apart. The warrior spurred his horse and rushed at the enemy. As he galloped, he swung his halberd upward, releasing an energy ball that flew in an arc towards the advancing monsters. The impact sent them flying, the energy setting them ablaze, the monsters that were once feared quickly turning to ash. The city's defenders were speechless, their eyes wide in surprise as they watched the carnage. The civilians looked on in amazement, stunned by the unexpected help. The students asked teacher Adrian if this was the reinforcement he was expecting, but he was just as surprised. The squad captain, still lying on the ground with his armor shining from damage, watched what was happening, barely raising his head. He noted that their savior was incredibly strong, although he did not dismount from his horse. Soon, Jonathan dispelled the armor, and everything around him was enveloped in his soul energy in a protective ball. He slowly descended and stepped onto the ground, allowing everyone to see his face. Civilians peered out from their hiding places but did not appear, while the military detachment watched with bated breath. Nearby on the ground lay a dead man with a flag in his hand. Jonathan raised the flag, the scarlet banner fluttering above his head, sparks flying around. He shouted a slogan for Tiandu's victory. Everyone began to repeat the slogan, raising their hands in victory. People began to realize that the threat had been defeated and that they were safe. The air was filled with joyful cries, and tears of happiness appeared in the eyes. Teacher Adrian looked at his student through his armor, rejoicing along with the others. However, he was still surprised by the existence of such a powerful warrior in the military technical academy. Meanwhile, Jonathan noticed a girl in an academy uniform lying on the ground, seemingly lifeless. He walked up to her and saw that she was still alive. Taking the soul amulet that lay next to her hand, Jonathan decided that this would be the price for saving her. He put a healing pill in her mouth to make sure she would be okay. Taking the girl in his arms, he carried her to the rest of the squad. Squad leader George stepped forward and introduced himself with a welcoming gesture. He bowed slightly, thanking Jonathan for his help. One of the squad members whispered to the commander whether it was appropriate to address an academy student with such respect. George glared at him, insisting that it was the only right decision. Jonathan had no time for pleasantries and asked George to take care of the girl. Teacher Adrian came to pick her up. Then Jonathan moved away from the battlefield. The warriors watched him go. Teacher Adrian asked the student to introduce himself. In response, Jonathan threw something over his shoulder. The commander caught the mysterious object, and from afar everyone heard the name of the savior and his advice to prepare for further battles. Teacher Adrian was excited about the meeting and curious to see what George had caught. He looked at the hand holding the jar in confusion, his eyes widening as he realized it contained soul restoration pills, the realization hitting him like a thunderbolt. Some students didn't even know what this medicine was. One of the soldiers enlightened the team, noting that the tablet was extremely rare, and one of them had fetched 50,000 coins at auction. The commander could not contain his surprise, and the military noted that this was a very generous act on the part of their savior. Meanwhile, the wounded girl began to regain consciousness, and the conversation around her was in full swing. Everyone was discussing Jonathan. Hearing his name, she repeated it thoughtfully. Meanwhile, the story moves to the city of Undine, hidden in the smoke of battle, with sparks flying around. The rider raced towards the Academy of Military Technology as fast as he could, cutting down the monsters in his path. With each precise swing of the halberd, the monsters fell dead, their massive carcasses collapsing to the ground. The warrior did not look back, knowing that his blows were fatal, leaving behind only the dead bodies of his enemies. He didn't notice the civilian who had climbed up part of the building and was watching him with interest. The man looked down at the carcasses of the monsters and smiled, intrigued by the strength of this man. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Academy of Military Technology. The work at the command post never stopped for a second. Director Jade, Secretary Olivia, and the others watched the battles, assessing the losses. The screen showed that many fighters had fallen ill. Several units had lost more than half of their soldiers and were in need of reinforcements. The director adjusted his glasses excitedly, wondering what was going on inside the academy. The secretary reported that conditions inside were better, thanks to the slowing systems, and there were no casualties. At this moment, the secretary received Teacher Adrian's report. The perimeter in the 3 o'clock direction was completely cleared by the unknown Star Soul General. Olivia watched the screens closely, noting that the 4 and 5 o'clock teams had also detected the unknown and sent an image. A picture appeared on the screen depicting a horseman in the armor of a general, riding a black horse, racing through the city past several troops. Jade, moving closer to get a better look, was surprised to see that the rider was holding a halberd, a rare weapon for a man in armor. She guessed that it might be Soul Star General Lu Bu. The girl was shocked because it was an incredibly rare Star Soul General. Olivia, reacting to this, turned around and began to wait for an explanation. The director explained that Lu Bu was once a brave commander renowned for his strength and skill, and his signature weapon was a halberd. It was assumed that a machine like this could have similar power. Meanwhile, Olivia, having made calculations on the computer, announced that the general was heading towards the Military Technical Academy. Jade, deep in thought, repeated the secretary's last words. Jonathan was already approaching the academy. Outside, the wind carried sparks from the battle, but the nearby houses remained untouched. This indicated that the academy's defense held. The academy teachers did not release the enemy. Jonathan climbed the hill on his horse and observed the situation in the courtyards and arena of the academy. He was glad to see that there were no casualties. Apparently, the pre-arranged formations had improved the defenders' positions and helped them to hold their ground. This meant that he still had time to complete his tasks. He spurred his horse, turned left, and jumped over the academy fence. As he jumped, he pushed off the horse to jump even further, and then scattered it. He landed right behind the statue, the impact causing the path beneath his feet to split. Jonathan's general was as big as a stone statue. He examined the frozen giant with the technology of his armor, trying to determine where the jade was hidden, or if it even existed. He needed to get closer. Jonathan commanded the armor to open, and it dissipated in the chest area. He dismounted, walked up to the statue, and ordered the system to scan it. The verification process began soon after. It took some time for the system to process Jonathan's request. The location of the jade was discovered. The system highlighted the part of the statue where it was hidden. It was located in the head, the very top part. Jonathan climbed onto the statue's head, pushing off the armor pieces to climb up to his target. He made a final leap, pushing off the helmet, and landed on the shoulder of the majestic statue. Gathering a ball of spiritual energy in his outstretched hand, he aimed at the stone head and launched the ball. The centuries-old stone began to crack and crumble, crumbling into small pieces. Jonathan stuck his hand through the hole that had formed in the general's helmet, and with a satisfied smile, he pulled out the jade. At that moment, Lewis ran up to the statue, hoping for salvation, and saw a figure with a glowing hand on the shoulder of the statue. Many questions flashed through the student's head about who it was and what he was doing here. Lewis noticed that the statue was damaged and guessed that the soul jade was in the hands of a stranger. Jonathan, in high spirits, noticed Louis and smiled at him as if he had met an old friend. A memory flashed through his mind of Lewis taking a shortcut, flying over the walls of the academy, landing and finding the young man in the bushes. It was Jonathan who was spying on the girls in the locker room. Louis yelled at the suspicious young man, pointing his finger at him. Jonathan tried to calm him down by putting his index finger to his lips. Helena, the head girl, noticed the uninvited guests, and judging by her reaction, this was not Jonathan's first offense. The young men ran away, pursued by the girls with bats. Louis tried to justify himself in horror, while Jonathan's sharp tongue only angered the girls even more. Both boys ended up in the principal's office, tied up and beaten. Louis was eventually admitted to the 10th grade. Jonathan recalls giving the newcomer a tour and telling him about the statue. Louis was put into the arena as Jonathan's opponent in an exhibition fight, giving Jonathan a chance to get even for being caught as a spy. At that moment, Jonathan thought that Louis's first sentence was exactly the same as when they first met. Louis, lost in his thoughts, remembered where he had heard this name. He pointed his finger at Jonathan, calling him 3 minutes. This was the same nickname that the students used. But while Louis was remembering how he knew the stranger's name, Jonathan disappeared from the statue. Instinct told him that Jonathan was already behind him. The boy didn't have time to react before Jonathan struck, and Louis fell face down on the ground, unconscious. Jonathan didn't want to hurt him, so the blow was as gentle as possible. Mentally apologizing, Jonathan knew that Louis would disappear that day, becoming an experimental host in Myrene. Louis will go gray and will always wear a mask under the codename Zero. Later, his shackles will be removed and he will join his rescuers. Their group will become the basis of peace and order in many territories. Jonathan, thinking about Louis lying on the ground, realized that now history would take a different direction. The soul jade that was now in Jonathan's hand would not go to Myrene, and therefore the newcomer would not be captured. Jonathan looked closely at the crystal, remembering the soul armor that Zero had and resembled a statue. He looked at Louis thoughtfully, knowing that his life would change. There would be no great Zero, no suffering in captivity. Then Jonathan activated the system, trying to copy the general. On one side of the imaginary scale he held his mechanical assistant, and on the other, Jade, hovering above his palm. However, a system failure occurred, making the action impossible. Jonathan sighed and put the jade away, knowing he would need to find a suitable owner. Admiring his red armor with emerald details, he admitted that he was lucky to have received it so quickly, although it was not ideal for appearing in the center of the academy. He thought it would be too ostentatious to just go and appear in front of everyone in this armor. Jonathan dispelled the general, leaving only a shimmering haze that gradually disappeared. He hid the talisman in the inside pocket of his clothes, knowing that he would need it again. He then asked the system to copy Vayu's machine. However, after analysis, the system responded negatively. Jonathan then came to the conclusion that the system could only copy the original generals. The civilization's fakes were unsuitable. With no other choice, he worked with what he had. Holding the summoning talisman in his hands, Jonathan spoke the sacred words to summon the armor. An energy shield of blue light grains began to form around his body, and his armor, although not as magnificent as what he was used to, was ready. The old system was nostalgic, reminding him of simpler times with fewer guns. Now he had in his possession a round shield with a beast's head and a standard sword. He had forgotten how limited the equipment of the academy students was. Resigned to the situation, Jonathan summoned a crossbow in one hand and a sword in the other. The guy decided it was time to join the fight. He remembered that he had left Louis unconscious, but he thought that he would be safer here than anywhere else. Jonathan got into a stance, pushing off the ground powerfully. The Titan soared into the air towards his enemy, leaving behind clouds of dust. Meanwhile, one of the Titans was attacked by a giant black paw, which rushed to crush her head. The girl in armor, Helena, was not prepared and screamed in horror, expecting to die. However, the paw suddenly slowed down, enveloped in a strange aura. It seemed as if the monster simply froze in place. The surprised girl noticed how the monster's swing slowed down, reducing the force of the blow. Although the blow was softened, she still fell to the ground. Unsure of what had saved her life, she saw the monster leaping towards her, its huge mouth open wide enough to swallow the warrior whole. However, suddenly arrows of blue light appeared from the sky. The monster, sensing danger, turned around to determine the source of the arrows. Another warrior with a smoking energy crossbow fired from a long distance, but the arrows did not harm the monster. The warrior rushed forward, dodging a powerful swing of black claws. The young man quickly moved under the enemy's left side, striking with lightning speed. The monster began to bleed, trying to strike back. However, the man once again dodged his attack. After that, he began to shower the monster with a hail of blows, not giving it a chance to respond to his attacks. The warrior then jumped back and performed a maneuver, rising into the air above the enemy with his blade ready to strike. After that, the hero jumped to the side, watching the dying monster. The monster was defeated, and the girl he attacked looked at the hero with admiration. The warrior noticed that the student's armor and weapons were weak. With a downcast face and a grin, he asked the system for a halberd. The weapon began to materialize in his hand, shrouded in a blue glow. The warrior's figure stood proudly in the middle of the battlefield, resting part of the halberd on his shoulder. He noted that this weapon was more suitable. The rescued girl admired the Titan's elegant weapon, which shone with an emerald light. The warrior quickly rushed towards the next enemy, cutting the monsters in half with one precise blow. They fell apart before they could even comprehend what had happened. Helena looked at her savior with bated breath, having no idea who was hiding under the student's armor and amazed at her fighting power. Jonathan made sure the girl was okay, her eyes shining with admiration. Helena thanked her savior, but the guy said it was nothing. After that, the young man pushed off and disappeared into the sky, heading towards the epicenter of the battle. The girl realized that she was confused and did not even recognize who was hiding in the armor. Helena noted to herself that she knew this young man. His voice was familiar. Meanwhile, in the area next to the hostel, the battle was in full swing. Students and teachers had to occupy a defensive zone to hold off the monsters as long as possible. The student Melanie, eager to fight, was not stopped by any arguments. Her armor, decorated with the desire to kill monsters, made her look like a messenger from the stars. She jumped towards the monster, and screams of hatred towards monsters were heard. The defending students told the teacher that it was useless to try to calm the class monitor down. This girl was crazy, but strong. Her green eyes sparkled as she charged into battle. Her hair pulled back into a ponytail to keep it out of the way, and she charged with a smile. Everyone was worried about her. Someone shouted at her to turn around, because the monster was rushing towards her, stretching out its black paws. She could dodge a few, but she couldn't handle the crowd alone. A powerful blow landed on her back, but she was not so easily broken. Melanie was thrown back by the powerful blow and looked menacingly at the monster that had hit her. The girl spat out blood and cursed. She then wiped the blood from her nose, preparing for the next attack. One of the monsters jumped on her armor from above, and the crowd approached the brave warrior. The student defenders began to worry. The monster's mouth opened, and even if one of the rank and file had rushed to save her, they would not have reached her before the powerful jaws closed. The girl stared in horror with her mouth open when suddenly an unknown warrior appeared in the sky above them with a halberd much larger than his own. He swooped down, plunging his weapon into the enemy's back. Then he struck the next monster, who flew apart from his blows, dropping to one knee. He made a circular slashing attack so fast that the halberd was practically invisible as it moved. The girl, still kneeling, watched what was happening with awe. It seemed as if an unknown warrior had captured her heart. She couldn't look away. Her eyes were shining with love. Her cheeks were burning, and her heart was pounding wildly. The students looked at the newcomer in confusion, but were happy that their senior comrade was saved. Everyone admired the strength and skill of the unknown fighter, but they were still trapped, surrounded by monsters. At this point, the system warned Jonathan that his remaining soul power was 5%. He sighed uncomfortably, noting that the halberd was too heavy for such armor. Student Melanie, in the midst of all this chaos, tried to at least get to her feet. It seemed inappropriate to her to lie down in the presence of such a strong warrior. Then Jonathan came up to her and, like a true knight, extended his hand to help her up, and the girl's heart began to beat faster again. Despite the chaos around her, he wanted to find out if she, as a warrior, could participate in the battle. Through the armor, it was visible that the girl had blushed again. She hesitantly and softly answered that everything was fine. The students were shocked at how the usually rude girl could be so polite. The teacher called out to Jonathan, suggesting that they might need the help of such a strong ally. Hearing this, the young man rushed to help. As he approached, he sighed, concentrated, and repeated his spinning attack to destroy as many enemies as possible with each strike. The halberd danced in the air, cutting through the bodies of the monsters. Finally, the academy team was able to break through their defensive line. Teacher Theo thanked Jonathan, and now everyone could return to the fight. The order was given to change formation for a counterattack, with orders to follow the student with the halberd. No one objected. The students ran to quickly take their places in the line. They formed a beak shape with 5 columns on each side, a formation that was effective in resisting monsters, their swords raised and ready to attack. One of the students, unable to squeeze through the ranks, began to count the fighters, discovering 1 extra. However, no one listened to him, and everyone rushed into battle. Surprisingly, it was this late student who turned out to be the odd one out. Another straggler, Melanie, came up behind him, calling on him to fight her and cover her rear. Eager to join the battle, she finally cheered up the upset student. He was at a loss, touched by her caring words. Despite her unusual behavior, Melanie looking scary and out of it made the student worried. Meanwhile, Jonathan destroyed another group of monsters with a powerful blow. His halberd hovered in the air like a pen on paper in the hands of an experienced writer. Teacher Adrian ordered the right flank to get ready. The students were ready to wait for the signal to attack. Their task was to surround and kill the separated monster that was not hit by the swing of the halberd. The teacher and students surrounded the prey and, swinging their swords, cut the enemy's body, loudly chanting about the destruction of their opponents. Jonathan, who fought the horde of monsters alone, still managed to keep an eye on the teacher and the students. He noted that their strength was equal to that of one glutton. The system distracted him from his thoughts, reminding him that the armor would soon dissipate. Only 16 breaths left. But on the contrary, this situation made him happy. Having restored his spiritual veins, he was able to use the armor of his current rank for more than twice as long as before. He smiled contentedly as he assessed his cool armor and soul-replenishing pills. But he didn't see the point in wasting money on weak monsters. One thought saddened him. The weapons in this era were very poor. The warriors of the academy would have a better chance of winning without outside help if they had better attack options. It dawned on him that once the battle was over, he would need to think about how to improve the academy's weapons. He had many ideas in his head and closed his eyes for a moment, imagining what he could borrow from the generals for the classic armor. The system brought him back to reality with a reminder that he had 1% and 8 breaths left. Jonathan opened his eyes, deciding to think about improvements later. Meanwhile, the squad's slogan could be heard throughout the battlefield, inspiring them to fight as they charged towards the next monster. There were still 3 enemies left, approaching and ready to attack. The warriors could not relax and stayed close to each other. The halberd flew over the battlefield again. The system once again informed the hero that he had only 6 breaths left. After that, his halberd flew towards the next enemy. Jonathan was running out of mental energy, only 4 breaths left. He estimated the distance to his target, filled the halberd with energy and swung it, sending it flying at high speed. The weapon crashed into the monster, knocking it onto its back. The warrior himself jumped onto the protruding part of the body, driving it deeper into the enemy, and balanced in the air on the tip of the spear. At the same time, the system announced that there was only 1 breath left before dissipation. But Jonathan remained calm, happy that he had managed to help everyone. The teachers and students could finally breathe easy, without worrying about themselves and their friends, and they looked with admiration at the warrior standing on the halberd. Jonathan's armor structure began to dissipate. Everyone watched in surprise as he plunged into the blue light. The young man landed on one knee, particles of energy emanating from him, creating an epic landing. Some students, recognizing the person who came to their aid, could not believe their eyes. When the Titans realized that one of them knew this guy, they asked him who he was. The Titan replied that Jonathan was a complete loser. The reactions were varied. The teacher was very surprised when he realized who Jonathan was. While Melanie was delighted to know the name, she was beaming with happiness. Jonathan said he was very tired. He continued to kneel for some time, giving himself the opportunity to rest. The command staff was watching everything that happened. A close-up image of a tired Jonathan was shown, leaving Olivia and Jade puzzled. They didn't understand that a malicious criminal could save the academy and many lives at a crucial moment. The monitor showed tired titans and slain monsters. The secretary summed up that the warrior with the halberd destroyed 23 targets, and the remaining 9 were destroyed by the squad of remaining titans. Director Jade adjusted her glasses, still unable to believe what had happened. She couldn't understand how such a disciple could be so strong and wondered if he was hiding his talent. She thought that perhaps Lu Bu was also under his control. Suddenly, her face tensed up as a guess related to Star Soul General Zochi appeared in her mind. She remembered the powerful titan whose statue stood on the school grounds, who, according to legend, could change his appearance at will and create illusions to confuse his enemies. She bit the tip of her finger thoughtfully, pondering Jonathan's strength, which resulted in her deciding to call the young man in for questioning. Meanwhile, Olivia checked the security situation and Jade gave the order to search the area. Meanwhile, the warriors of the academy remained on standby, and the teacher reported to them everything that had happened. Everyone was ordered to take off their armor. The battlefield filled with sparks of blue light as the armor slowly disappeared. The students landed in the arena, exhausted and in need of rest. One of the girls was running somewhere. The teacher then announced that everyone should restore their mental strength before the next wave. Jonathan could be seen in the distance, sitting in the lotus position on the ground and looking at the talismans to activate the generals. It seemed like he was refining them and had achieved great success. He noticed someone approaching from behind and his face became serious. The man thanked him for his help and asked him to introduce himself. Jonathan stood up, hands in his pockets, and introduced himself with a satisfied smile. The students resting on the ground released thin streams of energy that emanated from them like steam. And upon hearing that they had been saved by a freshman, they began to whisper among themselves. The girl he had saved in the middle of the battle approached him, introducing herself as Melanie. She shyly covered her face with her hands and thanked the young man. Jonathan was stunned when he heard her name. He wondered if this was the same woman he knew. She was a cunning and powerful opponent, a traitor to her country with a powerful general soul. If not for luck, the hero would have died at her hands. Unexpectedly for everyone, he approached the girl and grabbed her hand. The young man stood next to him, looking gloomy. The girl sighed loudly in surprise when he pulled her closer. He looked at her carefully, while the students began to worry and get indignant. One of them even adjusted his glasses in surprise, thinking that Jonathan wanted to appropriate such a strong-spirited general for himself. Meanwhile, Jonathan looked at the girl, who looked away in embarrassment and blushed. It seemed very romantic to her, but she could not even imagine that in his eyes there burned the light of a crazy idea. To get rid of a future enemy in advance. The girl was in the clouds, already imagining marriage. She trembled and looked tenderly at Jonathan, thoughtfully touching her lips. All this time, Jonathan held her hand, and the system copied the Star Soul General. But his plan failed. There was no general in this body. Jonathan glanced at his hand in surprise, realizing that the system must have made a mistake. He pulled the girl closer to him and asked the system to restart the analysis. An awkward silence filled the air, and a romantic atmosphere surrounded Melanie. She looked at him kindly and tenderly, waiting for his next move. However, the system gave out guesses as to why the girl did not have a general at the moment. Apparently, the Longju Soul Jade has not yet been discovered in this world. Jonathan's face turned stern again as he remembered that the general would only appear after Melanie's family had explored the secret kingdom of Sinba, which was supposed to happen in 10 months. Everyone around them looked at them as a couple, and Jonathan finally realized the awkwardness of the moment. In the heat of his passion for the mission, he had not thought about it at all. Letting go of the girl, he scratched the back of his head and assumed a confused look with an awkward smile. He asked for forgiveness and asked if he had hurt her. The girl turned away sweetly, her smile and blush remaining on her face. She excitedly accepted the apology and wanted to know if they had met before. The unwitting spectators were puzzled by this scene. The appearance and voice of the usually rude high school girl were unusual for them. Jonathan, trying to get out of the situation, spoke about his confusion after the fight, actively waving his right hand and continuing to scratch the back of his head. The students around him didn't believe what he said and puffed in displeasure. It was obvious to them that he wanted to get closer to Melanie. Then Jonathan reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and pulled out a bottle of blue pills. He asked Melanie to extend her hand, gesturing that he was waiting for her. He smiled slightly. Melanie, feeling herself blushing even more, slowly and gracefully extended her hand. She stood with her eyes closed, a sweet smile and a blush on her face. Jonathan looked puzzled, not understanding her muttering, and had to explain, so Melanie turned her hand palm up. After that, Jonathan finally placed a sky-color pill from the jar on her palm. The small ball was beautifully shiny, shimmering like a pearl. Melanie looked disappointed when she realized that it was a soul restoration pill. Teacher Theo, having overheard part of the conversation, came over to look at the pill. His excited cry showed that he recognized the pill as a very valuable item, which made Melanie smile. She looked at Jonathan in confusion, asking if this was really the pill for her. The young man bowed his head and confirmed, explaining that this would replenish her strength for battle. He decided that he needed to look after her until she got General Longju. Suddenly, Melanie popped the pill into her mouth, a wave of unbridled energy filling her body, spreading magic into every cell like ecstasy. She was enveloped and pierced by the light of energy that spread around her. Her jacket was blown off by the vortex of energy as she floated in the air for a while, with a look of delight and amazement on her face. She had never tasted such quality products before. The threads of soul energy were still floating in the air. The teacher, with his hands folded in a prayerful gesture, awkwardly and embarrassedly asked Jonathan for spare pills for the others. However, Jonathan, who had only a few pills left, refused. However, the teacher's refusal did not stop the teacher, who approached Jonathan, put her hand on his shoulder and quietly asked for a pill, or at least half a pill. With a distant look on his face, Jonathan announced that there were no pills left, but he could offer something else. He took the talismans out of his pocket. Everyone around him waited to see what would happen next when Jonathan activated the cards. They sparkled, rose from his palm and whirled with the magic of a great magician. He threw the cards up, and a sheaf of sparks stretched from his hand. Everyone looked up as a talismanic circle formed over the battlefield, leaving bright traces in the air, and dust like snowflakes rose from the edges as they spun. Energy fell into the circle formed by the talismans, showering the students and teachers and accelerating their recovery. The people looked up and saw the sky covered with falling glowing grains of sand. One of the guys identified it as a special array of many stars. They had never seen such beauty before. Jonathan soon prepared to leave, noting that not all the monsters had been destroyed yet, and that he needed to take care of the other units. In addition, he also needed to restore some strength to this formation. Taking out the summoning amulet, he put on his student armor again, and placed Liu Bu's halberd on his shoulder. One powerful teacher and students far behind in a cloud of dust. The girl wanted to go with him, although she was not yet fully recovered, but was ready to follow him into battle. She took out the only talisman, quickly formed armor, and with a powerful jump moved away from her squad. Before anyone could say anything to her, the teacher shouted after the student, but she was already far away and did not hear him. Meanwhile, the story moves to the battle arena of the Military Technology Academy. Amelia's department, located in the very center of the academy, held the defense. There were no losses, but everyone was already tired. She and Teacher Theo periodically replaced students in the line to avoid overexertion, which made them easy targets. Thanks to their coordinated work, the squad coped well with the waves in their area. There was still one monster left. The teacher distributed the tasks among the squad. 4 students were on defense, and 4 were helping her in the attack. Surrounding the monster, everyone rushed at it at once, their swords piercing the hostile creature. Amelia sped up and jumped to increase the power of her strike. Hovering above the monster, she raised her sword in free fall, enveloping her armor in energy, her blade seeming to be engulfed in flames. After giving the students a break, she herself was very tired and tried to catch her breath. She ordered a change of formation. The Titans stood in 2 rows at the rear, ready to strike again. Suddenly, the sky was filled with falling stars. Amelia determined that it was an artillery salvo, and announced that they urgently needed to disperse. The entire area was filled with light and explosions, throwing the warriors in different directions. Amelia shouted for the situation to be reported, as she was in charge of all the students, and started checking if everything was okay. It was difficult to see anything because of the rising clouds of dust. Gradually the dust settled, revealing that new enemies had appeared, but were keeping their distance, smoke pouring out of the open mouths of the monsters. Amelia assumed that the monsters were deliberately avoiding approaching due to the slowing effect in the area, which put them at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the monsters switched to long-range attacks, forming balls of negative energy in their wide-open mouths, preparing for another volley. The students prepared their shields for defense, but Amelia shouted at them not to try to defend themselves, but to disperse. She quickly explained that the machines were not designed for this type of combat, and would not be able to withstand the firepower of the monsters. She was interrupted by a strange anomaly. A column of several layers of different energy rose above the houses in the distance, and flew towards them. A blue beam flashed across the sky, piercing the monster's body and crashing into the building, splitting the wall in half. The beam, shaped like a halberd, immediately crumbled. The enemies became more ferocious, growling and showing their terrifying huge mouths and sharp teeth. They again formed energy balls to attack. Amelia and the students spread out around, trying to figure out what kind of attack it was, and who was capable of destroying the building with one blow. Jonathan was already there and ready to fight. He felt relieved that he had arrived on time and that everyone was alive. He extended his hand to the right and materialized Lubu's halberd. The weapon slowly collected particles of energy from the air. Many of the monsters were firing beams of energy from their mouths, and it was clear that fighting Jonathan was their main goal. Amelia noticed the student who had distracted the monster and screamed at him to get out of there. Jonathan lunged forward, dodging the deadly beams but continuing to advance towards the enemies, lunging and cutting through the monsters. The teacher noticed that the warrior's legs were filled with energy and was amazed by the complex technique that allowed him to glide through the air. She watched as the unknown student flew towards the other monster, waving a halberd. The enemies tried to run away from him in horror. The woman had never heard of such a weapon being used in such a way. The entire squad, as well as Amelia, watched the fighters' pirouettes with amazement. They couldn't believe that something like this could be done using the same student machines they had. Teacher Theo tried to figure out who it was, finding the fighter outrageously strong and even feeling jealous. Amelia looked at Theo's teacher, who noticed her, showing that she was comparing the unknown fighter's strength with the teacher's. And again, a powerful beam flew out of the mouth of one of the monsters. Jonathan dodged the attack with lightning speed, filling his legs with energy to jump freely through the air. Seeing that this attack had no effect, the monster decided to strike in a different way, accumulating energy in its mouth. It broke the beam into many smaller ones. The young man managed to dodge the smaller beams. Amelia watched the fighter's movements with great interest as he approached his target using the secret black shell defense technique that was definitely not shown to the academy students. Jonathan then rose above the monsters, out of their attack range, swung his halberd, and sent out a wave of energy. The enemy roared in pain as the wave cut through his body, hitting right into his open mouth. It was impossible to survive such a blow. Amelia recognized this move as belonging to one of the great generals of the past, Lady Charlotte, a long-haired, beautiful woman known for her cunning in battle. Her face reflected anxiety, tension, and battle fatigue. The unknown fighter used similar moves, and Amelia needed to find out who this powerful man was. Easily dodging the deadly beams, Jonathan approached the remaining 4 enemies. With one swing, he took out 3 of them. Another swing sent the halberd flying in his hands like the brush of a skilled artist. Teacher Theo was delighted that the warrior had dealt with a dozen monsters, and wanted to be strong enough to attract the attention of the director's secretary. Despite the armor, his face turned red with embarrassment. Amelia, without looking up from her observation, awkwardly asked him to repeat his muttering louder. The awkward situation making him realize that he had admired the secretary's attention and dreamed about it out loud. Meanwhile, the last monster fired a beam of magnified energy from its mouth, almost point blank at Jonathan. But even such an attack could not touch him. He raised his halberd and made a final swing, cutting the monster in half with a powerful swing. Jonathan stopped before his energy ran out, the system notifying Jonathan that his armor was about to dissipate. Emilia, deep in thought, calculated that even 50 warriors with the strength of Teacher Theo would not be able to compare with the unknown fighter. Suddenly, another student rushed towards the battlefield. Not wanting to leave his lover, Melanie ran up to him, shouting his name. This caused great surprise to both teachers, since Jonathan had never shown any special talent. His performance amazed them. Their eyes were wide as they repeated his name questioningly. The students did not understand who they were talking about and what he was famous for. They could only assume that this was the name of the strong guy who dealt with everyone here. Then Emilia angrily and decisively approached the savior, drawing her swords. Jonathan looked in her direction in confusion, coming closer. The woman pointed her blade at the fighter's head, demanding to know who he was. At that moment, his armor evaporated like a soap bubble, leaving behind the outline of a male figure. After a few moments, everyone present saw a guy in an academy uniform. Finally, he slowly descended and touched the ground. The students began to whisper among themselves when they saw the uniform, amazed that a student could be so strong. Teacher Theo was shocked. As if struck by lightning, he stood there, unable to understand how this was possible. Emilia was silent, trying to comprehend what she saw. She wrinkled her forehead, and her face began to turn red from the tension. Jonathan, not knowing how to defuse the situation, simply looked at the teachers. Jonathan greeted the teacher with a slight smile. The cry of surprise echoed throughout the academy, and was probably heard even outside the school. Shouts of amazement came from all over the arena as everyone gathered in the center to watch the great warrior, considering Jonathan's armor had dissipated, making him seem tiny compared to the Titans. The teachers bowed their heads over him, watching him carefully. Theo pointed a stern finger at the young man, scolding him for disappearing without a trace for 3 days and skipping classes. More importantly, Theo was very offended by the fact that the student had demonstrated such power during a training session, where he could only maintain the armor for 3 minutes. Jonathan spread his hands amiably, trying to appear innocent and convincing the teachers that nothing had changed and that the armor had crumbled over time, as usual. He looked at his hand, playing with his soul energy, and noted to himself that the armor's maintenance time had increased by about 20%, his body adapting to the restoration of his soul veins. Teacher Theo continued to point his finger at Jonathan, clearly unconvinced by the explanation. He exchanged glances with Emilia, seeking help from someone more experienced in combat. Emilia called the student to account, and Theo's teacher echoed her displeasure. He was not satisfied with Jonathan's answer, and wanted to hear a more plausible answer. Emilia guessed that the disciple had previously deceived everyone by pretending that the soul veins were damaged and hiding his strength, and she was outraged by this attitude. Because Teacher Theo was distracted by repeating Emilia's phrases, he didn't notice that the demands and questions had changed, and his angry expression turned into surprise again. He asked what exactly Emilia meant, but she didn't pay attention and continued to address Jonathan. The young man was confused by the pressure and scratched the back of his head, trying to think of how to respond to the accusations. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically as he looked up and fell silent. Something was approaching, and it could be felt in the air. A moment later, the others noticed a luxurious lavender titanium armor, adorned with an elegant belt, land in the arena, cloak fluttering behind it, and clouds of dust rising from the landing. Jonathan covered his eyes with his hand, trying to see the warrior. Soon the warrior landed on one knee, and the cloak slowly fell, fluttering slightly. The armor resembled that of a general. The Titan did not come to fight. The dispersal happened with light movements. The woman landed, and everyone could see the newly arrived man. Recognizing her as Principal Jade, the teachers also removed their armor, as her arrival indicated that the threat had passed. They bowed in greeting, folding their hands in a friendly manner, but the principal did not even turn around to greet them properly. She approached the young man, calling him by name. Jonathan stood motionless and waited until the distance was reduced. Then he bowed, greeted the director, and smiled kindly. The principal arrived in person to thank Jonathan for saving many people, and also curious about how and why the student hid his power. She looked at him carefully over her glasses. Jonathan was confused. He remembered what family Jade was from, but he wasn't sure if she was an enemy or a friend. Seeing the young man's confusion, the director called up her system and quickly typed something into the system. A barrier formed around Jade and Jonathan, its size calculated to easily isolate the two generals. The young man noticed that the extraneous sounds had disappeared, indicating that the director had created soundproofing. Jonathan took a closer look at the system monitor, which showed that the director had installed 2 layers of Star Soul films. The air between the films was blocked, preventing the transmission of sound in both directions. Jonathan knew that Jade was smart enough to spot a lie right away, so he tried to point out that answering her questions could violate his privacy. The barrier extended even beneath their feet. The woman's voice soft as she explained that she respected the student's personal space. She approached Jonathan, expressing her interest only in information about the Star Soul General Zochi. Jonathan was embarrassed by her closeness. She wanted to directly determine whether her assumptions that Jonathan had feigned weakness and infiltrated the academy to obtain the Soul Jade were correct. Jonathan, now flushed, did not understand what the woman was talking about. He knew that he had Jade, but he stated that the director had drawn the wrong conclusions. Jade began to get angry, believing that Jonathan, as the host of Zochi, had disguised himself as another general and participated in the battles. Jonathan was completely confused, as this was the first time he had heard that General Zochi had the ability to create illusions. The Titans remaining behind the barrier watched and waited with interest. No one heard what was happening inside. Melanie had been trying to overcome the barrier all this time. Usually she managed to do it faster, but the director made the task more difficult. The girl was looking closely at the monitor, eavesdropping on the conversation. Meanwhile, Jade showed footage of Lu Bu during battle and moving around the city. She stated that Zochi can copy not only appearance, but also movements. Walking close to the young man again, she pointed her finger at him, noting that he was still using illusion to hide his true level. Teacher Theo and Amelia were also inside, but they did not participate in the conversation. They only listened with surprise to the reasoning of the head of the academy. Even Jonathan almost believed the director's story. Suddenly, a plan began to form in the young man's head, and a sly smile appeared on his face. He had no intention of hiding his skills, but since the director had come up with a story for him, it would be easier for him to go along with it. He pretended to admire the woman and raised his hand, loudly praising the director's insight. He admitted that he had obtained the Soul Jade of Zochi. Jade smiled contentedly, crossing her arms over her chest. She had figured out the Song family's plan, but there was no reproach in her words. Even when it came to the theft of Jade, she thoughtfully discussed the possible scenarios and smiled at the young man. Jonathan, in turn, was worried about how this conversation would end. In the background, Teacher Theo was visibly moved and shed a tear. Jonathan became a very kind and righteous man who put the lives of others above his own goals. The young man rubbed his forehead, feeling awkward about the situation. He should have agreed with all of the director's reasoning, since it was logically structured. However, the director's face darkened when she mentioned that all the jades from such generals were registered by the state. If someone obtained a jade without notifying the Starry Sky Administration archives, they might face serious trouble. Jonathan knew this situation could turn out badly. He wasn't even aware of such subtleties. Avoiding eye contact, he tried to justify himself by talking about his family, but Jade wasn't interested in his excuses. She looked at him sternly and offered to make a deal. Jonathan realized that the director had planned this from the very beginning. When he heard this, he angrily asked what she meant by a deal. The woman turned to the system again and carefully studied the pattern of malfunctions. According to the academy, the faults were created artificially, and there was a supposed place where they could appear. The screen showed dots on the map showing the locations of the battles. The director planned to personally lead a research team to take control of these dangerous areas. Jonathan, looking at the monitor, asked what was required of him. The woman sternly told him that his assignment would be a rescue mission. He would need to protect a specific person. Jonathan became more serious as he looked into the director's eyes. The person she wanted to save was probably very valuable. The woman then spoke of the need to protect a member of the royal family, Prince Tanda, Ethan. It was clear from her face that she was not joking. Jonathan did not personally know Prince Tandu. According to history, the prince demanded a military special operation against Mirin. In his past life, the prince died, and his son was persecuted. He was considered a murderer. Jonathan thought about the situation. Considering the various possible outcomes, it was unlikely that Sarah would be involved in royal life. He realized that these were all people from Mirin. Suddenly, the headmistress interrupted his thoughts, explaining that the deal was that if he saved the prince, the academy would ensure that Jonathan was legally recognized as the owner of Zochi. The young man realized that he could get more out of the deal, but also recognized that the task would be difficult and dangerous. The director's jaw twitched at Jonathan's obvious boldness, but she was persistent and willing to fulfill any request he made once the job was done, and she quickly agreed to his terms. Jonathan understood that the Gu family wanted to keep their connection with the prince's faction a secret, and this situation was still a problem. After accepting the deal, he left the barrier, leaving the principal alone with the teachers. He was worried about whether he would meet Sarah on the mission. The young man then took out the soul replenishment pills, throwing 3 into his mouth at once. With a dissatisfied look, he summoned his armor. At least he no longer had to hide his strength, which had previously been a headache. Jonathan's body was enveloped in energy, and the outlines of his armor appeared, shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. The teachers were shocked. Lu Bu broke through the barrier on a horse made of soul energy, looking handsome and powerful. It was a rare sight, and the students' eyes widened in surprise. even though they had not taken off their armor. They seemed small compared to Lu Bu. All the fighters expressed their admiration. Master Theo admitted that Jonathan looked very impressive in his armor, and he wondered why it didn't look like the Xochi statue. Jade had no explanation other than to attribute it to her illusion abilities. She shouted out the coordinates of the area Jonathan needed to go to. Jonathan saluted like a military man accepting a mission. Meanwhile, Melanie was going crazy downstairs, wanting to start a relationship with him and make him her husband at any cost. She did not take off her armor and quickly jumped on the horse next to her lover and hugged him from behind. Jonathan was unhappy with her as a traveling companion, remembering that Melanie's family had supported the prince in the past. However, he resigned himself to her presence, knowing that it would be acceptable to chase her away. The girl was glad that she was not chased away. Blushing, she pressed herself closer to Lu Bu. Soon, Jonathan spurred his horse, which soared into the sky, leaving everyone below in a cloud of rising dust, leaving the academy far behind in one leap. The director, shielding herself from the wind and dust with her hand, watched the couple with a serious expression. Teacher Theo didn't have time to realize that one of the students had joined the warrior on a mission. Worry showed on his face and in his voice, but there was no time for that. Then Jade turned around abruptly and ordered the troops to be assembled within half an hour to move forward to eliminate the instigators of the malfunctions. Teacher Theo and Amelia obeyed, bowed, and went to gather their troops. The director looked at the horizon where the couple had disappeared, thoughtfully adjusting her glasses. She hoped that the legend would play out favorably, and that she would have time to uncover Jonathan's secret. Meanwhile, Melanie and Jonathan rode through a deserted city surrounded by fire, smoke, and monsters. Melanie shouting curses at her enemies and shooting at them with a pistol. Jonathan remained focused as the bulk of the monsters had already been destroyed. The guards would deal with the rest. The monsters reacted to Melanie's screams and shots, roaring and trying to attack her. Melanie's shots hit some of the monsters in the heads but did little damage. Jonathan called for his weapon and, without dismounting, made one swing of the halberd. The monster fell dead. Melanie continued to scream and shoot, but her presence was ineffective. It was Jonathan who defeated all the monsters in their path. The young man, who was already tired of waving his halberd in all directions, asked her to calm down. Her behavior only added to his troubles and slowed him down. The girl apologized, admitting that in the heat of battle she had not thought about those around her. Jonathan glanced over his shoulder at Melanie with satisfaction, admiring her resilience and determination to survive in any situation. Despite this, he decided to keep a close eye on her. Although he valued her spirit, he remained committed to his plan to copy her general, and if necessary, kill her. He hoped it would not come to that, but he was prepared. Melanie, inspired by the opportunity to help Jonathan, was eager to fulfill his every wish, but her thoughts were leaning towards more vulgar directions. Jonathan told her to behave herself as they left the destroyed part of the city. He explained his plan to save the prince. Meanwhile, the story moves to the location of the Rift Core in the Bachan region. The Titans grouped near the center of the rift and guarded several members of the royal family. Among them were a girl and a boy. They were standing on the palm of one of the Titans. The young man was kneeling and supporting the wounded man's head. The man, despite his serious appearance, looked handsome with his green eyes and chiseled chin. It was 22-year-old Prince Ethan. He noticed that Commander Lincoln, who was in poor shape, was asking for forgiveness for his carelessness. Ethan expressed his anger and disappointment by cursing his enemies from Myrene. Lincoln hoped to find evidence of their conspiracy, but instead he fell into a trap. He slapped his knee in despair, lamenting the fact that he had not discovered the plot in time, and the fact that someone dear to him was dying in his arms. Trying to calm the prince, Lincoln said it was his duty, but began coughing up blood. Ethan, worried and unsure of what to do, asked his companion Iris for reinforcements. Iris, who was both his maid and part of his security, reported that Jade had sent help. The prince extended his hand, asking her to give him the last healing pill. The girl reluctantly reached into her pocket for the medicine that was kept especially for the prince. Commander Lincoln tried to refuse, saying that the pill would not help his wounds and that the prince would need the precious potion more. But Ethan, unwilling to listen, snatched the jar from Iris, who had no choice but to submit to his will. The prince put the pill in the wounded man's mouth. Suddenly, the noise of approaching monsters filled the air. Unable to command the squad on his own, Ethan ordered Iris to take command. She immediately complied, jumping into the air and summoning her armor, which emitted a golden glow. Taking her Titan form, she ordered the Titans to take up a moon formation, standing in a semicircle to block the prince and prepare to attack, their armor gleaming gold. A roar was heard from the roof of the building, as many two-headed monsters jumped down in front of the warriors. The monsters growled, revealing many teeth, and huge hands with teeth on their palms reached out to their victims. Another enemy appeared in the haze, his figure looking terrifying against the smoke. A black crack with neon lightning split the sky all the way to the ground, creating swirls of ominous clouds over the city. Director Jade, dressed in her purple armor, stood on one of the buildings, watching the rift, her cloak fluttering in the wind. She ordered her forces, hundreds of city guard vehicles, teachers and students to line up. She assigned roles: guards lined up to protect, teachers to attack suddenly, and students to cover the rear. The Titan army, ready to defend their homeland under Jade's command, focused on the crack from which the gnashing of teeth began to come. A dark figure flew out towards the Titans, prompting the director to order everyone to prepare for battle. The soldiers in the rear loaded their crossbows and took aim, awaiting orders. Meanwhile, in another area, under the third fault, a small detachment was waiting. In the center stood an elderly man without armor, slightly illuminated by a white aura. A monster appeared before him, roaring with two mouths and spreading out monstrous arms. The wind and dust raged around them, but the old man remained motionless and smiled slightly. Seeing the enemy, the monster opened its mouth and roared loudly. All the Titans shielded themselves from the dust and stones that flew at them, but the man stood motionless. He pulled out a battered amulet with a broken edge from his pocket. He looked at it tenderly, addressing it as a friend and urging it to fight the Titans. The other Titans discussed the futility of intervention. They noted that at the heavenly rank, the old man could defeat the monster with his bare hands. They chose to remain where they were and watch as the man was consumed by the light of the heavenly soul caused by the armor. At this time, the voodoo-type hellhounds were arriving in large numbers at high speed in the area where the prince was located. They approached the squad like otherworldly hyenas, voodoo, hunting lone survivors or scavenging the remains. One of them climbed onto a ledge and howled into the sky, signaling an imminent attack. Surrounded on both sides, the royal guards panicked. Indignant phrases about imminent death could be heard from their ranks. The Titans, ready to sacrifice their lives for the prince, turned to Lady Iris May with a proposal to distract the enemy so that they could escape to a safe place. Lincoln, in critical condition, knew that his strength was running out and was ready to die in battle so that the prince could live lying on his back. He looked at the enemies and doubted the captain's hasty decisions. Moreover, Ethan sensed that the aura of the approaching enemy was not that of a monster, hoping that perhaps an ally was approaching. Iris looked up in surprise towards the opening from which the figure was approaching, her beautiful lilac eyes full of hope and despair. Meanwhile, the monsters prepared to attack, with one of them developing a massive blade-like growth instead of an arm. The attack began as the monster disappeared from its previous location, creating gusts of wind that obscured the enemy's vision. The Titans and the prince tried to protect themselves from the wind and dust. The force of the wind caused small stones to fly around, leaving the warriors confused. But the monster ignored them and ran past. He moved towards the figure on the opposite side, sending out a wave of spiritual energy from the haze. The figure did not wait for the enemy to get closer, knowing that it was easier to hit enemies from a distance. The voodoo monsters growled at the smoke, but stopped when they saw the beam approaching. The beam crashed into the monsters in front, sending them flying in all directions. After that, the remaining monsters boldly entered the fog and approached the owner of the halberd, Jonathan, who arrived on horseback. He galloped forward towards the monsters, energy lightning flashing around him. Iris looked at the unknown warrior from the Military Technical Academy with curiosity, noting how strange he looked. Ethan, who had never seen such armor before, especially on a spirit titan, looked at General Lu Bu with disbelief. Meanwhile, Jonathan, while fighting, told Melanie to inspect the corpses of the monsters. Melanie, however, seemed absent-minded and absorbed in romantic feelings. Jonathan, irritated, briefly repeated his instructions so she could extract the destruction crystals from the monster's stomach. Even though Jonathan's weapon was at a distance, it dealt lightning damage. The monster, stretching out its clawed paw, came across an invisible barrier that delivered small discharges to its victim. The prince's troop, who were standing by the wall so as not to interfere with the battle between General Liu Bu and Chang Qi, watched the unfolding scene. It was clear that the monster had fallen into a trap. Ethan watched in surprise at the barrier the monster was hitting, wondering if it might be an array. Iris, unable to believe it, remembered that at one time, arrays were not so developed and were not widely used in battles. Impressed, the prince suspected that the blocking system was linked to the weapon planted in the ground in front of the enemies. The Titans discussed their options, with some suggesting retreating while others chose to remain by Lu Bu's side. Ethan, more observant than his guards, assessed that the barrier would not hold for long, and suggested that it was simply a ploy to buy time. He noted that the creator of the barrier may soon retreat. Meanwhile, Iris watched as Melanie tore apart the monster's shell. No one understood what was happening until Iris saw Melanie pull a purple stone out of the enemy's corpse. The prince, shocked by what was happening, determined that it was a broken stone. It remained unclear why Melanie was spending time on this. The fact is that the stones were used to create storage talismans, as well as talismans for Star Soul generals, which made them quite valuable. Iris felt a surge of irritation and disgust, suspecting that the warrior was trying to profit from their misfortune. Jonathan, meanwhile, was channeling his soul energy into maintaining the array, his bright hand burning from the monster's attempts to break through the barrier. However, his strength was running out. He understood that the spiritual prison array would not be able to stand for long. An exhausted Jonathan downed another dose of pills to replenish his mental strength and called out to Melanie, inquiring about her progress. Covered from head to toe in monstrous blood, Melanie ran up to Jonathan to show him the 3 huge crystals she had managed to pull out. Jonathan, who needed more crystals for his plan but had to make do with what he had, sent energy from his hand through the air to Melanie. The crystals rose into the air and flew towards him. Melanie was once again amazed by Jonathan's knowledge and abilities. Then Jonathan, galloping towards the barrier with monsters and rift crystals flying behind him, prepared to go on the offensive. As he rushed past the prince's guards, they parted, leaving gouges in the ground. Ethan watched the majestic sweep of the armor from close up. Jonathan turned to look at the prince and met Ethan's gaze. Recognizing the armor of the Star Soul General, Ethan saw a knight of a different color. Jonathan soon dismounted, unharnessing his horse and pulling back his halberd. The weapon appeared in his hand again, and the monster, now free of the barrier, gathered energy in its massive mouth. He fired a beam into the sky towards Jonathan. However, the guy deftly dodged the beam, which flew just centimeters from his armor. The monster then decided to close the distance by jumping towards Jonathan with powerful leaps. But General Lu Bu was not afraid. He swung his halberd, calculating the moment when the monster would be within reach. The silhouettes of their weapons crossed in the sky, with the monster using the sharp appendage on its paw as a makeshift sword and shield. Streams of air and energy spread around them, indicating that the battle would be difficult. However, Jonathan had an ace up his sleeve. He quietly threw one of the rift crystals at the monster's body, piercing its skin. With a powerful swing of his halberd, he sent the monster flying, crashing through several buildings before becoming stuck in one. Iris began to panic, worried that even such an experienced warrior might not be able to defeat the monster. Although the monster quickly came to its senses and returned to the fight, Jonathan, although out of breath, did not lose spirit. He was determined not to give up, even despite the monster's terrifying roar and the significant difference in levels between them. Jonathan gave the signal to detonate the crystal attached to the monster. Energy sparked from the monster's leg, spreading like lightning throughout its body and causing terrible pain. There was an explosion, and a flash of light illuminated part of the monster's body. The only visible reaction was the monster howling in pain with both mouths. Ethan was confused. Even though he had been watching the battle closely, he couldn't understand what had happened. The monster, now missing a chunk of its left side along with its paws and blade-like appendage, glared at its enemy. Jonathan stood up proudly, holding 2 more crystals in his hands, realizing that he couldn't win with strength alone, so he resorted to trickery. A cry of satisfaction echoed through the area as the trick had worked, giving him a chance to defeat a monster far stronger than himself, and cries of delight came from the royal guards. The prince, recognizing the strategy, admired Jonathan for his clever use of the energy in the crystal to cause the explosion. Ethan straightened up and applauded, his face reflecting satisfaction and happiness. Such a performance was not seen every day. Iris turned to the prince, asking if it was true that Jonathan had used such a valuable rift crystal. The prince confirmed this, noting that defeating a sky rank monster while at yellow rank justified the destruction of the crystals, as there were no previous records of these crystals being used for explosions. Iris, shocked and panicked by the news that their reinforcements consisted of several yellow-ranked warriors, turned around again. Ethan confirmed this by gauging General Lu Bu's strength level. Meanwhile, Lu Bu stood in front of Commander Lincoln, who was also watching the progress of the battle. The maid struggled to understand how the difference between the 3 kingdoms could be leveled out during a battle. It seemed incredible to her. Chanzi, accompanied by 5 voodoo monsters, attacked the general again, raising clouds of dust. Their roar echoed throughout the area as the dogs growled with hungry throats. Jonathan turned to face them, preparing to perform his signature move. He made a full turn, cutting down the enemies with his halberd at high speed. Parts of the dogs, heads, paws, and chunks of flesh, flying in all directions. Jonathan himself looked exhausted. His breathing was uneven. He realized that the monster was trying to wear him down with small hounds. The young man took 3 more recovery pills, maintaining a safe distance. Meanwhile, the monster prepared to attack, and the death ray again illuminated the battlefield and directed energy to his feet. Jonathan barely managed to dodge, sliding under the beam. Ethan continued to be amazed by Jonathan's talent and flawless execution of defensive moves in the black shell. The monster, sensing Jonathan's fatigue, approached with a huge paw. However, Jonathan managed to dodge and strike the enemy's throat from below. But the halberd, unable to withstand the tension, fell apart. Jonathan didn't have the strength to withstand Lu Bu's armor and powerful weapon, especially against a heaven-rank opponent, sweat streaming down his face as the halberd disintegrated. However, before it completely fell apart, he managed to attach another rift crystal to the monster and activate it. Thus, he caused another explosion that damaged the right side of the monster. However, this was not enough. Taking the last crystal, Jonathan prepared for the final clash. The monster, enraged and in pain, rushed at Jonathan with its mouth open. A moment later, Jonathan was thrown aside as the monster managed to tear off Lu's arm. Inside the armor, Jonathan could barely hold on, his right arm hanging limply. Gathering his last strength, he activated the last charge. The monster was enveloped in discharges of energy, and its body was shaking incredibly violently. The explosion was so powerful that it destroyed the monster, leaving no trace behind. There was no blood or any remains, only dust blown away by the blast wave. Jonathan, the remains of his armor scattered, landed on the ground, barely able to stay on his feet. He leaned on his knees and hands, gathering his strength before straightening up and brushing the dust off his clothes. He regretted that he couldn't return the Changqi crystal because there was nothing left of the monster. Meanwhile, the warriors who had taken up a defensive position were waiting for instructions. They saw that Jonathan was wearing the uniform of the Military Technical Academy, which supported Prince Ethan. Apparently they were given the order to step aside. The warriors formed a passage as 3 men stepped down from the majestic armor. The prince greeted Jonathan and thanked him for his help. Jonathan repeated the greeting and, smiling awkwardly, asked how the second prince was feeling. Meeting a member of the royal family was a rare occasion. Ethan and Iris, wary and suspicious, asked Jonathan how he knew it was the prince he had saved. Jonathan, laughing good-naturedly, explained that the director had sent him on a rescue mission. The prince, softening, apologized for his caution and asked Jonathan to introduce himself. Jonathan introduced himself as a student, which shocked the prince. But Ethan was more interested in Jonathan's last name, remembering the report about a student with damaged soul veins. The prince found it strange that Jonathan was so strong, noting that not every teacher could match his strength. Jonathan sweated, forced to justify himself by citing his rank. A cough was heard behind the prince. In the midst of their conversation, Ethan forgot about Commander Lincoln. Turning away from everyone, he coughed up blood and asked about the doctor. Iris checked the reports and found that a rescue team was already on the way and would arrive in 3 minutes. The prince, concerned about the commander's critical condition, noted that it was a miracle that he was still conscious. Jonathan, not knowing about the losses in the detachment, asked to examine the wounded man. He approached the armor where the commander lay. However, Iris blocked his path, believing that Jonathan had already saved them. Then the prince asked the maid to be polite and step aside. Then Jonathan jumped onto the huge hands and stood next to the commander, ready to come to the rescue. Jonathan began his initial diagnosis by placing his middle and index fingers on his chest, where the heart is located. He listened to the veins of the soul, and with a serious expression concluded that although the wounds on the body were not critical, the veins of the soul were destroyed. Therefore, healing in the usual way would not be enough. The prince's eyes filled with hope as he looked at Jonathan, wondering if there was a way to cure his dear comrade. Jonathan then rummaged in his jacket pocket. Although he knew of methods for treating such injuries, he currently had none at his disposal. His only option was to administer restorative pills. He took out a jar of emerald beads and poured them into the commander's mouth. The prince was shocked by the unfolding events. Jonathan then threw the can to Iris, who caught it while Ethan watched in amazement. In order for the commander to hold out until help arrived, Jonathan needed to give him the pills one by one. Meanwhile, in the Dongchen area, the old man's battle with the monsters continued, and Changqi, with his mouth wide open, rushed at his opponent. Despite his age, the old man, now dressed in armor, no longer looked defenseless. The yellow-gray appearance and straight sword had been dormant for a long time until today. The old man, serious and focused, changed his fighting style. His sword began to glow, striking the space around him with lightning. A huge amount of energy burst out from the sword, filling the street like a raging river, crushing everything in its path. The energy gushed along the main street for many blocks ahead. The monster, stunned by the energy, merged with it, becoming part of the raging flow. An explosion followed, and the explosive crystal burst like a balloon. The river of energy gushed out, leaving only its remnants swirling around the street. The warrior watched as the drops of energy dissolved into the air. The other warriors watching from above were amazed by the old man's strength, and they whispered among themselves about the great heaven-rank warrior, noting that even at his old age, he could easily defeat such powerful monsters. One of the fighters, recognizing the old man, informed the others that Old Man Joseph was not only a heavenly rank master, but was also on the verge of saint rank, and the warriors trembled at his strength. When they looked down again, the old man had disappeared. They were too busy chatting instead of doing their duties. They turned their heads in all directions trying to find the warrior, but he was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, strange-looking equipment was shining brightly on one of the buildings, and bright red discharges were bursting out of the core, similar to the flames of a fire lit by travelers at night. The hooded and kitted-out people crowded around the strange object. one of the participants suggested that it was time to retreat, noting the high cost of the devices they had been working on for a long time. However, another man, pulling his scarf higher over his nose, told him not to worry, and insisted that it was time for them to move out and join the rest of the troops. Suddenly, a ghost-like figure appeared on the visor of the building in front of them, and he was outraged that they had not asked permission to leave his territory. One of the club members recognized the man, and a look of horror appeared on his face. It was the same old man who had defeated Chang-Chi with one blow of his sword. In a panic, the uninvited guests rushed to the sides. They urgently needed to call the armor and kill the old man. However, before they could utter the calling phrase, one of them received a slap in the face. The force of the throw knocked him onto his back. He didn't even have time to finish his words before he fell and lost consciousness almost immediately. He wouldn't wake up anytime soon. The people of Mirin were shocked that their captain had been taken out so easily, without even having time to summon his armor. They looked at their comrade pinned against the wall as the old man knocked out the Mirin members with a kick. In an instant, the entire enemy squad was lying on the floor, standing no chance against the elder. After knocking the talkative young man over with his foot, old Joseph began a didactic tirade, but there was no one to listen. Then old man Joseph slowly approached the captain of the gang, picking up his shoes along the way. The captain leaned unconscious against the wall. Old man Joseph grabbed the intruder by the collar, jumped higher, and dragged him by the cheek to the edge of the roof. He looked around the city, which was ablaze with fires. From his vantage point, old Joseph could feel that the monsters were almost finished. Only one remained, which he expected would also fall soon. Old man Joseph turned to a member of the Mirin group who was beginning to regain consciousness. He indicated that this person would have to accompany him, and whether this experience would be pleasant or painful would depend only on him. After this, the old man, holding the boy by the cheek, quickly walked from one building to another. Meanwhile, in the Nanchang area, the last monster was surrounded by an entire army sent by Director Jade. The monster, seriously wounded, with one giant paw pierced and the other missing, struggled to get up. The warriors, each armed with a shield, attacked in turn while others provided cover, until the monster fell dead. The warriors could hardly believe that they had managed to kill a heaven-ranked enemy. The realization of their victory did not come to them immediately, but as soon as it did, their courage increased. The Titans joyfully shouted and waved their swords. Jade watched the proceedings, observing the joy of the soldiers. Her excellent leadership had ensured a smooth battle. Despite her being in armor, her appearance inspired confidence. But no one could see the tired face under the armor. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed heavily, exhausted from the battle with the heaven-rank monsters. She looked over the tired and joyful soldiers, noting many wounds and several damaged soul veins. Suddenly she noticed a man without armor jumping between the roofs of tall buildings. Joseph approached and landed a few meters away from the purple warrior, greeting her. He also brought a Mirinese with him. The director recognized old man Joseph and took off her armor to speak to him calmly, sparks filling the space as she immediately bowed and greeted the old man. Old Joseph thanked her for her work and casually tossed the villain between them, explaining that he had caught the intruder in the area he was watching. Jade, crossing her arms, argued that spies should be handed over to the city guard or the investigative department. The old man interrupted her, pointing out that such bodies could also contain spies, which was why he had brought the Knight of Mirin to her. At this point, their enemies, watching through binoculars, noticed two important targets in one place and decided that they needed to be eliminated immediately. One enemy aimed his gun at old Joseph, but he turned around with a displeased expression on his face, as if the distance between them was insignificant. Yusef, dressed in armor designed for long sieges and heavy lifting, held a massive sniper rifle in his hands, and, realizing he had been spotted, he prepared for action. Old man Joseph, keeping a calm expression on his face, asked if any help was needed. The director, remaining calm, refused, pointing out that she had everything under control and that she personally directed the operation. Knowing they had been spotted, the unarmored knights of Mirin ordered their troops to open fire, intending to kill the elder. However, one warrior with a red dagger sticking out of his chest was already dead. The sight horrified the remaining knight of Mirin, who was stunned by the unexpected attack. He tried to use the summoning talisman, but it was too late. A huge net flew at him from above, completely covering him and pinning him to the ground. His attempts to summon his armor were futile, and he was left confused. The enemy who attacked them stood before him in spy armor, designed for secret missions and assassinations. The warrior explained that there was no escape from the web, which was woven from the energy of the soul and blocked any abilities. The squad leader reported to headquarters that all violators had been detained, and the mission had been successfully completed. Jade, already aware of the situation, demanded that the enemies be brought to the academy for her personal interrogation. Old man Joseph was pleased with the woman's strategic thinking, and smiled and praised her for successfully completing the operation. Jade, smiling contentedly, took the praise from such a strong warrior as flattery. admitting that she was no match for old man Joseph in strength. Not wanting to waste time on small talk, the old man turned and left, eager to check out the situation in the Baishan district. Although he felt that there was no longer a threat there, he was especially interested in observing the young man who had caught his attention earlier. At first, Jade didn't understand who the elder was talking about, assuming that he meant the second prince. In the Baichan area, the royal guard remained in place, waiting for help from Commander Lincoln. The prince held a bottle of high-quality recovery pills in his hand that were shining. Each pill was decorated with an intricate energy pattern. Ethan looked at them carefully and was surprised at how different they were from the pills he had seen before. Jonathan smiled calmly at the prince's exclamations, admiring his knowledge of medicinal herbs. He explained that he had studied with the royal alchemist. The prince noted a significant difference between the regular tablets and the ones in his hand, as the patterns indicated a different method of production and refining. He came to the conclusion that the pills should be more effective thanks to advanced technology. Turning to check on the commander's condition, the prince was surprised to find that the commander showed no signs of battle. The wounds on his body literally healed before their eyes. Leaning over the commander, the prince watched the miraculous effect carefully. As soon as Lincoln came to his senses, he described his dream. He had a vision of himself in a stream of gentle sunlight that filled him with warmth and a sense of calm. It seemed to him that he was fluttering like a butterfly over fields of fresh grass and flowers, merging with nature. The man sat up, noticing that all his wounds had disappeared. He looked at himself, not believing his eyes. The prince watched what was happening with great surprise, not knowing what to say. The spectacle was incredible. Lincoln turned to look at those around him, confused by what had happened. Even the old wounds that left scars had disappeared. Ethan and Iris continued to admire the healing process. Iris happily noting that the commander looked much younger as the fatigue, dimples, and wrinkles disappeared. He looked younger, as if he was about 30 years old. The prince turned to Jonathan with a serious look, not expecting a healing reaction from those pills. Recognizing Jonathan's level of power and knowledge, the prince wanted to befriend him. This now became his main goal, as he needed this man. Ethan's face was full of confidence. Suddenly someone on the street gently called out to the young man, and Jonathan, distracted from his thoughts, turned around. Melanie ran towards the squad, still wearing her armor that was covered in monster blood, happily carrying a bundle of rift crystals. The prince and his entourage were shocked by the amount of crystals she had collected. Suddenly Ethan swayed slightly, causing the bottle of pills to fall out of his shaking hand. However, someone quickly reacted, and before the jar could fall to the ground and break, Lincoln managed to catch it. The prince tried to eavesdrop on what Jonathan and Melanie were discussing when Jonathan jumped down onto a pile of crystals. Melanie stood proudly next to her collection, counting how many she had collected. She boasted that she had managed to bring back 9 exhibits, hands on her hips, smiling brightly and expecting praise. She was clearly seeking Jonathan's attention. Jonathan, standing near the huge sparkling stones, smiled tensely at the girl, acknowledging that she had done an excellent job of extracting the crystals. Melanie was in high spirits, grateful that Jonathan couldn't read her mind, as she had often dissected cadavers in the past, and still enjoyed it very much. Meanwhile, Ethan jumped off his armor and walked up to the pair, now feeling less concerned for his safety and trusting both fighters. He got their attention by bowing to express his gratitude for the miraculous rescue and for the medicine that saved the commander. However, his real purpose was to ask for the rift crystals. Jonathan, knowing their value, could not afford to give away such precious materials, even at the prince's request. Melanie, realizing that the second prince himself was addressing them, was shocked and stared at Ethan in surprise. The prince, sensing that his request might seem unusual, explained that although the rift crystals were spoils of war and belonged to the royal court, he had no intention of taking them for free, as that would be unfair. Jonathan, who appreciated people with a business mind, rubbed his hands, smiling as he waited for the prince's proposal. Ethan then tried to hint that the crystals, being strategic materials, should be sold at a reasonable price, gesturing to lower the price tag. However, Jonathan, an experienced negotiator, made it clear that he would not be influenced and would set his own terms, knowing that the prince would use his personal funds rather than those of the state. While the two men were enthusiastically discussing the deal, Melanie, wanting to introduce herself to the prince, took off her armor, still feeling confused about the situation. She couldn't believe that they saved the prince. The energy in her armor slowly dissipated as she landed, kneeling down and bowing her head, respectfully greeting the royal family. Given her family's position, familiarity was out of place. She introduced herself and waited for permission to rise. Jonathan chuckled awkwardly at her sudden formality. As it turned out, the prince learned her last name, mentioning that he knew her father and that her family had good relations with the royal family. Melanie confirmed this as she stood up slowly, explaining that both her father and brother had served under His Highness. The prince smiled softly, recognizing her as someone he could trust and feeling more comfortable discussing the terms of the deal in her presence. Given Jonathan's close association with Melanie's family, the prince, in good spirits, offered a higher price. But Jonathan was still not satisfied. Hearing this, Ethan decided to demonstrate his influence by promising to promote Melanie's brother 3 steps. Melanie was delighted and jumping up and down with excitement, thrilled at the prospect of her brother's promotion. Meanwhile, the prince leaned over and whispered to Jonathan that he had no more funds, hoping that Jonathan would meet him halfway. Melanie, her eyes shining with joy, looked pleadingly at Jonathan, and he finally agreed. Beside herself with joy, Melanie could hardly contain herself. The prince thanked Jonathan for his flexibility and left to get the money, leaving the couple alone. After this, Jonathan looked thoughtfully after Ethan, not realizing that Melanie admired him. Considering that the prince survived, Melanie felt that her family had no reason to betray their homeland. She moved closer to Jonathan, eventually standing right in front of him, forcing him to acknowledge her. She grabbed his clothes and hugged his chest, creating an awkward moment. Melanie then asked for a rift crystal, but Jonathan was puzzled, not understanding why she would ask for it when she could easily extract them from corpses. Making a cute face, Melanie shyly folded her index fingers together, her eyes sparkling and her lips pouting like a child's. She explained that these were all the crystals she could collect, lowering her head and fidgeting. She searched all the monsters and brought him the undamaged crystals, hoping that he would give her at least one. Meanwhile, the prince, surrounded by guards, tried to get money from Iris. The maid, clutching the card to her chest with tears in her eyes, hesitated, not wanting to part with the funds they had saved for so long. She looked at Melanie and noted that since her family had served the prince faithfully, Melanie could have personally killed several monsters to get the crystals for him. Commander Lincoln attempted to calm the maid down by patting her on the shoulder and explaining that while it was possible to obtain the crystal, it was difficult, and it was not easy to kill the monsters without damaging the stone inside. The prince, glad for his commander's support, admitted that killing the monster was difficult, but killing it while keeping the crystal intact was even more difficult. Tears streamed down Iris's face as she turned away, feeling insulted, and handed the locket to the prince. The prince, embarrassed, took the card, trying to lift his spirits with a shy smile. Looking at the card, he became immersed in thought. He knew from history that the Song family had once enjoyed a good reputation, and a genius ahead of his time was part of their lineage. Continuing to watch Jonathan and Melanie a few meters away, he thought about how this young man could be the salvation of his family. Meanwhile, the prince's guards remained on guard while he made the deal. Ethan handed Jonathan a bank card with money. Despite the fact that Ethan had saved up the money for so long, he did not mind parting with it. The talisman contained $500 million in Zishui currency. Jonathan was pleased to be paid immediately and slightly surprised. He was clearly excited, his eyes wide and his expression hungry as he looked at the card. The prince was pleased with the deal and proud that he had managed to surprise the young man, crossing his arms over his chest with a proud expression. He noted that currently, Zishui coins were worth more than the currencies of other countries. Jonathan smiled at the prince, praising him for his cautious approach, mentioning that because the Shishu tried to remain neutral, their currency remained more stable. Then he placed the card in the inside pocket of his jacket. Ethan, enjoying the praise, thought that caution had become his constant companion when he noticed several pairs of eyes watching him. He asked if Jonathan would like to count the money, but Jonathan, trusting the prince, politely declined. He admitted that counting the amount would take too much time and decided to take the prince at his word. Ethan expressed gratitude for the trust and urged the soldiers to retrieve the rift crystals. Jonathan then reached into his pocket and pulled out some strange colored cards. They were purple with fancy patterns on the outside. He made them float in his hand, catching the eye with a bright pink lightning bolt. With a pleased look on his face, he told the prince that it was a free delivery service, just like in the store. Ethan, confused by what was happening, watched with his mouth slightly open as Jonathan tossed the cards into the air. The cards began to circle over the rift crystals, forming bright patterns. Commander Lincoln watched the spectacle, amazed at what Jonathan was doing. He recognized the formation as a spatial array, realizing that Jonathan was using the array to compress the crystals along with the space around them, making them easier to transport. The rift crystals emitted spatial energy, so it would not have been possible to place them in a normal storage talisman. Jonathan skillfully sealed the crystals into cards, which glowed in his hand as the lightning died down. Jonathan then handed the cards to the prince, who stood there dumbfounded, staring at the young man's hand. Jonathan explained that transporting the crystals this way would attract less attention than dragging larger crystals with the generals. He assured the prince that the cards were disposable, and gave him the code, reminding him to find a spacious place to store the crystals. Ethan carefully took the precious cards, sweat running down his face from the unexpected solution to his transportation problem. Jonathan, feeling that his task was accomplished and the prince was safe, waved goodbye. The prince, incredibly pleased with such a resourceful acquaintance, respectfully folded his hands together and said goodbye to Jonathan and his companion. He promised that, no matter what happened, he would always come to the aid of the young man. Then Jonathan, turning to bow back, thanked the prince for his good attitude. He knew that soon he would have the opportunity to ask the prince for help. When the couple had moved a decent distance away, the prince's face darkened. He thought to himself that if Jonathan did not become his ally, then he should do everything so that he did not become an enemy. Jonathan was also lost in his thoughts. He did not feel Sarah's aura, which meant that she had safely left the city. Wave had destroyed everything, and how Wave had destroyed everything, and how it had taken him, a refugee, 20 days to reach his family, only for them to die in a massacre at the border. He was too weak to help them, and that memory squeezed his heart. Determined to change history, Jonathan clenched his fist. This time he vowed to save everyone. There were 2 months left before the attack on the border, and he was determined to become stronger to protect his loved ones. Suddenly he stopped, feeling an aura quickly approaching him. He turned around and realized that the enemy was nearby, preparing to defend himself. Jonathan swung his leg to kick. Among the clouds of dust he could not clearly see the enemy. But despite the strong blow, the enemy remained standing, being thrown back several meters. A male figure became visible in the dust, grabbing Jonathan by the leg. The unknown man seemed glad to meet the young man. The prince's party struggled to see what was happening in the distance, watching anxiously to see who had attacked Jonathan and what would happen next. The frightened prince realized that the enemy was strong, emitting a terrifying aura, perhaps of heavenly rank or even higher. Commander Lincoln, no less tense, sensed the aura and realized that it was close to the holy rank. He knew that such an opponent would be too tough for them. When the dust settled, Jonathan saw an older man standing in front of him, clearing his throat. The man commented on how impressed he was that Jonathan had managed to hide his abilities throughout his entire year at the academy. Jonathan suddenly remembered that he had seen this man before. He was a guard at the gates of the academy. This revelation surprised Jonathan as he realized that the guard was actually a heaven-ranked warrior. Melanie, who did not recognize him at first, pressed her hand to her lips in shock after Jonathan identified him. Jonathan greeted the man with a pleased expression, calling him the Iron Guard, a nickname he had earned from rumors about the academy. The man, flattered by the title, rubbed his chin in satisfaction, but corrected Jonathan, explaining that his real name was Joseph, and that he was the head of the academy's security department. Jonathan's face softened as he remembered that Jade had mentioned a heaven-rank expert before, and he respectfully folded his hands to greet Joseph. Meanwhile, Lincoln and Iris hurried closer, ready to provide assistance if needed. Iris, hearing the familiar name Joseph, asked Lincoln if he recognized the man. Lincoln cast a stern glance at the maid, realizing that all the military personnel knew the name of the legendary half-saint. The strength of this old man was well known. His power could turn the tide of battle with one move. For 20 years he refined his spirit, trying to rise from the rank of heaven to sainthood. While everyone stood there and thought, Jonathan reflected on the past events and noticed a discrepancy. He wondered why, if the director had such a powerful trump card, no one saved the prince when it was necessary. It was said that in the past, 108 divine carriers were born, ideal warriors in powerful armor. These people, with talent and perseverance, rose above the rest and could easily reach the heavenly rank. Ordinary people, however, were less fortunate. They had to rely on blood and sweat to advance in rank, and moving from one rank to another was dangerous to the soul. The commander concluded his explanation by saying that the heavenly rank was generally the limit of a person's capabilities, and even reaching that level was a serious challenge. Yet Master Joseph was close to becoming a saint. At that moment, Jonathan, the prince, the commander, and the maid all stood before the old man, realizing that they were in the presence of a great figure. The commander was the first to bow his head, introducing himself and paying his respects to the half-Saint Joseph. Everyone followed his example, except for Jonathan, who looked around in surprise. The old man laughed, admitting that he usually didn't like such moments. Jonathan, still looking at him, reflected that in the past there had been no preparation that would enable a man to break through to holiness. He saw this as a fantastic opportunity for himself, and a crazy smile appeared on his face as a wild idea struck him. He thought that Master Joseph would be the perfect candidate for an experiment in training people to achieve holiness. Joseph felt Jonathan's worried gaze, comparing his expression to that of a chef who had found the perfect ingredients, making the situation even more alarming. Jonathan quickly looked away, recognizing how impressive the old man was. The hero quickly realized that ruining his relationship with this test subject would be unwise. Joseph's face became stern as he frowned, asking Jonathan not to pretend. Jonathan remained silent, waiting for Joseph to continue as the old man was clearly intimidating him. Master Joseph then asked if Jonathan was indeed the carrier of Xochi. Everyone was shocked to hear this, and the prince and his subordinates looked at Jonathan expectantly, waiting for his answer. The prince, thoughtfully propping his chin, remembered what he had heard about Zoki's ability to copy the powers of other generals. He suggested that Jonathan could have used this to mislead the public for security reasons. Jonathan, feeling frustrated that even the prince could not grasp the real situation, decided that it was easier to go along with their assumptions than to explain the Star-Lord's complex system. Everyone continued to wait for his answer, while Jonathan, looking embarrassed, laughed nervously and scratched his head. He asked them to keep everything a secret. Then Ethan, both happy and confused by Jonathan's request, called him brother and promised to keep the secret. Jonathan thanked the prince, admitting that after saving him and the royal guard, he expected nothing else. However, Master Joseph was not so easy to deceive. He looked at Jonathan suspiciously and hesitated, leaving it unclear what he was thinking. Then Joseph asked if it was true that the local heavenly ranked monster was killed by Jonathan. There was a silence between the people, and Jonathan awkwardly confirmed the information. Since Joseph had not witnessed the battle, he was curious as to how an academy student who only had a yellow rank managed to defeat an enemy 3 ranks higher. The silence was palpable, and the weight of Joseph's question weighed on Jonathan. Master Joseph suggested that Jonathan might be hiding his true power, or perhaps his family had special secrets. Iris, wanting to protect Jonathan, began to mention the use of crystals, but the prince interrupted her, suggesting that it was best not to disturb the young man in case there was something he preferred to hide. Iris quickly realized that she had almost said too much, covering her mouth with her hand and putting on an innocent expression. However, Jonathan brushed off the prince and his subordinates, seeing no reason to hide the details of the battle from the master. He told the story of the monster, and how he used the rift crystals to defeat it. Old Joseph was surprised that Jonathan included the rift crystals in his war strategy. Although Joseph had a lot of experience in various fields, this was the first time he heard about crystals being used for more than just making talismans. Jonathan explained with a confident expression that it was not as easy as it seemed, noting that using crystals required a special technique that only a few could understand. Intrigued, everyone moved closer, not wanting to miss out on any of the secret knowledge. However, Jonathan was not about to share his knowledge, but since it was not a big secret, he explained that in order to make the crystal explode, it was first necessary to apply a matrix to it and catalyze it using alchemy. It was a complex process that required considerable experience. The prince, once again amazed, admitted that it would be difficult for an ordinary person to repeat such a feat. Jonathan smirked smugly, crossing his arms over his chest, and explained that while learning how to explode rift crystals was possible, it would not be an easy task. Suddenly Jonathan stopped, squinted, and looked around. He sensed danger approaching, and although no one else noticed, he felt the need to warn everyone. Old Joseph tensed and began to sense the aura of the stranger. Despite the fact that the strangers had managed to sneak up on them unnoticed, Joseph was more worried that Jonathan had discovered it faster than he had. The royal guard quickly ran up, forming a semicircle around the prince and the others. Finally, figures appeared on the roofs of the nearby buildings. Even from afar, it was clear that the figures were dressed in armor, and there were many of them. They surrounded the group. In the middle of them stood the enemy commander, Yahello, in heavy armor, with small horns protruding from his helmet. It remained unclear how long they had been watching the group from above. Previously hidden by a cloaking system that collapsed during the update, the enemies did not care about the guards or other people. Their target was Prince Ethan, and they had orders to kill him at any cost. However, no one was going to run from the battlefield. Everyone was ready to fight side by side with the prince. Jonathan was counting the enemies, while the rest, including Master Joseph, formed a defensive circle. They were surrounded by 8 groups, 3 machines in each. Jonathan also reported that they were about to encounter 24 enemies, and he also sensed a command vehicle among them. Old Joseph was amazed at Jonathan's insight. The young man smiled and looked at the prince, noting that the kingdom of Marine was determined to destroy the royal family. The prince, displeased with Jonathan's remark, suspected that his elder brother, the heir to the throne, might be involved. Jonathan then became more serious, explaining that while the ordinary opponents and their commander did not pose much of a threat, he sensed another presence, the aura of a heaven-ranked Star Soul Master. Master Joseph, though he did not say it out loud, began to envy Jonathan, realizing that the young man's perception was far superior to his own, since he himself could not sense the hidden aura. Meanwhile, the enemy commander raised his hand, giving the order to target the second prince. The shooters prepared to shoot, looking into their sniper rifles. They were waiting for the right moment to shoot. The enemies were located not only on the roofs of houses, but also hiding in the destroyed corners of the city, intending to strike from the rear. One of the gilded warriors of the royal guard ordered everyone to put on protective gear, as their main mission was to protect the prince. All the defenders took a special position and summoned round shields decorated with the coat of arms of the royal family. Then Jonathan took the blue cards out of his pocket and threw them into the air. The cards began to glow, and emblems with inscriptions appeared above the heads of Ethan and Melanie. The light spread from these emblems to the ground, forming a protective dome around them, a mobile defense system. With a serious expression on his face, Jonathan took out another card, signed it with his spiritual power, and sent it up. This created another large dome above him, covering all the allies. Old man Joseph, who had been carefully observing the arrays, was once again impressed by Jonathan's skill, as the young man deployed 3 high-level arrays in such a short time. Jonathan then tossed the jar to Master Joseph, asking him to protect those under the dome before heading forward. Master Joseph caught the mysterious object, not knowing where Jonathan was going or what he was given. Opening his palm, he admired out loud the golden tablet sparkling inside the jar. Meanwhile, the enemy commander gave the signal to fire. His hand remained firm, and he seemed outwardly completely indifferent. His subordinates began to shoot at the prince, beams of spiritual energy flying out from their rifles at high speed. The attacks followed one after another, raising clouds of dust that almost reached the rooftops. The defenders huddled around the prince and his allies, trying to stay as close as possible, covering him. Finally, the attacks stopped. Iris, who was protecting the prince among the titans, turned around excitedly to check on everyone. At this moment, the prince was amazed that his dome could absorb the enemy's spiritual power. As soon as the shelling stopped, Jonathan left the dome and rushed towards the enemies. Using enhanced jumps, he took off from the ground and even jumped onto Iris's armor. She screamed in surprise. The girl was furious that Jonathan dared to touch her armor with his feet. Walking away from the squad, Jonathan gave instructions. He asked Master Joseph to take care of Prince Ethan and Melanie. At this time, Commander Lincoln, who had a heavenly rank machine, asked his master for permission to join the battle. Lincoln, fully recovered and full of energy, received the prince's permission, who also gave him some parting words. An excited Lincoln immediately charged towards the enemy using his enhanced jumps, needing to distance himself from the Titans to summon his armor. Inspired by the upcoming fight, Lincoln used Iris's helmet for one of his jumps. Furious, Iris cursed loudly, insulted that her armor had been used in such a way. Lincoln, however, ignored her as he flew higher and summoned his golden armor that matched the royal guards. At this moment, the enemy commander sensed Lincoln's presence and noticed his heaven rank machine. However, he did not realize that Lincoln was currently in excellent shape and expected to defeat him within 10 turns. Yahello swung a round shield with teeth on the edges, reminiscent of a chainsaw, and threw it forward. He spun in the air, cutting through it with his sharp blades. However, Lincoln easily dodged the attack, slowing down just before the shield could strike and moving slightly to the left. However, the shield flew a few more meters before turning around and returning like a boomerang. Iris, who had been watching the battle with concern, tried to warn Lincoln of the impending danger. He turned his head to judge the distance and held a spear with a unique tip split into 4 blades. With one precise blow, he shattered the shield into pieces. An enemy warrior standing on the roof cursed Lincoln's arrogance and criticized the decorative appearance of his armor, arguing that such decorations had no practical value and reflected the decline of the country. With hatred fueling his attacks, he took on Lincoln, determined to prove his point. Their weapons clashed, creating sparks and the sound of steel scraping against steel. However, Commander Lincoln refuted the enemy's accusations, insisting on the superiority of his system. He also reminded the mercenary that he had no right to judge him. Meanwhile, one of the enemy soldiers, who looked out from around the corner, seemed confused. He searched for Jonathan, the young man who created the arrays, but no one had seen him since he left the dome. Being a cautious and experienced fighter, Jonathan emerged from cover and quietly approached his opponent from behind. With a powerful blow to the back, he inflicted a mortal wound, instantly killing his enemy. The enemy fell to the ground, not having time to resist. For Jonathan, it was an easy victory. He grinned evilly, pulling his weapon out of the enemy's body, which began to disintegrate. The noise alerted the other enemies, who turned to see their fallen comrade, warning each other, realizing that the battle would no longer be easy. All the soldiers pointed their pistols at Jonathan, deciding that they needed to eliminate him quickly. However, Jonathan was fast enough to dodge their beams, causing the soldiers, who were standing parallel to each other, to accidentally hit their own comrades. As the enemy approached, one of the fighters urged the others to engage in close combat, believing that this would increase their chances of defeating Jonathan. But before they could materialize their weapons, Jonathan struck again. With one swing, he cut through the armor of his opponents, his blade cutting through the spiritual armor as easily as a knife through butter. Jonathan didn't need to put in much effort. On his third strike, Jonathan performed his signature circular swing, causing pieces of the enemy's armor to fly off and crumble before falling to the ground. The opponents barely had time to react before they saw Jonathan's halberd raised above them, beautifully decorated with red emeralds. This was the last thing they saw before their death. Panic spread among the Titans. They were not warned that such a formidable enemy would be next to the prince. Jonathan's halberd again entered the body of another enemy, cutting off his head and leaving no chance of survival. Exhausted, Jonathan realized that using his halberd, Lu Bu, required great strength, so he quickly swallowed several soul-replenishing pills to restore his energy. Meanwhile, the most fierce battle was unfolding in the center of the street, where the commanders clashed. They gracefully crossed blades, skillfully dodging each other's attacks. Despite the ferocity of the battle, the enemy commander noticed the veteran general Liu Bu in the rear, chopping down his men. The commander mistakenly assumed that it was Sarah who had come to the prince's aid and cursed the mercenaries who had failed to capture her. Meanwhile, Lincoln, angered by his opponent's ability to observe the battlefield, raised his hammer for another blow. Their fight continued when the enemy jumped up, kicked Lincoln's hammer away, and raised his own weapon with both hands, the enemy commander's armor being in poor condition due to the intensity of the fight. Meanwhile, on the rooftops, Jonathan was quickly dispatching the remaining enemies, his third blow landing on another soldier in the chest, piercing his armor, leaving the soldier's body hanging on the tip of Jonathan's weapon. Nearby, other soldiers, overcome with panic, hastily loaded their weapons and pointed them at Lu Bu, knowing that if he came any closer, they would be doomed. Jonathan, leaving the wounded man on the street below, rushed to his next target. The wounded man fell at the feet of Prince Ethan, who was watching the battle. He watched with ease as his guards fought, knowing that these soldiers were no match for him. Ethan then gave orders to his guards, telling them to cover Jonathan while he cleared the area. Realizing there was no point in remaining on the defensive, the guards complied, materializing crossbows in their hands. Staying close to the prince, they provided support to Liu Bu over long distances. The King's Guard opened fire on the Milanese soldiers, who were now unable to even look out from their hiding places to assess the situation. Meanwhile, Jonathan calmly flanked the enemy, moving stealthily, while the soldiers of Mirin watched in horror. They shot at Jonathan, but none of their shots hit their target. Jonathan, warming up his legs with spiritual energy, effortlessly dodged their attacks. He switched to a technique that was different from the one he used before, and the prince noticed this. The prince noticed that such movements were characteristic of the Black Shell Guards, a group of 6 talented heroes who had risen through the ranks early. Their leader was once a member of the Song family. Unfortunately, the 5 heroes were killed 16 years ago, leaving the new leader of the group, who remained neutral, as the only survivor. The prince wondered if the Black Shell leader still maintained contact with the Song family, but knew that he remained loyal to Tangdu. Meanwhile, Jonathan jumped high above the building and released a beam of spiritual energy, sharp as an axe. The beam hit the enemies with a powerful explosion, destroying part of the roof and destroying their armor, body parts flying in all directions. One of the wounded soldiers crawled along the roof, shocked by the overwhelming force of the defenders. Then Lu Bu landed on top of the soldier, finishing him off with a blow to the chest from his halberd. The prince noted that Jonathan had used the Black Shell technique again, and wondered if his friendship with the young man would be able to sway the Black Shell group to their side. While the prince was deep in thought, Jonathan approached another rooftop. An enemy soldier, seeing him approaching, froze with his weapon in his hand, too stunned to react. However, Jonathan, not intending to spare his enemy, cut him with his halberd from shoulder to stomach. However, this time Jonathan got tired faster due to the numerous dodges he had to make. He drank more pills to replenish his supplies while continuing to attack. At the same time, he noticed that the enemy expert who was hiding had not revealed himself yet. This made him suspicious as he wondered if there was some kind of trap set here. At this time, the battle raged around the defensive structures, with defenders on the rooftops firing in all directions, preventing Liu Bu from attacking effectively. Master Joseph tested the operation of the grids, noting that enemy beams entering the outer dome were dispersed, and their energy was transferred to the inner grids. This simultaneously restored the outer dome and strengthened the protection inside. Realizing that their long-range attacks were ineffective, and that Lu Bu was quickly breaking through their lines, the soldiers switched to close-range weapons, and the royal guards began to worry, fearing that they would not be able to protect the prince from the overwhelming numbers of enemies. However, Jonathan kept a close eye on the battlefield, confident that the responsibility for the soldiers lay with him. The halberd flew straight at the enemies, pinning one to the ground, while the other soldier managed to survive. The alarmed young man tried to warn Master Joseph of the danger, while he rushed as fast as he could towards the line. The old man and the soldier stood facing each other. The enemy, armed with heavy weapons, intended to crush the old man and only then deal with the royal person. However, Master Joseph seemed unusually calm and contented. He laughed as he looked at his opponent, as if he was tired of standing aside. Suddenly, a pillar of light pierced the air, stretching from the ground to the sky, raising dust, steam, and spiritual energy particles around them. Commander Lincoln was busy repelling the enemy attacks, but he glanced sideways at the mysterious pillar. He could not see anything clearly, and what was happening to the arrays remained unclear. Iris, worried about the prince, frowned, trying to figure out the situation. As the clouds slowly cleared, it became clear that the prince's protective dome was intact. The enemy was on one knee, his blade touching the ground, sweating in horror. What he witnessed left him in shock. Master Joseph caught the blade with his bare hand, holding onto the tip of the blade, his clothes fluttering as if caught by an invisible wind. But the old man remained calm and relaxed. Smiling, he made a caustic remark about how the Soul General had the audacity to attack a defenseless old man who was contemplating moral decline. The soldier, unable to respond, froze in a pose to deliver a perfect strike. He still couldn't comprehend that Master Joseph was so strong that he could stop a soul weapon with his bare hand. However, Master Joseph, seeing no point in explaining himself to someone who was soon to die, allowed the bolts of spiritual energy to spread around him, his eyes blazing with anger and overwhelming power, as he continued to hold the enemy blade with just a few fingers of his right hand. Finally, the soldier began to sense the old man's true aura. Without knowing it, the soldier had attacked a half-saint-ranked expert, and now deeply regretted it. Master Joseph then rose into the air, stopping in front of his opponent's helmet, a lightning-fast trail stretching from where he had just stood. Pushing off the enemy's armor, causing it to crack, Joseph rose higher, surrounded by sparks and lightning. He concentrated a powerful stream of spiritual energy in his right hand. The lightning that circled around him concentrated on his right side. Like a martial artist, Joseph cut through the enemy's armor with his palm. Joseph then prepared his hand for the next strike, concentrating the power of his spirit into the bottom of his palm. Channeling the accumulated energy, he struck through the hole that had formed in the torn armor. There was a massive explosion, shattering the soldier's shoulder, sending pieces of armor flying, and the soldier crashed to the ground, rolling for several meters before coming to a stop, his armor beginning to shimmer, signaling that it was about to disappear. The royal guards turned around, amazed at how the old man had taken apart the war machine with his bare hands. Even the guard commander, momentarily distracted from his battle, enthusiastically noted the terrifying strength of the half-saint expert. Jonathan, watching from the edge of the roof, remained silent, but thought to himself that the old man might have overdone it. However, he smiled, believing that Master Joseph's plan was to provoke the hidden expert to reveal himself. Meanwhile, Lincoln's fight continued. Knowing that the prince was safe, he could now fully focus on his enemy. He pushed back his opponent, who was still shocked by Master Joseph's display of skill. The commander, ready to strike, rushed at his opponent, raising his axe. The enemy did the same, and they rushed towards each other screaming, knowing that only one of them would survive. Lincoln swung his axe from below, hitting the enemy commander with such force that he flew back several meters, hitting the ground several times before crashing into the wall, causing pieces of it to fly apart. Crawling through the hole in the wall, the enemy commander, now outraged, could not understand why Lincoln was stronger than before. According to reports, Lincoln should have been seriously injured. Surveying the battlefield, the commander saw that the presence of Lu Bu and the half-saints had ruined their plans. Falling to his knees, he raised his hands to heaven in prayer, letting out a cry that echoed across the battlefield. He begged the holy ambassador to come to his aid. Suddenly everyone turned to the source of the scream, not understanding who the commander was referring to. Perhaps it was the figure that Jonathan had sensed earlier. Then a figure appeared on the roof of one of the dilapidated buildings, completely enveloped in a red aura resembling flames, with lightning dancing around it. It was Amara, dressed in a red dress and a black fur-lined cloak that fluttered in the wind, her face hidden by a horned mask made from an animal skull. As it turned out, she was an inspector of the Pingtian sacred sect, an expert at the peak of the heavenly rank. When Amara looked at the soldiers with displeasure, the prince immediately recognized her mask. She was from a demonic sect, a formidable and insidious enemy. Iris shuddered, feeling uneasy, as she recalled the demonic sect's ruthless reputation. Old man Joseph, whose plan had worked, looked sternly at Amara, knowing that her presence meant a serious disaster. Jonathan was also stunned by the woman's appearance. He recognized her clothes as those of the Pingtian sacred sect, which was called demonic due to its dark history. According to historical records, the eastern continent was once ruled by emperors of divine rank. The king of Myrene turned the emperor's illegitimate son into his puppet, while the emperor's daughter escaped and founded the kingdom of Sishui. When the emperor's son grew up and escaped the king's control, he waged war against Myrene and eventually founded the kingdom of Tanda. After the death of the king of Myrene, a figure of divine rank came to his defense, which led to the creation of a new dynasty in the northern regions. Thus, the continent was split into 3 states that have been in conflict ever since. Pinchin, who founded the demon clan for the glory of the new state, was the one who saved the king's life. The warrior's appearance with huge horns and spikes on his armor inspired fear in everyone who saw him, making him look like a fiend from hell. There were rumors that this monstrous figure was still alive, sitting on a throne in a dark dungeon, surrounded by the skulls of his enemies. Jonathan thought about these stories, thinking that in his past life, he had never seen a god-ranked ancestor fight in the Tangdu capital. Perhaps it was because the troops had managed without him, and there was no need to show such overwhelming force. Soon after, Lu Bu and Amara exchanged glances, and the young man realized that in this new life, he still had many secrets to uncover. The situation was much more complicated than he expected. To provoke Amara, Lu Bu sarcastically remarked that she stood there for so long that her underwear could be seen. Amara's eyes flashed with hatred, and her facial muscles twitched with indignation, clearly outraged by the arrogant warrior's attempt to mock her. She pulled the glittering ruby talisman from her chest, smiling contentedly, determined to test her new armor on the ignorant fool. Standing at the very edge of the roof, she raised her leg as if she was about to step into the abyss. Her beautiful clothes fluttering in the wind and her shoes reflecting the sky, she rushed past the broken windows, muttering the spell to activate the armor. A red aura enveloped her body, and the demonic soul energy spread out in a bright ruby glow. An aura formed around her armor that was decorated with large horns. Her majestic and massive armor captivated with its beauty. Suddenly, with a furious cry, Amara began her attack. Commander Lincoln, who was watching the sky with concern, saw her disappear from sight, only to be struck by her furious attack. The ground around them was engulfed in ruby flames. His hammer was sent flying and Amara pinned him to the ground with her foot. In her armor, she resembled a colossal mechanical cyclops, with a ruby eye shining on her helmet, and a long train of feathers hanging down between her horns. Pleased with herself, Amara believed that it would not take much effort to defeat the enemies of her country, and the first of them was already lying at her feet. The prince narrowed his eyes in concern, realizing that the commander, a strong fighter, had been incapacitated with just one blow. Jonathan was also worried. He did not expect to see the new generation machine of Mirin so soon. The surprise took him by surprise. Meanwhile, the royal guard took up position behind Amara's titan. As the prince's protectors, they had no choice but to stand their ground. Amara turned her head, giving them an angry, burning look, her fierce determination obvious as she pulled out the swords attached to her armor, hiding them behind her back, and then rushed towards the prince. In a panic, Jonathan shouted to Master Joseph to cover everyone, knowing that he would not be able to take off in time to protect the people. However, Master Joseph was already prepared. He had his old talisman ready and intended to use it. Meanwhile, Amara approached, raising both swords behind her back, ready to deliver a powerful blow. Infuriated by the old man's calm, she put all her fury into her blow, bringing her swords down on him with a scream. Meanwhile, Master Joseph had already donned his armor and parried her blow with his signature short broadsword. Their collision sent a powerful shockwave across the battlefield, knocking the royal guards off their feet. Ethan and Melanie managed to stay on their feet thanks to the protection of the bars, but even they had to shield their eyes from the gusts of air and dust. The prince, amazed that someone could match the power of a half-saint, realized that with her machine, Amara was able to suppress even the elder Joseph. As the dust settled, the prince noticed cracks in the dome, but Amara did not attack the structure directly. The sheer energy surge from their collision nearly destroyed the defenses. However, confident in his position as prince, he quickly ordered Iris to take care of Commander Lincoln first, assuring her that as long as the system held, they were safe. Iris obeyed the prince's order. Even though the shockwave threw her back, she knew it was her duty to protect the prince and follow his orders, even at the cost of her own life. The dark threads of Amara's energy intertwined with Master Joseph's energy, spreading throughout the entire space like acid, corroding the array. The prince, frightened by this sight, screamed in horror. In a panic, he did not notice how Lu Bu appeared in front of him and Melanie. The young man had no intention of leaving them to be torn apart by the enemy, and ran as fast as he could. He extended his palms to them, helping them to climb up. His main goal now was to get them to safety before returning to the fight. However, Master Joseph interrupted Lu Bu's thoughts, convincing him that now was not the time to think. First they needed to find shelter, and then they could think about their next move. Lu Bu obeyed, and instantly disappeared behind Joseph, leaving behind only a haze and a faint glow of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Amara, furious that the old man had gotten in her way, declared that his place was in an antique shop, not on the battlefield. Master Joseph, not interested in continuing the conversation, remarked that Amara, in his opinion, was being too loud. He pressed his right foot into the ground so hard that it cracked, strengthening his position. Charging his sword with spiritual energy, he rushed at her with a powerful attack. Although Amara was thrown back by the blow, she did not lose her composure. Joseph, leaving behind a pink energy trail. For a moment he didn't understand what had happened. When he turned his head, It became clear that the attack wasn't aimed at him. He screamed to warn Lu Bu. Hearing the warning, Lu Bu quickly changed course, zigzagging to the right before returning to his original path, the enemy blades smashing into the building behind them. While Joseph was momentarily distracted, Amara took advantage of the opportunity. She flew straight at him from close range. The old man did not have time to react. The force of her blow sent him flying far down the street. Joseph then thrust his sword into the ground to slow down. It stopped, cutting through the ground for several meters. Ruby blades followed him, but he easily deflected them. She only managed to hit him because she caught him off guard. The woman summoned her main blades that were stuck in the building. They began to glow as energy returned to her minotaur armor, and clouds of dust and smoke rose from the collapsed structures. Master Joseph lost sight of his enemy, realizing that Amara had decided to take advantage of the element of surprise. However, she landed behind him, but now that he focused, he felt her aura. A ruby blade aimed at his head, but he dodged in time. The blade flew past his helmet. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Master Joseph counterattacked, swinging his sword at her stomach, the weapon barely grazing Amara's majestic armor as she jumped back, and Joseph immediately followed her. He swung his blade through the air, trying to reach her as sparks of energy flew around, filling the atmosphere. However, Amara dodged and slid behind him, jumping up and sending out a wave of energy. Although the master blocked it, the force of the wave still sent him flying into the wall. From a safe distance, the prince, along with Liu Bu, Ethan, and Melanie, watched the battle. Ethan came to the conclusion that the witch was overpowering the elder Joseph, and seemed ready to win. Jonathan agreed, adding that although the elder Joseph was at a higher level, Amara's machine gave her an advantage. Nevertheless, Jonathan knew the old man had a hidden card to play. Amara's entire armor glowed scarlet, emitting sparks of her soul energy. She rushed at Master Joseph like a fiery meteor. However, the old man was not taken by surprise. He prepared himself by taking a special stance, enveloped in lightning discharges. His determination and aura scared Amara, although she didn't quite understand why it happened. Jonathan, who had been watching the proceedings closely, realized what the old fighter was up to. With complete confidence, Master Joseph stood ready, knowing that she would not be able to avoid his next blow. He raised his blade high, and a pillar of bright golden light shot up into the sky, illuminating the battlefield. Amara, floating in the air, suddenly saw a huge lightning bolt approaching her. Although fear flashed in her eyes, it was quickly replaced by a mocking smile. The prince noted that if the most powerful blow missed the target, there would be no hope of victory. Melanie, in disbelief, exclaimed that a half-saint could not have made such a serious mistake. The prince also began to panic, unable to believe that someone of Joseph's rank could waver. Only Jonathan seemed to remain calm, knowing that the elder Joseph was far from finished, and that his true intentions would soon be revealed. Master Joseph continued to release energy into the sky, his armor shimmering with gold and acid colors, strange vapors swirling around him, and green lightning crackling. This technique was meant for another enemy. The sword in his hand crumbled, merging with the flow of energy as the release of soul power intensified. Magical clouds swirled above him, and golden lightning poured down like rain. Amara tried to dodge, but the lightning seemed to follow her, driving her into a corner. More and more lightning bolts fell, mercilessly aiming at her. Suddenly, a powerful charge formed in the sky. Amara, realizing that there was no salvation, covered her body with her hands. She knew that this would not be enough. Her curses were drowned out by the thunder, as her armor was enveloped in golden light, the silhouette of her body barely visible among the lightning. Explosions were heard everywhere, and the collapse of buildings left the royal guard in awe. They had never seen such devastation in their lives. Their eyes widened in shock as the lightning storm finally stopped. Nothing was left untouched. The entire area was destroyed. Buildings were either toppled or completely destroyed. In the center of the battlefield, a figure stood in the dust. It was clear from the silhouette that she could barely stand. Amara's armor was torn to shreds, as if it had been devoured by wild animals. Her arms hung motionless at her sides, but it was amazing that she remained conscious. Those watching were amazed by her resilience. After such a devastating blow, death seemed inevitable. But Amara refused to give up. Ethan and Melanie were equally amazed by the demonic expert's endurance. It was no wonder she was considered Myreen's trump card. Jonathan, however, gritted his teeth in disappointment. He had hoped for Master Joseph's absolute victory, but he knew that Amara's armor had protected her. Although she was in great pain, she did not take off her armor. Her body was burning with pain, but she admired her enemy. In desperation, her hand reached for the control panel. A round system unit appeared under her fingers, and in front of her was a monitor with strange symbols. It was clear that this was access to the hidden settings of her armor. Amara didn't want to resort to such a method, but the thirst for victory overwhelmed her. She activated the Heavenly Demon's disintegration mode. As the system started up, her appearance became truly demonic. A mad smile spread across her face, and her eyes glowed bright red. Flames engulfed her armor, seething with soul energy, filling the gaps left by the damage, beams of energy shooting out from her head. The prince, watching in horror, realized how terrifying an opponent she was, beads of sweat running down his face as Amara's aura completely overpowered the elder Joseph's. She laughed wildly as the swords appeared in her hands again, her entire posture expressing her superiority over her master, claiming that in this state she was much closer to the rank of saint than he was. Jonathan, upon hearing her explanation, could not believe his ears. The experimental technology allowed her to increase her combat power by an entire level, posing a serious threat to all surrounding states. Despite the significant damage that Master Joseph had inflicted on her, he was now struggling, exhausted, out of breath. He still wanted to show that he could continue to fight. In the blink of an eye, Amara disappeared from the sight of those around her, leaving behind only a bright trace of energy. Her demonic armor suddenly materialized in front of Master Joseph, causing him to recoil in fear. Master Joseph was unprepared for this turn of events. It had been a long time since he had faced an opponent superior to him in strength, which left him confused. Amara swung her leg, completely covered in aura, so much so that her armor was invisible. The force of the kick sent the old man flying at high speed. He saw himself moving away from his opponent as a shockwave emanated from her. Amara, determined to kill the half-saint, disappeared, and instantly appeared above Joseph with her weapon raised. She struck him from above, causing him to fall down. He was unable to react to such fast attacks. Another blow sent him flying upwards through the ruby energy. He took the beating in silence, and if it weren't for his armor, one would think he had passed out. Those below couldn't keep up with the general's strikes and movements. Master Joseph was flying through the air like a volleyball, all the while thinking about how to avoid this mess. He knew he had to find a way to counterattack, an idea coming to him when Amara raised her leg to kick again. Joseph grabbed her leg, and their auras intertwined, spreading onto his armor. They hung in the air like two scarlet demons. Joseph thought that by holding onto his opponent, it would be harder for her to dodge. However, he didn't have time to attack before Amara's blade was aimed at his unprotected chest, piercing straight through the armor, the tip of her blade exiting his back. Despite the mortal wound, Joseph sighed weakly, but did not let go of her leg. Then Amara grabbed Joseph's helmet with her left hand, looked him in the eye, and raised her weapon for the final blow. With a quick movement, she cut his helmet off, causing sparks of energy to appear at the site of the cut. Holding his head, she watched as his body disintegrated and fell towards the ground. She wanted to ensure victory for herself, so she prepared to deliver the finishing blow. She turned around and punched him in the chest, his armor instantly disappearing, and Joseph crashed into the ground with such force that cracks formed underneath him. Amara landed and walked over to Joseph's body, holding his helmet in one hand and her sword in the other. She paraded the helmet in front of him with a mad look and mocked him, calling him trash. Pleased with her false victory, she clenched her fist, crushing the helmet, Joseph's soul energy dissipating around her hand. She laughed maniacally, intoxicated by the sheer power, her laughter echoing through the ruined streets of the city. Master Joseph, still alive but in critical condition, was coughing up blood, making it difficult for him to breathe. Slowly, with trembling hands, covered in bruises and abrasions, he reached into his pocket and took out the treasured jar with the golden pill that Jonathan had given him. It was his last hope. Joseph wanted to save it and return it, knowing that it was extremely expensive. The transcendental pill allowed lower-level earthly masters to advance an entire level. Jonathan looked at the monitor, hoping to get a better look at the master. He knew that in Joseph's case the effect of the pill would be weakened, but it would still increase his strength and partially restore his powers. Jonathan, always cautious, was glad he had given the pill to the elder in advance. The man sat on the ground looking at the elixir, knowing what it was, but never having seen such a pill in person. He had only read about them in books. The small treasure shimmered in his hand, radiating the energy of the sun. He never thought that someone would give him such a miracle. Master Joseph silently thanked Jonathan, although the young man could not hear him. He placed the unusual pill in his mouth and closed his eyes, hoping to feel the energy of the pill flow through him. Streams of light enveloped his body as the tablet dissolved, releasing a golden haze that warmed him like tea on a frosty night. It seemed that he was leaving the mortal world. His body became the center of the system. His spiritual world was now full of light and harmony. Suddenly, Joseph saw his reflection at his feet and was surprised. He realized that he was inside his consciousness, but did not understand how this reflection would help him increase his rank. The tablet dripped into the reflection, sending ripples outward, revealing to him the secrets of his heart. He saw his obsession with the title of saint and the images of his past. Joseph recalled a moment 30 years ago when he experienced the bitterness of defeat. He was beaten and humiliated, flying towards the ground at high speed. When he crashed, a huge crater was created and rocks flew around him. He was crushed both physically and mentally. His armor crumbled, and for some time he lay in a pit, seething with anger and frustration. He slammed his fist on the ground, furious that his enemies could still mock him. Back then, at 33 years old, he had reached the heaven rank stage. He was a man full of youth and strength, with thick silver hair that stuck out in all directions. His allies rushed to his aid as quickly as they could. Two figures appeared at the edge of the crater, calling out to him. His companions Tanya and Hong, both at the initial stage of the heavenly rank. Worried about their comrade, they ran to check on him, expecting him to be left alone after his bitter defeat. Joseph, surprised by their arrival, saw them hurrying down the mountain. Their words of encouragement echoed as they reminded him of the oath they had once made to die shoulder to shoulder in battle. Although Joseph felt a little out of place recalling it, he smiled tightly and thanked them. Above the defensive wall in the air, the enemy general who had put Joseph to flight, he looked down arrogantly at the warriors who stood without armor. The three of them, Joseph, Tanya, and Hong, stood side by side, watching the enemy and waiting for his actions. However, the intruder seemed to be in no hurry to attack. In his hand, the general held a cage of soul energy, inside of which a beautiful blonde woman leaned against the bars, her eyes downcast. Tanya pulled out the summoning talisman and shouted at Hong to follow her example. In the center of the crater, two titans formed from the glow, one holding a rapier, while the other wielded a massive blade. Joseph panicked and tried to warn his comrades and dissuade them from attacking, telling them that the Star Soul General Vanessa was too strong for them to handle. As the enemy flew into the air, her aura spread out in purple waves over a great distance, making her look like a huge dark demon. With one movement of her spiritual energy, Vanessa shattered the rebels' armor, causing them to scream and fall to the ground. Her aura was so overwhelming that it pinned everyone to the ground, making them unable to move. Tanya, overcome with anger, realized that one Holy Spirit expert had killed 3 heavenly ranks in the blink of an eye. Joseph cursed under his breath as he tried to get to his feet. Barely holding himself up on his knees and elbows, he saw the master in the enemy's armor decide to open up. A woman dressed in armor appeared before them, hovering over the wall as if towering over her fallen enemies. The woman told Joseph that he should have learned a simple truth after his defeat, her face expressing complete indifference as she regarded all those below the rank of saints as mere ants under her feet. It turned out that her niece was sitting in the cage. The girl had run away from home and was now begging for her friends' lives to be spared, promising never to try to escape again. Joseph cried out her name, his face showing such deep pain as if losing her was worse than death itself. They exchanged glances from afar, perhaps for the last time, the girl's eyes full of bitterness. Her aunt, predicting a great future for her niece, told her that as a talent of the Huang family, she was destined to achieve the same rank and protect their country, ensuring the prosperity of the family for 100 years. She looked down on the 3 warriors, comparing them to insects, stating that in time not even ashes would remain of them. However, she explained that Joseph's talents were different. They lived for centuries, retaining their youth. The girl, realizing that mere mortals meant nothing to the saints, fell to her knees with tears in her eyes, begging her aunt not to kill Joseph. However, her aunt ignored her pleas, judging the situation to be that Joseph had stolen the daughter of Huang's house and was trying to escape. But out of concern for her niece's mental state, the aunt decided not to kill Joseph. However, she made it clear that she would only spare the lives of his comrades on the condition that his foot never touched the ground of Sishui again. Bending down, Joseph gritted his teeth in indignation. His hand reached for the knife hidden in the hem of his clothes. Slowly and with great determination, he took hold of the handle and pulled out the weapon. The girls looked at him with worried expressions, knowing that their lives depended on his next move. Any rash action would ruin all their efforts. Then Joseph raised the knife over his head with a stern face. Then, with his left hand, he gathered his hair into a bun, and in one swift motion, cut off his thick silver locks. Holding his top knot high for all to see, he made a sacred oath, vowing to give his life to reach the rank of saint. Only after reaching that rank would he return to Shishui to ask for the hand of the youngest of the Huang family. His face contorted in pain as he released his hand, letting the wind blow away the cut hair, and as he said goodbye he asked the girl to wait for him. With tears in her eyes she agreed, promising to wait as long as necessary until they could both be free. These precious memories burned within Master Joseph's soul, his eyes shining with sunlight as the energy flowed in waves through his body. His power began to spread outward in an endless stream, destroying Amara's aura. It was terrifying in its power, but Joseph's aura had completely transformed, now shining with a beautiful sunlight that gave life, but also brought death. The energy emanating from it spread around, and the enemy tried to defend themselves from the blinding light. This aura was so unusual that the pressure from it made everyone feel heavier, pressing them to the ground. Amara became even more angry, unable to understand what caused such a transformation in the old man. She realized that it was the aura of the saint rank. The pressure was taking its toll on Joseph's allies as well, with Commander Lincoln lying on the ground, struggling not to be blown away by the gusts of wind coming from the master. Meanwhile, Lu Bu protected the prince and Melanie from the rocks and wind that flew in all directions. The prince, recognizing this aura, no doubt realized that this was the presence of a saint. Melanie looked at her lover's helmet, realizing that it was because of the pill that Joseph was able to break through to the rank of saint. She still found it hard to believe. Jonathan, meanwhile, was glad that Joseph was able to temporarily break through to the saint rank. Although the effect was temporary, it would be enough to neutralize the enemy. He smiled softly, confident that this inequality between carriers and mortals on the battlefield would be eradicated through his efforts. However, he also believed that one tablet would not help Joseph reach the saint rank forever, so he would need to talk to the master and share some tricks with him. Master Joseph, now overflowing with energy flowing through his veins, had long dreamed of feeling such power. Now he understood Vanessa's point of view, who saw others as nothing but ants. Reaching out to the side, he felt his talisman lying on the ground. It was now rising under the influence of his holy energy. The talisman floated towards Joseph, sparkling with small lightning bolts. He tensed his fingers, through which lightning bolts of spiritual energy crackled, as if he was already holding something. The talisman soared into his hand, sparkling in the air. The old man noticed this, and now his whole appearance inspired horror. An angry expression was frozen on his face, and traces of blood were visible on his lips. He looked sadly at the tattered talisman, an old friend who had accompanied him through many trials. His opponent's hands were also shaking. The witch who once seemed so powerful could only stand still, too scared to move. The master's aura was so overwhelming that she couldn't take a single step. She stood there, terrified of what would happen next. Joseph seemed to be standing in the center of a blazing fire, flames engulfing him as he prepared to summon his Star Soul General. It seemed as if he had merged with the sunlight, and every cell of his body was absorbed by its power. His armor, still shining, seemed majestic due to his shining aura. Amara, feeling the Sun Warrior's gaze on her, wished she could sink into the ground to avoid the humiliation of being defeated by her once defeated enemy. Master Joseph enjoyed the moment. Looking at his armored hands, through which energy was oozing, the power of a saint was truly enormous. As memories of Vanessa came back to him, he now understood why she had seemed so formidable. Amara tried to move away in horror. Frightened by the majestic appearance of the saint, she began to beg him not to come closer. Joseph, however, looked at her without compassion, his stern demeanor suggesting an imminent attack. His hand pressed to his chest as he thought about his only previous encounter with the saint in combat, when Vanessa had floated over him, shattering his dreams with a simple wave of her hand. Then Joseph swung his weapon, sending out shockwaves that made the enemy tremble in fear, waves of shock spreading from every movement the general made. And Amara froze. Her breath caught in her throat as she watched in horror, the humiliation and anger from his previous encounter with Vanessa still burning in his heart. And he remembered those wounds, as if they had been inflicted only recently. Joseph quickly brought his hands together, creating a directed sound wave that knocked Amara off her feet. She sped through the city at high speed, crashing into the street and destroying the asphalt, leaving a smokescreen behind her. Trembling, she found herself facing an opponent unlike any she had ever encountered. The distance from the ominous aura made her try to stand up, using her sword for support as she looked around. Despite her best efforts, she remained motionless in place, afraid of making any unnecessary noise. Master Joseph, hovering in the air with his hands folded behind his back, watched his opponent. For him, this fight was just an experiment to test the superiority of the saint rank. He didn't even need to use his sword. Jonathan, realizing that Joseph, infatuated with his newfound power, intended to kill the Milanese expert, shouted at him to spare the woman. Joseph raised his hand, showing that he had no intention of summoning his blade. Though his face was hidden, his aura radiated satisfaction and calm. With a light wave of his hand, he sent a powerful wave of energy down the street, a wave larger than the surrounding buildings, revealing the silhouette of demonic armor. As the light washed over the armor, it disintegrated, particles breaking off until the armor was completely destroyed. The remains swirled in a whirlwind of energy. When the chaos died down, Amara's body could be seen floating in the air, surrounded by a solar orb. Master Joseph controlled the orb, causing the unconscious prisoner inside to slowly float in its energy. Suddenly the warrior folded over, making strange sounds as he reached his limit, his armor bursting like a balloon, and Joseph found himself floating just above the ground with sunlight scattering around him. He landed and tried to speak, his voice full of excitement. Thanks to Jonathan, he had achieved what he had long desired. Behind him, a few meters away, Amara fell, the ball of energy softening her landing, leaving a faint glow around her. The enemy commander, hiding in the ruins of the building and watching the battle, cursed and swore at his opponents. Having lost his trump card, the commander ordered a retreat. Ordering everyone to hide and await further orders, he carefully moved between the buildings so as not to be discovered. But now, deprived of his former confidence and intimidation, he came face to face with the royal guards who were waiting for him. The remaining enemy titans were also surrounded, their hands raised in surrender. On the other hand, the enemy infantry were kneeling with blades on their necks. The area lying in ruins was covered with dust and battle sparks. Soon the forces of the military academy arrived and took control of the area. Jonathan watched the scene from the roof of the building, where they saw Director Jade in his purple armor. He was surprised by the woman's foresight, noting that she had chosen the perfect time. Amidst the destruction of the previous battlefield, a camp had been set up, and they had much to do, helping the wounded, collecting evidence, and conducting interrogations. Jade greeted the second prince amidst the chaos, trying not to show her deep concern for his safety. The director and the secretary bowed to the royal personage, and the prince asked them to stand up, extending his hand to the director Jade, still kneeling on one knee with her head bowed. Apologized for not being able to come to the rescue in time. The prince smiled warmly, his hair blowing in the wind, and assured the director that the result was a success, making the accusations unnecessary. Ethan noted that although Jade was not present, she made up for it by sending Jonathan, and both the prince and Jade turned their attention to the young man standing to the side. The woman tried to describe the skilled and strong young man, but was interrupted by the prince. With a serious look, the prince suggested that there was something more behind Jonathan that remained a mystery for now. Jade squinted, wondering if her assumptions about the ancient civilization matched up with the young man's past. The prince voiced his suspicions about Jonathan's powerful teachers, which disappointed the headmaster. Meanwhile, Jonathan discovered a cracked ruby card that belonged to Amara. He discreetly hid it in his inside pocket, and then approached Master Joseph. Seeing that the old man was apparently in critical condition, Jonathan inquired about his well-being. Master Joseph waved his hand to indicate that everything was fine, indicating that there was nothing to worry about, while at the same time he was shaking slightly, a side effect of the pill he had taken. The young man explained that Joseph would be better in an hour, still holding his hand. Then Master Joseph bowed his head, mourning the missing pill. He thought that if he had used it at the beginning of the battle when he was still strong, he might have been able to overcome the wall. The young man whispered in Joseph's ear and offered to give him another pill so that he could finish what he had started. Joseph's eyes widened in surprise, and he let out a worried cry, realizing he had spoken too loudly. He looked around anxiously to see if anyone had overheard them. Joseph leaned closer to the young man and whispered to confirm if he had heard correctly about another unique drug. The young man answered evasively, looking away, and mentioned that although the pill was not there, he had considerable experience and could prepare it himself. Having calmed down, Joseph asked how he could repay the young man. At this point, Jonathan noticed several military personnel watching them, perhaps attracted by Joseph's outburst of anger. He motioned for the soldiers to come over and ordered them to grab Amara, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and take her to Director Jade. The soldiers, initially hesitant, stood up and accepted the order. Then one of them began to doubt, wondering if an academy student had the right to command them. The second soldier, with a confused expression on his face, remarked that it didn't matter where the order came from as long as they were helping the director. The soldiers approached Amara, who was lying on her back in a beautiful red dress, her breathing ragged as they lifted her up and carried her towards the tents. Jonathan was curious about what information she could provide, but was interrupted by the old man's elbow to the stomach. Smiling, Joseph said that he had long known that the young man was not a carrier of Xochi. Jonathan walked away, rubbing the sore spot and pretending not to understand the old man's remark. Master Joseph cleared his throat and with a serious expression mentioned that during his travels, he had dealt with secret civilizations. Leaning closer again, Joseph smiled strangely and narrowed his eyes, suggesting that he wanted to know if helping the student and keeping his secret would count toward covering half of his debt. The young man scratched the back of his head, smiled and turned away, realizing that the old man was not as straightforward as he thought. Then Joseph continued with a gentle expression, guessing that there was something of the secret kingdom in the young man. This lack of concern reassured Jonathan. When the men noticed someone approaching, they realized that the conversation would have to be continued later. Olivia slowly approached them, greeting with a bow. The men looked at her carefully. The old man, worried that she came alone, tried to ask about Jade's whereabouts. However, Olivia ignored the question and got straight to the point, telling the master that they now had a device that caused cracks in the sky. She also mentioned that the second prince and the director went to check the device. The girl asked if they would like to continue the examination. Despite the damaged roads, she was still able to call the airship. Master Joseph, inspired by his previous conversation with the young man, declined, stating that he was tired and wanted to return to the academy. Jonathan, following Joseph's example, straightened his shoulders and complained about his assignments. Olivia smiled and said that she would still organize an airship that would take them to the academy. She emphasized that Jonathan had to stay at the academy because the director was organizing a celebration to announce that Jonathan had become a carrier of Xochi. Master Joseph nodded approvingly, noting that rest was what tired people needed to boost their fighting spirit. Suddenly, an airship appeared in the sky, filling the surrounding area with bright light. The ship arrived quickly, landing slowly and sending dust down the street. The ship's heavy hatch opened, and a ladder extended, signaling that it was time for them to return home. When Jonathan looked back with a sad expression on his face, the man asked if something was wrong, or if he had forgotten something. Jonathan, walking slowly across the bridge, looked around and scratched the back of his head. Feeling awkward, he pretended to be lost in his thoughts and turned away. Soon the engine started and the ship soared above the city. The secretary waved his hand as it turned into a small dot in the sky. Once the ship was high enough, it accelerated and disappeared into the clouds. Melanie appeared from the departure direction, holding a white box with a seal on it, frantically searching for Jonathan, causing a commotion in the tents as people waited for bandages and help. Frustrated, Melanie ran to the tents, remembering her duties. Meanwhile, restoration work was underway at the academy. Dressed in special technical construction armor, the students were busy moving materials, patching up damaged walls and restoring the statue, which stood covered in patches and dirt. The academy's residential buildings were not damaged in the attack. Jonathan's dorm room was filled with endless system alerts. Jonathan, sitting in the lotus position above his bed, was enveloped in an energetic flame. The talisman was flying around him as the system messages rang out. He was deep in concentration, his body tense, beads of sweat running down his face. He clenched his hands impatiently, glancing out of one eye every now and then to check the time remaining, the veins on his face trembling with tension. On the floor in front of the bed was a pile of empty cans and bottles with various labels and descriptions. Jonathan had to put up with all this in order to achieve his goal. He finally completed the exhausting task. For the first time that day, his feet touched the floor. Despite the fatigue, Jonathan was very pleased with the result. In just 3 days, he rose to the initial stage of the Earth rank. The price of this progress was the constant draining of his soul's energy, leaving him completely exhausted. Jonathan realized he would need to order additional supplies. He took the system watch from the table and immediately put it on his left hand. In 3 days, he had completely lost the habit of technology, and now he felt awkward. He turned on the screen and looked through incoming messages and missed calls. And during the workout, he turned off devices to avoid distractions. He had 21 missed calls and 99 unread messages, indicating that someone was very concerned about his absence. Jonathan was surprised by the numbers and looked through the list of messages carefully. Almost all of them were from Melanie, which made him feel tense. He clicked on her photo and went to the settings to select the block option. Although he understood that a girl in love could be persistent, he found her persistence inappropriate. He sighed with relief when the system confirmed that Melanie was blacklisted. Then Jonathan saw a message from Director Jade. He became curious about what the head of the academy wanted. Decided not to delay, he initiated a video call. When Jade appeared on the monitor, she looked unhappy and stern. She started screaming so loudly that it seemed like she was about to crawl out from behind the monitor and slap him. She complained that she couldn't get through to him. However, Jonathan looked distant and hurt, picking his nose and glancing sideways at her. He remembered the ceremony where, in a large hall filled with students and teachers, the principal forced him to attend and announced to everyone that he was the bearer of the star-souled General Xochi. Jonathan cursed the headmistress, his irritation evident in the way his face turned red. Due to his fame, he was denied access to certain areas, forcing him to lock himself in his dorm. Jade tried to defuse the situation by explaining that adding Jonathan to the official announcement list was for his own good. Jonathan looked at her with disbelief, raising an eyebrow. He supposed she might have her own motives, but he admitted there was some truth to the idea that publicity could be beneficial. Jade, now calmer, changed the subject and informed him that his machine was ready to be shipped. Jonathan was surprised. He did not expect the armor, the plans for which he had recently provided, to be ready so quickly. The armored vehicle factory was destroyed during the attack, but the academy temporarily sheltered its workers, which allowed the vehicle to be quickly prepared. Jonathan was pleased with this news, and said that he would be there soon. He ended the call and rolled up the monitor, returning to the system clock. Jonathan thought the director was an intelligent woman, making her intentions difficult to guess, and with a stern face he thought about it, and decided it was time to leave. He planned to reach Saint Rank within a year, so he saw no point in worrying about others' plans. Leaving his room, he walked around the dorm, looking at the destroyed city. The inhabitants were alive, and Mirine's plan was thwarted, which changed Jonathan's fate. He was lost in thoughts and memories of the recent days. Sarah was safe, and the things he took from her pursuers were now with the prince. Ethan visited him at night to say goodbye, which woke Jonathan up. The days had been hard, and he had bags under his eyes from lack of sleep. In an attempt to say goodbye quickly, he gave the prince a bag full of Myrine storage cards that the prince might find useful. Jonathan also remembered that Master Joseph had woken him up in exchange for covering his tracks. Melanie was the last one to wake him that night. She came to say goodbye, but he only handed her the frame with the breaking crystal and announced the price. Meanwhile, Jonathan was walking along the main road of the academy, and his gaze fell on two titans building a monument. He paused to watch the workers trying to precisely position the stone with names inscribed from top to bottom. He walked up to the monument with a sad look, feeling small in comparison. It was a monument to the dead. Jonathan looked at the names with sadness, thinking about the losses. Despite having witnessed many deaths, he could not get used to this loss. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he did not notice someone approaching from behind. Teacher Theo, saving him from his heavy thoughts, put a friendly hand on his shoulder. Theo looked at the monument with understanding. Understanding why Jonathan was so sad, he encouraged the young man, reminding him that no matter how strong he was, he could not save everyone. After talking about the yellow rank of the student, they fell into an awkward silence. Jonathan glanced sideways at Theo, sensing that something was wrong. Then Theo's teacher realized what was going on with a displeased expression on his face and jumped back indignantly. Jonathan was already at the mid-stage black rank, even surpassing Theo, who was at the initial stage. Theo seemed heartbroken. He had worked for years to reach his rank, only for Jonathan to overtake him in a matter of days. Theo loudly expressed his disappointment, trying to reveal the secret of Jonathan's rapid progress. But Jonathan, not wanting to waste time on this, tried to calm down and got ready to leave. Theo called after him, accusing him of hiding his true level. Jonathan sighed, continuing to walk away without any intention of convincing anyone. Turning around, he invited Teacher Theo to join him in visiting the workshop, hinting that the principal's secretary, who he liked, might be there. The teacher was outraged by such impudence. He sharply told the student that he did not like Jade, and besides, he did not have time for such things. Jonathan was then taken to the back of the academy, where there was a workshop that occupied several storage rooms. Behind these hangars was a training area with huge targets built to simulate monsters. It was here that Jonathan met the director, and as he suspected, the secretary was with her, along with one of the masters who had decided to observe the test. Jade handed the prototype to Jonathan, placing 3 classic green cards with gold edges into his hand. Jonathan was surprised, expecting to receive 5 talisman models. He was confused when Jade, closing her eyes, explained that the last 2 copies had experienced technical problems. Changing the subject, she introduced the plant's chief engineer, Benjamin, a man who looked to be about 60 years old, almost bald, short in stature, with a thick mustache. The director pointed to Jonathan, saying that the young man had saved the city during the battle and provided valuable blueprints. Jonathan bowed, expressing his respect and joy at meeting an experienced master of his craft. Benjamin, covered in goosebumps, introduced himself and bowed, stumbling with excitement as sweat ran down his face. Suddenly the man fell to his knees in front of Jonathan and expressed his deep joy at meeting him. Then Jonathan felt awkward and smiled, trying to help Benjamin to his feet and asking what was wrong. The old man did not want to get up, but only bowed low, expressing his respect and gratitude for saving the engineers who were working at the plant that day. Benjamin explained how Jonathan had cleared a large area, and it was possible that some of the monsters he had killed had attacked the military equipment factory. He remembered being on the verge of death, but noted that the monsters were distracted by Lu Bu, and although the factory was destroyed, the engineers managed to escape. Still kneeling, Benjamin continued to thank Jonathan, not only for himself, but for all those who survived. Jonathan understood the situation, but felt awkward accepting such gratitude, since he was only doing his duty. He asked Benjamin to stand up. There was an awkward pause. Benjamin dropped to his knees and stared at the ground. He turned hesitantly to the boy, barely raising his head to see the young man. Then Benjamin made an immodest request of Jonathan. Jonathan frowned, not understanding what this stranger could want from him. Benjamin looked first at Jonathan, and then at the cards in his hand, curious to know if Jonathan had actually created the designs. Jonathan confirmed that the drawings were indeed his, as he was looking to improve the model of the car. Full of determination, Benjamin asked Jonathan to take him on as his apprentice, and bowed his head so low that his forehead hit the ground. Jade and Olivia were stunned as no one expected such a reaction from the chief engineer. The principal approached Benjamin, trying to calm him down by pointing out that even engineering teachers were no match for a 4th-rank engineer, and Jonathan was just a student. However, Benjamin calmly raised his hand to stop the woman. He explained that the drawings Jonathan provided matched those of a 6th-rank engineer. He then confidently suggested that Jonathan attend an engineering conference in 3 months. At this point, Jonathan considered this proposal. Knowing the alternative history, he remembered that events at such conferences rarely reached the battlefield. Not knowing how to react, Jonathan asked Benjamin to stand up and promised to return to the conversation later. Benjamin, however, was persistent, asking again to be accepted as a student and looking at Jonathan with hope in his eyes. Jonathan scratched his head, noting that at his age Benjamin should have been of a higher rank. He refused to take on an apprentice, but promised to share ideas and communicate. The director sided with Jonathan and again called the engineer to stand up. To distract him, she suggested testing the prototypes. Realizing he had been turned down, but acknowledging Jonathan's kindness, Benjamin allowed the headmaster to help him up, his speech making it clear he still planned to become Jonathan's apprentice, learning much from his designs. Jonathan, not knowing what else to say to dissuade the old man, decided to continue testing. To put an end to the dialogue, he moved to the center of the training ground to begin the tests. The hero took out the first talisman, brought it to his face and activated it. A thin haze of soul energy covered his body as he rose into the air, and an upgraded model of student armor appeared around him, sparkling with energy. The armor, now equipped with several guns on the back and shoulders, performed well, but Jonathan needed to test the weapons in combat. The cannon on his right shoulder loaded, preparing a powerful salvo at the enemy dummies. A volley followed, sending a powerful beam in an arc towards the targets. The explosion destroyed at least 10 enemy figures, scattering debris and smoke. Jade and Olivia watched in amazement as the cannon's power rivaled that of the ship's artillery. Jonathan himself was impressed by the power, noting that the handling and durability were beyond praise. Then Jonathan tested the grenade launcher on his left shoulder. The device rose, the latches opened, and the signal lamp came on. The target was aimed and the salvo signal sounded. 6 missiles shot forward, leaving behind a trail of spiritual energy, and simultaneously crashed into one target, causing the space around it to tremble. The director was surprised that the rockets did not explode immediately, indicating that they acted like grenades. Jonathan waited for a moment, and then enthusiastically snapped his fingers to detonate the remote charges. Explosions followed, each blow so powerful that fire and smoke hid everything. Jade froze at the sight, realizing that such a weapon could easily destroy monsters and pose a significant threat to enemy armored vehicles. After observing the targets, Jonathan came to the conclusion that the machine consumed a lot of soul energy and was only suitable for those who could quickly restore energy. With a satisfied expression on his face, Jonathan pulled out the second card. It was time to test the next model. He dispelled the first armor, still floating in the air among the sparks of energy, and summoned the second student armor. This model had 4 blades on each arm, designed for flying swords. However, Jonathan was disappointed to find only 8 swords. Deciding to test them, he disconnected the swords from the manual controls, guided by the blue light of the soul energy. When the warrior identified his targets, the swords flew away from him at great speed. Jade watched the scene with wide eyes and mouth in surprise. A sensor-controlled weapon powered by soul energy was attached to the student's armor. Completely focused, Jonathan kept his head down and waved his burning arms as if conducting an orchestra, the blades moving gracefully and dangerously around the targets, creating intricate patterns in the air. The speed of the sword sent a wind through the area, and Jade, covering herself with her hands, voiced her thoughts that such a weapon in the hands of an elite fighter could easily destroy opponents of the same level. When the dust settled, everyone saw that the targets had been completely destroyed, leaving no trace of the original images of the monsters. Now they were just broken pieces of wood. Jonathan realized that the weapon was flawless for elite users, but unmanageable for students. He decided to demonstrate another example. Changing his armor again, he appeared in the form of a warrior with a shield and a cannon. Benjamin noted that this model, which combined a shield and a weapon, did not feature new technology, but offered the user more tactical options. Jonathan asked the director to create moving targets using a matrix. Jade, her head tilted slightly in surprise, didn't immediately understand what was required. Jonathan explained that he needed small, agile monsters for the demonstration. Jade understood the request and called a group of experts, asking if 3 voodoos would be enough. The warrior had already prepared his stance and weapons, stating that at least 10 opponents were needed to fully demonstrate the capabilities of the armor. The woman warned Jonathan that, although the monsters were merely residual energy, he should not be careless. Smoke began to rise from the site, and monsters surrounded by a green aura appeared above the warrior. They landed on the platform, bones glittering, and rushed towards Jonathan. Jonathan then grabbed the lever at the base of the shield and switched to buckshot, at the same time activating an energy shield that spread out in a large circle, completely covering the fighter. Switching to close combat mode, he began to shoot at the enemies like a machine gun. Fire burst out from the center of the shield, and he destroyed the monsters one by one. But the dogs tried to break through the shield, opening their soulless mouths. Jonathan then directed fire along the edges of the shield, sending enemies flying into the distance where he could easily blow them to pieces, the flames engulfing the enemies, destroying them all. Jade felt a thrill of excitement, impressed, as she thought about how such models could replace the usual frontline defenders. perfect for use on the battlefield. At this point, Jonathan thought about it, noting that while the armor had little mobility, it was enough for attack and defense, but one such machine was not enough. His thoughts were interrupted by an urgent call. Austin, the owner of the drugstore and a valuable acquaintance, contacted him. The cheerful face of an old man appeared on the monitor, informing that the tracks had been restored, and the tickets Jonathan had requested were ready for immediate use. Jonathan thanked Austin with a smile and made another request for additional $100 million worth of the elixirs he had already purchased earlier. The old man was puzzled, noting that the market price had risen due to Jonathan's frequent purchases of medicinal herbs and elixirs. However, Jonathan knew that time was of the essence, and offered to add another $50 million to speed up the order. Austin, accustomed to Jonathan's generosity, promised to fulfill the request as best he could. As the men said their goodbyes, the onlookers were amazed at what they had witnessed. Benjamin turned to Jade, pointing out that she should now understand why he wanted to become Jonathan's apprentice. Jade thought deeply, realizing that the capabilities of these machines could impact every aspect of military life and potentially turn the tide of battle. While everyone was looking at the use of the prototypes, Jonathan took off his armor and approached them. He returned the cards to the engineer with praise, emphasizing that the next task was to mass-produce such machines. While Benjamin tucked the talisman into his inside pocket, Jonathan went to see the director to discuss finding suitable users for the new armor in the near future. Jade frowned, puzzled by Jonathan's insistence on working with production and military personnel. Jonathan, with his hands folded in a pleading gesture, wanted to take advantage of the favor the director had promised. He explained that the line of defense in the wasteland would soon need support, and that it would require assistance. Jade then gave an angry look, noting that such information about the defensive line was not publicly available, and the attack was confidential. However, Jonathan chose not to go into further details, saying that the academy would be under renovation for 2 months, and he would like to return home. He said goodbye and left the arena waving his hand. Benjamin also said goodbye to him and bowed. The women remained silent as Jonathan walked away. The director's brow furrowed angrily, clearly disappointed with the young man's actions. Olivia, not knowing what to say, remained silent throughout the meeting, simply watching. Meanwhile, Jonathan arrived at the airport, where a huge plane was already hovering over the building, and loading operations were underway. There was noise and chaos everywhere, reflecting the bustle of airport life. As he walked through the lobby, he noticed the commotion below, with some flights being delayed and luggage being lost. His attention was drawn to a girl in a red dress with red hair pulled back into 2 ponytails. Jonathan was captivated by her face with soft, deep emerald eyes that seemed familiar to him from a past life. He remembered with horror that last moment when he held part of her fragile body, when the city was on fire and there were monsters everywhere. The destruction was colossal. Only exhausted and wounded people remained in the city, who had lost everything. In the midst of the chaos, the girl was a ray of kindness. Jonathan remembered fleeing a devastated area where people were tired and desperate, having walked a long way through the desert, hoping to avoid further attacks. At some point, they found a place with clean water and shade, allowing the tired to rest. Jonathan walked away from the group to rest, feeling the relentless heat of the sun and his own fatigue. The little girl found him in the crowd and stood over him, happy that she had found the Star Soul Master. She came up to him with energetic leaps and kindly offered him a packet of steamed buns. Despite her dry mouth, she beamed with joy, hoping that by feeding him, he would be able to summon the Star Soul General and protect all the refugees. Jonathan, noticeably hungry and thinner, was tempted by the bun, but felt that he did not deserve such kindness. He forced himself to turn away, trying to refuse the treat, but a loud rumbling in his stomach gave him away, either from prolonged hunger or from the proximity of food. The girl's stomach rumbled quietly in response, and they both laughed awkwardly, and the tension of the moment eased. Despite Jonathan's refusal, the girl decided to share with him. She broke the bun in 2 and handed one to Jonathan before sitting down next to him. While they were eating, the girl began to tell a story, wondering if Jonathan was really from the Military Technical Academy, having recognized his uniform. Jonathan, hiding his face in embarrassment, remained silent, but took a bite of the bun. The girl continued, mentioning her sister, who also studied at the academy. Sadness appeared in her eyes, as she explained that her sister had stayed behind to fight the monsters with the city guard. The little girl was worried and tears came to her eyes. Jonathan, not used to comforting children, did not know how to help. The girl wiped away her tears with her sleeve, showing at such a young age that she understands the need to be strong. She then pulled herself together, declaring that she would one day create Star Soul Generals, just like her father. At that moment, her stomach rumbled again, interrupting her emotional speech. They shared a minute of silence, and the girl blushed with embarrassment. Jonathan looked away, scratching his nose, feeling awkward as he tried to convince her that he didn't like radish buns. The girl, not understanding his attempt to refuse, put her hands on her hips and scolded him. She said she wouldn't leave until she was sure he had finished his bun. Unable to resist her persistence, Jonathan demonstratively stuffed the entire remaining bun into his mouth, his cheeks puffing out and crumbs adorning his face. The girl smiled, pleased with her success, and patted him on the back, calling him brother. Jonathan, although exhausted, found a reason to hold out for a few more days. The girl, who had big plans for her future, invited him to be a tester of her inventions as soon as she grew up. Then Jonathan looked away again, scratching the back of his head, unable to refuse such a pure and innocent request. The happy girl extended her little finger to seal their agreement. She stated that it was very important and asked Jonathan to extend his hand. They sealed their promise with their little fingers. While their hands remained clasped, the girl introduced herself as Lily, and Jonathan, a smile appearing on his face, introduced himself back, allowing himself to smile genuinely for the first time in days. They spent some time together on a sandy outcrop, away from prying eyes, until Lily's mother began looking for her. Screams echoed across the desert as a woman with long hair was knocked down while searching for her young daughter. The girl ran to her mother, turning back to wave goodbye to her brother. She promised that they would see each other soon. However, the desert sand was full of dangers, and suddenly a huge centipede appeared and attacked the people, causing panic. Jonathan summoned his armor and rushed to protect everyone. Despite the damaged veins of the soul, he managed to provoke a powerful explosion that enveloped the surrounding area in a thick cloud of smoke. Although he managed to defeat the centipede, he was wounded. Blood was running down his arm. He was unable to save everyone, but many people survived. Jonathan's wound was deep, and he was quickly losing strength, leaving a bloody trail in the sand. When he stopped, he saw on the sand 2 severed hands belonging to a mother and daughter, who remained together until the end. Jonathan recognized the sleeve and realized with horror that the girl he had seen earlier, Lily, was dead. Overcome with grief, he fell to his knees and screamed at the top of his lungs, lamenting the unfairness of life and his inability to keep his promise. Meanwhile, above and inside the airport building, numerous ships were departing and arriving. The sky was clear, the movement was smooth. The Tan family stood at the terminal, a man named Ryan, the head of the family, arguing with the conductors at the checkpoint. Despite having tickets, they were denied boarding because the head of the family had purchased them a week before departure, making them invalid. His wife, a sweet young woman named Roxy, tried to reassure him by suggesting that they might have to leave later. A young teenage girl, Elia, intervened in the conversation, asking if she, as a Star Soul Master from the Military Technical Academy, had the right to board. Hearing this, the airport workers smiled and led her onto the landing pad. The head of the family grabbed his suitcases, preparing to follow his daughter, but the servicemen were not allowed to take anyone with them. An awkward pause hung between them. The girl could fly, but the rest of the family would have to wait a week for the next flight. Their silence was broken by Jonathan, who, as he walked through the baggage check, asked the staff if he could take his family with him. The staff, surprised by his youth, addressed him by name. Jonathan pulled a gold card with 4 9s on it from his inside pocket, reflecting the light from the lamps. His sinister behavior made the workers fidget nervously, and they quickly pointed him to the ship. They informed him that Austin was waiting for Jonathan on board. The young man walked casually through the terminals, while staff bowed and wished him a pleasant flight. The Tang family remained silent. Shocked by this scene, Roxy pulled her husband back, asking how he could have such powerful friends. Ryan, sweating and adjusting his glasses, found it hard to believe he knew anyone with an Austin Union honorary member card. Meanwhile, Elia turned away and told her aunt and uncle that she knew this young man. Her face flushed with embarrassment. And then Lily looked at her with happy eyes, wondering how she knew Jonathan. The girl asked uncomfortable questions, so Elia asked her to shut up. She watched Jonathan walk away, thinking about how much he had helped her. If it weren't for the commotion and the armor, she might have recognized the girl he had saved during the attack on the academy. Ryan looked at his relative in confusion, while his wife covered her mouth with her hand from laughter. Meanwhile, one of the employees, at Jonathan's request, called the family to the VIP passage. They hurried down the beautiful ramp, worried about being late but relieved that they had hit the jackpot. From above, the ship resembled an imperial palace with luxurious buildings, classical roofs, and a central garden. Jonathan's cabin was on the upper level, accessible by a spacious and comfortable elevator. A few moments later, he arrived at the right floor, where he was greeted by a pretty employee in a red dress. The Tang family tried to keep up, and the employee walked up to one of the doors, opened it, and bowed, indicating that her work was finished. Manager Austin was waiting for Jonathan inside. The room was decorated with crystal chandeliers that cast a beautiful light on the luxurious furniture. Seeing the long-awaited guest, Austin stood up and bowed to Jonathan, greeting him as if they had not seen each other for many years. Jonathan returned the greeting, smiled and thanked for the good cabin. The Tang family, except for Lily, followed his example and also bowed. Austin was surprised that Jonathan considered the best cabin on the ship merely good, but he tried not to show his disappointment. Jonathan then introduced his companions to Austin, who greeted them with laughter. He said he was promoted to general manager thanks to his successful deals with Jonathan. Ryan was shocked to realize that the general manager had as much power as the mayors. Jonathan and Austin exchanged pleasantries before the manager invited them into a private business discussion. Jonathan then informed his companions that he would be away for some time, and advised them to make themselves comfortable. The head of the family, his wife and niece bowed, feeling awkward in such a luxurious setting among important people. At that moment, Elia's cheeks flushed with excitement as she thought about how impressive this young man was, especially how well he could communicate with someone as important as Austin. When Austin opened the door, it revealed a simple but impressive room. He waited for Jonathan to join him, and as they disappeared through the door, Lily peered out from behind her mother, surprised at the lack of audibility. As it turned out, the room they entered was sealed off by a magical field and was not as ornately decorated as the others on the floor, but it was a great place to discuss business matters. Jonathan complimented the manager on the space, explaining that it was the perfect place for him to spend time making pills without disturbing others. Austin then handed Jonathan a memory card with the elixir he needed. Jonathan examined the card and its contents, then thanked the manager, mentioning that payment would be made later, as they had established a trusting trading relationship. Austin, not caring about immediate payment, smiled and bowed, also saying goodbye to Jonathan's companions and promising to visit them during the flight. Meanwhile, the Tang family was at a loss again. The attention from such an important person had confused them. When their meeting came to an end, they bowed and said goodbye. In the elevator, as the doors closed, Austin informed them that service personnel would be arriving shortly to make their journey easier. Lily waved her small hand at the interesting man, peeking out from behind his mother. Soon, the elevator reached their floor, and a girl dressed like a maid arrived to meet them, her peach-colored hair matching the wolf ears on her head. Jonathan looked sternly at the girl and thought that she looked like a werewolf. As she stepped out of the elevator, the maid dropped to one knee and introduced herself as Sophie, saying she would be serving them for the rest of the flight. Jonathan, using his soul energy to get a better look at the maid, realized that she was a werewolf, which he had not seen for over 30 years. Then, after Tiandu's defeat and being sucked into a spatial rift, he found himself on the southern continent. There, in the forest, he was found unconscious by several ladies in beautiful clothes. He remembered seeing bunny ears on one girl with silver hair, and the second girl also had bunny ears and a short, wheat-colored haircut. The southern continent was a place of harmony where werewolves and celestials lived peacefully, rarely visited by outsiders. Jonathan was taken to the main palace gate, and was met by a girl who was supposed to take him to the ancestor of the Duzhen clan. There he gained much knowledge and power and eventually became the clan's 5th disciple, although his soul general was sealed by the 5 elements array, preventing him from copying generals. However, he still made a significant contribution to the clan. While visiting a tavern, he heard a legend about a reborn man who was destined to save worlds and protect his home. One elf told him this story in quite some detail. Jonathan spent quite a lot of time with the girl, listening to her story. Meanwhile, the maid, worried by Jonathan's absent-minded expression, reminded him of a wonderful period in his life. He apologized, feeling nostalgic for the southern continent, and unsure if he would ever return. Sophie tilted her head to the side in confusion, her ears twitching slightly. In order not to attract unnecessary attention, Jonathan asked for a menu, and the Tan family, who were sitting separately, did not notice his strange behavior. Soon the maid handed the guy a beautifully decorated gilded menu, as expensive as the decor. Jonathan began looking through the menu and asked the Tan family if they were hungry, offering to order for them. Lily was the first to react, rolling over on the couch to face Jonathan and excitedly demanding steamed buns. However, her mother quickly covered her mouth with her hand, apologizing for her daughter's behavior. She leaned over and told the girl that no one would be eating regular buns here, and that she had one in her bag, especially for her. Lily pouted, insisting that one bun was not enough. However, Jonathan, ignoring the family's argument, turned to the maid and asked for 5 servings of steamed buns. Sophie, looking confused and with her ears drooping, awkwardly tried to explain that buns were not on the menu. Then the hero, pleased, handed the maid a talisman for storing money, instructing her to ask the cook to prepare buns, even if they were not on the menu. The maid looked in surprise at the talisman that would now belong to her. Jonathan explained that 2 portions had to be with radishes, and if they were not available, they should be bought elsewhere. Sophie accepted the talisman, bowed and promised to do everything in her power. Jonathan smiled and told her she could go, after which the maid hurried into the kitchen clutching the talisman. Finally able to rest, Jonathan leaned back on the sofa, putting his hands behind his head. At this moment, Lily sat down next to him, tugging at his clothes to get his attention. She wanted to know if he liked radish buns. Jonathan, who had never liked the taste of them, admitted that although he had not liked them before, he now found them not so bad. The girl enthusiastically rummaged through her cute duck-shaped handbag, repeating that radishes were nutritious and healthy. Her family did not share her enthusiasm, loudly declaring that only she liked this dish. However, having found her treasure, the little girl settled herself more comfortably on the sofa, looking sincerely at the young man and holding out a bun to him, offering to share the meal with him as a token of gratitude. Jonathan took the soft bun, feeling the warmth filling his heart. He remembered how once upon a time it was this girl and this bun that saved him from loneliness, despair, and the desire to give up. He removed the wrapper, smiled, and leaned toward Lily, offering to split the bun in half. The girl was delighted with the offer, her eyes closed as she smiled, during which time she managed to get hungry. Jonathan then used a thread of spiritual energy to cut the bun in half, finding that the dough was soft and easy to separate. He handed part of the bun to the little girl and kept the other part for himself. He could only dream of sitting next to her and eating a steamed radish bun. Meanwhile, Roxy watched him with wide eyes, amazed by his precise control of spiritual power, a skill that even Earth-ranked masters couldn't achieve. As she watched her daughter enjoying a meal with the young man, the woman remembered hearing about young Master Jonathan from Jianhu Palace. She nudged her husband and shared her observation, suggesting that they thank Jonathan for all he had done. Ryan adjusted his glasses, feeling awkward. He had never been good at communicating with people, especially those from noble families. While Jonathan was gathering his courage, he finished the bun. He watched as the little girl licked her fingers with pleasure. Turning to Jonathan, Lily announced with a sincere expression that Jonathan was now her friend, and formally stated his name. Jonathan, beaming with happiness, introduced himself in response. He remembered how he once hurt a little girl badly, but now he had enough strength to protect her. At this point, Ryan awkwardly walked up to the table, scratching the back of his head and trying to introduce himself hesitantly. His wife pinched him on the back, apologizing for his lack of social skills over the years. The woman bowed elegantly and thanked Jonathan for his assistance in boarding and for providing comfortable conditions and a cabin. Jonathan urged her not to stand on ceremony. While the adults were talking, the little girl noticed a beautiful sunset and rushed to the window. She stood by the glass with burning eyes, having not seen such beauty for a long time. She turned to the others and shouted that the garden was incomparably beautiful, with majestic trees and miniature gazebos visible through the window. Jonathan got up from the sofa and offered to take Lily into the garden to show her everything. Her parents seemed to approve of the idea, and the girl clapped her hands with delight. She invited her sister Elia to join them for a walk in the garden, but she declined. Meanwhile, in another part of the airship, a girl with short silver hair admired the beautiful scenery. She turned to the young man behind her and asked him to walk with her in the garden. A young man, also with silver hair, sat on a chair, twirling a summoning talisman decorated with patterns in his hands. He was not delighted with the walk. Several hours passed since then, and the landing was complete. The plane undocked from the airport, its engines roaring. In the beautiful garden, high above the cities, life was in full swing. At sunset, in a clearing near a huge tree, Sophie's maid thanked a beautiful woman in a long dress. She held in her hands a fresh crop of radishes, just dug up. The mistress of the kitchen advised her to find them in the central garden. Vivian, the ship's singer, was well versed in the ship despite her frail appearance and light clothing. Holding her fan, she raised her lilac eyes to the sky, amazed that someone who could afford luxury would order simple radish buns. Inspired, Sophie rushed into the kitchen with a radish in her hands. The light coming through the tree canopy illuminated her dress. A moment later, she disappeared from sight, leaving Vivian alone in the shadow of a tree from which yellow leaves were falling. At that moment, 2 more people with silver hair entered the garden, and the girl managed to persuade her companion to take a walk among the trees. They were stopped by a ship's employee, who informed them that for safety reasons, all passengers must remain in their cabins until the ship had reached optimum speed, and the entrance to the garden was closed. The girl named Nora made a displeased face, trying her best to convince the young man to visit the garden. She began to scream and wave her arms, acting like a child. Her companion, Faye, and the employee watched the events without emotion. The young man approached Nora and gently placed his hand on her head, stroking her hair. He promised that they would return later and would definitely take a walk in the garden. Nora, still screaming and waving her arms, now turned her irritation on the young man, who had to press his forehead to hers and keep a safe distance. Meanwhile, Sophie, approaching the door, looked over the list of ingredients for steamed buns that the local chef had given her. The combination seemed strange to her, since it would not have been successful in her home country. As she approached the doors, they opened automatically, and she was surprised by the scene unfolding before her. Nora and Faye collided, sending radishes flying in all directions. The maid lay motionless on the floor, only lamenting about the spoiled radishes. Several radishes burst from the collision. Meanwhile, Nora was sitting on the floor, holding her head and crying. The girls hit their foreheads hard. Faye lifted the young lady by her clothes, looking at her tear-stained face to check her condition. Nora screamed in pain, not only from the physical injuries she had sustained, but also from embarrassment that her dress was dirty and unladylike. Then Sophie knelt down in front of the young lady, shaking off her clothes and apologizing repeatedly. She was in such a hurry that she did not look where she was running. However, at that moment, Faye hit her in the sternum, closer to the collarbones. The maid didn't even have time to react before she was thrown back, breaking through the door and landing face down on the stone path in the garden. The setting sun illuminated her stained dress, and dust from the impact swirled around her. The scarf that covered her neck fell off, revealing a metal collar, indicating that she was in slavery. The clerk watched the proceedings warily, his hand on the baton behind his back. The young man, clearly angry, continued to hold Nora in his right hand. His yellow eyes were full of hatred, and he felt disgust towards the long-eared slave, believing that she was unworthy of touching the noble lady of the Samarin family. The girl in his arms began to resist and protested, declaring that she did not want to spend money on compensation for the death of a slave. In anger, the young man deliberately crushed the radish lying at his feet, breaking it into several pieces. Sophie, raising her head and with difficulty opening her left eye, plaintively asked him not to trample the food intended for the young master. Then Faye stepped through the crack where the door had been a few moments ago, heading towards the maid, cursing and insulting the werewolf race. He came across another radish, which he also crushed under his foot, showing no concern for who the slave was carrying the food for. Rolling over onto her stomach, Sophie crawled towards the young man, trying to beg for forgiveness and save at least some of the food. She grabbed him by the leg of his trousers and asked for forgiveness again, tears streaming down her face, traces of blood visible at the corners of her mouth. Veins appeared on Faye's face, twisted in a grimace of disgust. He was outraged by the audacity of the werewolf who grabbed him by the clothes. Without hesitation, he kicked her again with the leg she was holding onto, blood spurting upward as he kicked her in the head. The servant and Nora stepped aside, making no attempt to stop the madman. The servant wanted to intervene, but was stopped by the girl, who grabbed him by the shoulder and smiled kindly, showing a card with a large sum of money. From the girl's explanation, it was clear that the young man's family had been killed by werewolf slaves, and now he was overcome with rage whenever he encountered them. Since the girl didn't mind if Faye killed the maid, they would compensate the owner for the damages if necessary. Meanwhile, the young man prepared for further action, screaming as he wanted to hit her. Although he initially wanted to keep his hands clean, he didn't notice someone approaching him from behind. Jonathan, unable to remain indifferent after witnessing this scene, now held the young man's hand tightly. Faye was initially distracted when his arm was grabbed and glared at the young man. It turned out that Jonathan's grip was incredibly strong as he immobilized a black rank expert. Thinking about this, he continued to hold the girl by the dress. Jonathan's gaze was stern and dark as he set out to find out who dared to attack his personal maid. Eventually, Faye came to his senses and began to resent Jonathan's interference, the white-haired youth threatening Jonathan, knowing that no one around him would dare challenge him and that he was superior in strength to most people. However, Jonathan was ready to take on the challenge, ready to see what this young man could show him. Given Faye's recklessness, he was prepared to activate his Star Soul General right here, pulling out the activation talisman, aware of the potential destruction and loss that it would cause. However, at that moment Nora approached the men, seeking an explanation. She handed Jonathan a wallet containing 50,000 Zyeyu coins. The young man looked at the money suspiciously, took the card, and then turned his gaze to the strange couple. He remained silent, but did not touch the narcissistic Faye, just waiting for them to leave. Faye cursed under his breath and crumpled his numb hand, expressing his dissatisfaction. He didn't want to leave without saying the last word. Nora, interrupting his indignation, hit the young man on the head with her fist, her feelings telling her that he would not be able to win here, given the young man's earth rank. His eyes widened in surprise. He did not examine the aura, thinking that the intruder was no older than 20 years old. The angry girl put her hands on her hips and demanded that Faye apologize to the elder. Faye did not like this demand. His distrust and indignation were obvious, not used to asking for forgiveness. He crossed his arms over his chest and bowed his head as a sign of respect. Jonathan, however, ignored the boy and walked over to the maid, who was still lying curled up on the sidewalk. Hearing his voice, Sophie relaxed a little but was unable to get up due to her injuries. Despite her attempts to reassure Jonathan that she was okay, he looked at her sternly. The odd couple bowed behind Jonathan, Nora asking permission to leave, knowing that if Jonathan hadn't had to take care of the maid at that moment, he might not have let them go so easily. However, having no time to deal with them further, Jonathan let them go with a grim look. Nora and Faye hurried out of the garden and ran across the hall to their cabins. The Tang family, watching from afar, noticed that Jonathan was looking at the retreating figures, noting that their appearance and skin color resembled those of the Xiaoyu kingdom in the southwest. Over time, the Xiaoyu kingdom developed various relationships with Tandu, and was often at odds with its neighbors. Long ago, a kingdom under the influence of Mirin attacked Tandu. Their best warriors, who had allied with the Merman Kingdom and the other monster kingdom Longhai, the abode of monsters, often clashed with the Hun clan. The generals from the Zuyai Kingdom and the Hun clan were complete opposites, like fire and water, and they fought with intense hostility. The kingdom of Shay was notorious for capturing slaves, often werewolves, who were auctioned off like livestock. This cruel treatment led to the inhabitants viewing werewolves as mere commodities. Now Sophie was lying beaten on the ground, her appearance reminding Jonathan of his past life and the girl who once risked her life for him. Despite being a werewolf, they shared a deep connection. Jonathan leaned over the maid, trying to assess her condition. He reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and pulled out a bottle of recovery pills. However, Sophie tried to brush off his kindness. She was not used to such gestures, and a pill of this kind could buy several werewolves. Her life did not seem too valuable to her. She pretended that everything was fine, scratching the back of her head and playfully sticking out her tongue. The maid was accustomed to beatings, and often exaggerated her injuries to make her tormentor leave her alone. Jonathan, however, did not believe her pretense. He grabbed her jaw to force her mouth open and shoved a restorative pill inside. Sophie looked at him with fear. Even though most werewolves could not attain the rank of Soul General, they were an extremely powerful race. Suddenly, Sophie began to get indignant and waved her hands, not understanding why he was wasting such a valuable pill on her while she was in pain. Then Jonathan, who was sitting on the garden path, got up and left, telling her not to worry about such trifles, as the pills were no problem for him. Walking away from the girl, Jonathan noticed that there were only a few pills left in the bottle and decided that he needed to return to the hut to make more. He approached the Tang family, where a little girl pointed at an employee and complained that she could not enter the garden because of the flight. Jonathan stroked her head and promised that they would return to the garden for a walk. However, Lily still looked miserable, turning away from Jonathan with her cheeks puffed out and her arms crossed. Suddenly she looked up, puzzled and serious as her gaze fell on Sophie, who was crawling on her knees, picking up the remains of the radishes from the floor, and Lily ran to help the maid. At that moment, singing could be heard from the garden, coming through the half-open doors and inviting people to stroll among the trees. Jonathan, intrigued by the wonderful song, turned to the windows to find out who was still in the garden and whose voice was enchanting. The song emanated from the central gazebo, merging with the surrounding environment and becoming a part of it. Vivian sat on a ledge in the gazebo, playing an ancient musical instrument, the girl singing along to the music pouring from the strings. Jonathan recognized this voice. He had heard it before, and enjoyed it during numerous concerts in Tandu. The memory of his days in the Black Shell Defense and attending many of their performances made him think about an autograph. A few minutes later, the loud voice of the ship's commander was heard. The ship was preparing for takeoff. The signalmen waved their wands, indicating that there were only a few minutes left before takeoff, and that passengers should fasten their seatbelts. The ship disconnected from the power grid, huge cables retracted into the base, a system check began, and the engines turned on. The main and auxiliary engines were in perfect order, and the plane began to gain altitude. The commander requested permission to leave the port. After checking, everything was cleared for departure, and the dispatcher wished them a pleasant flight. The engines roared to full power as the ship took off, creating a cushion of air that prevented the turbulence from hitting the passengers. In cabin number 1, the entire Tang family, except for Lily, were sitting on the sofa. They were strapped into the seat, but they were still shaken by the turbulence. In cabin number 3, Faye also felt afraid, since the feeling of weightlessness had always been his greatest weakness. In a special room, Jonathan was busy making pills with a large alchemical ball that glowed like a mini-sun, and there were already several jars on the table. He reinforced the room with a magical field to prevent turbulence from interfering with his work. Jonathan prepared the pills not only for himself, but also as gifts for family members. After creating 4 new shiny pink pills surrounded by magical light, he placed them in separate jars. Jonathan was not yet experienced enough to create an 8-star potion, which explained the limited number of pills. With its engines running at full power, the plane roared away from the airport, accelerating to high speed, its nose creating an air cushion to protect passengers from the turbulence. In the midst of all this, Lily, despite her discomfort, chose to remain separated from her family, waiting for her brother. She looked unwell, and her mother invited her to join the family at a separate table so that she would not feel scared and alone. However, Lily chose to remain where she was, preferring to wait for her brother rather than join her mother. Soon, Jonathan decided to take a break, leaving his special room for the common area, and Lily immediately forgot about her recent disappointment. She patted the sofa and motioned for her brother to join her, her face lit up with a wide smile. Jonathan noticed the cheerful expression on the girl's face and smiled back, pleased that he was being waited for. He headed towards the table, While Roxy looked at the young man in surprise, Jonathan calmly walked through the ship, not paying attention to the shaking around him. Aaliyah, a student at the academy, watched Jonathan with no less surprise. She realized that he had adapted his muscles to the movements of the ship, a sign of great experience and self-control. Ryan, oblivious to the young man, was in such a bad state that he could barely hold his head up, almost semi-conscious. Jonathan, meanwhile, sat down on the couch next to the girl and opened the monitor to send a message. The little girl, worried about her brother, pointed to his seatbelt and urged him to buckle up for safety. She asked what he was doing. Jonathan, smiling calmly, explained that he was writing a message to his family to let them know he was returning home. The ship had already moved far from the city, gliding over the calm water, cutting through the clouds and heading towards the setting sun. Meanwhile, a message arrived in Yunnan City, and in the Song Manor, a huge sensor built into the main building recorded all incoming messages. The general manager, David, a middle-aged man in a gray suit, informed the head of the family that the airship with his grandson on board had taken off and would arrive the next day at noon. Santiago, the head of the family, an elderly gray-haired man in a gray robe, ordered that his sons and grandchildren also come to the estate to gather around the table. He looked at the monitor, reading the message from his youngest son, and ordered the warships to escort the ship carrying his grandson. The manager hesitated, asking cautiously if the warships could be used for personal purposes. The old man, angered by this question, scolded his subordinate, insisting that protecting his grandson was no longer just a family matter. The manager bowed apologetically and asked permission to leave as he had an urgent task to complete. Senior Song was left alone in the spacious office, staring at the photo of his grandson above the message. Among the expensive items on the table was an old black and white photograph depicting a man and woman tenderly holding a child. Santiago picked up the framed photograph and studied it carefully, thinking about how this little boy had grown up, healed his damaged veins, and gained great strength. Meanwhile, the ship Jonathan was on board stabilized and flew smoothly across the sky, and the captain announced that the passengers were free to move around. Sophie finally delivered the order to the first cabin, bringing 2 trays on a trolley. She placed one tray in front of Jonathan and Lily. The girl impatiently grabbed the steaming bun and popped it into her mouth. With her mouth full, she asked the maid how she felt. The girl playfully raised her fists, smiled, and happily declared that she needed to thank the young gentleman for the pill, as she felt even better than usual. Elia held the bun demurely, a blush appearing on her cheeks. She wondered if Jonathan had given her the same pill he had used when he saved her from the monsters. Lily, chewing thoughtfully, said sternly that if she were in her brother's place, she would definitely beat up the person who harmed Sophie. However, before he could finish, the girl fell silent, looking suspiciously at the filling of the bun. Jonathan noticed her sudden silence and asked worriedly if she was choking. The girl, however, was glowing with happiness. The bun was so delicious that she could hardly contain her delight. Jonathan, who had not yet tried a bun, picked one up and took a bite, expressing doubt as to whether the girl was exaggerating. He chewed the piece carefully and examined the filling, catching familiar notes of soy sauce and honey. The maid, genuinely pleased that the guests liked the buns, explained that they were prepared according to Lady Vivian's special recipe. The girl suddenly fell silent, realizing that she had forgotten to mention Lady Vivian. As she was about to take the cart away, she informed the visitors that a performance with songs and dances would soon begin in the central garden, and offered to accompany them there. Meanwhile, in the garden, 2 armored warriors held special projectors, creating a large stage with dancers. A little further on a wooden podium, an observation deck was installed with chairs in 3 rows. The beautiful voice was heard even outside the ship, filling the space. The dancers, dressed in oriental outfits with light skirts and gold rings, performed a song about a beautiful woman in expensive clothes. Lady Vivian, sitting in the gazebo, played the pipa and sang a tender song about love. The hall, already half full of people, was occupied by guests who were listening attentively to the performance. Sophie led Jonathan and the Tan family across the bridge to the stand. She found a place for them where the passengers in the first cabin were given the best seats in the middle of the first row. A plump young man, Jack, from a wealthy family, noticed them and looked at them suspiciously. It seemed strange to him that such simply dressed people occupied the first cabin. Nora also noticed the arriving guests. As Lily tried to climb onto the chair, she recognized Jonathan and tugged on Faye's sleeve. Faye, distracted from singing, looked angrily in her direction. He was trying to enjoy the dancers and the beautiful song. Nora assumed that there were important guests from the Austin Trade Union sitting in the Diamond Zone. It seemed that the young man was someone important, so the Samarin family should befriend him. Her companion, however, did not understand the conversation and directed his stern gaze in another direction. Sophie noticed the intense gaze directed at her and turned to look at Faye. She was surprised to realize who was watching her so intently, and her hair stood on end like a cat's. Jonathan noticed the suspicious couple and, judging by their seats in the front row, he assumed that they were not ordinary citizens of the kingdom of Q. He turned to the maid, inviting her to sit in the chair next to him, and the maid gratefully accepted the offer. At this point, the dancer's performance had just ended, and the host announced the beginning of a new show based on a true story. The play. The Battle of Undine was about to begin. When the curtain rose and the burning buildings appeared, Jonathan sank into his chair, confused. Suddenly, an actor dressed in simple clothes burst onto the stage and began calling for help. He screamed that the city was being attacked by monsters, begging for help and calling on everyone to run. 3 more actors appeared on stage, dressed as monsters eager to devour as many people as possible. Lily watched the scene with wide eyes, exclaiming at how scary the monsters were. On the opposite side of the stage, 3 actors in fake student armor raised fake swords and engaged in a brutal battle with the monsters. The battle was chaotic. Screams were heard from all sides. Suddenly the monsters threw back the defenders. They lost their swords and fell backwards. The enemies stood over the immobilized bodies with monstrous grins, wielding huge claws. Lily screamed in fear, covering her eyes with her hands, as she had never seen such a performance before. Suddenly, an unusually dressed man appeared on the stage. His gray armor was different from that of the students, and looked larger. He assumed the pose of a heron, introducing himself as the Star Soul General Xochi, and shouted for the monsters to hear. The guests in the hall began to whisper and discuss the hero's appearance. The lead actor struck a provocative pose. At that moment, a sheet fell on him, causing him to disappear and spin. Some guests stood up from their seats to get a better view of the performance. Lily's face showed surprise and delight in anticipation of a miracle. When the actor removed the canvas, his outfit turned into a warrior costume in red emerald armor and a long red cloak. It was Lu Bu. A young man in the back row stood up and shouted that he recognized Lu Bu when he saw the general in the city. The actor extended his hand, and the extras, blending into the background, slowly brought him the halberd. Lu Bu then summoned a horse, and 2 other extras attached a fake horse to his lower torso. In this form, the main character chased monsters around the stage, who tried to run away from him in horror. Jack clapped his hands with shining eyes, believing that this was a true example for their generation of Star Soul masters. Lily's eyes also sparkled as she greeted the majestic hero. Jonathan, feeling uneasy, tried to distract himself with hot tea. On stage, a beautiful girl was being comforted by a warrior among cardboard buildings who promised to protect her. Hearing this, Jonathan choked on his tea, imagining the actor waiting for the second prince. If the second prince saw this performance, it could turn into a disaster. Suddenly, the monster appeared on the stage surrounded by voodoo dogs, Liu Bu covering the second princess. The cloud of steam simulated a battle, and cries for help could be heard through it. Jack cried with delight, continuing to applaud the actor, in whom he saw a role model. After defeating the monsters, the princess asked the hero to marry her, but the general rejected her offer, saying that it was his duty to protect the country. Aaliyah burst into tears, touched by the performance that echoed her memories of her own rescue. As the general said goodbye to the beautiful girl, she collapsed on the stage in tears, begging him not to leave. Jonathan was overcome with embarrassment. He slumped in his chair and tried to remain inconspicuous, ashamed of his performance, which he found far from flattering. Jack, slamming his large palm on the table next to his chair, stood up with a displeased expression on his face, rubbing his fists. Jonathan had made several unflattering comments about the play, and was now demanding an apology from the hero. Jonathan looked at him as if he were crazy. In front of the man stood 2 burly guards, one young and one older, with a mustache and beard, staring at Jonathan and demanding an apology. Jonathan didn't want to start a confrontation on the Allied ship, so he had to apologize. Nora turned to her companion with a sly smile, seeing this as an opportunity to make friends with the passenger from the first cabin. Faye looked at her with displeasure, wondering if she was trying to start a fight. The girl stuck her tongue out at him, thinking that a fight was unlikely since she could rely on the guy from the first cabin. Meanwhile, Jack continued to be indignant, considering the apology insincere and wanting to hear more sincere words. Then, little Lily took Jonathan's side. She didn't like that someone was bothering her brother. She pointed at the fat man and indignantly shouted that they had already apologized. Jack, deeply offended by being called fat, shouted back and insulted Lily. Meanwhile, Nora teased the rich man by sticking out her tongue. Then Jack, with a serious expression on his face, warned that if they wanted to fight, they would get it. Displeased, Faye pointed out that the fat man had ruined their enjoyment of the show and was ready to punish him. He pulled out his beautiful summoning talisman from under his clothes. One of the older guards, with an angry expression on his face, pointed out to the savages from the Jiayu kingdom that they shouldn't be so arrogant. Faye showed his disdain for such arrogance with his behavior, confident that he could quickly deal with both guards. The senior guard pulled out his card from the summons, believing that he could punish the impudent boy. Jack tried to defuse the situation with a few words. At that moment, the host's voice was heard asking the guests to give the floor to the beautiful lady standing next to him. Everyone turned their attention to the stage, and most people froze in surprise when they recognized Lady Vivian herself. She stood next to the host in her usual soft peach-colored outfit, with her wheat-colored hair falling over her left shoulder. Jack, feeling awkward, bowed shyly, realizing that the author of the play had come onto the stage herself. Faye was also happy to see the girl up close. His cheeks turned pink and his eyes reflected admiration. Jonathan looked at the beautiful lady with a nostalgic smile and tenderness, knowing that in 3 years she would become famous throughout the kingdom. Lady Vivian began her speech by explaining that she had heard the quarrel from her gazebo and had come out to make peace with her guests. Jack scratched the back of his head awkwardly, closing his eyes and asking the lady to continue her speech. The girl first thanked everyone for their love for her work, but noted that the story, based on a legend, was a literary work and not a reflection of the truth. Turning to Jonathan, she acknowledged that he might have been involved in the real battle depicted on stage, and she could only humbly accept his corrections. She also mentioned that some changes were made for commercial reasons and apologized for this, bowing from the stage as she spoke, a blush of embarrassment appearing on her face. Jonathan felt awkward and scratched the back of his head, trying to defuse the situation. He noted that the play was not so bad. Lady Vivian smiled back and asked the audience to enjoy her singing as well. Jack, now realizing that he had become too excited, asked forgiveness from the lady and everyone around him. Meanwhile, Lily continued to tease the fat man by sticking her tongue out at him. Then Faye finally threatened the guard by holding his finger to his throat, indicating that next time could be fatal for him. The old man frowned and walked away with the rest of the guards, casting an angry glance at the impudent young man. Meanwhile, the host, smiling, announced that the audience would be treated to a wonderful composition performed by Lady Vivian called Statue of the General of the Star Soul. The girl sat in front of the audience on a small chair, holding a musical instrument in her hands. Her hands began to slide softly over the strings, creating beautiful music, as she closed her eyes and began to sing. The air around her seemed to fill with flickering lights, and the wind died down. The audience remained silent, enjoying the beautiful voice. It seemed that even nature had frozen, and only the leaves were slowly falling to the ground. Jonathan closed his eyes, feeling that the world had ceased to exist. It had been a long time since he had last heard the voice of his singer, and he felt nostalgic. Behind Lady Vivian, the curtain parted, revealing clouds of steam, and beautiful girls in red and green dresses appeared, gracefully dancing, the girl playing and singing exquisitely. After finishing the song, the singer and dancers took a bow, and the audience responded with applause, demanding an encore. Everyone really enjoyed the performance, and Lady Vivian was pleased with their reaction. She agreed to perform another song, but was not sure which one to choose. Jack happily shouted from his chair that he had heard rumors about a new song, Burning Star, that the singer was working on, and he expressed a desire to be one of the first to hear it. Vivian tried to explain that the song was not ready yet, but the audience began chanting the title of the new song. Then Lady Vivian, agreeing to fulfill the wishes of the public, was pleased that her work was so well received. She hoped that even without the ending, the song would be a success. Jonathan watched the scene with satisfaction, remembering that Burning Star had brought fame to the prima donna, although he had no idea that the song had been written so long ago. The singer sat down on a chair and touched the strings with a gentle expression on her face. Her beautiful lilac eyes looked somewhere over the hall as she began to sing to the unknown hero. Jonathan, absorbed by the beautiful voice, closed his eyes and began to sing along, knowing many of the girl's songs by heart. The song resonated with him, reminding him of times in his life and the battles he had gone through. Although sometimes he forgot the words due to time, he continued to hum with his eyes closed. As he sang one line, he began to think that his new life had begun and that he could correct his past mistakes. When he opened his eyes to applaud, he was struck by the deathly silence around him. Even Lady Vivian was silent, and Jonathan was confused by the unexpected silence. He looked around, searching for an explanation. All the spectators in the hall stared at him, and the girls covered their lips with their fingers. Lady Vivian stood on the stage with her head down, her hands, still holding the instrument, shaking. At that moment, Sophie leaned over to the young master and whispered that the singer had not finished the song, and the last lines were missing. But Jonathan sang them himself. Jonathan was horrified to realize that this could negatively affect the singer's career, since it was this song that made her popular. Lady Vivian, with a peaceful expression on her face, thanked the young man, explaining that the words of the song resonated with her feelings. She felt like she had met a soulmate. She looked at him tenderly, admitting that her heart skipped a beat when she heard those words, feeling a deep connection. Jonathan felt awkward and looked away, feeling like he had cheated on an exam. He had never imagined that his attempt to enjoy the evening could end like this. Huge gray clouds began to gather around the ship, which moved through them as if riding the waves. Lady Vivian looked at her hands in surprise. Her body and clothes were covered in emerald flames that reached towards the sky, seeming to evaporate. Suddenly, she realized that she had broken through to the next rank. Gentle whirlwinds lifted her clothes and hair, and a blush appeared on the singer's face along with a gentle smile. Although she had been at the top of the yellow rank for a long time, the young man's words caused her soul to break through. Suddenly, she screamed as if in ecstasy. The emerald flames trembled along with her body and spread around her like an aura. Surrounded by the rushing, murmuring streams, she looked up at the sky as an emerald aura shot up in a bright column, dissipating high above the ship and scattering delicate sparks across the dark sky. Jack jumped up from his chair, not believing his eyes. His favorite singer turned out to be a star master of the soul and rose to the next step before him. Jonathan watched calmly as it happened, knowing that relaxing the mind and finding harmony often solved problems that prevented breakthroughs. Suddenly, a purple lightning flashed in the sky between the gathering clouds. Foreshadowing trouble, Jonathan could not ignore it. He felt an aura of evil and looked at the sky, suspecting that perhaps some mistake had occurred. The clouds continued to gather, seeming to pursue the ship, and lightning flashed periodically. Meanwhile, Lady Vivian, after the procedure of elevation, lay, sweating, on the stage in a semi-conscious state. At that moment, Jack stood up, bowed respectfully, and congratulated her on breaking into the black ranks. The audience behind him remained seated, applauding and shouting words of congratulations to the singer. Still the center of attention, Lady Vivian rose slightly and thanked everyone present, her face flushing softly. As she began to come to her senses, she stood up and turned to Jonathan, thanking him for his guidance and asking to speak with him after the show. However, the young man did not have time for this. He raised his hand, signaling everyone to be silent, and listened to what was happening around the ship. Lady Vivian's lilac eyes widened as she questioned the young man. As the storm around the ship intensified, clouds began to envelop the building, and lightning struck closer and closer. Panic erupted at headquarters when staff reported a malfunction in the airspace. The captain of the Hong family's airship 802, a stern old man in a red uniform, seemed very angry and ordered the ship to prepare to accelerate. But first, the defense system needed to be activated. A sky-colored shield appeared around the ship, causing the clouds to retreat several meters. Alarms blared throughout the ship, signaling that passengers were in danger. Sirens echoed in every corner of the plane, and guests in the garden heard a message from the ship's staff, informing them that the ship needed to speed up as monsters had been detected nearby. Above their heads, the people who had just witnessed the wonderful spectacle saw a huge crack dividing the sky into two. Countless flying bifan monsters, which only appeared in groups and were of high rank, flew through the crack towards the ship, resembling vultures. They froze in the sky and, opening their huge beaks, began to collect energy balls for an attack. They simultaneously shot bright beams towards the ship. Even one such monster could cause irreparable damage and kill many people. The deadly rays were hitting the special high-level system installed by the ship's staff, and with so many monsters, it was unclear what kind of defense would be enough. Panic broke out in the garden. All the guests jumped up from their seats. The whole ship shook, but Jonathan remained calm and stood firmly on his feet. Lady Vivian struggled to stay on her feet due to the constant blows, and the ground seemed to be slipping out from under her feet. She found herself on the edge of the stage. Jonathan noticed that the singer was in danger and rushed to her. She fell from the stage into his arms. He then carefully placed her on the ground, and they exchanged pleasantries. He checked to see if she was okay, and the girl thanked him for saving her. After that, Jonathan looked at the formation with a stern face, expressing concern that the defense would not last long. Lady Vivian pressed her hand to her chest, looking at the sky with excitement. Meanwhile, at headquarters, one of the employees, with a look of horror on his face, reported that the ship was completely surrounded by monsters. The captain, furious and unsure of what to do, realized that with the defenses activated, the ship would not be able to reach its maximum speed. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he decided to send out a distress signal and request support. Meanwhile, the staff had to engage in combat. Warriors in armor with long-range weapons were distributed around the perimeter of the ship to shoot at the flying monsters. A large number of trained warriors were stationed throughout the ship, their main task being to prevent the monsters from destroying the defensive array that was the main stronghold of their defense. Jack was carried by two guards who tried to take him to safety, but he resisted, wanting to fight. He tried to convince his uncles that he needed to join the fight by showing courage and anger. At this point, Faye and Nora were sitting on the floor behind chairs, and the young man seriously asked his companion what she thought about joining the fight. Nora, always prudent, looked at the young man and decided that she would fight, but not for others, but rather for herself. Meanwhile, Jonathan and Lady Vivian watched the barrier glow from the blows. Jonathan took out a green summoning talisman with patterns. Aaliyah, who was watching the couple from the side, noticed the talisman in Jonathan's hand and was surprised. Her eyes widened as she recognized it. She thought she had lost the talisman in the battle. She blushed sharply and covered her mouth with her fingers, finding it very cute that her savior had used her talisman. It was an exciting discovery. The monsters attacking the ship showed no signs of retreating. The vibrations spread throughout the entire defensive grid, and in some places the defense became especially thin. The enemies sensed vulnerability and gathered to attack small areas at the same time. The command post received this unpleasant news from the personnel responsible for system maintenance, who reported that monsters were trying to penetrate a weakly protected area. The captain, with a stern face but panic in his eyes, reacted excitedly. He sent another squad to provide security, and the threat to the guards was displayed on the screens. Meanwhile, one employee reported that no one could leave their current posts as fierce fighting raged everywhere. The captain realized that the situation was hopeless and broke out in a cold sweat. Now all hope was placed on the passengers who came to the aid of the ship's defenders. Most of the people on board were ordinary people, barely capable of killing even the weakest monsters. Meanwhile, the spectators hastily left the garden. Lady Vivian was busy evacuating people, trying to organize their movement and direct them to safety. The monsters gathered in the sky above the garden, preparing to strike at the same place at the same time, the ominous energy gathering in their beaks once more as the enemies launched a combined attack, releasing beams that intertwined into a single stream. This stream fell and spread across the protective massif. As it turned out, not everyone managed to escape from the garden. 3 beautiful dancers ran along the path near the western wall, but fell due to constant shaking. At that moment, the protective dome cracked under the combined blow of the monsters. The beam hit the western wall, as a result of which part of it collapsed. Debris fell on the defenseless women. Lady Vivian saw this but was powerless to intervene. She shouted at the dancers to get out of the danger zone as soon as possible, but the girls did not make it in time. As they sat on the path, they saw huge boulders flying towards them. Suddenly, a blue sparkling card flashed past Lady Vivian, heading towards the defenseless dancers. As they tried to cover themselves with their hands in fear, a transparent dome appeared around them. Boulders fell, but bounced off the energy field. The girls looked up in confusion, not understanding where the protective grill above them came from. Lady Vivian turned around to see where the map had come from as it unfolded into a row. She was surprised to see Jonathan behind her. Few people were able to instantly create such things. He stood behind, completing the spell. After this, Jonathan looked up at the crack in the sky, realizing that a battle awaited him. The monsters burst into the garden, and the first enemy entered inside. The rest of the monsters growled angrily, waiting for their turn. Jack, the guard, and his comrades turned around in response to the roar. It became clear to everyone that running was useless. Then the man from the guard pushed off the ground, determined to prevent the enemies from reaching the defenseless guests. In turn, he threw his summoning talisman to the master, asking him to save himself while they all had to fight. Jack caught the card with both hands and asked his uncle to take care of himself. His words were sincere. These people practically became his family. The old man activated his talisman and the transformation began. He continued running, putting on his armor, which was quite simple and unadorned. Steel flashed brightly as he raised his battle axe, his classic simple weapon striking the monster's hard carapace, sparking brightly like steel striking steel. The man's blood boiled as he swung his axe, trying to break through the enemy's defense. Sparks flew in all directions, leaving bright streaks in the air. The monster still couldn't move. While everyone was watching the battle between the man and the monster, Jonathan was distracted by a message from the system and stepped aside. He listened carefully as the system recommended leaving the area due to increased danger. The young man thought that the monsters attacking the ship did not pose a serious threat, but the system apparently detected an enemy of a higher rank than the Saint. He turned to look at the Tang family and the others, deciding not to abandon them even though it was impossible to hide among so many people. Thinking back to the recent battles, he had obtained several summoning talismans and copied Lu Bu. This might not be enough to deal with a strong opponent. Jonathan rested his chin thoughtfully, regretting that he didn't have other generals with long-range mobile attacks. As it turned out, despite all his efforts, Jack's bodyguard was unable to break through the enemy's shell. The monster struck with its hind leg, throwing the warrior aside. He fell, and the monster immediately directed a beam at him. The man disappeared in a cloud of energy and dust. The people recoiled from the rising wind. Nora and Faye watched the fight. The girl assessed the situation and came to the conclusion that the old man's current abilities were too weak. She sent the young man to fight the monster. Faye glanced sideways at his companion and took out his talisman, seeing this as his chance to demonstrate his superiority. He summoned armor that was completely different from Jaeyu's machines, the more angular shape making it look more like a cyborg than a warrior. As it turned out, the bodyguard was still alive, cursing and trying to get to his feet. The monster hovered over him in the air, preparing another beam from its open beak. At that moment, a beam of yellow energy flew at the enemy, crashing into his head and preventing him from shooting at the fallen guard. The man turned towards the noise, trying to see what had saved him. He looked towards where the beam had come from and saw Faye standing there with his hand outstretched, covered in bright yellow energy, circles spreading out from the shot he had just fired. The old man sighed heavily, looking sternly at his savior. He recognized Xieyu's armor. He rose to his feet, not wanting to show weakness, and wanted to continue the fight, hoping that they could defeat the enemy together. Faye fired at the monster again, and several beams flew out from his hand. The bodyguard fought in close combat, closing the distance with a jump and swinging his axe. Meanwhile, Sophie asked the Tan family and Jonathan to go down to the lower deck. Ryan agreed that it would be safer than remaining in plain sight in the garden. Then Lily ran to her brother, who picked up the girl in his arms and turned to Sophie with a serious expression. He asked the maid to look after his friends and asked if there was a lifeboat on board. The girl confirmed that there was a boat for the ship's personnel, after which she took Lily from the boy's hands. The girl resisted and reached out to her brother, confident that only he could protect them. Sophie then handed her over to her mother, urging them to move out while they could still move about normally. Roxy turned to call out to Elia, who looked back at the fight. However, the girl asked her aunt to hide on the lower deck without her. With a smile, she pressed the newly minted talisman to her chest and closed her eyes, preparing to protect not only herself, but also the passengers. Meanwhile, Faye and the old man pushed the monster out of the garden and continued to attack from different sides. Despite their previous skirmishes, they fought valiantly, the young man volunteering to act as a distraction, while the old man looked for an opportunity to wound the enemy. The old man attacked the monster from all sides, and now his judgment was more lenient towards the impudent young man. Their combined strength and speed made a good team. The monster succumbed to their tactics, chasing Faye and forgetting about the second enemy. Trying to catch the agile fighter, he became vulnerable. The young man noticed the enemy's loss of attention and pointed it out to Uncle Wu, suggesting that a successful attack was possible. The old man approached the distracted monster from behind, jumped up and was about to hit him on the head. He shouted while swinging his axe. But because the man was loud, the monster reacted quickly. He hit him in the stomach with such force that the axe flew out of the warrior's hands. The old man lost his balance and fell, crashing into the eastern wall and trees, raising a large cloud of dust. Jack pointed in panic to a crack in the massive structure. The warriors managed to hold back one enemy, but several more monsters had already broken through the crack. Vultures hovered over the garden, roaring loudly in search of victims. Faye darted between them, trying to join the others. The young man hoped to slip by unnoticed. One of the monsters clutched a beam in its beak to attack not only the old man, but everyone below. Aaliyah and Lady Vivian were the first to notice the enemy's plan, but were powerless to do anything. They screamed in panic. The second guard responded to their screams and rushed to protect everyone from the powerful attack. He activated his soul talisman as the beam destroyed everything below the monster. Nothing could be seen through the clouds of fire and smoke, and the monster continued to shoot. The guard, dressed in classic armor, covered the master with his shield and turned to him to check if everything was okay. Jack sat down on the grass and stuttered that everything was fine, his gaze full of surprise riveted on the guard. Elia, protected by her student shield, and Lady Vivian, who were standing a little away from the attack zone, were able to cover themselves with their hands. The dome shimmered at Lady Vivian's feet. Elia looked around, trying to make sure that everyone was safe. Her gaze was riveted to the dome at the singer's feet. When the dust settled, she saw that her family was inside the dome. Someone had installed a security grid to save them. She was shocked and realized that only Jonathan could have done this. The girl looked around, but the guy was not nearby. Where he had just stood, streams of energy were still diverging in different directions. It turned out that the young man was saving another life. He stood apart from the others, having installed a protective grid above himself, and held Nora's clothes in his right hand. As he held her like a kitten, the girl looked embarrassed and blushed. She thanked him for saving her but was shocked that someone could repel a monster's attack with their bare hands. Then Jonathan silently released his hand, letting go of Nora. He didn't feel very warm towards the couple but was determined not to let anyone die. The girl barely touched the ground when the young man disappeared. The massif dissolved, leaving behind small circles and dust. Jack, still sitting on the ground, looked at his golden summoning talisman. The young man was trying to convince himself that he could fight. His body was covered in cold sweat, and he was clearly scared. He brought the talisman closer to his face, and summoned the armor without even getting to his feet. The guard turned to see what was happening to the gentleman around whom the classic steel armor was forming. Even through the armor, it was clear that the young man was shaking with fear. But he assured the man that everything was fine. He needed to overcome his fear, get up, and take up arms. Several monsters flew towards them with nasty screams, spreading their paws in different directions to grab their victims. The new guard looked at the approaching enemies with unwavering determination, covering himself with his shield. Meanwhile, Jack was frantically trying to figure out the system, poking at different icons to find and summon weapons. While he was struggling with this, The warrior in front of him took a blow. The monster crashed into the shield and grabbed it with its paws. Since both of the guards' hands were busy, he had no way to defend himself from the sharp beak. Then another warrior, having come to his senses, rushed to help. Quickly jumping up from behind, he hit the monster on the head with a reinforced hammer, using all his strength. The vulture ducked to the ground under the blow. Meanwhile, Jonathan appeared, rushing towards the Tang family. He landed next to the protective grill, and the family looked at him in surprise. With a serious expression, he informed them that they would hardly be able to reach the lower deck safely now. It would be safer to stay with him. Since they didn't know how to fight, they had no choice but to rely on the strong young master. They thanked him for his care. Jonathan assured them that it would be safer with him. If the system was correct and a stronger monster appeared, it would be more convenient for him to save them if the family was nearby. The family members reacted differently. Ryan agreed that if stronger monsters appeared, it was scary to even imagine what would happen on the ship. He moved closer to the young man. His face suddenly became stern. He was worried about the possibility of escape and what the other passengers would do. He suggested talking to the ship's captain. The man barely had time to fully express his opinion when his wife hit him. His glasses fell off, and a huge bump instantly formed on the back of his head. Meanwhile, Aaliyah and Vivian were fighting one of the monsters. The monster shot beams at the ground, but the student was fast enough to dodge. She shot back while the singer attacked from the other side. The monster, unable to catch up with its agile opponent, turned its attention to Lady Vivian. Aaliyah was unsure if the singer had a speed advantage over the monster, which caused her to panic, and she tried to warn the girl of the danger. The death ray struck the spot where Lady Vivian's red and yellow armor had been moments ago. The girl performed a quick somersault to dodge the attack, taking a bent-legged half-guard stance with two swords drawn. Without warning, it would be difficult for her to avoid the attack. The girls went on the offensive again, with Elia attacking from afar using the student's crossbow. Lady Vivian looking for weak spots to strike at close range. Meanwhile, after calming Ryan down, Roxy and her daughter awkwardly apologized for not being able to help, but were willing to do whatever they could. Jonathan tried to calm them down with a serious expression, as he had brought them on board and they were in danger. Their protection was his top priority. Meanwhile, more and more monsters appeared in the garden. Screams and explosions filled the air, and a battle raged on the ground between the trees. One of the enemies pinned the old man to the ground. He tried to defend himself with an axe, pushing away the paws and beak of the monster. Exhausted by the battle, he did not have the strength to push back or attack the monster. He could not get out of the situation on his own. Then Faye came to his aid. The young man appeared above the enemy's back like a ghost, his blades ready to attack. He intended to jump on the back of the flying monster to prevent it from fighting him off with its paws or tail. He plunged his left dagger into the enemy's spine. The protection on his back was not very strong, as the armor easily broke, allowing the blade to penetrate the flesh. The wounded monster began to thrash about, splashing the old man's armor with pink, caustic blood. In pain, the monster rushed in different directions, forgetting about its victim. Just half a meter away from the monster's screaming mouth, Faye raised his blade again and struck the monster in the head. The vulture's eyes darkened, blood flowed down its broken skull, and the blade flashed between its eyes. Faye pulled the blade out, and the vulture fell to the ground, spraying blood. The old man was temporarily safe. Streams of pink blood flowed down his armor. He tried to catch his breath and thanked his savior. Another monster was already flying towards them, leaving no time to relax. The young man turned to face the danger, ready to continue the fight. The old man then rose to his feet and picked up his axe. The men stood back to back, ready for the difficult battle ahead, while Jack and the second guard held off another monster, one defending while the other attacked. The monster crashed into the strong shield again, this time with more force and anger, the guard barely holding back the onslaught. Jack ran to check on the warrior, not noticing that the monster had followed him and was stretching out its huge paws towards him. It grabbed the young man by the back and helmet, knocking him over and pinning him to the ground. On the other hand, Lady Vivian made a mistake, and the monster grabbed her by the shoulders, which lifted her into the air, making it impossible for her to free herself. The dancers, still under the protective ring, watched the proceedings with concern and sighed loudly, worried about the singer. The monster threw the yellow-red warrior towards Elia. Everything happened so fast that Elia didn't have time to dodge. Lady Vivian collided with her ally at full speed, knocking her off her feet and pinning her to the ground with the weight of her armor. Another cloud of smoke rose up in the garden from the constant explosions, making it hard to see. Pushing his two opponents aside, the monster decided to attack them with a beam again, gathering energy into his mouth. The girls lying on the ground looked towards the enemy. The situation seemed dire. Suddenly, someone came to their aid. The monster was grabbed by the tail with a steel hand. The red Lubu pulled the monster by the tail and threw it over himself, forcing it to dig the ground with its muzzle. Everyone around was shocked. Sophie's eyes were shining with amazement. Lady Vivian was stunned, and the dancers were watching with wide eyes. Lubu finished off the monster with the third strike. the blade entering straight into the neck, covering the ground with acrid pink blood. Then he pulled out his weapon from the corpse and prepared to start saving the others, his eyes glowing blue, filled with spiritual energy and anger. Meanwhile, Jack lay on the ground, covering his head with his hands, and his hammer lay half a meter away from him, a vulture with a sharp beak trying to break through the protection on the young man's back. With little combat experience, Jack could only lie there, covering his body with his hands and calling for help. Jonathan noticed the defenseless young man, turned to his screams and looked into the eyes of the monster. Distracted from its prey, the monster also looked at Jonathan and opened its beak, letting out a piercing cry. Then Lu Bu swung his halberd and sent it towards the enemy. The weapon quickly closed in with its immense power and speed, throwing the monster towards the wall and pinning it to it. The young man rubbed his eyes, unable to believe that the hero of the recent performance was standing before him. Meanwhile, Jonathan counted the monsters that had managed to squeeze through the gap in the barrier. There were already 7 monsters in the garden. He scanned the airspace and assessed the situation, realizing that he would have to act sooner than planned. With a sad, serious look, he asked the system to unlock Lu Bu's Earth-rank weapon, the cloud-dispersing bow. A loading screen appeared on the monitor, showing that only the halberd and other weapons were available. The young man studied the indicators in the system. Although the bow was a powerful weapon, it was also very expensive. At this point, Elia and Lady Vivian had to fight a separate monster, and their strength was already running out. Faye and Old Man Wu were not doing any better. They were both very tired, and the monsters kept coming. Suddenly, golden rings appeared in the sky and flew towards the enemies, leaving red trails in the air. The rings attacked the monsters that Elia and Vivian were fighting, driving the enemies a little further away from the girls. Faye looked at this scene in surprise, and explained that these were Miss Nora's flying discs, which were still in the testing stage. At the first call of their owner, the discs described a circle in the air and returned to her. Lady Nora, dressed in armor, stood in a special stance that allowed her to throw and pick up the rings. With her head slightly lowered and her arms crossed over her chest, 3 flaming rings hung in the air on both sides of her, continuously rotating. The girl looked pleased with herself. Now her main goal was to protect people in the ship, and she demonstrated a sample of cutting discs for medium and long-range strikes. The monsters she had thrown away from her allies gathered in a group and shouted menacingly. Faye thanked his companion for her help. Nora and Old Man Wu were on the same line of defense and took a stance for battle. Faye raised his hands with blades and asked his comrade what they should do next. In a 3v3 battle, they had no chance of winning. Although the monsters had not yet attacked, Uncle Wu suggested that they should start attacking themselves, since more monsters would make it impossible to stay alive. Meanwhile, Nora, with a serious expression on her face, prepared to hold back the 2 monsters with her discs, while Faye and Wu dealt with the remaining 3rd monster. Faye agreed with this plan and pointed out that the monster on the bottom right looked weaker and should be their starting point. Wu considered the target and agreed that he could start there, distracting the monster while Faye and Nora attacked from behind. Nora then called for the Rattletails formation, but since Uncle Wu was not familiar with such a formation from another country, they had to act intuitively. As they counted down to attack, a beam of energy erupted in front of them, enveloping their enemies. The beam was so powerful that it extended beyond the protective grid built around the ship. Through the red spiritual energy, one could barely see how the monsters were being torn apart. When the beam had completely passed through, it became clear that all the monsters had been torn apart, and their remains fell to the ground. Due to the enormous force of the attack, a section of the eastern wall was destroyed, leaving a huge hole. This attack was carried out by Lu Bu. The warrior stood holding a massive bow that sparkled with energy. The trio were shocked and looked questioningly at the unknown man. Wu asked what formation they intended to use. The warriors, who were now safe, could not believe their eyes. They had many questions, but they could only express their surprise. Wu rubbed his eyes, unable to believe that there was such a strong person on the ship who could destroy 3 monsters with one blow. Faye tried to ask Nora if what they saw was true. They all witnessed the same event, and the guy broke out in a cold sweat. Then Nora, with a childish expression on her face, confirmed the incredible power and admired the lightning-fast attack. Jonathan meanwhile prepared another charge and pulled the bowstring. The energy particles collected from the air formed an arrow. Jack was shocked to see a real participant from Undine City in front of him, his face showing a mixture of surprise, panic, and admiration. The other fighters turned their heads in his direction, repeating what they heard with surprise. Jonathan stood frozen in his stance, holding his bow, unsure whether to answer, so he remained silent. He felt upset and awkward because of the reactions of those around him, and realized that he had overdone it. The young man looked at the wall he had punched through, from which smoke was pouring. There were residential buildings on the other side, and he hoped that there were no people there anymore during the attack. At that moment, Lady Vivian brought him back to reality. She shouted at him to be careful. Jonathan reacted quickly, turning his head to see 3 monsters approaching him, their beaks open in a menacing manner, and they screamed. Realizing that he would destroy everything here with his bow, Jonathan asked the system to unlock another weapon, the claws that ripped the sky. The system began processing, and an image of a strange weapon appeared on the monitor, resembling a hand with 3 long fingers. As soon as the system finished its work, Jonathan began to change weapons. Suddenly, a strange weapon resembling a spider appeared in the air. The gray part of the device was stuck to his hand, while the red and emerald-colored half was moving away from it. Lu Bu took a stance, his claws dug into the ground for support. He charged his weapon with soul energy and lunged, cutting the nearest monster in half. An arc of energy and enemy blood formed in the air. The next monster, seeing the death of the first, stopped and hovered in the air. Jonathan turned his head towards it, noting that it was within attack range. He then plunged his sky-rending claws into the monster, ripping open its stomach and causing blood to gush out. The third monster tried to retreat, screaming and writhing in the air. Lu Bu, holding the corpse of the monster he had just killed, quickly closed the distance and jumped onto the back of the third monster, grabbing it with his claws. He knocked the enemy to the ground, dragging him along with him and striking him with lightning from his soul. Lady Vivian, flushed and wide-eyed, was amazed at Jonathan's strength and suggested that he might be able to help her. Elia also looked at the hero with fear and trepidation, covering her mouth with her hand. In her eyes, Jonathan seemed even stronger than before. Jack, delighted, clenched his fists in excitement, his eyes lighting up at the chance to see in person the hero he had admired for so long. Meanwhile, Lu Bu stood silently at the edge of the garden wall, holding the charred corpse of the monster, which was still smoking, in his right clawed hand. He threw the lifeless body down, and it fell to the ground with a crash, raising a cloud of dust. Then Lu Bu rose above the garden. Jonathan looked around the area with a stern expression. The main threat the system had warned about had not yet manifested itself. Meanwhile, Lady Vivian and Faye watched as Nora, surrounded by rings, approached them. The young man asked if Nora was really a passenger from the first salon. The girl bowed her head and smiled awkwardly, confirming his assumption. Faye looked at the warrior in horror, relieved that he hadn't caused any more trouble, and retreated. Nora noted with a sarcastic smile that if their argument had continued, Faye would have ended up in a coffin. Wu did not understand the girl's teasing, and with a serious expression explained to the young man that he would have died in a battle with Jonathan. Faye, unwilling to listen, focused on the crack in the grate, but the enemies continued to appear, leaving no time for distraction. Dozens of monsters hovered over the garden, trying to tear the passengers apart. The headquarters where the staff who controlled the array and the ship lived was also surrounded by monsters. Panic began inside. One of the staff informed the captain that the array was unstable and would soon shut down. The crew and passengers had no choice. The captain then ordered that distress signals be continued, expressing his disappointment at the lack of support. At that moment, the monster looked into the window of the headquarters, frightening the employee closest to it. The monster began to knock on the window with its beak, like a bird trying to get a larva from a tree. Although the window was reinforced, it would not last long. Cracks appeared on the glass, and the employees, led by the captain, left the bridge in panic. Suddenly a scream was heard from outside the window. The captain turned around and saw that the monster had abandoned its attempts to get inside. Lu Bu grabbed the monster by the neck and pierced it with his halberd. Blood spurted from the enemy's back. The blow was fatal, and Lu Bu decided to ensure the death of the monster by tearing its body in half. He threw one piece on the ground and held the other in his hand before throwing it away. The captain and crew watched the fighter through the cracked window. Seeing his back turned, his helmet and back visible, the old man was shocked. The attendant pointed to the window, muttering that he recognized the Red General in the garden, protecting the passengers and crew. The captain realized who he saw and cried out with pride and excitement. The hero Undine himself was on his ship. His daughters were admirers of the warrior. He turned to the clerk and enthusiastically ordered him to get 2 autographs from the hero as soon as everything calmed down. Realizing that 2 would not be enough, he began counting on his fingers how many he needed for his daughters and wives. The employee silently watching the ridiculous situation before exploding emotionally. He yelled at the captain, insisting that he would get more autographs, maybe even a photo for himself, before suddenly leaving out of jealousy and resentment. He bit the hem of his coat, whined about getting a promotion, and vowed to have 8 wives. Meanwhile, the ship's guards were completely exhausted. The warrior and the guard commander discussed the overwhelming number of monsters and the injuries among their comrades. The guard commander pointed out that they could not retreat because the lives of the passengers depended on them. The warrior continued shooting, but doubt appeared on his face, and he hinted that he needed to take care of his 80-year-old mother. Another warrior silenced him by sternly stating that everyone had families and that they would be provided for after their death. The first warrior swallowed nervously, sweat streaming down his face. His eyes widened in fear. The ship's defenders continued to fight off the monsters, firing crossbows at the enemies filling the space above them. But despite their efforts, the monsters continued to advance. One of the vultures flew straight at the captain and the first fighter. The captain pushed the fighter away so that the monster wouldn't hit him, while remaining in the strike zone himself. Then the monster crashed into him, throwing him off the wall. The captain fell, losing his weapon, and landed on the roof. The young fighter, who survived thanks to the captain, watched with concern what was happening. They found themselves on opposite sides of the roof, surrounded by dozens of monsters circling above. Several monsters approached and began to attack the warrior's armor, hitting him in the chest and trying to break his helmet. His armor cracked, pieces flew in all directions, and small lightning cracks appeared due to the damage. The warrior, having lost hope, thought with a smile that his family would receive an allowance after his death, finally freeing them from debt. Suddenly, Jonathan's spear appeared in the air. It was aimed at the vulture. The spear pierced the vulture's head, almost hitting the warrior who had lost all hope. The battered warrior barely realized what had happened before his eyes. Jonathan managed to kill the monster before it could harm the man. However, Jonathan, the main hero of the battle, could not afford to be distracted from helping his allies and focused on the summit. He considered the best course of action given his situation. The soldiers fell on their knees and thanked Jonathan for saving them, but he only asked them not to interfere. Looking around, Jonathan counted the monsters surrounding him. Drawing his spear back, he prepared to charge at the monsters floating in the air. A powerful whirlwind formed behind the spear, ready to sweep away everything in its path. He headed straight into the thick of the vultures. The wounded soldiers on the roof watched in disappointment as the attack failed to hit a single monster. After the previous attack, Jonathan summoned his bow and prepared to deliver another powerful blow. Straight towards the monsters. The arrow. Straight towards the monsters. The arrow, cutting through the air, quickly reached the monsters, who were unable to react to the rapid attack. One by one, the monsters began to explode, some without even realizing what had happened. The sky lit up with dozens of explosions, briefly as bright as daylight. The warriors standing nearby were shocked by the hero's destructive power. A few moments later, the remains of the exploded monsters began to fall from the sky, and the still-living vultures amazed everyone in the area with their cries, trying to call for help. The soldier, who had understood the vultures' plan, anxiously awaited the result of their actions. A new group of enraged monsters gathered over the battlefield, screaming at the top of their lungs. Seeing this, Jonathan began to think about what the system had told him earlier. Then all the vultures began to prepare an attack aimed at the hero. The soldiers who were still conscious fearfully urged Jonathan to attack the vultures again, as he had done a few minutes earlier. Realizing the situation, Jonathan realized that he would not be able to protect the ship on his own, even if he could redirect the beam. As he finished his preparations, the monsters were about to launch an attack that he would be unable to repel. Just at that moment, cannon shots were fired from a ship that appeared on the horizon. Projectiles moving at the speed of light rushed towards the horde of monsters. Some of the attacking beasts were killed in the blink of an eye, preventing them from launching an attack on Jonathan. The confused monsters turned to the attacking ships, which were the very reinforcements the soldiers had been expecting. The vultures, now ready to tear everything in their path to shreds, rushed towards the reinforcements. As they approached, more shots were heard. Almost all of the attacking monsters were killed with one cannon salvo. The second ship that arrived began to establish contact with the Hong family's ship. A cry came from the captain's cabin on the Hong family's ship that the reinforcements they had called for had arrived. The main screen in the captain's cabin turned on and everyone turned to see it. Two representatives of the Red Phoenix Army appeared on the screen, asking for evacuation under their cover. All that remained in the sky were the small remains of the monsters with 3 ships, one of which was badly battered. With tears in his eyes, the assistant commander joyfully exclaimed that help had arrived. However, the commander could not understand why the ships of the Red Phoenix Army came to their aid from such a distance. The agitated assistant claimed they were just passing by. With no time to think, the commander ordered all energy to be directed into the traction furnace to join the Red Phoenix forces. When the energy transfer occurred, the ship's protective grid was removed, creating a beautiful sight. The soldiers on the ship, who did not immediately understand what was happening, clung to whatever they could, waiting for acceleration. Jonathan stood surrounded by the remains of the vulture horde, looking in surprise at the ships before him. He realized that these were the ships of the Red Phoenix Army, specifically the Yunjin Women's Army. Meanwhile, on the Red Phoenix Army ship, the representatives studied the map of the battlefield. Near the map stood Manager David and a girl with long purple hair. The girl was alarmed by the restraint of the former head of the city, Juan. He asked not to be addressed by his old title, and mentioned that he was now merely the manager of the Sun Mansion. She apologized for her mistake and changed the subject. Enlarging the map, they saw Jonathan in armor standing on the roof. The girl wondered in surprise if this was the hero who had saved everyone in the city of Undine. She was a little annoyed because the Marquis of the Hong family had always been lucky despite being an unpleasant person. The girl was sure that without Jonathan's help, the Hong family's ship would not have received reinforcements. Mansion manager Song thought to herself that when the commander found out that the hero who saved the city and the Marquis's ship was Jonathan, she would be shocked. Meanwhile, the Sun family's ship, accompanied by the Red Phoenix Army's warships, reached the defense zone. At this point, the vultures began to prepare a new attack on the ships. The girl then immediately ordered the guns on both sides of the ship to be ready for battle. More cannon shots were fired, aimed at the fast-flying monsters. The scene was illuminated not by bright yellow beams, but by the explosions of dozens of vultures. Realizing that the Marquis's ship was now safe, Jonathan began preparing to sail, to the gratitude of the soldiers for saving him. Suddenly, the system informed Jonathan that cracks were forming, and ordered him to leave the room within 5 seconds. Jonathan, surprised, could hardly believe what the system had just told him. Inside the ship, amidst the ruins and clouds of dust, a group of people stood next to each other. When the dust began to settle, everyone was able to see each other and assess the situation. Jack, sweating and breathing heavily, was subjected to ridicule from Faye. He proudly declared that all the men in his region were as brave as he was, and began to calculate the insurance compensation for the damage done to the ship. At this moment, Mrs. Nora's eyes were shining with happiness. She was grateful for the help given to her in this battle. Meanwhile, Miss Vivian brought tea to Elia. The girl was surprised to discover that Miss Vivian was talented not only in music, but also in fighting. After that, everyone stood with relief in a free place in the dusty field, feeling that they were finally safe. Like thunder in broad daylight, Jonathan landed among them in armor, shaking the ground beneath him. In an excited voice, he tried to quickly say something to the people. The hero ordered people to jump on his hand to escape from the ship. Confused, Ryan asked for an explanation of the situation and what was happening outside. Meanwhile, the vultures hovering in the air began to scream loudly, as if something was wrong. The excited protagonist looked at him in shock, hoping that there was still time to act. Suddenly, a crack the size of 100 ships appeared among the vultures, and through the growing crack, eyes were visible, their gaze piercing to the bone. When the monster's head became visible, its enormous size and danger became obvious. The young man was overcome with fear. He could not understand how such a monster appeared. It was a monster of the Kun species. A whale-like monster emerged from the crack, filling the entire sky, its blood-red energy making it clear that it was a menacing and evil creature. The eyes of the people in the captain's cabin of the Hong family ship widened in disbelief. The captain was unable to answer his assistant's question about the type of monster. The Red Phoenix Army commander was equally puzzled, unable to comprehend the nature of the giant and whether it was the one the third madam had mentioned. The monstrous figure almost obscured everything that was visible above the ships. When the system alerted Jonathan, he froze at the sight of the huge creature. Jonathan, noticing Cunha's strange behavior and significant fluctuations in the monster's mental strength. He also noticed how the monster opened its mouth, seemingly ready to scream. Realizing what was about to happen, Jonathan urgently ordered everyone to cover their ears over the radio, but not everyone was able to hear him in time. A stunning scream erupted from the monster's mouth, so powerful that people's blood vessels began to burst, and blood began to flow from their ears and eyes. Even soldiers in armor could not withstand the intensity of the sound. Almost instantly, the people on the ship began to bleed from their eyes, ears, and mouths. Jonathan then set up a barrier to protect those around him, but the noise was still unbearable. The hero struggled to stay on his feet, unable to imagine the full force of the divine-class monster's roar without the protection of the barrier. The ship's captain, kneeling, was bleeding and trying his best to cover his ears. The captain's assistant also covered his ears to avoid the sound effects. The warrior Jonathan had saved was bleeding as he tried to stand up, his ears and eyes covered in blood. The army commander, protected by the heaven-rank barrier set up by the manager, was surprised to discover that the roar was merely the monster's outburst of anger. The girl's face showed emotions of indignation and fear, and a light sweat appeared on her from the tension. The shipyard manager thought that if the monster roared again, they would be in serious trouble and would need to prepare for another roar. The commander, having gathered her strength, ordered the guns to be prepared for battle. The ships floated through the air, changing their formation. Only the Hong family's ship remained motionless, its cannons ready to strike the monster if it prepared to attack. But despite its readiness, the monster remained in place after its initial appearance. Suddenly, Jonathan appeared on one of the screens of the warship, asking them not to attack the monster. The army commander and David were shocked, not expecting such a request. They turned to the screen where Jonathan asked them in an excited voice to listen to him. David reacted faster than the young commander, and the girl was surprised by Jonathan's presence. She did not expect to see him in such a situation. Jonathan was no less surprised to see David on the ship. It turned out that the manager of the Song family shipyard had arrived on this warship on the orders of his master to escort him home. Not immediately understanding the situation, the girl began to ask more questions. Jonathan sighed, realizing how long it had been since he had been home and how much he missed it. After expressing his gratitude for the Red Phoenix Army's assistance, Jonathan turned his attention to the monster. He was confident that if he didn't provoke the monster, they would be able to remain unnoticed and escape unharmed. He suggested turning off the power and disarming the guns on the ships, then descending to the ground. The young lady was confused by Jonathan's plan and was about to ask for clarification when Jonathan interrupted her. The hero proposed a difficult adventure, knowing the outrage it might cause. But there were no other viable options for survival. The ship's captain, pale as a corpse, screamed in fear, fearing that even a minor mistake could lead to their death. Jonathan then assured the captain that this was their only chance of salvation, and that failure to follow his advice would lead to certain death. Everyone was stunned by Jonathan's previous statements. On the warship, David ordered to follow Jonathan's instructions. Jonathan then began the countdown to shut down the engines and disperse the Star Soul generals. For several seconds, all ships were in free fall from a height of 3,000 meters, rapidly descending under the pressure of gravity. As the speed of their fall increased, so did the tension among everyone. At this point, almost all the people on the ships began to scream, fearing the worst. Many did not understand what was happening due to the lack of warning. The ship's captain and his assistant, floating in the air, joined in the general cry, surrounding the group of armored men with a barrier. Jonathan attached himself to the surface of the ship while it was in free fall. He counted the time until they touched the ground, noting that they were descending quickly and getting away from the monster as quickly as possible. Hundreds of vultures rushed towards the falling ships, which had already forgotten about the monsters. When the impending threat became obvious, panic began among the people who did not know what to do. The horde of monsters was approaching the ships, which were falling faster and faster. Jonathan, in a state of extreme tension, counted down the last moments before they reached the ground. A moment later, he ordered the engines to be turned on at full power. Everyone complied, directing energy into the ship's engines. As the vultures approached the ships, all three ships suddenly headed towards the horizon. The three ships flew faster and faster away from the vultures. However, one ship began to slow down due to lack of energy. The ship struggled to escape the battlefield because a significant amount of energy was spent on maintaining the defense system. The soldier who informed the captain about the slowdown shocked her, as she did not expect such a development. David realized why they were losing speed and became concerned for the young master. The captain of the warship ordered the second ship to attach boarding ropes to the passenger ship. Dozens of hooks protruded from the side of the ship and were firmly attached to the Huang family's ship. In a state of panic and confusion, hundreds of people rushed away from the side where the hooks were attached. The captain, confused and alarmed, ordered the guns to be prepared for battle with a potential enemy. Noticing that their speed was increasing, one of the captain's assistants informed him about it. Both ships of the Red Phoenix Army successfully attached the passenger ship to themselves and pulled it along. A smile of relief appeared on the captain's face as she realized they were saved. However, the girl sitting next to the captain pointed out that the situation was not entirely safe. Due to the slowdown of all three ships, some of the vultures began to catch up with them. The map showed dozens of monsters approaching the ships from all sides. The worried captain asked if they would be able to provide fire cover during the retreat. The girl at the control panel said that opening fire would significantly reduce their speed. The captain ordered the combat units to engage in battle with the monsters. Dozens of soldiers, following orders, moved forward to attack the enemy. They lined up on platforms, preparing to confront the vultures. The female soldiers began to activate the formation of the Star Soul on the deck of the warship. The platforms opened one after another, revealing dozens of Star Soul soldiers. The squad leader instructed the soldiers to fight back against the enemy. All the female soldiers reacted in unison, ready to carry out the order. The warriors lined up, waiting for the command to open fire on the monsters. As the group of enemies entered the soldiers' range, the warriors began to shoot, showering the sky with arrows. The increased number of shots prevented the monsters from getting any closer. Under a barrage of attacks from soldiers, the ships moved even further away from the pursuing monsters. The commander skillfully positioned the soldiers so that they covered all flanks, ensuring that the monsters could not break through. However, one of the suicide monsters managed to destroy the second ship's defense system, falling onto its deck and causing the battle to begin. The captain ordered the troops to support the second ship. On the deck of the second ship, hand-to-hand combat broke out due to the invasion of the monster. The squad commander ordered to clear the ship of monsters and reorganize the firing line. The warriors quickly entered into battle with the monsters, deciding to clear the way for them. Meanwhile, another group of monsters arrived to help their comrades, putting the warriors in a difficult situation. The surprised commander of the detachment ordered them to prepare for defense, recognizing their precarious position. A blue energy beam pierced the sky, destroying some of the attacking monsters. When the beam dissipated, dozens of monster corpses fell from the sky. Shocked by the sudden turn of events, the squad leader wondered who had come to their aid. Before she could assess the situation, Jonathan, having expended considerable energy, found himself on the roof of the ship. The attack clearly weakened him, but he took the moment to catch his breath and plan his next move. In an instant, he was surrounded by a pack of monsters ready to attack. The arrows fired earlier hit the monsters, and the sky was once again lit up with explosions. The ship's captain and David, who were watching what was happening, looked at Jonathan with admiration. The captain's eyes showed some confusion as to the source of Jonathan's enormous fighting power. Amidst the explosions, one of those Jonathan had saved was heatedly discussing the need to help the hero. The soldiers who had fought earlier decided to split into groups to support Jonathan from the rear. Nora asked to lure the monsters closer so she could attack them with her discs. Her partner agreed to help with this task. As the monsters approached, Nora launched her discs at them, leaving behind a glowing trail, yellow as the sun. The discs moved towards the monsters. Suddenly, the monsters stopped attacking and focused their gaze on the creature standing behind the ships. The soldiers, not understanding what was happening, were puzzled as to why they had stopped acting. The monsters' actions had left them stupefied and unsure of what to do. Hordes of vultures took to the skies, further confusing the humans, and a moment later, the hellishly loud roar of Kunya could be heard from afar. Suddenly, the monsters began to retreat, as if the roar had been a signal. The girl who was monitoring the situation informed the captain of the warship that the monsters were retreating. Feeling relieved, the captain allowed herself to close her eyes and relax for a moment. Watching the vultures retreat, Jonathan seemed to be anticipating this moment. When he finally relaxed, he realized that they could still escape from Kunya. Shouts of joy and relief swept through the ships. Many could not believe that they had escaped certain death. More and more people shouted victory and raised their hands in the air in joy. Tired but in high spirits, they continued to celebrate with pride. The warriors standing on the heavily damaged roof of the ship also rejoiced at their victory over the monsters. David calmly admitted that they survived thanks to Jonathan. The captain, having calmed down, asked how the hero knew about the monsters' habits. Jonathan, who clearly did not want to discuss this, avoided answering under the pretext of fatigue. Before cutting off the connection, he mentioned that they would discuss everything after they had some rest. Soon after, an exhausted Jonathan came out to the people he was protecting on the deck of the Marquise's ship. He was carried to the cabin to rest, accompanied by those who were on deck, because of the loud screams of Nora and Lincoln. The girl carrying Jonathan looked at them with fear and made it clear that they needed to calm down. Vivian, who was watching this scene, tried to suppress her laughter. Before entering the cabin, everyone stopped and bowed their heads to Jonathan, expressing their gratitude for saving them. Several hours later, the ships approached the city, the warship continuing to pull the passenger ships behind it. Jonathan, awakened by the noise from the loudspeaker, opened his eyes with difficulty. He saw a sleeping girl who had probably been there all this time. As soon as he looked at her, she woke up, rubbing her eyes. Then Jonathan went out onto the balcony and saw that they were flying towards the city. From their vantage point, he could see tiny buildings below, partially obscured by clouds. Meanwhile, one man, who was on the surface of the earth, watched the ships flying above him. Stretching and yawning, he admired the beautiful day. People who approached him began to apologize, addressing him as a boss. The man, however, asked them not to address him in this way as they were not bandits. Looking at the sky, he noted its destiny, to become the strongest soul master. He then picked up the ring, addressing it as an old man named Du, asking when he could obtain the rank of Star Soul General. The city of Yunnan was surrounded by a wall, and the districts within it were also divided by walls. It marked the border of 3 countries, 2 of which had signed a joint border agreement. Upon arrival at the airport, the warship separated from the Hong family's ship and flew off in their own direction. The delighted captain went off to sign autographs for his daughters and wives, his eyes sparkling. Soon David approached Jonathan and asked how he was doing. David's face showed some excitement. Turning to David, Jonathan greeted him with a wide smile and rushed into a hug. The hug was so tight that David found it difficult to breathe. Jonathan noted with a smile that although not much time had passed, enough time had passed for David to miss him. David replied that enough time had passed for him to become bored. Suddenly, Jonathan began to notice that David was suppressing his self-improvement. This fact shocked him very much. The fact that David was at the heaven rank level made Jonathan feel ashamed, realizing that he had failed to understand the strength of his guardian in his past life. His thoughts were interrupted when David asked about his companions. Jonathan introduced his friend and her family, who were standing next to her. He then introduced them to the manager of the Song family's Eastern Court. Bowing her head to David, Roxy introduced herself and her niece, Elia. At first glance at David, Roxy could tell the strength of the man standing in front of her. The man, after putting together the information, came to the conclusion that Roxy's father was the head of the Shen family. The woman confirmed this in her own words, stating that her father was indeed the head of the family. Then David kindly offered them a flying boat to take them home. The woman, with a smile on her face, refused, saying that their driver had already arrived. Turning to Jonathan, Roxy invited him to visit their family if possible, and thanked him again for saving them. Jonathan accepted the thanks, and asked if the woman had written down his contact information. Lily patted her bag with a smile and assured him that she had written everything down. Jonathan invited the girl in a soft tone to join him for dinner. With a happy smile, Lily said that she would be happy to have dinner with him. She also asked if she could take Aaliyah with her. The girl was embarrassed by this request, but Jonathan assured her that she could bring whomever she wanted. Interrupting the conversation about dinner, David mentioned that their flying boat had already arrived, and it was time to leave. After saying goodbye, they went their separate ways to their boats, Jonathan silently waving goodbye to his friends as they left. David then asked Jonathan to use the emergency exit, where a compartment was waiting for them. After this, the main character and David headed towards the platform. However, before Jonathan could enter the inner passage, he was stopped by Mrs. Vivian, a girl who was running as fast as she could, asking him to wait and not enter the corridor. Surprised by Vivian's persistence, Jonathan froze as she approached. Handing him a piece of paper, she asked him to meet her during her stay in the city. Blushing and hanging her head, she expressed a desire to get to know Jonathan better before rushing off without giving him a chance to respond. Jonathan, puzzled by what had just happened, was interrupted by David, who mentioned the banquet hosted by the head of the family. David also noted that his fiancée Karen will also be there. Hearing this, Jonathan thought seriously. In his past life, after he miraculously survived in the desert of death, a girl came to him, who now interfered with his thoughts. Then David said again that it was time for them to go. At that moment, Jonathan realized that his uncles and brothers, who had treated him badly, would also be at the banquet. When they stepped onto the platform, 3 flying boats were waiting for their passengers. A fair-haired, one-eyed man stood by one of the boats. Bernard looked up and saw the approaching passengers, greeting them with a smile. Jonathan greeted a man he hadn't seen for a long time. The servant opened the door for Jonathan and greeted him formally. Jonathan then turned his gaze to the driver, who bowed his head respectfully. Bernard, the driver, asked Jonathan if he was happy with everything, or if any changes were needed. Jonathan, clearly displeased, walked inside and said he didn't want anything. While driving, Bernard asked about Jonathan's level of development and whether it was true that he had failed to reach the Earth rank. However, Jonathan remained silent while David asked the driver to focus on the road. Bernard fell silent and turned his attention to the road, clearly ashamed of his questions. Jonathan immediately felt that the driver was also a heaven rank. Bernard's comments about the Earth rank suggested that he might know something, and this theory was confirmed by David's prompt intervention. This suggested that David might know more than he was letting on. Meanwhile, Jack continued to sleep soundly until Uncle Wu called out to him and woke him up. Jack, still sleepy, remembered the time when he fought side by side with heroes and idols. Suddenly realizing something, he jumped out of bed with the intention of inviting the hero to dinner to become friends with him. However, upon learning that the hero had already left, Jack burst into tears. Determined not to let this matter go unnoticed, he ordered Uncle Wu to investigate, insisting on a report even if it was just a pendant. Jack reflected on the amazing power hidden in the family that had been demoted to the border. He realized that the stronger a family becomes, the more dangerous it becomes, and the risk of extermination increases. While Jack was pondering this, Jonathan, the hero, asked his companions when David arrived. The butlers, trapped in uncertainty, tried to handle the situation without causing panic. Jonathan felt relieved when he saw the measures taken, including the use of military secrets to calm the public. Jonathan then took out the card Vivian had given him and asked David to find out about the 2 prisoners he had met on the passenger ship. David, looking at the card, immediately understood its origin. This design was commonly used by the 6 nobles of the Sia kingdom, a kingdom controlled by the barbarian king. These 6 nobles were divided into 3 factions to balance power. The moderate faction led by the Samaran family, which controlled 70% of Siuga's technology and economy. The expansionist faction led by the Mulu family, which owned half of Siuga's military power. And the neutral faction, a puppet faction led by the Sukum family. The protectionist faction, created 400 years ago to save the empire, opposed Mulu's hegemony and rejected Tendu orthodoxy, always dreaming of restoring the glory of the Guangfu Empire. After sharing this information, David turned to Jonathan, noticing that he was distracted by the note Vivian had given him. The note specified a meeting in the restaurant's upper suite, and David, noticing this, cleared his throat and remarked that Jonathan's fiancée, Miss Karen, would probably have something to say about the situation. Jonathan, realizing the implications of his words, interrupted David, saying that he had the matter under control. Despite his composure, Jonathan expressed concern to David about the possibility that the Kingdom of Sia was secretly collaborating with the state of Myrene to attack them. Dvoretsky dismissed the idea, noting that it did not fit with the core strengths of the moderate and neutral factions unless the previous leadership was no longer in power. Soon after they returned to the Song Dynasty mansion. Their ship landed right on the square in front of the house. Several men were sitting near the house and playing a board game. Suddenly, they noticed that guests had arrived in the yard. Bernard opened the ship's doors for the hero, and he stepped outside. On the way home, he met an old man in a wheelchair and several younger men. As it turned out, the old man was Mason, the gatekeeper of the Eastern Song Mansion. The main character greeted him, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Jonathan quickly stepped forward to help Mason. As they shook hands, Jonathan noticed sweat on his face. He realized that Grandpa Ma was also a powerful fighter at the middle stage of the heavenly realm. As Jonathan prepared to go to the East Court for a rest, Mason suggested that they visit the Old Lord and play cards. However, Jonathan politely declined. He mentioned that he needed to see the Marquis first. He apologized to Mason and promised that they would play another time. Mason smiled kindly at him and told him he could go about his business. At that moment, Bernard approached the old man. When Jonathan left, the driver informed him that the young master had already reached a new level of power. The old man nodded in acknowledgement of this news, adding that Jonathan had not only restored the pulse of his soul, but also seemed to have penetrated into the heavenly realm. The sudden change in Jonathan astonished them. Jonathan, deep in thought, wondered why so many people hid their level of development. When he met the old man, he immediately recognized Jonathan's breakthrough to the first level. Mason not only taught him all sorts of chess tricks, but also taught him how to pick locks. Although he appeared to be a black ranker on the outside, he was actually a mid-stage heavenly rank expert. Soon they arrived at the entrance to the house, where the Marquis was already waiting for them. Marquis Sergio, seeing the guests, chuckled mysteriously. Jonathan told him with a smile that he was finally back. The old lord patted Jonathan on the shoulder and invited him into the office to tell him what had recently happened. Jonathan, touched by the old man's wisdom, realized that he had been hiding his own immense power as a semi-holy source of strength. The more Jonathan thought about the hidden power of the Song family, the more he realized how significant their influence was. With one half-saint and 3 mid-stage celestial beings, their power was enormous. However, Jonathan was worried that his current preparations might not be enough to change the situation, given that even this strong family had been destroyed in the southern wilderness in his past life. Suddenly, Jonathan felt the presence of a saint-ranked power source. Although the aura was weak, it was unmistakable, like the remains of bamboo in the wind. He wondered if Sergio had really been hiding such a figure, and realized that despite his best efforts, he might still not be ready for what was to come. The story soon shifts to a study in the central courtyard of the Song family mansion. Jonathan, who had just returned, was summoned by the old Marquis to the study for a game of chess. Although Jonathan had improved his chess skills, the old man still won, praising Jonathan's achievements, but acknowledging that the overall situation was already decided. After this, the old Marquis invited the manager to leave the room. Soon David disappeared behind the door. After he left, the Marquis suggested replaying their match. Jonathan wasn't sure what the old Marquis was trying to get across, so he quickly changed the subject. He mentioned that the old man must have received a message from Undine. Then the old Marquis slowly remarked that he had heard of Jonathan's great achievements, restoring his damaged soul vein, breaking through to the earthly cultivation level, and becoming a layman of Xochi. The Marquis expressed his joy for Jonathan. Although the old Marquis did not press for details, Jonathan was left wondering how to explain his sudden rise to power. He could not tell that he had moved the journey 60 years into the past, as it would be too shocking for everyone. Instead, he decided to falsely claim that he had mistakenly entered a secret realm where he had spent a year observing the future. When Jonathan began to explain, he hypothetically asked the old Marquis if he would enter an ancient secret realm and receive great opportunities there. However, before he could finish his speech, the old Marquis interrupted him with a wave of his hand. He noticed that Jonathan had made a mistake in the chess game they were playing and suggested that they continue. Jonathan felt helpless and returned to the chessboard. After the game had been going on for some time, the old Marquis suddenly remarked that if a chess game was lost, it could be replayed. He added that although all the pieces on the chessboard were identical, if one of them were to accidentally jump off the board and become a player, it would completely change the course of the game. This cryptic statement stunned Jonathan, as if the old man were reminding him not to seek a role beyond his station. Meanwhile, the story moves to the palace of the Lord of Yunnan City. Karen argued with her father Carter over Jonathan. Karen insisted that there was no need to marry Jonathan. But Carter, remembering the kindness the Song family had shown them 20 years ago, was determined to fulfill the terms of the engagement. He also noted that Jonathan played an important role in the Battle of Yunnan, and that their family was now hosting a family banquet. Carter wanted his daughter to celebrate the occasion no matter what. Karen, however, remained unperturbed, wondering how Jonathan could compare to Sebastian, who had achieved more. Hearing his daughter's doubts, Carter became angry, saying that a man like Sebastian, living on the streets, would never amount to anything. His assessment of Sebastian made Jonathan's fiancée, Karen, regret her previous attitude, saying that Sebastian, now the leader of the White Dragon Gang, would soon become the general of the Star Soul Cow. Even if Jonathan was truly an amateur at Xochi, he still couldn't compare to him. Just when Carter was about to call off the engagement, they were interrupted by someone from outside. Christopher, the head of the Kong family and Carter's father, was floating in the air. Karen was very happy to see that her grandfather could fly. Christopher quickly corrected her, explaining that true flight was a technique only achievable in the divine realm. He simply broke through the bottleneck of the heavenly rank and was able to take a step into the air. His family was delighted when they heard this. After recovering his strength, Christopher was invited into a room where he was asked about his current abilities compared to the old Marquis of the Song family. He thought for a moment, noting that although the old man had spent many years in the early stages of the heaven rank, this was probably his limit. Christopher, having just broken through the heavenly realm himself, felt confident that he could challenge the old Marquis. Karen then suggested that he go to the Song family to break off the engagement, and if anyone disagreed, he would deal with them. When Carter urged his daughter to speak more respectfully, Christopher brushed him off. He stated that he overheard their previous conversation and believed that Karen and Sebastian would be a good couple for the good of the Kong family. Carter said that if their granddaughter married into the Song family, it would only guarantee prosperity for a few decades. However, Christopher replied that if she married User Cow, in that case, they could accumulate centuries of wealth and perhaps even restore their status. Christopher believed that if they could bring Karen into the Kong family, in that case, they will be able to provide him with the resources to become stronger. He believed that such a development would ensure their rise. He then turned to his granddaughter and asked if she had enough confidence to win Sebastian's favor. The granddaughter blushed and replied that they had been together for a long time in different aspects of life, but decided not to develop this topic further. Pleased with her answer, Christopher prepared to break off his engagement to Jonathan. However, Carter believed that the divorce should be done properly and for a proper reason. Karen said she had originally considered citing Jonathan's mental retardation, but that wasn't an option now. However, Christopher, disregarding the need for such formalities, claimed that his strength as a heaven-level power was sufficient reason. Then Carter said that the same Marquis from the Song family was also at the same early stage of the heavenly rank. But Christopher claimed that if the old man from the Song family dared to interfere, he would not hesitate to strip their family of power. Christopher had already prepared by purchasing special items from the Hong family's auction house, including the enhancement pill. Meanwhile, the story shifts back to the Song family's mansion. The old Marquis took him aside to play chess. While reviewing their game, the old man repeated his cryptic remark about the chess pieces and players. Jonathan paused in thought, trying to grasp the full meaning of this statement. He felt that the old Marquis knew more than he was saying. However, the old man quickly changed the subject, dismissing Jonathan's thoughts as unimportant and returning the conversation to the chess game. Jonathan revealed that he had mistakenly entered an ancient secret kingdom, and within it, he had received an important opportunity. Soon after, the southern wilderness exploded, and the Great Wall of the Desert was destroyed in an instant. The Song family soldiers heroically sacrificed themselves. Later, a wave of monsters invaded Yunnan and rushed north. The final battle at Tendu City ended in a catastrophic defeat, and Jonathan went into exile in the country of Sishui, where he secured the patronage of the Empress. Meanwhile, outside the door, David obediently took his master. He noted that 4 hours had already passed since they arrived here. Suddenly he heard someone approaching him. Harry, the head manager of the central courtyard of the Song family mansion, rushed into the office. He asked if Mr. Howard was in the room. Seeing the steward in such a panic, David asked what had happened. The steward breathlessly replied that Mr. Howard's condition was unstable. He insisted on meeting with him immediately. However, when the steward tried to enter, David stopped him. Harry didn't understand what he was talking about. David then explained that Marquis Sergio had important matters to discuss with the young master the previous evening, and that it would be best to talk again later. Meanwhile, in the study, Brother Marquis and Jonathan discussed their final destination. He spoke about the last stronghold of the human race on the northern continent. Coming out of this fog, he smiled and admitted that his story sounded incredible. He was afraid that the old man might think he was making it all up, but even he was confused, wondering if he had been trapped in a fantasy formation, or had actually time-traveled 60 years into the future. The old Marquis, muttering softly, seemed surprised that it had taken Jonathan so long to explain this. He asked Jonathan to elaborate on this system, specifically mentioning that Jonathan had said that the new basic system had been replicated, and that other hobbyists had begun using the generals. After receiving confirmation from Jonathan, the old Marquis thought about what his daughter-in-law had once mentioned, about the two-way insurance. He did not expect that this young man would live to be 60 years old before his death. Thinking about the future, the old Marquis reminded Jonathan that the Star-Lord system was of great importance and should never be revealed to anyone else. As for the cover, the old Marquis thought it was quite clever and told Jonathan to continue pretending to be a Xochi carrier as a disguise. Jonathan immediately nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the old man was his true source of luck at this time. The old Marquis suddenly stood up and told Jonathan to follow him, as it was time to give him something his mother had left for him. He explained that everything he knew came from Jonathan's mother. She predicted that one day Jonathan would suddenly become exceptionally powerful, or that his soul meridian could heal itself, or that he might claim to have traveled through time and space. Jonathan was stunned when he heard this. At this moment, the Marquis took out a wooden box from a secret compartment. He advised Jonathan not to be surprised and to trust what he was told. The Marquis handed him a wooden box and reminded him of the laws of this world, warning that within the framework of the Star Network, one cannot violate rights not related to human resources, which operates similarly to the game of chess. Jonathan, deeply shaken, wondered what his mother knew about the Star Network and her connection to it. However, the old Marquis ignored his reaction and simply reminded Jonathan that the game they were viewing was modeled after his mother's design. What lessons could be learned from it would depend on Jonathan's intelligence. Suddenly, halos appeared in the sky, and both Jonathan and the old Marquis sensed the mutation. Jonathan softly noted that the faint aura of Saint Rank had appeared again. By this time, the old Marquis ran out into the street, where an elderly man was coughing violently. Surprisingly, the cough was so strong that it almost knocked those present off their feet. If it weren't for their timely reaction, they would have been injured by the old man's strength. It turned out that not long ago, after the old Marquis handed over the mysterious wooden box to Jonathan, halos appeared in the sky. The old Marquis immediately realized that something was wrong and persuaded Jonathan to go with him. On the way, Jonathan couldn't help but think about Jing, the Grand Administrator of the Intermediate Court of the Song Dynasty. It was said that Howard was like a brother to David, but his cultivation level had only reached the peak of the mysterious level. Jonathan became curious about what was special about the East Courtyard of the Song Mansion, and who they meant. At this point, Manager Harry turned to Jonathan and asked if he would go with them. Although the old Marquis said nothing, deep down he decided that it was time for Jonathan to learn some secrets. Soon they arrived at the courtyard of the Song Mansion. Jonathan looked at the elevator skeptically as he entered. He wondered if there was a deeper underground space than the secret room. When the elevator clanged open, his suspicions were confirmed. He saw an underground space with artificial lighting and a formation that isolated the vibrations of the soul force. Surprised by such a unique place under the Song Mansion, Jonathan followed the old Marquis. At the gate they were met by several girls dressed as maids. After this, the Marquis approached the doors of the building and called Jonathan to come with him. Inside, the old man was in a weakened state. The old Marquis quickly ran up to him, helping him up. Jonathan was shocked to learn that the man was Uncle Howard, the old Marquis's third uncle. He realized that the powerful wave emanating from this man came from the Holy Order. Jonathan had never met such a person in his life. If this man was indeed of the rank of saint, he may have been a layman from the original era. At this point, the third prince began to speak slowly, remarking that he felt that his time was running out, and that he had less than a month left to live. He asked the old Marquis who the young man accompanying him was. The old Marquis quickly replied that the young man was his grandson Jonathan. Hearing this, the third prince looked at Jonathan and asked if he was the son of someone with a damaged soul pulse. Jonathan quickly dropped to his knees and introduced himself, admitting that he had met the third prince before. The third prince gestured for him to rise, saying that such formalities were not necessary. However, upon touching Jonathan, the third prince felt that his cultivation was in the early stages of the earthly level and that the pulse of his soul had been restored. Jonathan was happy and immediately called the third prince to express his gratitude. He then instructed the system to copy the third prince's jade mech, but after a while there was no response. Confused, he wondered why the star system wasn't working. At this moment, the third prince suddenly clutched his chest. The old Marquis quickly approached him and asked what had happened. Suddenly, the third prince began to cough violently. His cough caused a powerful vibration of soul power that shook everyone present. The old Marquis quickly erected a rigid barrier to block it. Jonathan used his agility to avoid hesitation. This spectacle made a deep impression on the old Marquis, who realized that even the power of the Holy Spirit could not harm Jonathan. He thought to himself that Jonathan's strength was far from ordinary, but Jonathan was puzzled. He wondered why the star system couldn't reproduce the third prince's jade fur, given that the third prince was a source of saint-rank power hidden within their song family. After the third prince's fluctuations in soul power dissipated, the old Marquis hurriedly approached, worried, but the third prince waved him off, assuring him that it was simply a lack of control over his power. The third prince noticed that his body was like a cracked vessel, with saint-level soul power leaking out uncontrollably. He didn't expect Jonathan to be so skilled at dodging, admitting that Jonathan did indeed inherit his abilities from his parents. The old Marquis then explained that Jonathan had been given an opportunity, while outside, that not only restored his soul's pulse, but also greatly increased his strength. He added that Jonathan had even had a vision of the tragic fate of the world, which in more than a month would be flooded by waves of monsters. Hearing this, the third prince expressed concern about the ancient civilization's secret realm, asking if their Song family could survive. Jonathan replied that their family would be almost completely destroyed. This news shocked the third prince. Sensing the tension, the old Marquis changed the subject, suggesting that whether Jonathan's vision of the future was reality or a dream, they should be careful and prepare in advance. He also felt that Jonathan should know some family secrets. The third prince took a deep breath and revealed that he had once served as one of the 8 generals of Tiandu and was the bearer of Kao's star soul. Jonathan frowned in surprise, as this was a secret he didn't know in his previous life. The third prince explained that there were pills that not only improved development, but also prolonged life. This discovery excited Jonathan's grandfather, as longevity was something they desperately needed. Jonathan was shocked to learn that the third prince was a Kao user, as it did not match his past life experiences. He also realized that the star system did not react when he touched the third prince earlier. At this point, the old Marquis asked Jonathan if he had seen Howard in the future he had mentioned. Jonathan explained that in the future, the third prince never appeared, and that Cao passed on his legacy to a young man named Sebastian. The third prince, upon hearing this, thought that he had probably passed away by then, and Cao had turned into a new soul jade, looking for its next user. The young man Jonathan mentioned was likely Cao's next user. The old Marquis, muttering to himself, wondered if there was another way to prolong Howard's life. He remembered reading in the literature that there were pills from the southern continent that could increase life expectancy, and if they could bring such benefit to Howard, he was willing to risk everything. Hearing this, Jonathan suddenly remembered the 7-star survival pill, which could extend one's life by 3 to 5 years, the 8-star life extension pill, whose effects lasted for 5 to 10 years, and the 9-star frivolity pill, whose effects were known to last for over 30 years. The old Marquis looked at Jonathan in confusion and asked where he knew about these longevity pills. He then asked if Jonathan had saved the second prince and if they could ask him to intervene. Jonathan interrupted the old Marquis and assured him that they did not need to bother the royal family because he himself knew how to prepare the longevity pill. Hearing this, the old Marquis excitedly grabbed Jonathan by the shoulder, asking when he learned alchemy. He was amazed that Jonathan was able to refine a pill to such a high level. He noted that the royal alchemists could hardly refine a 6-star pill with a success rate of less than 1 in 10. To dispel the old Marquis's doubts, Jonathan took out a high-level pill. Seeing this, the old Marquis became even more delighted and surprised. He felt that the pill was worth at least 7 stars or higher. Jonathan smiled and confirmed that it was indeed an 8-star heavenly spirit pill that could slightly increase one's heavenly level cultivation, although it could only be used once. When Jonathan handed the pill to the old Marquis, the old man made a decision. He decided that Jonathan should be given the same rights as a homeowner, with all the human and material resources at his disposal. He just hoped that Jonathan could improve his skills and help the Song family survive the coming wave and overcome the impending disaster. Jonathan understood what the old Marquis meant, so he stepped forward to examine the third prince's body. Just as he was about to check the prince's pulse, the third prince quickly pulled his hand away and held his left one out in front of him. He explained that his right arm was a biomechanical prosthesis obtained as a result of a major war. During the course of it, he lost his right arm and almost lost his life. That's why he pretended to be dead and hid. Jonathan finally understood why the star system wasn't responding. The prosthesis was not a product of their era, but rather an artifact found in the ruins of an ancient civilization using technology far beyond their time. When Jonathan touched the third prince's left hand, the star system began to read the data. When it reached 70%, there was a data error. This left Jonathan both surprised and confused. He wondered how this could happen, but both the old man and the third prince were equally confused. Jonathan quickly released the prince's hand, assuring them that everything was fine. The hero asked third great-grandfather if his cultivation had never improved since he was seriously injured. He suggested that the error might have been caused by the third prince's lack of a physical body, which affected the meridians of his heart and soul. Jonathan told the old man and the third prince that he would first look for materials to refine the Order Life pill, and then find a way to revive the third prince with a new arm. The third prince was shocked by Jonathan's capabilities, surprised that Jonathan would even offer him the opportunity to grow an arm. At this point, Jonathan took out another pill, explaining that it was a 5-star spring pill. Although it would not prolong the prince's life, it had a strong healing effect that could ease his physical pain. After giving the third prince a pill, Jonathan got ready to leave. Before he could do so, the old Marquis informed him that all the resources of the Song family were at his disposal. After this, he told David to stay there and await further orders. As soon as Jonathan entered the elevator, he asked the system what caused the error in the data. The system responded that the data corruption was caused by unknown reasons, and that it was beginning to recover the missing data. Jonathan instructed the system to calibrate the damaged areas first. He planned to refine a pill that would increase the third prince's lifespan, then focus on restoring his right arm and copying the data after he recovered. The story moves to Jonathan's house. Meanwhile, the maids were busily tidying up Jonathan's room, making great efforts to please him. One of the girls, Leona, paid special attention to the young master's bedroom, hoping that he would be pleased. Another maid, Sona, made fun of Leon for working so hard, laughing at her for being bullied by Jonathan. Leona, with a shy and delicate expression on his face, told Sonia not to speak like that about their young master. Sona, however, did not take her seriously and joked that Leon was just being stupid for caring about Jonathan, whom Sona called a useless pervert. Leona immediately came to Jonathan's defense, saying that he was no longer a waste of time since he could now train properly. Seeing this, Sona spread her hands, admitting that Jonathan was no longer a weakling, but adding that he still couldn't help but be a fool. Sona couldn't understand why Leona was so protective of Jonathan, reminding her of what happened last year when Jonathan tricked her and Zoe into following him. Hearing this, Leona became agitated and begged Sona to stop talking. Just at this moment, another servant of the Eastern Court, Layla, tried to stop them from continuing their argument and reprimanded them to finish their work. The two maids quickly lowered their heads and returned to their duties. However, Zoe, another maid, thought only about food and showed no interest in her work. Layla noticed this and told her not to shirk work. Suddenly, Zoe announced that she urgently needed to go to the toilet and she couldn't hold it any longer. Sona hissed in displeasure, realizing that this girl would find 1,000 reasons not to work. Hearing this, Layla corrected them, saying that they should not behave vulgarly and use such words. Then Zoe screamed again that she wanted to go to the toilet. Layla had no choice but to let her go. The girl immediately smiled broadly and ran out of the building. As soon as Zoe was free, she ran to the kitchen to secretly cook something tasty, hoping that it would help her grow faster. On the way, she ran into her maid Sue. Zoe jokingly advised her to work hard. However, Sue's expression was cold and indifferent. She ignored Zoe, turning around and walking away. This angered Zoe, so she told Sue that if she wanted to become a full-time employee and stay on East Campus, she better listen to her seniors. Zoe threatened that otherwise she would send Sue back to the outer courtyard to continue doing menial tasks. Suddenly, someone's large hand touched Zoe's head. She turned her head in confusion. Then the girl saw that it was the very young man she had dreamed of. It was Jonathan. Happy, she threw herself into Jonathan's arms. However, he pulled back, reminding her not to let emotions cloud her judgment. Meanwhile, Sue looked coldly at Jonathan. Jonathan was keenly aware of Sue's cold gaze, but he had no memory of seeing her in his past life. Watching Sue in her uniform, Jonathan began to suspect that she was the new maid. Zoe's comments soon confirmed his suspicions. All she did was criticize Sue, calling on Jonathan to pay attention to her. Jonathan then ordered the system to scan Sue, and within seconds her true identity was revealed. Despite her careful disguise, she could not hide from Jonathan's keen eyes, and he discovered a small device implanted in her body. Sue was hiding her cultivation as a mid-level yellow rank, and was likely another spy sent by Myrene. Before Jonathan could realize it, Zoe interrupted his thoughts, wondering why he was so interested in watching Sue, and telling him to look at her instead. She said that during this time she ate a lot and grew well. Meanwhile, Leona, who had overheard the conversation, ran out of the house. She was excited to finally meet the young master. The girl ran out onto the balcony and greeted Jonathan. The hero waved back, saying that he was finally back. However, the other two maids behind her had different expressions on their faces. Layla was shocked because she didn't expect Jonathan to break through to the early stages of the Earth level in less than a year. It was incredible for him. Jonathan, for his part, was equally surprised to realize that Layla had reached the initial stage of Earth rank. He couldn't help but wonder if this was another trick of the old man's. Meanwhile, the story moves to an underground secret room of the Song Mansion called the Mortal Grottos. After Jonathan left the underground cave courtyard, the old Marquis instructed David to begin preparations. From now on, all members of the Song family were to follow Jonathan's instructions, and all of Jonathan's instructions were to be carried out immediately. In addition, hidden guards were to be assigned to ensure Jonathan's safety at all times. David immediately understood his intention, confirming that this meant transferring even the command of the guards to Jonathan. The old lord believed that only by handing over command of the guards to Jonathan could he realize his full value. Meanwhile, the story shifts back to the main building of the eastern courtyard of the Song Mansion, Jonathan's residence. At this moment, the maid Zoe was serving Jonathan tea in his room. The feeling of being waited for so long made him feel like he was living a life similar to the carefree life of a rich young man. Then the girl asked the gentleman to drink the drink while it was hot. The main character decided not to argue and took the cup in his hands, then brought it to his mouth. After drinking the tea Zoe had given him, Jonathan suddenly remembered something. Zoe was very happy when she realized that the gentleman had a task for her. He instructed Zoe to keep a close eye on Sue's movements. He stressed that the maid must prioritize her safety and avoid detection. Having given these instructions, Jonathan dismissed the maids. The girls politely left to go about their business. Left alone, Jonathan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, Layla said that she would be downstairs if the gentleman suddenly needed anything. When the hero was finally left alone, he took out the wooden box that his mother had left for him. The box seemed ordinary, but when he was about to open it, a message appeared. It turned out that the box had level 3 encryption and required a password to unlock it. Jonathan wondered why the old man didn't give him the password. He then decided that he could ask the star system to hack him. Soon the system began to crack the code. While waiting, Jonathan remembered something an old man had once told him. His mother had mentioned that while people could not break the laws of the world or time, they could rearrange the chessboard. He pondered the cryptic message, but still did not fully understand its meaning. While he was lost in thought, the system cracked 12 sets of passwords. Then the hero decided that one of the passwords would definitely work, and he began entering them one after another. When he entered the correct password, the numbers seemed strangely familiar to him, although he couldn't immediately remember why. When the box opened, what he saw inside shocked him. Inside was an incomprehensible green figurine, a mask and a medallion with an inscription about the Stargate. It reminded him of the Stargate he had heard about in his past life. Many undisclosed achievements were said to be associated with this device, although these 3 symbols were considered taboo. The jade figurine was exquisite, although Jonathan had no idea what it was intended for. When he took the mask out of the box, it suddenly activated. Large, prominent symbols appeared on the front, and on the back there was a message created by a heart. Jonathan felt uneasy. Out of curiosity, he put the mask on his face. Suddenly, in an instant, he turned into an old man. Stunned, Jonathan looked in the mirror. To his great surprise, he saw himself in old age, speechless. He couldn't understand what was happening. Jonathan wondered if the mask had restored his original appearance. While Jonathan was thinking about this, the maid entered the room. She was shocked to see him looking so old. Servant Layla quickly realized that something was wrong. She immediately pulled a dagger out from under her dress. Demanding an explanation from the man about who he was and where the real Jonathan was, she took a defensive position. Meanwhile, the story moves forward a few minutes before this event. Layla went out into the courtyard to meet the chief manager and the squad captains. As it turned out, David arrived at Jonathan's estate in the company of 2 men. One of them was Gavin, captain of the first squad of the Sunhouse Shadow Guard. The second man was Martin, the captain of the second squad. Having met them, Layla went to Jonathan to inform him about the guests who had arrived. However, in the room she saw an old man unfamiliar to her. One of them immediately took out her dagger and menacingly asked him where he had put the young master. Jonathan quickly raised his hands, signaling her to listen to his explanation, saying that everything was not as it seemed. He explained that the mask had no holes, but it could instantly change a person's appearance. However, the maid, feeling threatened, did not listen and tried to attack Jonathan with a dagger. However, Jonathan skillfully dodged and grabbed her wrist, pressing her against the mirror. He urged her to calm down, but before he could continue his explanation, the maid began calling for help, summoning the guards. Then Jonathan quickly covered her mouth, begging her to stop screaming. He explained that she had left him no choice, and this was the only way to control the situation. Even though Jonathan had subdued the maid, he couldn't stop thinking about the mask. He thought about the phrase that was written on the mask, and suggested that the mask could allow him to transform according to his thoughts and desires. To test this theory, he concentrated and in an instant transformed into the image of Layla's maid. Although the maid could not move, her heart was deeply shocked when she saw her reflection in the mirror. Jonathan, now looking like her, smiled with satisfaction. His theory was correct. The mask allowed him to change his appearance at will. At that moment, David and several other people, hearing the noise, rushed into Jonathan's room. By the time they arrived, Jonathan had already returned to his normal appearance. He gestured awkwardly at David, assuring him that everything was fine, and he was just fooling around with the maid. Seeing this, Martin gave Jonathan a thumbs up, praising him for his quick thinking, saying that he truly deserves to be a role model for their generation. However, David quickly pulled himself together and reminded Jonathan that his fiancée Karen would also be attending dinner that evening, advising him to be discreet. Jonathan, feeling a little impatient, immediately stopped the conversation. At this point, Layla had already calmed down after her panic and was about to apologize when Jonathan interrupted her again, reminding the servant that this was their shared secret. Jonathan then asked the manager why he had been called, but David did not answer directly, and instead asked him to come into the office for a detailed discussion. Jonathan then ordered Layla to collect the things that were on his desk, and then followed the butler into the study. After leaving the room, Jonathan asked the butler to tell him the truth, suspecting that the old man had hired Layla to protect him. The manager did not deny this, and, although he was supposed to keep this information secret, explained that the Shadow Guards must now obey Jonathan's orders. Thus, he revealed that the Qing dynasty servant was a high-level expert from the third group of Shadow Guards of the Song dynasty, which effectively made him one of Jonathan's subordinates. The manager continued to explain that the Shadow Guards of the Song mansion were divided into 3 groups, each with specific duties. The first group was responsible for actions, the second for reconnaissance, and the third for security. The old Marquis ordered that Jonathan would now be the sole commander of all Shadow Guards, including those in the first and second groups. He introduced Jonathan to two key leaders of the Shadow Guard, one named Gavin and the other Martin. Before Jonathan could express his opinion on their unusual names, the butler, knowing Jonathan's temperament, warned him to speak carefully. David explained that both Gavin and Martin were orphans who were taken in by Jonathan's mother. It was she who gave them names. They were deeply grateful to her, and their names had important meaning for the ancient civilization. The thing is that they were derived from the names of brave men and demons. Upon hearing about the ancient civilization, Jonathan couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity about his mother and her mysterious origins. Jonathan thought about his parents' past. He had no memory of them because they disappeared when he was only 2 years old and were later declared deceased. His reckless behavior in his youth and constant wanderings left him no time to think about his family. Jonathan, lost in his thoughts, decided to ask the butler about it. He asked the man if he knew the details of his parents' disappearance 16 years ago. The manager, taken by surprise by the unexpected question, was momentarily speechless and did not know what to answer. Seeing the butler's indecision, Jonathan changed the subject. He instructed the man to begin preparations. Jonathan planned to visit the Song family cemetery to pay his respects to his parents. David said that he would do everything as the master wished. As Jonathan left the office, he saw Layla waiting for him. He then turned around to ask the butler if the Qing dynasty servant should now also obey him. The butler confirmed this, and Jonathan called over the servant, informing her that he would now serve under him as part of the Song mansion's hidden guard. Layla immediately knelt down and reported that she was hidden stake number 28 in the third group of the hidden guard. Jonathan, touched by years of silent protection, thanked the servant for his loyalty and rewarded her with a card. To Layla's surprise, Jonathan also gave her an Emperor Spirit pill. It was a 5-star pill worth millions of dollars that had the ability to enhance human self-improvement without any side effects. Everyone present was amazed by such generosity, knowing that even in the heavenly capital, such pills were considered priceless treasures. However, Jonathan paid little attention to the value of the pill, since he had many of them. He was more focused on recruiting reliable people to strengthen his forces at this critical time. Gavin and Martin had apparently never seen such expensive things in their lives. At first, Layla was speechless, because even in the Tiandu kingdom, such a pill would be a priceless treasure. However, the hero assured her that he had many similar elixirs. Jonathan also reminded Gavin and Martin to wake up and do their jobs, assuring them that good work would bring rewards. Grateful for his words, they knelt and swore their allegiance to him, promising to serve him until death. Seeing their determination, David felt more confident, knowing that Jonathan was making the right decisions for the future of the house. Later, Jonathan assigned the team to investigate a case involving a certain person, and the group prepared to head to the Song family cemetery. Soon they boarded the transport and went to the desired location. On the way, the driver, Bernard, asked Mason what he thought about Jonathan's return. Mason responded with another question, wondering if the young master had changed since his return. They both exchanged glances and looked back at Jonathan, who was handing over a list of medicinal herbs to manager Austin. Jonathan asked him to help him buy herbs. However, after looking through the list, Austin admitted that he had never heard of some of them. He asked Jonathan to wait while he consulted a pill specialist. Jonathan said he would look forward to his response. At this time, Austin was at the headquarters of the Red City Chamber of Commerce in Nanzhou. The manager walked down a long, rich corridor, at the end of which a girl sat at a table. He turned to Julia, the legitimate heir of the Hong family, and responsible for all business in Nanzhou, for advice. As Julia looked through the information about Jonathan, he looked at her thoughtfully. With a smile on her face, the girl acknowledged that Jonathan had significance and potential. Standing up from her seat, Julia asked the manager to arrange a meeting with the young marquise of the Song family. Meanwhile, somewhere above the river, a heavenly motorcycle was passing by. Sarah was sitting on it, and every now and then she asked someone for permission to enter. Soon the system informed her that she had passed the test. After that, the girl headed to the building, which was located right behind the huge waterfall. She drove through the open door and turned her motorcycle sharply, trying to slow down. When Sarah finally stopped, the system greeted her and congratulated her on her return from the mission. After that, the girl got off the motorcycle and walked down the corridor. At that moment, a little girl ran along the next corridor. The girl was Sarah's younger sister. Her name was Daisy. She burst into tears when she saw her older sister. Sarah was curious why she was crying so much and asked her why she came back instead of staying in Beijing with their mentor. Daisy, still with tears in her eyes, explained that their mentor had been ambushed by the Maru people while trying to save her and was now lying in a hospital bed, barely breathing. Sarah was shocked when she heard this. She asked her sister to take her to her teacher immediately. At this point, the doctor was trying to save their mentor. They had already done 12 detoxification tests, but they all failed. As they were preparing for the retest, Sarah and Daisy entered the room. Sarah, not believing her ears, went straight to her teacher's bed. Her teacher was a strong figure, one of the few in the early stages of the heavenly rank. However, she looked weak now, and when Sarah returned she felt relieved that she was safe. The doctor then explained the woman's condition to Sarah, stating that although the external damage was no longer severe, a strange toxin was destroying the meridians of the heart and soul. Sarah was greatly shocked, wondering if even Silent Abyss technology could create an antidote to such a toxin. The doctor, feeling helpless, admitted that they could only use the filtration technology to prevent the toxin from entering the brain, but there was not much time left. The toxin was apparently a new type, and no detox plan could be found in the Silent Abyss's knowledge base. The doctor added that the toxin was cleverly structured, using soul power to combine chemicals to form poisonous units. Thus, it made it similar to the methods of alchemists. Upon learning that the alchemist could decipher the toxin's action, Sarah immediately remembered the pill Jonathan had given him. This gift was in gratitude for the information she revealed to him. Without hesitation, the girl took out that very card. She then emptied all the pills inside onto the table. The two doctors were delighted and quickly began to analyze the tablets. One bottle in particular caught their attention. Upon opening it, they confirmed that the white tablet could be an antidote. They immediately began their analysis. Meanwhile, Daisy asked Sarah how she had acquired so many pills, jokingly suggesting that she might have robbed the Hong Kong Chamber of Commerce pharmacy. Sarah, sweating profusely, assured her that she had not robbed anyone, explaining that all the pills were gifts from the mystery man. Doctors soon confirmed that the pill's structural units matched the toxin. Daisy was very happy when she heard this. The medical intelligence computer indicated that 3 pills would rid her mentor of the poison in her body. This made Sarah question whether it was just a coincidence that Jonathan gave her the pill, or whether he had foreseen the need. She began to wonder who this man really was. Meanwhile, the story moves to the first reception hall of the Silent Abyss headquarters. A stranger wearing a hood that covered his face was heading inside. When he entered, he immediately greeted the High Priestess. The High Priestess immediately inquired about the condition of her mentor. Her subordinate informed her that the poison's effects had been controlled by a pill Jonathan had received from the target character. The mysterious woman immediately collected information about Jonathan, copying it into the database. She noted that Jonathan had become a Star Soul General. The priestess assumed that a responsible adult had already taken control of Jonathan's body. Suddenly she asked why he didn't use the prepared container. She wondered if their master had really returned to them. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Song family cemetery. While making a fire, Jonathan suddenly sneezed. He seemed to sense that someone might be speaking badly of him. Martin, who was accompanying Jonathan, joked that sneezing did not necessarily mean that someone was speaking badly of him. Perhaps the girl was thinking about him. David gave Martin a glare, signaling him to stop talking nonsense, causing Martin to silently pout. Jonathan, however, had already confirmed his suspicions. After scanning the system, he found that there were no accidents involving his parents in the cemetery. The grave the old man created was just a cover. Thanks to the mask, Jonathan realized that his parents were not quite human, and he began to wonder what secret led to their disappearance. Just then, Martin's system received an alert, and he opened a video recording that revealed information about the man they were investigating. The guy told the hero that the man from the slums of Yunnan City had been imprisoned for robbery, and was now the leader of the White Dragon Gang, a group that mainly dealt with the destruction of loot by robbing tombs. After learning about the situation, Jonathan directly asked Martin where the man was currently located. Martin informed him that he was in an abandoned house at number 13 in the north of the city, and people from the hospital's second group were already monitoring the location. Jonathan immediately decided that he wanted to go and see. Meanwhile, Bernard and Mason chatted on the platform, Mason expressing his belief that Karen was not a good person, pointing out that the young master had recently experienced an adventure that not only restored the pulse of his soul, but also freed him from the need to hide his power or secrets. Mason commented that it would be unwise to marry a bad woman who had only her own interests at heart, but he felt that the old lord would never agree to such a step, because the old marquis would not tolerate such betrayal. After thinking it over, Mason agreed. Although he added that there might still be a solution, he suggested that young Master Joe from the second master's family, who was secretly in love with Karen, might be involved, and that they could move the engagement to the West Court to allow Joe to deal with it. As soon as Mason finished speaking, Jonathan and his companions approached the platform. Mason and Bernard quickly fell silent and greeted Jonathan respectfully. Together they went to Dagu Street in the city's North District. Meanwhile, the story moves to the very house where the heroes were heading. Bob, Sebastian's younger brother, carried a large bag of belongings into the abandoned mansion. He excitedly reported to his boss Sebastian that they had collected a variety of things that day. Sebastian rose from his bunk and cursed at his brother, telling him not to address him as some kind of bandit. At this, Bob just laughed. Then he laid out the treasures and motioned for Sebastiana to look. With a worried look, he asked his older brother what he thought about it. Sebastian looked at the objects with a thoughtful expression. Then he decided to ask for help from the old man who lived in his ring to determine which of them were valuable. Old Man Du pointed out the valuable items to him without further ado. Sebastian then instructed Bob to keep the valuables safe. He reminded him that according to the White Dragon Gang's rules, selling items without permission would result in a 70% deduction from the sale price, with monkeys also having to report shipping costs. Bob was concerned that the gang leader was still withholding monthly payments for the goods, but Sebastian dismissed the concern. As Bob left to carry out the assignment, he stated that since he controlled the distribution channels, his word was law. If his subjects do not comply, he will withhold their payment for another month. At this moment, Jonathan and Martin were lying on the roof, watching what was happening. A curious Martin was impressed by the invisibility formation used by Jonathan, noting that it not only insulated sound, but also blocked soul force fluctuations, making it a powerful tool for infiltration and assassination. Suddenly, Jonathan decided to take a closer look. Martin sweated with anxiety, fearing that getting too close might attract attention. Before he could voice his concern, Jonathan had already jumped off the roof. He left Martin no choice but to quickly follow him. Meanwhile, Sebastian slowly leaned back in his chair and asked Du if any of these items could improve his cultivation. Receiving a negative answer, Sebastian shrugged, noting that although luck was not always on his side, reselling the goods could still easily bring in more than 100,000 yuan. He noted that without the privilege of meeting Du, he would not have achieved success so quickly. Sebastian wondered out loud if he could really become the owner of Chao's Star Soul. Du assured Sebastian that as long as they worked together, capturing Chao would be easy. Du mentioned that he could already sense that Chao's current host was nearing the end of his life. At that moment, Jonathan's heart was filled with doubt. Sebastian seemed so ordinary compared to what Jonathan remembered from his past life, and the fluctuations of their soul power were completely different. However, Sebastian's ring emitted the same soul power vibrations that Jonathan knew well. Meanwhile, the story moves to the residence of the military workshops. Workers from one of the factories contacted Director Tang and asked him if he and his family had managed to leave Yunnan City. Ryan replied that they had arrived safely at his wife's house, and then asked how they were doing at the academy. The guys said they were incredibly busy because the master was constantly making them work. Benjamin worked day and night to improve his mechanical designs. Benjamin, who was under pressure to carry out Jade's mission, worked tirelessly to create the robots and assured Secretary Olivia that the technical problems with the 2 test machines would be resolved within 3 days. Olivia asked him what he thought about the volume and capacity of production. Benjamin was confident that subsequent production would proceed smoothly, provided the necessary materials were available. Benjamin also had a special surprise prepared for Jonathan. He stated that this thing kept him awake all night. The surprise was a new type of mech that combined heavy armor, shield weapons, artillery, the destructive power of splashes, and the maneuverability of air packs. He stated that it would be an evolutionary form of the Wei-En-type machine. Benjamin believed that when Jonathan saw the design, he would be so impressed that he would accept him as an entry-level student. While Olivia outwardly praised the perfection of the design, she privately joked that it was simply a matter of putting the equipment together, adding that even if the mecha could be successfully constructed, the soul energy consumption would be too high to be practical. Benjamin, aware of the necessary optimization, began muttering under his breath about how to improve the design. The students around him were speechless, unsure of how to react. Eventually, one of the students asked Ryan if he knew what their teacher was working on. Ryan explained that it was something impressive, but he couldn't reveal the details to the public. The scientist, understanding the secrecy, offered to help by providing the necessary materials, mentioning that his mother's family had a business in this area. He assured the man that he could prioritize the delivery of materials if necessary, and that there was no need to worry about cost. After the conversation, the scientist mentioned that they would inform Benjamin about this, and advised Ryan to contact them again if necessary. After that, they quickly ended the conversation, leaving Lily's father and mother confused. This pressure caused him to turn to his former classmates from the Tiandu Forge Academy, deciding to make a business deal to prove his business acumen to his father-in-law. After that, he immediately contacted the right people. Meanwhile, the story moves back to Dagu Street. While on patrol, Martin suddenly received a message. In a low voice, he quickly reported to Jonathan that the second group's informants had reported that Miss Kun was heading their way. Martin tried to explain that Jonathan shouldn't worry too much. However, Jonathan's thoughts were already occupied by the waves of soul power emanating from the ring he recognized. Then Martin leaned over to Jonathan and told him about Karen's movements. It was only then that Jonathan realized how close Karen was, just 2 intersections away. He immediately asked Martin why he was so sure that Karen would come. Martin reluctantly explained that he had heard rumors of personal connections between Miss Kun and the leader of the summer patrol, although he urged Jonathan not to be angry since they had not been confirmed. He also mentioned that the Kun family had their own secrets that he was going to investigate. Seeing Jonathan's concern, Martin quickly suggested a retreat. Before leaving, Jonathan glanced at Sebastian, feeling uneasy about the creepy ring he was wearing. After this, the men jumped from the roof of the building. Jonathan then ordered Martin to assign more men to continue monitoring the situation. He handed Martin a memory card containing 200 shadow concealment talismans in case of emergency. Martin was shocked to know how rare these symbols were, even in their simplified form. The hero said that they are still not as effective in this version, but can still be useful. After thanking Jonathan, Martin disappeared, leaving Jonathan behind, knowing it was almost time for him to return to the dinner party. After that, Marvin seemed to evaporate into thin air. At this moment, the hero noticed that it was starting to get dark. He glanced at the tall tower nearby and realized that it was time for him to get ready for tonight's dinner. Meanwhile, the story moves to the residence of the Marquis of the Song family. Outside the mansion, officials from the Song dynasty, including Sally, stood in front of the reception hall. At that moment, a tall girl in a red suit arrived at the banquet hall. As Scarlett approached, Sally mockingly remarked that she rarely found time to return, suggesting that she most likely ran out of funds and returned for food. Although Sally did not like to practice martial arts, he had a keen mind for managing the Song family's investments. Her brother Joe and their court manager Diego also stood by her side. Scarlett, on the other hand, was the eldest daughter of her uncle, the commander of the Red Phoenix Army, which consisted of women who had reached the early imperial rank. Scarlett looked at Sally with disdain. The story then moves to the eastern courtyard of the Song mansion. Jonathan soon arrived at the banquet hall. The old Marcus and Gavin were waiting for him there. After this, the men went to the banquet hall. The Marquis and several women were already sitting at the table. Noticing the absence of his eldest son, the old Marquis inquired where he was. Aunt Heather responded quickly, explaining that he was busy with military matters and would return at the end of the month when he had free time. The old Marquis, satisfied, asked about the absence of his second son. Madame Chelsea, the second uncle's wife, truthfully informed him that the man would not be attending the banquet because of a social event. The Marquis looked at her sideways, not understanding what event she was talking about. Chelsea then said she was not given any details. The old Marquis, upon learning that his second son was absent due to a social event, became angry and declared that his son must return home immediately. Aunt Chloe, trying to calm the Marquise, explained that her husband was meeting with an envoy from central China who was dealing with a succession dispute in the Chang family. The envoy was willing to pay a high price for the Song family's cooperation. When she finished speaking, Jonathan entered the banquet hall. He greeted everyone, but Aunt Chelsea didn't seem as happy to see him as everyone else. Aunt Anna stood up, inviting Jonathan to sit next to her. She asked about his progress at the academy, to which Jonathan replied that everything was going well. Anna had always been kind to Jonathan, perhaps because she had once been a servant at the Eastern Court before marrying into the Song family. As Jonathan was about to sit down, the old Marquis gestured for him to sit next to him. Jonathan was doubtful, since that place belonged to the second uncle. However, the Marquis said that he allowed him to take this place. As Jonathan passed by Aunt Chloe, she noticed the aroma coming from him. She immediately inquired about it, assuming that it must be a pill that was rated at least 3 stars based on the richness of the aroma. Jonathan smiled and admitted that she was right, internally amazed by Aunt Chloe's knowledge of elixirs. It was well known that Aunt Chloe was once Uncle Aaron's secretary, and later managed the Song family's pharmaceutical business after marrying her second uncle. At this point, Jonathan asked why Uncle Aaron wasn't around. Aunt Chelsea, with a disdainful expression on her face, replied that Uncle Aaron was busy socializing at a dinner party and would not be able to return. Jonathan, seeing this, took his place without further comment. He knew that Chelsea was a utilitarian and pragmatic person, always looked down on him for his lack of ambition. Aunt Chloe, although she was profit-oriented, still put the collective interests of the Song family first. Despite this, Jonathan couldn't understand why Uncle Aaron didn't approve of Aunt Chloe. At this point, Jonathan noticed that his uncle had not arrived either. Aunt Heather, puzzled, immediately explained that Uncle, who led the Iron Hand army stationed at the Great Wall of China, could not leave so easily. She asked Jonathan to forgive him and mentioned that Ian and Sam would be arriving soon. She suggested that the younger generation should socialize more at the banquet in the West Fifth Court. If Jonathan had any questions, he could ask Scarlett for advice. Jonathan agreed with a smile, admitting that his uncle was known for his stubbornness and strict adherence to rules. His impression of his uncle was that he was a tough and honest soldier. Jonathan, familiar with such behavior from his past life, found it somewhat contemptuous. He suspected that his uncle's strictness was just a facade covering deeper problems. Aunt Heather was also a stickler for rules. At that moment, Sam came into the banquet hall. Aunt Heather immediately scolded him for wearing flashy clothes and asked him to change. However, the old Marquis intervened, saying that it was simply a family banquet that did not need to be too formal. After this, Sam greeted Jonathan, addressing him as a younger brother. Jonathan corrected Sam with a slight smile, suggesting that he call him brother, since Sam, an exceptionally talented young man, had reached the early stage of the Earth level at only 16 years old. a talent that made him arrogant and contemptuous of others. In his previous life, Sam showed great loyalty and courage despite his arrogance, sacrificing himself to help evacuate residents during a crisis and eventually dying of exhaustion. Now Sam, still smiling and teasing Jonathan, wanted Jonathan to acknowledge his superior rank. However, Jonathan was not one to tolerate nonsense. He straightened up and released a wave of powerful spiritual force. Sam was amazed to realize that Jonathan had reached the early stage of the Earth rank and had restored his soul pulse. Heather and Chelsea were also very surprised that this guy was emitting an Earth rank aura. Anna smiled sweetly, as this was exactly what she expected from Jonathan. Sam was surprised because he thought Jonathan had problems with his soul veins. The hero chuckled, asking if Sam would now call him brother. Seeing Jonathan's show of strength, Sam reluctantly agreed to acknowledge Jonathan as a brother. However, Jonathan, determined not to be outdone, took out a pill and swallowed it. Suddenly, the ceiling of the banquet hall was covered by a powerful wave of energy. With a loud bang, Jonathan's level of development soared to the average Earth level. Sam, shocked, immediately hugged Jonathan's thigh, declaring that Jonathan would be his brother in the future. The quick change in attitude left Jonathan a little taken aback, and he wondered if Sam had confessed too hastily. Sam's sudden change in attitude was caused by his desire to get more pills. When the Marquis heard his words, he immediately hit the guy on the head, silencing him. All the women watched intently, and Heather felt like she wanted to sink into the ground with shame. Meanwhile, Chloe suddenly asked about the pill Jonathan was holding. She suspected that it might be the legendary Emperor Spirit pill. When my aunt found out that it could be a 5-star pill, she was skeptical. The Marquis, watching all this, laughed, thinking that there was still a lot they didn't know about Jonathan. Heather noted to herself that such a pill was extremely rare and was passed down from generation to generation. Aunt Chelsea recalled that a recent auction at the Hong Kong Chamber of Commerce had brought in a significant profit on a batch of pills, and the price of the pill was likely even higher. Jonathan appreciated his aunt's insight, acknowledging that she understood the pill's special effect. This pill, according to ancient records, could raise the Earth-level power plant to a higher level without side effects. However, it was only effective the first time it was used. The old Marquis was pondering how best to use the Emperor's Spirit pill, given its potential to advance the Song family's mid-level forces. He didn't look too shocked, as he had seen these pills before. Meanwhile, Heather saw this as a rare opportunity. She thought that getting such a pill for her 2 children would be worth sacrificing a little of her face. However, she was worried that showing too much affection for Jonathan could be seen as being overly affectionate towards him, which could be perceived negatively. Despite Heather's hesitation, Aunt Chelsea had already taken action. Although Jonathan felt awkward about all the attention he was receiving, he thanked the woman for inviting him to sit next to her. Heather was shocked when she realized that Chelsea had beaten her to it, and then said that her son had been very rude to Jonathan and now he needed to apologize. Then the boy realized his mother's intentions and did an amazing somersault. Upon landing, he approached Jonathan and offered him tea. He explained that the previous remarks were just a few jokes and expressed the hope that brother Jonathan would not take them to heart. Seeing Sam so eager to make amends, Jonathan suggested that Sam should perform well, and there was an opportunity to help him break into the heavenly level. Sam was overjoyed at the prospect. At this moment, Sam's brother and sisters also arrived at the banquet hall. Sally was the first to enter the hall and immediately greeted her relatives. Among the guests, she also noticed Jonathan. Sally soon noticed that the atmosphere had lightened and was puzzled by the presence of a man she had considered insignificant sitting in his father's place. Despite the old man's favoritism towards her, it seemed unreasonable that his mother had also changed her attitude. Sally was puzzled how her mother, who had always been powerless to change, could be so polite to someone else. Without waiting for Sally to comment, Joe immediately entered the room and began shouting at Jonathan for sitting in his father's seat. Upon hearing this, Sally immediately shut her brother's mouth. Joe's bad mood was used as an excuse to calm Jonathan, who was advised not to take it personally. Jonathan, not particularly concerned, watched Sally with a feeling of disdain. Although Sally did not like to practice, her intelligence and understanding of current affairs made her similar to the cunning foxes. However, Sally's genuine talent and attempts to maintain his genius image contrasted with his difficult relationship with Jonathan. In his past life, Jonathan witnessed Sally's arrogance and experienced hardship during the war. Jonathan remembered the last battle at Tiandu. Joe, who was fortunate enough to be under the Empress's protection, was exiled to the kingdom of Sishui. They were reunited under terrible circumstances, and Joe constantly pursued those responsible for the downfall of the Song family. Reflecting on the past events, Jonathan wondered if there might be a traitor in the Song family. Meanwhile, a girl in red entered the hall. Scarlet, standing across from Jonathan, was surprised to learn that Jonathan was the hero who saved the city. Despite facing the ferocious divine-level beasts, Jonathan remained calm and managed to bring everyone back safely. Scarlet found it difficult to judge Jonathan, Jonathan, aware of Scarlett's financial problems and her reluctance to discuss money matters, took the opportunity to thank her for arranging a boat to pick him up. This gesture surprised Scarlett quite a bit. Then she said that she was just fulfilling her grandfather's request. This eventually led to a discussion about military losses, and the Marquise proposed drawing up a list for compensation. Sally, realizing the situation, spoke up about how Scarlett had only come here to settle accounts with her grandfather. She felt she had discovered the secret of Scarlett's politeness towards Jonathan, and she assumed that Jonathan must have great potential. Meanwhile, Jonathan was shifting the blame onto the old Marquis, suggesting that he should bear the costs. However, the old Marquis was not stopped by the bill of several million. Jonathan, feeling uneasy despite having tens of millions on hand, was concerned about his current spending habits. As more and more guests arrived at the banquet hall, among the new arrivals were the pleasant daughter, Celia, and the old Marquis's fourth son, Mike. Celia, the director of education of the Yunnan Military Preparatory Department, was in the early stage of the Earth level. On the other hand, Mike, an old bachelor, had difficulty with both literature and martial arts. He was a simple man living in the shadow of his younger brothers. Mike, leaning on Jonathan's shoulder, asked if he wanted to go out for a drink that evening. Jonathan, smiling, politely declined and suggested they discuss it later. He felt that Mike's true level of development was still uncertain, but Jonathan considered him a real mystery. At this moment, the Marquis asked who had not yet arrived at the banquet. Realizing that almost everyone had arrived, he asked the maids to call the remaining guests here. Unexpectedly, Mike quickly invited Jonathan to sit with him. However, the hero said that today the Marquis invited him to sit next to him. Jonathan had heard of Mike's past, and knew that he was considered to be the successor to the old man's line, but was considered less qualified than the old man's other three sons. Despite his lower status, Mike's level of development was still in its early stages. As Jonathan was about to return to his seat, Celia greeted him warmly. However, the next moment, the girl was stunned to discover that Jonathan's self-improvement had surpassed his own. Jonathan, meanwhile, praised Celia for having improved greatly in the time they had not seen each other. In his past life, Jonathan did not pay much attention to his past, only knowing that he was a well-trained teacher who had reached the early stage of the Earth level before the age of 30. Although he was not considered exceptionally talented, he was certainly stronger than many of the instructors at the academy. If there had been no problems with any of them, the traitor in question might still be around. Jonathan wondered if there was a way to test this. Before he could do anything, Yuna suddenly appeared and threw herself into his arms. Jonathan, who had always been closest to Yuna since childhood, gently stroked her head. The girl was only 7 years old. She was the youngest at this banquet. At this moment, another young girl of 13 years old, Unity, approached the hero. She came over to greet Jonathan. Jonathan responded with an awkward smile, finding it difficult to talk to the withdrawn Unity. Seeing this, the Marquis asked them to sit down first, and then talk. Out of affection for Yuna, Jonathan invited her to sit next to him, but Yuna declined the offer. She warned Jonathan to be careful and not to get into a bad situation, which embarrassed the old Marquis. At that moment, the old man realized that everyone had finally arrived at the banquet. Trying to change the mood, the old Marquis asked everyone to raise their glasses in honor of their victory. Wanting to show off, Sam offered to pour Jonathan some wine. The women didn't understand what was happening to Sam, because he had always been a loner. The guests wanted to start drinking from their glasses, but manager David quietly stopped them. David quickly reminded the old Marquis that the Kun family had not yet arrived. The old Marquis, who had forgotten, instructed manager Mu to summon them. However, he decided that this glass would be a penalty. David, in turn, said that he would try to hurry up the late guests. Unexpectedly, the old Marquis waved off the offer, noting that Carter, the lord of the city, deserved due respect. Meanwhile, Joe was excited to hear that Karen was coming. However, Sally stopped his enthusiasm by reminding him that Karen was engaged to Jonathan and warning him to behave appropriately. Despite Joe's dismissive attitude and his intention to break off the engagement when his own self-improvement improved, he had a disdainful attitude towards Jonathan as a useless fool compared to himself, a young genius. Sally, confused as to why everyone seemed to prefer Karen, called her a loose woman. However, she quickly received a reprimand from Joe. He stated that Karen's body was much more developed than Sally's. Hearing this, the girl immediately attacked him and beat him. Their argument was interrupted by Aunt Chelsea, who reminded them to behave properly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Joe quickly went to greet Karen. The second aunt tried to call out to Joe, but the old Marquis said he could go. At this point, Layla reported to Jonathan that valuable information had been discovered, and they waited in the adjacent lobby. The Marquis, without further ado, sent the boys off to do their business. He told the manager to go with them too. At this point, Sam was wondering where they were headed. Jonathan and his companions were about to go to the Heavenly Palace. At that moment, Sam, who had secretly followed them into the room, but was rejected by Layla. Meanwhile, Martin took out 3 photographs taken by his trusted people, along with a recording device. According to their citation group, the Kun family had 2 hidden cameras installed. It turned out that the head of the Kun family had broken into the heavenly realm and was planning to publicly dissolve their marriage at a dinner party. The old man from the Kong family also loudly declared his intention to challenge the Song family. Karen led her family on a secret investigation, and some of their conversations were recorded by secret security. When Martin played the tape back, the content was shocking and potentially damaging. The old Marquis, mocking the Kun family's attempts to challenge them, asked Jonathan how he planned to handle the situation. He offered to reveal the Song family's cards if Jonathan was willing to keep the engagement. However, Jonathan firmly refused, expressing little interest in the engagement. He preferred to avoid complications and saw no need to reveal the Song family's secrets. The old Marquis, feeling that his family had been humiliated, was determined to intercede for Jonathan. However, the hero had some cards up his sleeve. Jonathan had already planned to cultivate 3 heaven-level experts and then challenge Carter. Meanwhile, the story moves back to the banquet hall. At this point, Sam, who had been eavesdropping on Jonathan and the others' conversation, was disappointed by the isolation formation set up in the side room. While he was silently seething with anger, Scarlet scolded him for his behavior and ordered him to sit down. Sam, in pain, complied. Suddenly, a strong fluctuation in soul power erupted in the heavenly hall, shocking all the guests. Despite the muffled noise, it was clear that a breakthrough had occurred. Sam agreed with this assessment because his father's recent breakthrough was similar. Just as Sam was about to say something, Scarlet quickly covered his mouth. Sally observed this and concluded that it was a fluctuation in the soul's power, recognizing it as significant. Unfortunately, her own low level of development did not allow her to feel anything, but she sensed the potential for profit. At this moment, Celia turned her attention to the heavenly hall. At first she thought that the atmosphere was tense, but it didn't seem like there was a fluctuation in his father's soul force. Realizing this, she became frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Mike noticed her anxiety and, puzzled, asked if she was okay. Celia could only pretend to be calm and signal that he was okay. Meanwhile, Sam was in high spirits. He knew that Jonathan must have something remarkable. The movement that had broken through the heavenly staircase must have been caused by him. Sam excitedly explained that Jonathan had taken the Emperor Spirit Pill in front of them, which had allowed him to break through from the early stage of the geological level to the middle stage. The Emperor Spirit Pill, which could save 2 or 3 years of hard work, greatly shocked Scarlet. She realized how valuable the pill was, and realized that Jonathan was using it to boost his fighting spirit. Sam noted that selling the pill could cover the Red Phoenix Army's military expenses for several months. When Scarlet found out about the pill, he was shocked and grabbed Sam and shook him vigorously. He could hardly believe that Jonathan had more than one of these rare pills. Sam, now dizzy and disoriented from the shaking, figured helplessly that Jonathan had probably had more than 10 drinks. Sally was confused by her siblings' reactions. She suspected that they had discovered something important and planned to ask her mother about it later. By this time, Scarlet had regained her composure. As the commander-in-chief of the army, she knew the value of the 5-star pill, but she understood the importance of maintaining dignity in front of her families. Suddenly, another wave of soul power swept across the heavenly hall. She knocked Scarlet and Sam down and smashed a jug of wine on the table. The brother and sister, unable to hide their shock, were stunned by the 3rd wave of heaven-level aura. Sam wondered if he should have followed them sooner, wondering if he had broken through to the celestial realm as well. Meanwhile, the story moves to the outer courtyard. Jonathan sighed, noting that the hastily organized formation could only withstand 3 heavenly tier breakthroughs. The Marquis thought that he hadn't expected Jonathan to be as knowledgeable about arrays as he was about alchemy. At this point, David felt that the old Marquis's experience in formations was surprisingly insufficient. Meanwhile, the hero looked at the girl in surprise. Layla was amazed at how quickly the breakthrough happened, causing Jonathan to break out in a sweat. He said Martin and Gavin were at the top of the Earth level. It only took them 2 layers of obstacles to break through. But on the contrary, Layla was at an early stage of earthly development, and Jonathan had to forcibly raise him to the heavenly level. Layla honored Jonathan by swearing allegiance and expressing her desire to become Jonathan's sword in the fight against all enemies. Seeing this, Jonathan immediately used the purification talisman. He understood that despite Layla's limited qualifications, her elevation to the heavenly level was not a disadvantage. In an instant, the erasure symbols worked, and Layla appeared in a completely new appearance. She bowed and thanked Jonathan for his help. By this time, Gavin and his companions had united their holdings. They told the hero that they were okay. Their bodies were engulfed in flames. Gavin, inspired by the power of the heavenly rank, felt the desire for a good fight. Martin, rising into the air, experienced a wonderful sensation. Jonathan cautioned them against overconfidence, reminding them that they were still in the early stages, and that the real goal was to become saints. Then Martin spoke. feeling that the soul's power seemed to be connected to something in the sky. Jonathan was surprised to see Martin's exceptional talent for divine perception, and decided to buy Martin a machine with enhanced sensory capabilities. The old Marquise wanted to dispel this desire by pointing out that Martin sensed the heavenly path. Martin was shocked to realize that the power of the heavenly path soul was genuine. Seeing that Martin had been deceived, the old Marquise signaled to Jonathan. Jonathan realized that using the heavenly path was more appropriate than revealing his own strategies. At this point, Gavin asked if Jonathan wanted to meet Carter directly. However, Jonathan quickly waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for a direct conflict with the Kun family, preferring a subtle and reserved approach. Martin then suggested that they could disguise themselves as the Eastern City courtyard to welcome the distinguished guests from the Kun family. Jonathan thought it was a good idea and praised Martin for it. However, the manager was worried. He was worried that showing off his strength might cause problems for the Song family. However, the old Marquis considered this acceptable. After all, the Song family had hidden their strength for over 10 years, and it was time to show off their abilities. Otherwise, those around them would only perceive them as weaklings. Meanwhile, the story moves to the gate of the outer courtyard of the Song house. At the same time, outside the Song family's courtyard, Joe was waiting to greet the distinguished guests from the Kong family. While preparations were underway, Joe suddenly realized that something was wrong. The guest who arrived was on a sky-tier ship, floating in the air and looking like he had come from the eastern courtyard. Old man Christopher's cultivation had just reached the heavenly level. He hurriedly took his granddaughter with him to dissolve the marriage. But his heavenly cultivation level was not enough to make an impression in the future. Even the gatekeeper would be able to suppress him. Just recently, the old man from the Kun family met Karen's boyfriend, Sebastian. He acknowledged that although Sebastian came from a prestigious background and had many achievements, he displayed extraordinary fighting prowess and was considered a capable talent. Jonathan also had several relationships with Sebastian. Despite Jonathan's incomplete soul pulse, he was mentally inferior to him. Thus, the old man agreed with his granddaughter's point of view, and the grandfather's praise made Karen blush. However, Carter felt that Sebastian's level of development was only superficial, and not as impressive as their own guards. He asked how they could trust him with their daughter. However, Christopher thought differently. He sensed a slightly extraordinary aura emanating from the young man, and was convinced that Sebastian would indeed become a significant figure. He noted that Sebastian had previously served outstanding people, which confirmed his assessment. Carter, still feeling uneasy, doubted whether Sebastian had used any underhanded methods, but he didn't believe it was worth the risk. Karen, upset by the conversation about her lover, categorically disagreed. She felt that Jonathan was the only one who could resort to deception and disguise, and that was why she was determined to end the marriage. Then Christopher said that if Jonathan was really bad, they would break off the engagement immediately. Otherwise, if the Song family did not agree, he promised that he would force them to break off the engagement. Carter agreed to this plan, saying that it would be for the best. However, Karen was determined and decided to end the marriage at any cost. Meanwhile, Joe met with Layla, who also came to the yard. He was shocked to see her. He learned that she was a servant of the Eastern Court. Layla, Martin, and Gavin bowed and addressed him, mentioning that they were waiting for young Master Jonathan to greet the distinguished guests of the Kun family. Butler Joe remained wary, however. Joe told him that he was not blind and understood everything too, but the old man continued. He felt that the two guards were similar to those he had seen before. He suspected that they might be part of a secret group prepared by the old Marquis. Despite his doubts, he decided not to overdo it and focused on the current situation. The manager's confusion gave Joe pause for thought, and he had yet to discover the reason for it. By this time, representatives of the Kun family had arrived, and preparations for their meeting were in full swing. Their ship landed with a crash right in the middle of the landing pad. Karen was the first to exit the ship. Seeing her, Joe quickly bowed and greeted him. Karen, however, pretended not to recognize Joe and feigned curiosity about his presence. Joe quickly revealed that Jonathan was his cousin, making Karen his first cousin. Although Karen's outward praise seemed sincere, she secretly mocked Joe and questioned his motives. The girl thought to herself that one look at his depraved expression was enough to understand that he was simply addicted to her beauty. Meanwhile, Carter and Christopher got out of the transport. Karen was polite and kind, hugging his father and complimenting Joe. Joe, who quickly reciprocated, greeted his influential guests. Carter then approached Joe, complimenting him and suggesting that his father must be the commercial genius of the Song family. Joe cleverly boasted about the Song clan's achievements. At this time, old man Christopher, who had been watching the conversation, began to get irritated. He released his heavenly tier aura to intimidate the Song family. The terrifying pressure immediately caused a stir among those with a lower level of development. Joe quickly recognized Christopher as the leader of the heavenly level. At that moment, Carter realized that his father was giving the Song family a chance to retreat. Then Layla asked Martin if he wanted to take action. Having received approval, Martin released his own breath to counter Christopher's aura. The two auras collided and eventually dissipated, leaving Carter incredulous. Everyone present on the site fell silent in bewilderment. He wondered if the Song family was really as simple as they seemed at first glance. Karen, who had a low level, was a little confused and didn't understand why Grandpa suddenly held his breath. Joe's servant wanted to express his opinion, but the boy ordered him to shut up. Meanwhile, Carter had already bowed in respect to Layla and the men and asked who they were. The Jing dynasty representatives began to introduce themselves, explaining that they were servants of the Eastern Court of the Song dynasty and had recently served as gatekeepers of the Eastern Court. They were there to await young Master Jonathan's order, and especially to welcome the distinguished guests from the Kun family, inviting them inside. After learning that these three were just servants of the Eastern Court, Christopher felt a wave of disappointment. He was already in shock when facing three heaven-rank experts. The old man believed that his high upbringing would make him look down on his future son-in-law. But the situation backfired. Meanwhile, the story moves back to the banquet hall. Sally sat next to her mother, who told her about Jonathan's situation. She was stunned and asked her mother if she was joking about the treasure Jonathan had. Her mother assured the girl that this was true. Then Sally realized that the unusual behavior of Jonathan's siblings made sense. The thing is, there could be significant power hidden behind Jonathan. Sally then assured her mother that such valuable property should belong to their Western court. She was afraid that Aunt Chloe might take over his father's pharmaceutical business. At that moment, the door to the hall opened and Jonathan and his friends walked inside. Watching Sam and Scarlett standing in front of him, Jonathan thought they must have felt the recent breakthrough. Then Sam approached Jonathan and asked if he had experimented with anything valuable. Jonathan, without hesitation, said that there was nothing better than the experimental pills, and Sam, wanting to help, followed him. As the hero approached the table, Sally stood up from her seat and offered her place to Jonathan. The guy decided to agree without further ado. The servants then announced that the Kun family had arrived, and young Master Joe and his team greeted them. These words made the Marquis think about something. The old Marquis signaled to David and whispered something to Manager Mu, who was deeply involved in the affairs of the mansion. After a short discussion, the old Marquis and Jonathan exchanged knowing smiles, leaving his siblings confused. Sally, watching their expressions, guessed that the Kun family might be in for a surprise. Meanwhile, Layla asked the guests to go to the banquet hall. Joe greeted the Kun family, and an impatient Karen headed towards the banquet hall. She soon realized that her father and grandfather had not followed her, and asked why they were still standing. Before going after his daughter, Carter decided to ask his own father for approval. However, Christopher was still in shock, unable to believe that there were three heaven-level people in the Song family. He thought they must have used some kind of magic to deceive him. Not believing that such young heaven-level powers could be part of the Song dynasty, the old man decided to reveal what tricks the Song family was planning. Meanwhile, the whole family headed towards the hall, with Joe paying special attention to Karen along the way. Suddenly, Christopher stopped his son, and they hid around the corner. On the way, he gave Carter a talisman to ensure his safety, and instructed him to be vigilant for any unexpected changes. Christopher wanted to see if there were any hidden dangers. Suddenly, he saw someone standing near the pavilion. It was Bernard, the driver from the Song family. One look at him instantly scared Christopher, causing him to drop to his knees and lose his composure. Carter rushed to help his father and inquired about his well-being. The old man said he was fine, but when he looked back at the pavilion, Bernard had disappeared. This left him speechless. At that moment, Karen came up to them, not understanding what had happened, and then he picked up the dropped talisman. The old man turned to his son, asking him to help him get up. After that, they all went further into the hall together. But Christopher still couldn't come to his senses, not understanding where a person with such strength came from here. At that moment, a man in a wheelchair appeared around the corner of one of the houses. This made Christopher break out in a cold sweat. The man was Mason, the gatekeeper, who stared at the old man with a cold gaze. Christopher, greatly shocked by this sight, vomited blood and fell to the ground, his heart aching incredibly. Carter and Karen quickly came to his aid and asked why he was bleeding. He explained that he accidentally bit his tongue when he fell. When he tried to make his way to the corner where the figure stood, he found it empty. Meanwhile, Layla looked at the distant roof and realized that the people there were far from ordinary. She had felt uneasy before and recognized the unusual methods that Bernard and Mason used. Although the Marquis had instructed them to restrain Christopher in a discreet manner without causing alarm, it seemed that more drastic measures were needed. Mason said it was necessary to maintain the dignity of the court and to solve the problem of the old man's behavior. At this point, Christopher was convinced that what he had seen was real. He believed that the Song family had indeed been harboring numerous experts, and he decided to report this to the court upon his return, claiming that the Song family had been involved in deliberate misconduct. He thought that the court would surely punish Song for plotting a rebellion. However, upon reflection, Christopher realized that although two strong men had captured him, they had not alarmed anyone else. This situation suggested that the intention might be to prevent him from returning alive. He was left wondering how to handle the situation further. Even though he was a powerful heaven-ranked person who usually didn't pay attention to the world, he was shocked to find himself in a position of fear and uncertainty. He was especially surprised to find out that there were so many influential people hidden away in the Song family. Fearing that attending the banquet might bring him even more misfortune, he thought about finding a way to escape. With this thought in mind, he took out a pill from his sleeve. The greed for life and fear of death made him think of using the palace strengthening pill, which would allow him to appear as if he was a star soul floating in the air, making it difficult for the Song family to capture him. However, just as he was about to take the pill, David suddenly appeared behind him, causing him to drop the pill in shock. David informed him that their master was waiting in the banquet hall and asked Christopher to follow him. While Christopher admitted that the newcomer was a formidable individual, he was surprised to learn that the man was even stronger than the two mysterious individuals he had encountered earlier. He inquired about the identity of the new arrival, and the steward truthfully gave the information, at the same time signaling Christopher to go inside, whereupon Christopher reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, Layla was preparing to receive the distinguished guests from the Kun family. Upon learning of their arrival, the old Marquis ordered welcoming music to be played, which made Layla feel a little awkward, but it later turned out to be just a joke. Soon Carter and Karen and the others arrived at the banquet hall. Karen, introducing herself as a well-mannered woman, greeted all the elders of the Song family, who politely reciprocated. After this, Carter also greeted the people who invited them to visit. After exchanging pleasantries, the old Marquis asked his eldest son to seat the guests of the Kun family. It seemed that only Carter and his daughter were present. The old Marquis was surprised by the absence of the elder of the Kun family. At that moment, everyone saw Christopher waving, smiling and reminiscing, as if meeting old friends. Carter watched his father's sudden change in behavior with suspicion. Ever since their arrival at the manor, Christopher had been acting strangely. Carter wondered if his father's behavior was due to him relying on the divine sense of the heavenly tier powerhouses, and if he had noticed anything unusual in the Song mansion. The old Marquis seemed to have discovered something, for he was full of energy, and his gaze was intense. At that moment, Christopher felt like he was in an ice cave. Suddenly he stumbled, falling to the ground. All the guests present looked at him in surprise. Karen feigned disgust, mentally cursing her grandfather for seeming weak and embarrassing himself. Jonathan, who was watching the scene, joked about Christopher's self-punishment. His words caused general laughter at the table. The old Marquis waved his hand to stop the teasing, and pretended to show concern for Christopher. Christopher, having stood his ground, explained that he had simply tripped. He then rose to his feet, excitedly greeting his older brother. He then asked David to help him retrieve the dropped item. David assured him that nothing would be lost at this banquet without reason. He then shouted to his servants that whoever found Christopher's lost thing would receive a reward. At this point, the old Marquis asked if he had put up any array at the door. Jonathan, smiling, did not deny it. He knew that both he and the old Marquis were simply playing. Once everyone was seated at the table, Jonathan announced that it was time to serve wine and food. Soon the maids arrived in the hall with trays. They poured wine for each guest, although Christopher and Carter were very awkward at the table. Karen looked at her grandfather and father doubtfully, wondering why, despite their previous intention to end their marriage by force, they were now sitting down to eat. Deciding to get to the bottom of this, she stood up to explain the reason they had come here today. But Christopher stopped her. Christopher didn't want his granddaughter to interfere. Carter then persuaded his daughter to sit down and have a snack, suggesting that they first observe the situation. During this time, Christopher apologized to the old Marquis, fearing that he would face destruction if he displeased him. The old Marquis, smiling, reassured him, noting that Karen was the apple of their family's eye, and that a certain degree of arrogance was inevitable. Then he raised his glass and proposed a toast. After this, all the guests at the table began to chat with each other and laugh. Karen sat to the side, pondering her situation. Despite her father and grandfather's prohibition against talking, she wanted to cause trouble and considered using Sam. Joe immediately noticed his beloved's gaze on him and told Sally about it. At that moment, Jonathan received a text message. Then he got up from the table and asked his grandfather for forgiveness, saying that he needed to go out for a while. Once outside the hall, he contacted manager Austin. As it turned out, he brought good news that negotiations were currently underway with an important member of the Hong Kong Chamber of Commerce. The sand sculpture city of Shadiao was located on the eastern border of the Xia Kingdom, surrounded by the Desert of Death. It served as the Summer Rain Defense, a military stronghold tasked with suppressing the demon race. As Shadiao rapidly expanded into the eastern desert region, more and more people began to gather in this city. Built less than 100 years ago, the city underwent several additions, eventually becoming a fortified area with a wall and 4 distinct districts. The inner city was inhabited by privileged families, protected by multi-layered city walls and leading a decadent lifestyle. On the other side was the Western District, where 90% of the military stationed in Sand Sculpture City lived. This area was known as the place with the highest defense intensity in the city. Surrounding the inner city was the Central City District, which served as a commercial market where all kinds of services and entertainment could be found. At the very edge of the city was the Outer City District, where the lower slaves and dispossessed wanderers lived. This area, which the common people often called the slums, was the poorest part of the city. The seller who owned the cherry blossom sapling lived in the city's West District, an area controlled by the expansionist Mulu tribe faction, which commanded more than 60% of the troops in the Shadiao district. Dealing with this expansionist faction was difficult as they despised local merchants, making negotiations difficult. The Austin Chamber of Commerce, representing the neutral or moderate faction, might have had a say, but in this situation, its influence was limited. Besides honeysuckle, it would take about 10 days to deliver other medicinal materials to the Song Mansion. However, the Samarin family, who were knowledgeable in medicinal herbs, refused to deal in foreign currency. Instead, they needed materials from ferocious animals to make deals. Jonathan got angry when he received this news. It seemed like these people knew how to calculate everything to their advantage. However, he realized that he needed practical experience. In addition, he will have to travel to the Desert of Death to find Star-Lord's secret kingdom. So he decided that he could personally obtain the necessary materials for the ferocious animal. Hearing this, Austin reassured him, but also reminded him not to do anything too risky given the faction's strong presence in Sand Sculpture City. This reminder made him think of two key figures who, in his opinion, they could provide assistance on this trip. Jonathan then thanked Austin for his help and said goodbye to him. Meanwhile, Karen tried to butter up Joe in every way possible. She tried to deceive the boy by constantly praising him and portraying him as the most outstanding genius of the Song family. Joe was too much in love to recognize the brazen lie in the girl's words. Meanwhile, Christopher kept raising toasts to the Marquis, wishing him luck in his cultivation. However, he still kept an eye on his granddaughter, hoping that she wouldn't do anything stupid right after he broke through to the heavenly rank. Soon Sally, who was sitting next to Joe, got tired of this whole circus and decided to intervene in the conversation. She rudely told Karen that if she tried to create problems for their family, she would meet a terrible end. Karen tried to reassure Sally by saying that their conversations were only about school matters, and that Joe was an exceptional person. But despite Karen's attempts to smooth things over, Sally was unimpressed by the attempt to use his younger brother as a pawn. Unexpectedly, Karen was not intimidated by the girl's threats, and instead smiled, joking about Joe's responsibility for managing the Song family's investments. She said, almost threateningly, that since Sally was now in charge of taxes, there would inevitably be mistakes, and in that case the Kuhn family could involve the tax department. Joe told his sister that Karen was very generous because she wanted to help them. Sam watched all this with a grin, but Scarlett was not at all interested in these intrigues. At that moment, Jonathan returned to the hall with a proud look. Seeing him, Karen immediately turned to the groom and greeted him. Carter and Christopher watched their conversation with disbelief, as they knew Karen hated this guy. The Marquis immediately realized that this boy was clearly up to something. Meanwhile, Joe was furious to see Kong Karen and son Jonathan chatting happily. He didn't understand what they could possibly be talking about. Moreover, Karen looked cheerful, and this made him incredibly angry. Then he grabbed his glass and slammed it down on the table with all his might, addressing Jonathan. In his anger, he was determined to start a duel against Jonathan for Karen's heart. But suddenly he was met with a strong kick from Sam. Jonathan watched everything that was happening with great surprise. Meanwhile, Joe rose to his feet and turned angrily to Sam, asking why he had done this. Then Sam told him to show more respect to Jonathan. Sam wanted to engage in a duel with Joe, but Joe insisted on resolving his own problems first. Hearing this, Joe could only suppress his displeasure. He did not expect that Sam would decide to interfere in their conversation. Having no other choice, he decided to make sure that Jonathan would be disgraced in front of Karen in their duel. Then inspiration struck Joe, and he suggested that since he and Jonathan hadn't seen each other in a while, it would be a good idea to spar with the Star General. He implied that Jonathan should demonstrate his achievements during his time at the Academy. Noting that Jonathan left last year while still in the early stages of the Yellow Stage and had yet to break through to the Black Stage, Joe promised that he would bring his cultivation to the same level as Jonathan without taking advantage of him. Hearing this, everyone involuntarily began to sweat. They knew Jonathan's true level of development and understood that the situation was rather stupid. Seeing that Joe was ready to take action, Chelsea was ready to stop it. But Sally asked her mother to be quiet. She said this was their chance to see what Jonathan was really capable of. The calm demeanor of Christopher and the others suggested that the use of the enhancement pill was a common occurrence. Then Joe ordered his servant to go to the martial arts arena and negotiate everything. But the Marquis said that there was no need for that. They could fight in the open space outside the banquet hall. He said that since the young people had decided to put on a show at the dinner party, they should also express their gratitude. At first, Christopher didn't understand what the old man was talking about. The Marquis explained that they had come all the way here, and it would be a good idea to spend some money on a prize for the winner. Christopher thought angrily to himself about why he should spend money, since he was the one who came here from far away. However, the Marquis insisted, saying that Christopher would definitely choose something that everyone would like. Then the man offered to give away his 3-star pill, which he had snatched with great difficulty at the auction. Carter tried to stop his father, but Christopher said that the pill would no longer help him, but maybe Karen could get it back later. At that moment, Sally thought that something was wrong here. She didn't understand why no one was paying attention to it. Seeing Christopher's generosity, Joe began to dream about how Jonathan's public humiliation would benefit him. He planned to get the spring rebirth pill and give it to his father. He then wanted to use her as leverage to reconsider his engagement to Karen. Karen noticed her grandfather's unusual behavior and suspected that it was related to the rebirth pill. She decided to wait and take the pill back to her grandfather, hoping that it would prevent any accusations against her. Soon the steward informed Joe that his opponent was already waiting for him outside. A smile appeared on Joe's face and he prepared for battle. Heading towards the open space outside the banquet hall, Joe invited Karen to watch the battle. The girl decided to ask her grandfather for permission to go first. In turn, Christopher asked the Marquis if he and Karen could go outside and watch the battle. However, he was stopped by the old Marquis, who suggested installing a panoramic projection instead. This way, everyone at the table could watch the battle while they ate dinner. Jonathan stood in the open area, waiting for Joe. When Joe arrived, he saw Jonathan with one hand in his pocket, which made him unhappy. Joe told Jonathan not to blame him for reminding him that rank was important, and that Jonathan was not worthy of Miss Karen. However, the hero asked him to stop chatting and start fighting. After this, Joe began to summon his golem. Soon, Manga appeared in front of Jonathan with swords in both hands. He urged Jonathan to quickly complete the formation so that he could be defeated quickly. Jonathan chuckled slightly and casually tossed the mechanical suit aside. A beam of light instantly shot up into the sky, startling Joe, who hadn't expected Jonathan to be so prepared. Joe was stunned by Jonathan's strength. He didn't expect him to prepare in advance. At that moment, the legendary Lu Bu appeared before him. Joe was further shocked when Jonathan's attack, the falling moonstrike, severed one of his arms and sent him flying several meters away. Before Joe could react, Jonathan had already thrown himself over his shoulder, leaving him feeling completely defeated. Joe's expression showed his disbelief in Jonathan's unexpected strength. He didn't believe that it was really him standing in front of him. Jonathan confirmed with a slight grin that it was indeed Jonathan, because he was back. Meanwhile, the story moves to an area 100 miles away from the city of Shijiao. 100 miles from the city of sand sculptures, a group of people on camels rushed towards the city. Despite their slow progress, they managed to avoid encountering any assassins. Suddenly, one of his subordinates gestured to the leader to look at the sky. As it turned out, there was a huge, ferocious beast above them. Meanwhile, everyone was amazed by the sight, as it was horrible to see Joe's student mechanics destroyed with just one move. The new General Soul was surprisingly brave. At this moment, Carter also realized that Jonathan, whom he had thought useless due to his incomplete soul veins, had suddenly become a formidable Soul Star General. Christopher then quietly asked about Jonathan, wondering if he was the legendary Star Soul General known for descending with compassion. Carter explained that for the past 5 years, Jonathan had been secluding himself in order to break into the heavenly rank. This isolation had led to some unknowns about him. It was rumored that the Star Soul General had the ability to transform into another form, which would make sense given Jonathan's display of power. Christopher was greatly shocked by the possibility that the Star Soul General could freely change form during battles. The old Marquis, observing the general's shock, let out a satisfied roar. He mentioned the previous beast-tide battle in Yunnan, assuming that everyone had heard of it. Sally felt a surge of excitement as she remembered that during the Battle of Yunnan, the tide of battle had been turned by a red-armored Star Soul General, perhaps the same person as Jonathan. At this moment, Celia spoke up, noting that the Star Soul General who had changed the battle situation was also the first president of the military academy. He was a top-notch student at Jew Academy and was awarded the title of hero at the celebration ceremony. Then the Marquise decided to reveal the secret, saying that all this time this man was Jonathan. Everyone was surprised to learn that the man was Jonathan. He explained that the Marquis had revealed Jonathan's identity for his own safety, and it was not too late for everyone to realize it. The old Marquis, feeling proud, had originally planned to announce the news during the banquet. But before he could do so, Aunt Chelsea suddenly inquired about the Marquis's origins. She noted that if the Marquis was truly a Star Soul General, he would have given birth to a powerful saint-ranked person, and the family would have returned to its prime. She noted that the Marquis's family's power would also have greater weight in the legal succession of his children, and she hoped for a share. Anna also expressed regret for her previous treatment of Jonathan, but stated that they needed to make amends. The old Marcus hoped that Jonathan would be able to treat Joe lightly. Although it was still too early to discuss holy orders with Jonathan, he still turned to Christopher for advice. Christopher quickly stood up with a smile, praising Jonathan's extraordinary luck and talent, which he believed was a blessing for the Song family. He also turned to look at Karen. She chuckled, but quickly changed her expression to a smile, congratulating Jonathan, and at the same time internally mocking him. He thought that Jonathan's achievements, although impressive, were unlikely to strengthen his position. At that moment, Mike had a gloomy expression on his face. He felt that despite Jonathan's growing fame, he himself remained the same person as before. Suddenly, Celia noticed Joe on the dueling field. He stood up and prepared to expose Jonathan's supposed deception. Joe couldn't believe that this was his real power. He believed that it was some kind of trick. He began to boldly disassemble and restore his armor. Jonathan, not expecting Joe to have such skill, decided to use Tong's cultivation as a basis and challenge Joe's abilities. During the battle, Jonathan, using Lu Bu, pretended to be a student of the academy and suppressed his own cultivation to the peak of the mysterious level. Joe, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh, realizing that Jonathan's previous demonstration was a hoax. As Joe flew towards Jonathan, he attacked furiously with both swords, but Jonathan effortlessly dodged all of his blows. Watching this, the gatekeeper and the master were surprised, because they had never taught Jonathan witchcraft. Jonathan then began to counterattack, mimicking Joe's movements and sending him flying with powerful force. Joe was furious, accusing Jonathan of using underhanded tactics to deceive him. Jonathan, ignoring Joe's complaints, ridiculed him, noting that soldiers never tired of being deceived and pointing out Joe's incompetence. He criticized Joe's reliance on empty rhetoric and poor skill compared to more competent figures. This made the guy very angry, and he decided to attack the hero, but he deftly dodged the attack. Joe continued to attack him, but all his blows literally missed their target. Meanwhile, Bernard and Mason watched the battle from the roof of a nearby building. Mason even suggested that it was Bernard who taught the hero this technique, but the man stated that it was not him. Mason then assumed that the girl had secretly trained the young master when they weren't looking. Meanwhile, the battle continued. The warriors collided with each other with their bodies. Suddenly, Joe noticed that Jonathan was right behind him. Then the hero took the weapon in his hands, jumped into the air, and decided to attack the guy from above. Joe looked at his opponent in surprise. He didn't understand why Jonathan kept copying his movements. After this, the hero flew through it, ending up behind the enemy. In an instant, Jonathan kicked him in the chest, sending him flying. He understood that although this guy's fighting skills were quite high, he was still completely incapable of adapting to real combat. Meanwhile, Joe lay on the ground, scolding Jonathan for using such underhanded moves. Then the hero said that in war there is no prohibition on tricks, thinking to himself that this would be an excellent opportunity to extract information from him. Jonathan went on to say that Joe spent too much time on theory and useless nonsense, which was why his second uncle had always neglected him. Joe was horrified, not understanding how he knew about his family's secrets. After witnessing Jonathan's public duel, people admired his strength, comparing him to a cat playing with a mouse. Layla, Sam, and Scarlett, standing just outside the arena, watched the battle live. Sam was amazed at how beautiful Jonathan's attacks were. However, Scarlett was distrustful of his rich combat experience, as she could not understand why Jonathan, whom she had previously underestimated, was so strong. Meanwhile, Layla stood and watched the fight with a mesmerized face. At some point, she finally noticed David was missing. David stepped aside with Mason and the others, which alarmed them as David appeared as a ghost every time. Stuart asked with a gloomy expression why young Master Jonathan was using the Black Tortoise defense movement technique. Mason, speaking in classical Chinese, explained that their anonymity and seclusion were intended to avoid suspicion. Mason then questioned whether it was possible that Jonathan's skills were taught by the same girl, but the butler considered it unlikely. He noted that she did not have the free time to teach Jonathan. Bernard quickly intervened, explaining that it was not a top-secret matter. It was normal for young Master Jonathan, being the child of the third master, to have such skills, and his achievements were also normal. Meanwhile, in the dueling arena, Joe slowly stood up. Although it seemed like he was deceiving Jonathan, he was internally puzzled as to why Jonathan knew so much. He wondered if his sister's suspicions were true, and if Jonathan's skills were related to his father's licentiousness. Joe decided to explore other methods. He then took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Jonathan was even a little surprised by such an unexpected attack from Joe. His double sword spun quickly, piercing what he thought was Jonathan's body. However, Jonathan disappeared and reappeared behind him. Jonathan acted quickly, grabbing Joe by the head and lifting him up. Before Joe could even figure it out, the hero attacked him from above. In an instant, he was behind his opponent and grabbed him by the shoulders. The men were amazed at Jonathan's ability to take 7 steps with his soul power suspended. They considered contacting Chief D, but received no response from Butler. The fact is that he had already disappeared, leaving only a note asking to first consult with the Marquise. Everyone in the banquet hall was shocked by Jonathan's impressive performance. Christopher was in a panic when he realized the depth of the Song family's resources. He felt the need to leave quickly. Seeing Joe's defeat, Karen cursed silently, worried that Jonathan would get his hands on Grandpa's pill. She hoped that Sebastian would bring the white dragon to easily return the pill and deal with Jonathan accordingly. Meanwhile, Jonathan interrogated Joe again, asking who he thought was the bastard. Joe furiously declared that Jonathan was the bastard. Then Jonathan, in a rage, hit Joe with such force that he fell to the ground. As he fell, his armor dissolved into thin air. Then Jonathan stepped on Joe's back. He gave him another chance and warned him not to show disrespect. Meanwhile, the caravan on the outskirts of Shadyao sank into sand and soil. When they emerged, the monster had already left, but had vomited mysterious substances. The merchants were shocked when they saw the creature and reported it to the sand sculpture seller. After that, they headed to the edge of the cliff and saw red crystals there that were left behind by the monster. The crystals spat out by the ferocious divine-level beast were identified as legendary. Meanwhile, Jonathan continued to keep his foot on Joe's back. After his victory, Jonathan asked him again who he called a bastard, but Joe feigned ignorance. The guy didn't understand why this issue bothered him so much and decided to discuss it with his sister later. At this time, Jonathan, skeptical of his lies, decided to conduct a thorough investigation. He instructed Joe to admit defeat voluntarily. At first, Joe didn't believe that the guy would let him go so easily. After this, the hero headed towards the exit of the arena. Everyone in the restaurant was amazed at how easily Jonathan won. The old Marquis thought that even without using all of his ammunition, no one from the Song family would dare to challenge Jonathan again. Meanwhile, the arena's mass began to disappear. At that moment, David appeared behind Layla. As he approached, Layla asked if they should deal with that nosy maid hiding in the bushes. However, David said they chose not to scare the snake. Jonathan had already taken other measures. However, the girl knew nothing and continued to evaluate Jonathan's strength. She sat in the bushes and wrote down all the information about him in detail. As it turned out, at the same time another maid was sitting on the roof of the building. It was she who followed the girl on Jonathan's orders. Meanwhile, the Marquis took a pill from Christopher. He commented on how exciting the rivalry between the two brothers was. Christopher could only respond with a smile, praising Jonathan as a dragon among men and a perfect match for their family. Jonathan suddenly interrupted Christopher, telling him that there was no need for false praise. He called the situation just a little joke, and asked how important it could be. Upon seeing Jonathan, Karen seemed to pay respect, constantly praising Jonathan as the most powerful. However, internally, Karen was already planning a countermeasure, deciding that Jonathan needed to be dealt with. At this point, the old Marquis spoke up, mentioning that Jonathan might not need Christopher's prize, and suggested that they save it for later. Jonathan then immediately reached into his pocket and offered to say goodbye to the poor quality pill, saying that he had better options. He threw a bottle of elixir to the old Marquis. After receiving the pill, the old Marquis was shocked to discover that Jonathan had given him the best rebirth pill. Christopher was also stunned, as it was a full bottle of top-grade spring rebirth pill. The ladies of the Song family were equally shocked to hear this, and everyone looked on with anticipation. Despite this, the old Marquis resolutely rejected the offer. Then the blue-haired maid entered the hall. She reported that she had found a pill in the yard, and was wondering if it belonged to the respected guest of the Kun family. Christopher immediately went to confirm this fact. He tried to be very careful when handling the pill. However, compared to the final spring rebirth pill, the other pill seemed less impressive. Then David saw the blue-haired maid take out the elixir and intended to reward her. However, Jonathan interrupted her, suggesting that they present the award instead. He pointed out that given the maid's insufficient cultivation level, she could choose one of two options: a 4-star skincare pill that could make her skin as white as jade, or a 4-star anti-swelling alcohol pill that could increase her cultivation skill. Everyone present was shocked when they heard the hero's proposal. Jonathan offered to pay her a cash reward if she couldn't decide. The blue-haired maid resolutely chose the power pill and knelt down. Then Jonathan quickly gave her a pill. This choice resulted in the emergence of a formidable legendary female general for the future of the Eastern continent. After this, the Marquis proposed making another toast. Then everyone resumed eating and drinking. At the same time, each guest was thinking about something of his own. But despite this, both the guests and the hosts looked pleased. At this time, Karen used the excuse that she was unwell to leave. The subject of engagement was not raised again until the old Marquis announced the end of the family banquet. After this, everyone returned home, but Christopher was seen sneaking around and avoiding the usual path. Jonathan, noticing this, made a sign to Martin. The two men quickly grabbed Christopher. As it turned out, Christopher had been beaten, and his face was covered in bruises before he was brought before Jonathan. Seeing him, Jonathan chuckled, asking why he decided to come back. Christopher was alarmed and felt a tightness in his chest. He clenched his fists and made a sudden decision, kneeling down and offering to serve the young master as his subordinate from now on. Meanwhile, the story moves forward sometime after the banquet. Christopher felt uneasy about the Song family's deep waters. He said that he had been too arrogant, but now he realized that all of Jonathan's subordinates in the Eastern Courtyard were heaven-ranked experts. Carter was shocked by this discovery, and realized that much of the information they had previously received about the Song family could have been misleading. It was said that after the sudden death of the late emperor, the abbot of the country initiated the selection of 8 generals for this position. Each of the 4 major families of Tiandu City had their own teams. In the Battle of Emperors, 2 saints from the Song and Chang families fell, and all 4 princes died. The Chang family was unable to use their power, and the Song family was accused of killing the imperial family. As a result, Ning was only able to escape from the border town, and the Empress Dowager of the Song family turned her back on them, severing ties with the Song family. It seemed like the Song family was moving forward by retreating, hiding at the border, trying not to stick their necks out. If the Song family's ancestor had not actually fallen, then with Jonathan's arrival, the Song family would most likely have come to power. Carter realized that important choices in life are often limited, and decided he needed to go back. Meanwhile, the story moves to Yunnan Restaurant, the most luxurious dining spot in the city. At this time, Jack was drinking. There were also several bodyguards standing behind him. The man sitting across the table, Brooks, said that this was exactly the kind of alcoholic stamina he expected from Jack. It made him feel a little awkward. To change the subject, Jack mentioned that he wanted to buy some food to honor his ancestors, but didn't know where to get it. Brooks quickly waved his hand and mentioned that the wine called Tai An Yi Lei was brewed by the Song family distillery. The craftsmanship of making this item has long been lost, and only a few remain. Over the years, he became more willing to use it only when dealing with real heroes. Hearing this, Jack felt some regret, but then he instructed his subordinates to make the most of the wine. He said that such good wine deserved to be enjoyed. At that moment, Chandler leaned over and whispered in Brooks' ear. He informed him that the second master's wife had called him again and was urgently asking him to return as soon as possible. Then Jack said that he could go, and that he would drink alone for now. Brooks stood up from his desk and apologized to Jack for leaving so suddenly. However, the man was more concerned about the barrels of alcohol. Soon after, he, along with his servants, Chandler and May, left the room. After leaving the room, Brooks decided to secretly protect Jack, given his status as the sickly younger brother and the Song family's influence on him. He then asked Chandler about the situation at home. Chandler said that if it had been an ordinary family banquet, there would not have been such a compelling reason to call him back immediately. He asked for the truth. Brooks was shocked to learn that his son Joe had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Jonathan. He couldn't believe that his own son could be defeated by someone he considered useless like Jonathan. Brooks was further stunned when Chandler revealed that his wife had asked him to come back and apologize to Jonathan. This made Brooks wonder if Jonathan had been given some important opportunity. Given his wife's temperament, it was unusual for her to behave in such a way. Brooks realized he needed to go back to understand what really happened. He thought Joe's impulsive nature and lack of proper etiquette were the problem. If Joe could be as excellent as Brooks, he would have confidence in him. Chandler, with a submissive expression on his face, quickly bowed and stepped back. Brooks then instructed him to stay by his side, study hard, and find a way to bring him back to the Song family. At that moment, although Chandler appeared to be worshipping on the outside, he was only hoping to fulfill his mother's last wish. In reality, he had other thoughts. However, Brooks still believed that the Song family had wronged his mother. Having said this, he invited his servant to sit in his car. The story moves to the Great Wall of the Southern Desert. In the middle of it was the location of the Iron Wall Army. At the local camp, generals were currently training. At that moment, one general arrived there. The servant immediately reported his arrival to the commander-in-chief. A man named Hugo was the commander-in-chief, and also Jonathan's eldest uncle, and he asked the servant to let the general in. As soon as he entered, he reported to the commander-in-chief that the United Defense Line had contacted them. They wanted to send a team to conduct practical tests of the new mass-produced Star Soul generals, which would require passing through their residence. At that moment, the cook Hugo handed him a letter. After reading it, Hugo approved the release. The general thanked him for his answer and was about to leave. However, Hugo asked the general to accompany them discreetly. The general replied with a smile on his face that Hugo need not worry, as he knew what to do. After he left, the chef inquired about the need to test the new machine at the borders of Tiandu, fearing that it might leak secrets. Hugo explained that international alliances are often delicate in nature and require an appropriate balance of power and clarity to maintain long-term harmony. The cook asked him if this was a deliberate demonstration. However, Hugo did not want to answer his question. Meanwhile, Christopher continued to convince the hero that he was willing to work tirelessly to take the blame and make amends for past misdeeds. Jonathan, seeing this, decided not to investigate further and simply joked about Christopher's intelligence. Christopher, however, was deeply frightened and did not want to be anyone's subordinate. On the surface, he showed great respect, claiming that the Kong family had always regarded the Song family as their leaders and would continue to do so in the future. As long as Jonathan didn't mind, he was willing to immediately begin working in the Song mansion. Jonathan, knowing that Christopher had no competitive advantage early in his career, suggested that it would be better to fight for a good position on his own. He also inquired whether there was a shortage of cooks in the east courtyard of the Song mansion. Christopher boasted of his experience serving the saints and extraordinary beings when he was young. Jonathan interrupted Christopher, asking him to stand up. He mentioned that if Christopher really wanted to serve the Song dynasty, he had a task for him. However, when he saw that Christopher was kneeling again, he asked him to stand up. The old man immediately jumped to his feet. Then Jonathan took 4 pills in a bottle from his jacket. He explained that, as far as he knew, there were 4 ancestors in Yunnan City who had reached the top of their hierarchy. He instructed Christopher to ensure that these ancestors broke through to the heavenly level. Christopher felt uneasy looking at the fragrant pills. He worked hard for 5 years to break through to the heavenly realm, only to find himself overshadowed by the old hands. Despite his discomfort, he understood Jonathan's intention to tame these old figures for the good of their family. Moreover, Jonathan had something else for him. Jonathan, recognizing Christopher's loyalty, rewarded him with the heavenly spirit pill. Christopher expressed deep gratitude. He assured Jonathan that they would take command of the remaining 4 families. As Christopher was about to leave, Jonathan stopped him and smiled. Then he decided to talk to him about the engagement. He didn't expect Christopher to be so wrong that he would get down on his knees, begging Jonathan for forgiveness. Christopher even offered to make Karen a concubine or maid for Jonathan. Suddenly, Jonathan waved his hand, stopping him. He indicated that he was not interested and was simply looking for a good reason to break off the engagement. As for Karen's thoughts, Jonathan didn't want to get involved, saying he was too lazy to deal with it. Upon hearing this, Christopher was immediately depressed. He had not expected Jonathan's decision to break off the engagement, but he thought it might be the best outcome, so he decided to approach the matter accordingly. After Christopher left, Jonathan breathed a sigh of relief. Although events developed somewhat better than expected, he finally agreed to an engagement. At that moment, David expressed doubts about Christopher's sincerity. He suspected that Christopher had not actually surrendered, but was only putting on a show to avoid retribution. Martin also agreed, suggesting that since Karen had just left, it was possible that those who had slipped away could cause trouble. Gavin said it was better to leave no stone unturned and kill the whole family. Then Jonathan quickly waved his hand, stopping them. He advised everyone to listen carefully, as a major conflict could soon break out in Yunnan City. Millions of ferocious beasts broke through the wall and entered inside, causing countless casualties in the flames of war. Jonathan emphasized that every additional point of controlled power coming from the greatest priestess could help the people of the kingdom of Tiandu and keep more sparks of hope alive in the current crisis. Therefore, the overall situation should be prioritized over personal grievances and internal conflicts. David was deeply moved when he heard this. He did not expect Jonathan to be so broad-minded, to have such a majestic demeanor, very similar to that of his father. Little did they know that Jonathan's treatment of Christopher and the others was simply done to make the most of the situation. After all, greater combat power was beneficial in battle. Thinking along these lines, Jonathan asked the steward to arrange a flying boat, as he was planning a long journey. Meanwhile, at the Iron Wall Army base inside the Great Wall of China, the country's transport ship was already 10 miles from its base. In the middle of the field stood 2 cars called the White Maiden, as well as a girl with green hair and an eye patch. At that moment, another Titan rushed towards the transport ship at lightning speed. Seeing this, the robots quickly made an announcement. The speeding car suddenly jumped. The next moment, she appeared before the general. Inside the car was Dennis, the same general who had recently visited Hugo. He said he had received a release document to send his family. After General Lucretia received the imperial decree, she immediately expressed her gratitude and returned to the transport ship. The release was approved, and the princess of the classic Chinese wolf ring named Lana showed a happy smile. She was eager to get moving and experience the ferocious beasts in real combat. These 3 cute little ones were truly extraordinary in Lana's eyes. After Jonathan released Christopher, he prepared to return to the mansion. Meanwhile, David was ready to launch the floating shuttle. Jonathan sat on the shuttle, tweaking it, and stated that he was very pleased with its performance. This made Bernard smile, although he had not yet fully recovered from his joy. Jonathan, who was preparing to leave, quickly received advice from David, who suggested that it might be too risky for him to go somewhere else alone. At least several hidden guards should accompany him for safety purposes. Layla also agreed and asked to accompany Jonathan. However, Jonathan believed that it was more convenient to travel alone. He tossed David 2 storage tokens, one of which contained a large wooden comb containing an elixir, and instructed him to select good saplings from the Song Mansion and develop high-level combat abilities. Furthermore, He asked Layla to call a meeting to discuss the affairs of the Eastern Court and improve the combat effectiveness of the subordinates with cultivation talents in the Outer Court in case of future emergencies. The two quickly nodded to show their commitment. The hero then asked the steward to convey a message to the old Marquise, stating that he would definitely return within 10 days, and instructing him not to worry. After that, he rushed with the speed of lightning, soaring into the sky and disappearing into the endless expanses. The deafening sound of his departure surprised Brooks. He was amazed by the powerful speed of the flight. Jonathan's departure was met with disappointment from Chelsea. The thing is, she didn't find him last night and now he left so suddenly. Brooks, feeling uneasy, recalled the situation and decided it was safer to consult his father's opinion first. He realized that if they recklessly followed Jonathan, they might not be able to get the treasure into the hands of the wicked and might lose face. Brooks' words were overheard by the old Marquise, who curiously inquired about the treasures they planned to seize. Brooks quickly changed the subject, explaining that he was unable to attend the meeting due to official engagements and would now be hosting a dinner at the Yunnan restaurant. However, his intentions were immediately thwarted by the old Marquise, who realized that Brooks' idea was merely to use Jonathan's elixir. Although Brooks felt a little uneasy after his thoughts were revealed, he still believed that the valuable treasures also belonged to Jonathan. He suggested that these resources could be used in a business model to maximize benefits. However, they have not yet received an answer from the old Marquise. At the same time, David and Layla arrived in the living room and reported that Jonathan had gone to the southern desert to hunt and kill ferocious beasts. They also mentioned that Jonathan would need to visit the sand sculpture city. This news shocked Brooks. He could not believe that Jonathan, who he considered of no use, dared to go to the southern wilderness to carry out such a dangerous mission. The old Marquis, who had a deep understanding of the situation, was shocked at first, but chose to ignore it. He asked David when Jonathan would return. The man replied that Jonathan would return in a short time, within 3 to 5 days, but no more than 10. After this, the manager was about to leave when Brooks suddenly stopped him. Brooks stood up and directly questioned the old Marquis's father about the dangers that lay in wait in the southern wilds, pointing out that the Iron Wall army was having difficulty moving forward, and inquired why Jonathan had dared to go there alone. At this point, David seemed not to hear his concerns, and suggested that they leave immediately. Seeing this, the old Marquis had to open the information screen to recall Jonathan's recent heroic actions. He also reminded himself not to underestimate Jonathan's capabilities. After watching the video, Brooks found it hard to believe, and did not understand why Jonathan suddenly became so powerful. Meanwhile, Jonathan was flying quickly through the air, propelled by the powerful explosive force of the flying shuttle. He crossed the Shishui transport ship with impressive speed. This intrigued Princess Lana, who was surprised by Jonathan's ability to maintain fast flight at such an altitude. She noted that the shuttle's formation must have been set up outside, as it seemed unaffected by the wind pressure at high altitude. The princess admired Jonathan's strong skills, and lamented that all the soldiers in Shishui were women. Otherwise, she would have wanted to test Jonathan herself. Jonathan's mission to the southern wilds was dictated by the need to obtain materials from the ferocious beasts to increase the power of the human race's power plants and upgrade mass production machines in preparation for the expected influx of beasts. 4 days after Jonathan left for the southern desert, the Song dynasty welcomed a distinguished guest from the anti-war academy. That guest was Joseph, the head guard at Jonathan's academy instructor. Joseph, who was standing on the transport ship, was excited because it had been more than 30 years since his last visit to Yunnan City. The long absence had awakened feelings in him, causing his heart to tremble involuntarily. Joseph and his companion Theo stepped off the transport ship, and Layla greeted them with respect and politeness. Joseph responded with a smile, expressing his admiration for the Marquise's mansion. He noted that the high level of education of the maids around Jonathan was impressive, and commented on the Marquise's reputation. He also conducted an undercover investigation into Jonathan, and concluded that his tough guy reputation was true. Joseph mentioned that Jonathan had instructed them to bring certain things a few days before. When Theo heard this, he went to pick up the suitcase from Joseph. Layla, knowing this, bowed and invited them into the mansion. Along the way, Theo looked around from time to time, admiring the Song dynasty maids and thinking that the Song mansion was a paradise on earth. He envied Jonathan's life. In the main reception hall of the outer courtyard of the Song dynasty mansion, the maid reported to the old Marquis about the arrival of a distinguished guest from the academy. Then the old Marquis asked her to go to the northern courtyard and call Scarlet. At this point, David mentioned the sample of the new test machine, stating that he and Miss Scarlet were there to mingle with temporary guests, and questioned the necessity of receiving the old Marquis personally. However, the old Marquis insisted on showing respect, since Joseph was Jonathan's mentor. Meanwhile, Layla led Joseph and Tao outside the reception hall. Looking at the proud maids, Theo felt the desire to become a servant of the Song dynasty. Even though he was a powerful practitioner with profound skills, He felt that being a security captain was not exciting enough. He fantasized about hiding his strength, becoming a servant, and then revealing his perfection during a crisis to win the affections of beautiful women in one fell swoop. While he was daydreaming, Joseph interrupted his thoughts and advised him to restrain his desires. Then they entered the living room, where they were already expected. Layla introduced the guests who had arrived at his house to the Marquise. Then the Marquise turned to them and invited them to sit down at the table. Joseph was surprised to see the old Marquis receiving him personally. The old Marquis expressed his delight and respect, recognizing Joseph's visit as an honor for himself. Joseph, in turn, remained polite and reciprocated the respect shown to him. After that, they sat down next to each other. The old Marquis took the opportunity to falsely accuse Jonathan, noting that Jonathan, despite his youth, had dared to disturb them. He lamented that Joseph had to personally run around the area, while the old man himself casually brushed off the concern, pointing out that it was just a voluntary initiative on his part. At that moment, Scarlett arrived in the reception hall. The old Marquise introduced her as his granddaughter, and also introduced Joseph to her as one of Jonathan's teachers. He explained that they had come to deliver a new machine produced in the Academy's workshop, as it had been entrusted to Jonathan, and among them was also a part of the Red Phoenix army. Theo, mesmerized by Scarlett's beauty, felt a strong admiration. He thought that the royal-like figure was so captivating that he wanted to be in her presence forever. While he was daydreaming, Joseph quickly patted him on the shoulder and told him to get the items and show them to the others. Concentrating, Theo placed the suitcase on the table and opened it, inviting everyone to inspect the contents. He explained that it was a specially created Yuan model, only 30 units, according to Jonathan's design proposal. The story moves to the other side, to the southern desert. Meanwhile, in the southern wilderness, Jonathan hunted ferocious animals. He killed them to obtain the highest quality red crystals from them. He put together various beast crystals that looked a bit simple but were bright. After several days of intense hunting, he collected enough materials. He planned to use 1/10 of these materials to exchange for medicinal herbs, and leave the other part to upgrade and strengthen the mass production base. The rest would be sold for money. Jonathan also focused on improving his cultivation. Surrounded by countless ferocious beasts, he was protected by the powerful formation he created. It was so strong that no animals could penetrate it. For a while, he seemed to be in an energy cocoon, unable to move. However, soon the cocoon burst, and the hero felt himself gaining new strength. Jonathan had just broken through to the late stage of the Earth level, and felt a huge amount of spiritual power filling his body. This newfound strength was more than 3 times greater than before, allowing him to unleash more than 10 times his previous combat power. While he was enjoying his enhanced abilities, the ferocious beasts outside roared incessantly, seemingly unaware of their impending doom. Despite the large number of beasts, his heavenly level defense system remained unbreakable. Jonathan established 4 successive layers of defense, including land, river, and mixed element arrays. He commented that the animals were indeed useless, and reluctantly accepted the materials they brought him. He then built a new defensive formation. Soon the monsters crowded around one place, hoping to get in there. The beasts rushed forward, but were blasted away by his newly developed soul structure. At this moment, Jonathan had already summoned the formation, and was now inside Lubu. Jonathan then ordered the star system to copy the 2 sky-tearing strikes. This technique consumed a significant amount of mental power. However, his current strength allowed him to use it with heavenly rank achievements. Combining his weapons and achievements, he used a powerful heavenly-level combat technique, Heavenly Dance. In this way, he was able to kill all the fierce beasts in his path. Jonathan was somewhat stunned by the overwhelming power he had unleashed. Then a new idea popped into his head. He decided to combine this with other achievements such as the 7 waves, resulting in another large-scale beast massacre. He reduced his power to 70% so as not to damage the core's crystallization. After that, he put his hand out, using it as a magnet. The next moment, all the stones he had mined flew towards his hand. In this way, he collected useful crystals. He planned to keep them for himself and sell the rest to the second prince. If the Chamber of Commerce is unable to accept the shipment, he will need to find a wealthier buyer. Crystallizations were built into the system space. Despite the ferocious beasts' useless roars, Jonathan took their disobedience as a sign of desperation. Using his unrivaled skill, Jonathan decided to kill the monster. Meanwhile, he jumped into the air, intending to attack the Titan. However, the hero quickly dealt with him using an energy beam. The monster's body split into small pieces, leaving behind only the main crystals. Jonathan had previously dealt with the ferocious beasts of the heavenly realm, and was forced to use various means to combat them. With his current power, he was able to face the crystallization of the core of heaven-ranked beasts head-on. He intended to use them to increase mass production volumes, which was not an uncommon opportunity. This place, however, was outside the signal range, and he was not sure if the system had completed sending the mass production machines to the Song Dynasty government. He admitted that it was still a long way off, but flying to Kao would be several times faster than the flying shuttle. Meanwhile, the story moves 100 miles away from Shadiao City. The Divine Sword Shelter was well protected and guarded by people from the city. Among these guards were people from the Huan clan, including the young head of the Huan clan, Shane, as well as the elder of the Fabian family. Shane was aware of the divine tier aura and was determined to protect his family's honor. He noted that the trip to Sand Sculpture City was worth it and approached Malcolm, suggesting that they could come to an agreement. Malcolm's expression remained unchanged, indicating a lack of interest in the proposed deal. Despite this, Shane assured him that the benefits were significant. However, there was no sign of joy on Malcolm's face, only a faint expression of anticipation. Meanwhile, the story moves to the city's Market Avenue. As it turned out, recently captured slaves were being put up for auction at the city market. One member of the mixed-race Russell tribe has caught the attention of many. His behavior suggested that he was of royal blood of the Mer tribe, and this did not go unnoticed. The unknown woman hid her identity and came to the city with the sole purpose of capturing the traitors from the Longhai High Kingdom and reclaiming the most precious divine jade. However, on the way she came across this half-demon. Meanwhile, the story moves to the demonic slave auction square on the market street. Two members of the Mermen tribe infiltrated the city and discovered a woman whose kingdom they could not determine. Out of curiosity, Lonnie, one of the scouts, asked his uncle Sergio, who was a powerful member of the earthly community, if he noticed anything special about this woman. Uncle, experienced but dismissive, considered her to be an ordinary heaven-rank powerhouse, guessing that she had simply retreated from the divine rank. Lonnie advised against overestimating the minor characters, but he continued to watch the woman, who eventually disappeared. Then Lonnie and his uncle came to Prince Lancel of the Longhai Kingdom and greeted him. The prince gestured for them to sit down and began to speak in a common language. Lonnie reported to Lancel that the traitor who stole the divine realm was currently in the western district of Shadiao City and gave his exact location. However, Lancel showed a shadow of doubt, wondering how the traitor had managed to infiltrate military-controlled territory. Sergio explained that the traitor, Lonzo, had taken advantage of the occasion of His Majesty's birthday celebration to steal their tribe's oracle under the guise of a treasure donation. Lonzo then fled to Tiandu, where His Majesty sent several princes to pursue him. However, Lonzo cleverly misled them, distracted the princes, and eventually arrived at Shadiao City. There, he planned to sail a boat to safety, but found himself trapped due to the sudden declaration of martial law in Sand Sculpture City, which strictly controlled ships. Hearing this, Lancel immediately stopped and asked about the key points. Sergio revealed that Lonzo, as a member of the Sea of Dragons royal family, knew the secrets of the tribe's most precious divine domains. Lonzo's intention to steal the divine domain would likely overcome the bottleneck in his cultivation. However, with the advent of the divine rank, Lonzo could approach the merchant in an attempt to exchange the divine jade for a refund. Lancel was concerned about whether their clan's jade was still with Lonzo, fearing that Lonzo might try to split some of the crystalline fragments for information and breakthroughs. Despite Lancel's concerns, he knew there was little they could do now. The Star Soul General's inheritance was of great importance, and they had to act with caution. Lancel, with his limited resources, was forced to rely on the items he had left to cope with the situation. As Lancel and his group headed towards the Western District, the mysterious woman revealed her figure. She thought that these people might be related to the previous Aobing's legacy. At the same time, Jonathan piloted the shuttle towards the city. At that moment, he realized that he was back in signal range. A second after that, he decided to contact David. Seeing that Jonathan was safe, the butler felt relieved. Seeing the situation, Jonathan quickly asked the manager what he thought. David reported that Jonathan is currently at the training base. Then the hero asked what he thought about it. David said that the Red Phoenix Army is currently testing new soul generals. At this moment, on the virtual projection ground of the Army's practical tests, each unit maintained its formation. They took part in a real fight with virtual ferocious beasts. They coordinated attacks over long distances, first destroying the creatures on the ground. They then changed their formation to artillery mode to suppress firepower. In an instant, the ferocious beasts in the air were destroyed like fireworks. Explosions rang in their ears continuously. After that, they sent 2 Star Soul Generals to deal with all the remaining ferocious beasts. Right in the air, they transformed into mechanical insects. On the ground, the Star Soul Generals used flying swords for cover. Through mutual cooperation, they quickly killed and destroyed the ferocious beasts. The remaining creatures were dealt with by well-equipped Star Soul Generals. In this way, they ensured the successful completion of the simulation and practical tests with the destruction of all the ferocious creatures. Soon the system informed the girls that the testing was complete. The system then analyzed their results. The survival rate of the various types of Star Soul Generals was 100%. Seeing this, Scarlet couldn't help but grin. She asked everyone what they thought about the actions of these Star Souls. After the practical tests, the girls dispelled their armor. They were even a little upset that the testing ended so quickly. One of the girls noted that the testing machine had not only improved its performance and strength, but also optimized the efficiency of soul energy conversion. All this was observed by Commander-in-Chief Scarlet and her deputy Selena. At that time, one of the commanders, Sandy, stated that the combat power of the test vehicle exceeded expectations. Meanwhile, Inna, another commander, said that if the entire Red Phoenix army were replaced by this new type, the entire army's combat capability would more than triple. This discovery shocked Amy, the commander of the western camp of the Redlin army. She quickly questioned General Sonia about the origin of this remarkable equipment. She wondered if it was specially developed by the Taisan Company. However, Sonia, the head of the Northern Battalion, did not think so. As far as she knew, the company did not have the technical capabilities to develop such advanced equipment. Scarlet then explained that the testing machine was designed by his cousin Jonathan to improve behavior prediction, and was created by the Institute's workshop, with Tyson machinists also contributing to its development. The leaders were amazed. They did not expect that Jonathan, an uneducated person, could suddenly turn into a genius in stone processing. It was simply incredible. They didn't know that Jonathan not only had remarkable talent for crafting, but was also able to withstand the ferocious divine-level beasts. Selena thought that watching Jonathan's terrifying fighting power was a shock, and they were expecting even more amazing events. Meanwhile, the story shifts to the Iron Wall Army base on the southern border of Yunnan City. Sam and his father looked at the test machine with great interest. Although he already knew that the car was designed by Jonathan, the man confirmed this to his son. Sam, laughing heartily, confirmed that it was all Jonathan's creation. Impressed, the man ordered a selection of elite test vehicles suitable for various battalions to quickly create a reinforced Special Operations Battalion. In addition, he planned to contact various enterprises on behalf of the army to purchase large quantities of recycling materials at market prices. Sam inquired about the costs and expressed hope that the army could be fully equipped to not only guard the Great Wall of China, but also potentially expand the southern wastes by 100 miles. Sam was momentarily speechless, thinking that if his father had known that Jonathan still had those pills, they might have had to supply the army with several whole pills for each. Meanwhile, Jonathan was heading into the desert. The butler informed him of the recent events regarding important matters and gave him important information. An incredible treasure had appeared outside of Shadiao City, which was currently under martial law. The butler advised Jonathan to proceed with caution. Jonathan, intrigued but knowing nothing about the specific treasure, grinned at the prospect. He was eager to get his share of the treasure. Thinking about this, I turned on the acceleration mode with full load, disappearing into the endless sky. Meanwhile, outside the city's west district, Sergio bribed officials to gain access to the area. Once they had paid enough, all 3 mermen were allowed inside. The guide instructed them to maintain their cover as merchants from Tiandu, handling everything on their behalf. The mermen said that while they were traveling through the city, they were protecting themselves. However, the guide still advised them to remain calm. Suddenly he saw people from the Huen family coming towards them. The guide gestured to the mermaids that he would greet them and that they should remain silent. After this, the guides greeted each other in Jia dialect. At that moment, Shane noticed the strangers in blue cloaks. They seemed to pass by without incident due to simple communication between the 2 guides. But Shane sensed something was wrong. He asked Lancel and a few others to wait a minute. Then he asked Lancel in his language if they had met anywhere before. Cautious Lancel wasn't sure if Shane was testing them. Luckily, he switched to communicating in Tiandu, indicating that he was a newbie and not yet familiar with the local language. When Shane saw Lancel, he frowned in surprise, recognizing him as an ancestor of the human race. He immediately turned his head and asked the guide who these people were. The leader of their group pointed out to his partner that the person standing before him was an honored guest from the Huen family. The guide was horrified, frightened. He trembled when he heard this name. At this point, Lonnie and Sergio were already on alert, ready to act as soon as they noticed something was wrong. The pale-faced leader found himself under pressure from a higher-ranking official. Shaking, he pointed out that these people were merchants from the Tiandu kingdom. Upon hearing this, Shane's eyes turned cold, showing dissatisfaction with the answer. Fabian explained that this man was the 4th member of the Mai family and was involved in some shady business in Tiandu. However, at that moment, Shane let his guard down, allowing Lancel and the others to continue on. Seeing the situation, the pale-faced guide urged Lancel and the others to leave quickly. Lancel, who was walking behind, had a cold and gloomy look. He knew that the Huen family member they were facing was definitely not easy to deal with. As expected, as soon as Shane left the building, he instructed Fabian to find someone to keep an eye on those 3 merchants. Fabian was puzzled by this request, but Shane explained that Lancel and the others made him feel very uncomfortable, as if he had an allergy to seafood, suggesting that it ran in the Huen family's bloodline. Only then did Fabian understand the meaning of Shane's concern. Young Master Murphy believed that they were members of the Merman tribe, but the young man clearly saw that they were just ordinary people. He reminded Fabian to speak quietly and trust his intuition, pointing out the need for further investigation. Hearing this, Fabian disappeared in just an instant, and without full protection, Shane relaxed significantly. He had long heard about the quality of the demonic slaves in Shadya City. He felt that the trip had truly lived up to its reputation and decided to try out the local delights. Meanwhile, in a bathhouse in the western city district of Sculpture City, Lancel and a few others were watching Lonzo. As it turned out, he was right next to the bathhouse. When Sergio saw him, he was furious. Lonzo used the power of the Jade Shark to transform into a human and enjoy life carefree. Lonnie, intrigued, asked Sergio to show him too. He handed Lonnie a telescope, which was undoubtedly a cutting-edge piece of equipment for covert investigations. Surprisingly, he managed to look through the protective film on the bathhouse. Lonnie, in an effort to maximize the value of the device, moved the camera to look at the girl inside. However, Sergio ordered him not to act like a fool and hit him on the head, causing Lonnie to scream in pain. Lancel then asked Sergio if the traitor Lonzo was still hiding in the bathhouse. Sergio confirmed this and handed him the telescope, signaling him to take a look. However, Lonnie stopped them, realizing that waiting was not a viable solution. They planned to sneak in indirectly, but realized that using the cloak to hide the aura of the merman race could give them away. Therefore, only Lancel could go there. At this point, Sergio suddenly asked Lancel to wait until the traitor came out. He had already left the bathhouse, and seeing this, Lancel and the others followed him. Unbeknownst to them, someone was watching them nearby. That person was one of the 4 saints of the Shishe realm, Marina, the possessor of the star-souled General Weirong. She wondered how the traitor from the realm who stole the inheritance of the star-souled General Aobing ended up here. She thought it was a little too grandiose for this situation. Jonathan, meanwhile, planned to use a covert formation to provide security. After listening to Marina's words, he decided that he would take everything from her as soon as the opportunity presented itself. As it turned out, not long before this, the hero had taken great care of his secrecy. For maximum safety, he decided to load the shuttle into system space. With a wave of his hand, the shuttle instantly turned and entered the system void. He then summoned the ineffective mask of living beings and told them to take it with them without saying a word. They needed to first exchange the ferocious beast's raw materials for medicinal herbs before continuing. Previously, he threw this mask directly into the system space and did not have the opportunity to study it thoroughly. Now is the perfect time to try it. The hero immediately transformed into Faye, but soon realized that something was wrong. After all, making a deal with the researchers from the Samarin family clearly didn't suit Faye's personality. After thinking about this, Jonathan changed his appearance again. Surprisingly, despite changing identities several times, none of them seemed suitable. In the end, it was better to disguise myself as an elderly person. Jonathan then arrived at the Chamber of Commerce in Sand Sculpture City. The maid immediately greeted him and kindly asked what he wanted to buy. However, Jonathan did not have time to approach her, and instead asked to be taken directly to Manager Lu. As it turned out, the hero had adopted his true appearance from his original life. Jonathan soon met Lu's manager. The hero bowed to him and said that he had come from Nanzhou to trade. Manager Lu then motioned for them to step aside to talk in private. After this, he asked the hero to go with him to another room. Manager Lu asked Jonathan if he was a general from the Song family. Jonathan then falsely identified himself as one of them, explaining that he was there to settle the affairs of young Master Jonathan, and was interested in trading 1,000 feet of gold and purple sand. Manager Lu, noting that Jonathan was from the Song dynasty, agreed to do business with the Samarin family and made an inviting gesture. The Samarin family was already waiting for Jonathan in the reception area of the Chamber of Commerce. There was some confusion between Taro, a girl from Samarin, and her boyfriend about the 1,000 feet of gold and purple sand that were the teacher's personal treasures. She wondered why the teacher had to pay out of his own pocket for spiritual medicines in order to exchange materials for ferocious animals to create new organisms. The teacher told them frankly that although they represented Samarin's interests this time and accepted the assignment, the data on developing new organisms could be returned if they accelerated the research. However, Taro asked why they needed to spend their own money. She was still confused as to why he needed to handle such matters personally, instead of trusting it to someone else. At that moment, Jonathan and Lu entered the room. The hero, seeing the representatives of Samarin, bowed to them. Thanks to Mr. Lu's skill, their transaction went smoothly. Although Jonathan amazed everyone with the quality of his crystals, nothing unexpected happened. After the deal, Jonathan said goodbye and left. After successfully obtaining 2 medicinal herbs, all he had to do was find a seller. That night, Jonathan waited for his opportunity. He used a hidden formation and jumped in the outer direction. Soon he felt the aura of a saint rank. Although this man had put up 2 layers of protection, Jonathan was curious to know the woman's identity and the soul power fluctuations she emitted. He scanned the Star Master's system. Then he realized that there were representatives of the mermen on the roof, and the vibrations were coming from the blue-haired guy. The vibrations of soul power emitted by the blue-haired boy seemed strangely familiar. Meanwhile, the story moves to one of the most elite brothels with demonic slaves. At this moment, the two cat demons were working hard to please Shane. They sat on his feet and fed him grapes. At this point, the brothel's founder took advantage of the situation. At first, Shane didn't understand why he came to his room. The man then introduced himself as the senior manager of the second floor and said that Shane was a very generous customer. However, Shane ordered him to leave if he had nothing more to say. Then the man asked the guy if he liked the two cats. Shane patted the girls on the head and said that everything was fine with him. The man then recommended them, saying that if Shane was interested in them, they could be delivered to his mansion for a few days. He also said that these two cat monsters were bred by their families and had a pedigree certificate verified by the government, not wild demons. The girls immediately started purring, trying to show Shane their talents. Seeing this, Shane no longer hesitated and was ready to buy two cat monsters. He then inquired about the wild demon race mentioned earlier and whether the store had recently received any high-quality goods. The man immediately responded with a smile, saying that a top-quality product had just been purchased from a small shop, but it was already reserved. A hint of disdain flashed in Shane's eyes. He found the fourth young master not so impressive and asked to see how it worked first. If he was satisfied, he would also reserve a seat for himself. The man wasted no time in leading Shane straight to the domestication room on the second underground floor. The cat girls begged the guy to take them with him. When they arrived at the right place, the owner explained that this demonic rider was reserved by the fourth young master of his family, and was said to be the strongest warrior in the tribe with a determined character. As it turned out, there was a demoness in the dungeon that looked like a centaur. Her legs were tied, and her eyes and mouth were closed. He said that they lost 5 mystery-level veterans when they captured him, but they captured several enemies, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to lure him into the trap. Listening to this, the two cats trembled with fear, calling for Shane to quickly leave. However, the owner was oblivious to their feelings and was focused on pleasing Shane. If Shane liked the demonic horse beast, he could make a 30% deposit to reserve it. At that moment, Shane's communication watch rang, connecting to the video message. It was Fabian. As it turned out, the 3 people he had just met really did have problems. They were tracking a recent high-ranking merchant client who had recently invested in the city. According to the investigation, this disciple was the merchant that Longhai was looking for. Fabiana suggested notifying the seller first, but Shane stopped him. He also asked him to tell him the location and go to the meeting immediately. Before leaving, he threw the manager a talisman. This talisman contained money to ransom the 2 demon cats, and he promised to give the additional amount later. Having finished his instructions, he left with the 2 cat demons in his arms. The man looked at the accumulation talisman in his hand, thinking about his extraordinary abilities and generous spending. He thought that this person could also be from another family. After thinking about this, the manager returned to the bound body of the demonic horse and hurriedly ordered the demonic slave to be sent to the 4th young master. Meanwhile, the story moves to a large pool with hot springs. Jonathan was still watching Marina, who in turn was watching the mermaids. When the girl decided to act, he followed her. Meanwhile, Lonzo was humming a song with a relaxed expression on his face, completely unaware that he was being watched by 3 parties. At this time, Sergio was hiding nearby. At that moment, Lonzo realized that someone was following him. He immediately took off and quickly disappeared. The mermaids immediately realized that they had been exposed. Seeing this, Lancel and his companions quickly ran after him. They soon discovered that Lonzo had fled outside the city. Without further ado, Lancel threw off his cloak and ran after the enemy. Despite the urgency, Sergio instructed Lonnie to take the rear first and then deal with Lonzo along with the young master himself, as the 2 of them flew over several towers and leapt over the towering city walls. After this, they called Lancel to jump at them and over the wall. Lancel and his companions had already rushed past the guards. The men watched them in amazement, not understanding how they were able to overcome the wall. At that moment, another silhouette ran past them. Once they broke away, Sergio and Lancel immediately took out the Star Soul and prepared enough equipment. At that moment, Lonzo suddenly turned around, trying to see who was chasing him. This short delay allowed Lancel and the others to take up position, posing as Star Souls and blocking his path. An enraged Lonzo expressed his disappointment and mocked them as fools from Longhai, who clearly posed no threat. Feeling helpless, Lonzo spoke out in an attempt to provoke the other princes, but was met with Sergio's anger. Sergio demanded that Lonzo quickly hand over their precious treasure or face the consequences. Lancel and his companions were clearly unhappy with Lonzo's taunts, but still advised him to return the treasure. They assured him that if he wanted to surrender, his life could be spared, since Lancel's father could intervene. Lonzo, however, was even more sarcastic, claiming that humans were pathetic and weak. He also said that the merman tribe has a true dragon bloodline and belongs to the endless depths of the sea. He then demonstrated his combat prowess by building a Star Soul manor and rising up in a beam of light. disappearing from sight. Lancel and the others were alarmed to realize that Lonzo had penetrated the sand. Then Lancel swung his sword to block the attack, and Lonzo's sword, hidden in the sand, made an attack. Lancel and his companions faced further ridicule from Lonzo, who belittled them and their efforts. Despite knowing that he was at the top of the heaven rank, Lonzo teased them for daring to chase after him. He asked if they believed that he had the Dragon Calming Cone, a magical tool specifically designed to combat the dragon race, and noted the scheming of the previous Star Soul General Ao Bing, who was plotting against him. Lancel and his companions were momentarily at a loss, but Lancel urged them not to panic and to follow their previous plan. They decided that Sergio would attract Lonzo's attention, while Lon would find an opportunity to use the Dragon Calming Cone to contain him. The man learned the method, was stunned at first, but soon regained his concentration. He jumped into the air and began to fulfill his part of the deal. He threw random blows at the sand around them. At this moment, Marina, who was standing on the city wall, had a playful expression on her face. She looked like she had everything under control. Little did they know that Jonathan was hiding nearby, watching with interest what was happening. Jonathan wondered if the lady was just a spectator, or was waiting for the right moment to take action. Meanwhile, inside the city, guards sensed something was wrong when the signal suddenly disappeared. They went to the Western District to report to the cellar. After the conversation, the captain rushed off with his subordinates, but was suddenly blocked by Shane and Fabian. Shane said he was a guest of the Mai family and asked what happened. Upon learning that he was the general's guest, the guards relaxed and bowed to Shane. They reported a fight outside the city, wondering if someone had tampered with the alarm system. They also noted that they were unable to contact the communication device and reported a mysterious vehicle that had raided their defense area. Under the circumstances, they had no choice but to contact Mai to report the situation and ask for support. After hearing the guard's statement, Shane smirked and noted that the Mai family had not received any news yet. Immediately after finishing this statement, Shane and Fabian launched a surprise attack on the guards. The men inflicted non-fatal blows on their necks. In an instant, all the guards lost consciousness one after another. Then Fabian asked what they should do next. Shane offered to join the unrest of the internal struggle in the merman tribe. After that, the two of them rushed outside the city. Meanwhile, the battle outside the city became increasingly fierce. Lonzo, taking advantage of the opportunity, jumped up from the sand, took aim at Lancel, and tried to deliver the killing blow. However, Lancel dodged the attack and then grabbed Lonzo, taking advantage of the situation. Lonzo's actions seemed stupid to him. He thought that if Cone the Dragon Calmer was with him, Uncle Sergio would take advantage of it to their advantage, so he urged them to hurry and catch up with him. Seeing the situation, Sergio immediately ran up and jumped, holding the dragon-suppressing cone in his hand, which instantly burst into flames. Watching this, everyone hiding in the shadows were surprised. The dragon-calming cone was a treasure described in the ancient imperial literature. Jonathan remembered that in his past life, it fell into the hands of Nan. Shane was simultaneously shocked and realized that the dragon-calming cone was his 9th magical weapon. At this point, Lancel seemed to loosen his grip and quickly urged Sergio to speed up. Then Sergio, smiling ominously, assured Lancel not to worry. He promised to help free him from this predicament. The next moment, Lancel felt a chilling sensation as Sergio thrust the cone straight into his body, and his armor began to disintegrate. The sudden turn of events caused him to feel incredible pain, leading to him losing consciousness. At that moment, Lonzo appeared in front of them. He considered Lancel and his companions to be real fools, considering that they thought he would be easily deceived. Lonzo admitted that he had deliberately set up the situation to trap them. Suddenly he noticed with displeasure that Lancel had switched off. Then he ordered Sergio to bring the half-breed to his senses. His subject obediently activated the weapon, and energy lightning pierced Lancel's body. At that moment the man woke up from incredible pain and screamed. Lonzo laughed as he asked his nephew how the dragon-taming cone felt. However, Lancel turned to Uncle Sergio, asking why he had betrayed him. He knew that Sergio was a veteran of the Royal Guard and had served long under his father, and he wondered why he had betrayed him. Sergio apologized to the prince, saying that he had been loyal to Lonzo all this time. When Lancel heard this, he was horrified. At that moment, he realized that Lonzo had planned everything for a long time. Then he sternly asked his uncle what he wanted. Lonzo said that he stole the mermaid clan's inheritance and lured the prince to pursue him, intending to capture them alive and use their essence and blood to activate the mermaid clan's inheritance ceremony. Lonzo explained that Jade's essence was crucial to activating the legacy, and that he was merely a vessel to complete the ritual. He revealed that Jade was a significant legacy of the merman tribe. The story goes that 1,000 years ago, monsters began to rampage in the Western Sea, forcing their clan to leave their homeland for the sea. After that, Star Soul General Ao Bing fought the monsters for 3 days and nights. He destroyed thousands of sea creatures with his own hands, and quickly calmed the endless sea. After his legendary feat, their clan was able to return to their homeland, and thus, the great kingdom of Longhai appeared. It was known to all that when the host died, the Star Soul returned to its original jade form and began to wait for the next suitable host. Lord Lantong went through many hardships so that Star Soul General Ao Bing could protect the merfolk forever, and in the end, he mastered the secret technique. At the cost of his life, he sealed Ao Bing's Star Soul Jade with a secret technique and created a divine jade. The Lord sealed the jade as the greatest legacy of the Merman tribe, and every time Ao Bing was to be chosen, the jade would once again activate the secret method, sealing the soul jade and waiting for the next clan member to take up the inheritance. Upon learning of this inheritance secret, Shane was surprised, noting its similarity to the secret techniques of his own ethnic group, while Marina mused that if this technique had not been lost, reaching the pinnacle would only be a matter of time. However, Jonathan sensed that something was wrong, suspecting that the story might be presented from a perspective intended to mislead humanity. Lancel heard that the title in question was one that was granted by the Celestial Empire and the Sea Dragon King, at which point he realized that Lonzo's plan was to begin the succession of Star Soul General Ao Bing, which required the essence and blood of the Mermaid clan. The process required the blood of 3 members of the royal families. Lonzo's original plan was to take a detour from Sand Sculpture City to the Tiandu Kingdom, where they could cooperate both internally and externally to ambush and capture the 2 princes. However, he did not expect the sudden appearance of the Divine Realm, which completely disrupted his plan. Lancel couldn't help but laugh when he realized that the requirement for 3 royal bloods to begin the succession ceremony made it clear why his father had assigned each of them to lead the team. The intention was to make it difficult for all 3 to meet, as the only members of the royal family present were Lancel and Lonzo, Lancel being curious to see how Lonzo would begin the succession ceremony. However, Lan Quan's expectations were far from reality. Having no other choice, Lonzo asked why he thought he was luring Lancel out of town, which made him feel uneasy. Meanwhile, Jonathan was speechless because of Lancel's stupid behavior. He noted that Lancel's actions were reminiscent of a man Jonathan had met in his past life who was easily deceived. Jonathan realized that something was wrong, especially considering the way they were talking. This delay allowed the guards to rush in. Jonathan decided to leave the city without further delay, knowing that the secret methods of the mysterious machine, although not very smart, would not be detected by the guards of the city. Meanwhile, the city guard had just arrived outside the city and were congratulating themselves on having prevented a leak. They also fired artillery shots, which angered Sergio. He immediately counterattacked the guards. However, Lonzo said he couldn't stay there. Lonzo ordered him to stop the attack and take Lancel to the Divine Stage retreat. Following the order, Lancel flew straight up, heading towards the Divine Stage and retreating. He pulled the cone out of the ground, causing incredible pain in Lancel's body. The guards quickly realized their intentions and notified the guards stationed there. They decided that they would not allow them to destroy the Divine Kingdom. At the same time, Fourth Young Master received a message that the general was leading an elite security team to this area. At this moment, Marina was observing everything from a great height. She suspected that Lonzo's retreat to the Divine Realm was a strategic move to use the energy of the Divine Realm's retreat to begin the history of Ao Bing's succession. And Shane and the others, not wanting to be left behind, decided to pretend to be Star Souls and follow them. Jonathan, noticing this, decided to follow them, intrigued by the situation. The guards, having received the notification, had already retreated, but were ultimately unable to withstand Lonzo's attack. They were destroyed with just one shot. Lonzo landed and slowly walked towards the Divine Realm. He was proud of his plan. He then decided to explain why only he and Lancel could gather the essence and blood needed to activate the inheritance ceremony. He revealed that the bottle contained saint-level essence and the blood of Ao Bing's previous person, Lord Lanao. Lonzo's unexpected discovery of a divine tier energy skill caused the dormant essence to boil again. Lonzo poured his essence and blood onto the jade. After this, the stone asked him to administer a second dose of the royal blood essence. In preparation for the upcoming succession ceremony, Lonzo was ecstatic. On the contrary, Lancel was in a panic, not expecting such a turn of events. A top heavenly rank warrior decided to betray his tribe by stealing the inherited treasure, the mermaid jade, and capturing his own tribe, all in order to obtain the essence and blood needed for the inheritance. Meanwhile, Shane arrived at the scene, thinking that General Ao Bing's succession ritual was 90% identical to Neja's. If the ritual is the same, then Lonzo won't be able to use soul formation until it's finished, and then they'll have a chance. As soon as Lonzo began the succession ceremony, he was attacked by those hiding in the darkness. Meanwhile, the man tried to continue the ritual. He took the ritual blade and pointed it at Lancel. He said that now it was his turn. After that, he slashed his body with a knife. Lancel screamed in pain and horror as his blood began to spray everywhere. After this, Lonzo began to whisper demonic ritual words. Marina, who was watching from the side, noted the amazing ability of the divine tier owner to activate the essence and blood left by Ao Bing. She believed that once this divine level was reached, it could awaken the dormant Holy Lord. Jonathan was intrigued by the spell to extract the essence and blood of the demon tribe. He found that the records were almost identical to the records in the spirit race alchemy. He hoped that they would be able to pass on the inheritance for life without any hindrance, so he planned to directly copy Ao Bing's essence and blood as soon as he could. As Lonzo's spell accelerated, the essence and blood on Lancel's body quickly flowed towards the vessel. Red liquid poured out of the mermaid's body in huge layers. Immediately after that, she headed inside the jade. It was absorbed in the blink of an eye. This also indicated the need for a third dose of royal blood essence. Seeing this, Lonzo showed a hint of satisfaction in his smile. He was about to cut his hand to get the essence when something unexpected happened. A beam of light shot towards him, forcing him to dodge. Before he could stabilize his position, another beam of light hit him, causing him to feel agitated. At the last moment, he managed to dodge the attack. Taking advantage of Lonzo's distraction, Shane quickly ordered Fabian to knock Sergio down. At that moment, Sergio didn't understand what was going on. He then kicked the merman in the back. Although Sergio was knocked down, he immediately counterattacked Shane. Then the man took the opportunity, and with unexpected force, grabbed Sergio by the calf muscle, twisting and breaking it. At this point, Sergio had to retreat. Shane, not wanting to let him escape, quickly moved to destroy him, throwing him heavily to the ground. First, he destroyed his armor and threw the mermaid out of it. Then Shane stepped on him, turning him into a bloody pulp. Seeing this, Lonzo became furious. He immediately took out his Star Soul. After this, the man immediately began his formation. However, just as his Star Soul general formed, a beam of light pierced through his chest. Previously, Lonzo was confident in his control of the situation. He believed that he had successfully collected the essence and blood and was about to begin Ao Bing's succession. But now, having been ambushed and captured alive, he felt a great disappointment, especially after the dragon sedating cone had tied him up. After this, Shane and Fabian dispelled their armor, explaining to Lonzo what was really going on. Little did he know that the dragon calming cone was actually a magical tool created by the Shane family to combat their merman tribe. Once the Shane family explained everything, Lonzo realized he should have seen this coming. Even though Lonzo was touched by Shane's emotions, he was not ready to give up easily. He cried out loudly to the heavenly rulers, asking them for help. He believed that Longhai must have strong support. However, Marina, hidden behind the veil, did not want to reveal herself. Ants from the Nonsense family would take Ao Bing's inheritance, intending to secretly snatch it from their hands. This was the best course of action in her opinion. Lonzo, who had not received a response for a long time, felt uneasy. He had always believed that there was a kingdom in the sky far above him. The lack of response made him think that perhaps the enemy intended to reap the benefits later. At this moment, Fabian also looked up at the sky, puzzled by the absence of the hidden expert. Young Master Shane's question left the man somewhat speechless, saying that even the powerful heaven-rank Fabian couldn't detect such things. Shane believed Lonzo was bluffing, and that they should focus on how to handle the legacy pieces. Without further ado, Fabian decided to agree. Shane's hand was close to the jade, and the buzzing sound it made Shane grin uncontrollably. If the item was like the jade that had been passed down through the Huan family for generations, it would be easy to handle. However, just at that moment, the sound of footsteps was heard from behind, frightening them both. They were shocked to see that Lonzo had suddenly broken free from the restrictions of the Dragon Conquest Cone. Although Lonzo did not know who was helping him, he felt that fate was on his side. The person responsible for his release was Jonathan, who acted to prevent Shane from taking Ao Bing's soul desires and disrupting Jonathan's replication plan. Jonathan understood that according to the timeline of his past life, Lancel was supposed to play an important role in history, and now the involvement of the Shane family introduced new variables. Jonathan wondered if this so-called original timeline had been disrupted, and if his unintentional actions were the cause of this butterfly effect. At this moment, Fabian found that Lonzo's strong attack was heading straight for the young master, so he quickly shielded Shane behind him, trying to buy time to retreat. Shane realized that he didn't have to fight hard because Lonzo's domain was far superior to his own. He saw Lonzo hit his hand with a dagger, causing blood to gush out. Lonzo then began to chant quietly. Jonathan, hiding in the darkness, noticed Lonzo's efficient actions. At that moment, a wave of doubt washed over him. He wondered if he had heard the sound of the divine tier retreat, but there was no time to dwell on it. The figure of the first-generation Star Soul General Ao Bing had already appeared. He said that in the great western boundless sea, the ruler of the Longhai Kingdom, the Dragon Sea King, and Lord Lantern were watching the warriors of the tribe selected for the succession ceremony. They would enter the secret realm and face a triple test. The warrior who ultimately succeeded would become the Star Soul General Ao Bing. When the voice died down, a titling vortex instantly formed, drawing in everyone present. Marina, who was somewhat confused, did not understand why she was drawn into this matter. Jonathan silently cursed the creators of the inheritance system, questioning their competence. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Mai family's mansion in Shadiao City. The head of the family's bedroom was guarded by 2 guards. The man lay on a large canopy bed surrounded by 2 girls. Apparently, he was having a nightmare. In his dream, he experienced vivid memories from many years ago. He remembered the brutal battle on the border of Nanzhou in the kingdom of Tiandu and the Desert of Death. The 2 armies engaged in close combat. Mai saw countless lightsabers aimed at him, piercing his soldiers. In an instant, more than half of his men were either killed or wounded. They couldn't even determine the source of the attack. When Star Soul took Baichi's lightsaber, they realized the seriousness of the situation. The Star Soul quickly rose up and the Mayan soldiers launched a coordinated attack, but Baichi's speed rendered their efforts ineffective. Baichi rushed through thousands of soldiers, causing significant losses. Faced with Baichi's furious aura, the Mayan people fled in panic. Baichi pursued them with sparks and lightning, driving them out of the canyon. The 3 soldiers, realizing the dire situation, decided to stay and detain Baichi in order to buy time for Maya to escape. Mei, faithful and righteous, promised to take care of their families. However, despite his efforts, the 3 warriors were soon killed by flying arrows, and Maya's other companions were also killed. When Baichi appeared before him again, Mai knelt down. He begged for mercy, imploring Baichi to spare him. Baichi then pointed at him, asking if he was the head of a family in Shadiao City. In horror, Mai could only hope for mercy, and offered his family everything he had. Baichi, however, did not want to kill him. He simply waved his hand and pointed towards the canyon, warning Maya that if he ever encountered any Shadiao City soldiers crossing this calamity, no matter the reason, Baichi would personally head to Sand Sculpture City to deal with him. Mei, trembling, promised to rein in his subordinates and never cross the line. Then he woke up from his nightmare. However, he was still haunted by horrific scenes. Mai now faces a national crisis as she awaits the arrival of the Star Soul and Baichi. He planned to go to the underground hangar and call Dr. Dunphy. Soon after, the students went to the hangar. The man was informed by his subordinates of an incident involving unknown forces outside the city. But Mai chose to ignore it, instructing others to deal with it while focusing on more important matters. When Mai arrived, the master and disciple greeted him politely. Mai then asked about the progress of the machine. The man with the monocle reported that he had completed the masterpiece after replacing the missing materials from the Chamber of Commerce. Mei was delighted to see the new car. A new organism capable of competing with the Abyssal Star Soul generals will play an important role in avenging past humiliations. Mai said that this car will be the embodiment of the city of Shijao.